What can Gabriel do? A boss is borders. The spinning against the hand, the ball in hand! Gabriel!
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
house.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chop across, gets the knockout. Defeats Ultua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the Wiz Cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Regional Championships here in France. 20 years ago, it was a European capital of culture. Today, it is a European capital of Pokemon, at least for this weekend. It's famous for its street markets, but right now, it is going to be the players in the room who are looking to pick up, not a bargain, but a lot of wins, try and get themselves into day two. My name is Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined by a cacophony of wonderful casters. We've got the lovely Freya Pierce, the lovely Shea Burton, I will explain the t-shirts later, and making their TPCI debut, it's Barish Akos. How you doing, Barish?
Oh, I'm really excited to be on the stream today. I'm coming off a season competing, but when it comes to casting, my heart is with the TCG people.
I was going to say, nobody look at Barish's Twitter handle right there, that X handle down there. Don't look at it. Don't pay any attention to it. We stole him, and we're delighted to
He's
have
ours
him.
now.
He is ours now. Freya, we are at the third North American European Regional here for Stellar Crown with Stellar Crown Legal. What are you looking forward to this weekend?
I'm looking forward to seeing more Terrapagos. So it's a kind of every format I tend to pick up like some kind of like a pet deck, and Terrapagos has been that for me. It has seen some success over in South America specifically, but I am waiting for it to get its first big result either in Europe or North America, and hopefully it can happen here.
Sounds good to me. Shea, you've been in Lille for a couple of days now. How is the city treating you?
It's been treating me really nice, you know. Apart from the weather, it has been raining a little bit, but I do enjoy coming to Lille. It's my third time here as a caster and or player, and it's always fun to see what's going to go down. I'm just really excited, as Freya was saying, you know. Terrapagos traditionally has been an archetype now, hasn't had the greatest of finishes over here in Europe or North America. Could this be the one? There's only one way to find out.
There is only one way to find out. We're going to go through 2 days of hectic action, and we are going to figure it out. I tell you what, though, the rain, not ideal, but you go to the local zoo in the rain, you got that zoo to yourself, Shea. We're talking about Lille this weekend, but there are a lot of regionals and regional level events, special events coming up. So, Barish, talk us through here. What jumps out to you on this regional schedule?
On the region schedule specifically, I mean, we have Lille right now and then Gdansk coming up, but on the whole season, I really love the culmination of the season in New Orleans towards the end, because with the new change of the top 125 invite system, New Orleans is going to be really interesting to see how that leaderboard is going to play out.
Oh, that North American Internationals in New Orleans in June is going to be so good. The last big event of the year. And of course, we've got a lot of favorites there. Bologna, Freya, what do I love about Bologna?
The fact that it's the foodiest regional level event on the whole calendar.
And I will say that every time it comes up, it continues to be relevant. But Utrecht, I know, is a favorite for a lot of people. We're going to Seville, to Stockholm, to Stuttgart, Birmingham, Shea. You could walk to that one if you wanted.
If I really wanted to, I could commute to that one. That's the closest thing I'll get to a hometown regional. So I'm looking forward to that one for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of great events coming up. So we're playing this weekend. Obviously, players want to be crowned champion. Players want to show that their deck and their play style is the best in the room. But that's not all that we are playing for. So Freya, championship points, what are those?
Those are points that let you qualify for the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships, and there's plenty of them on the line this weekend. First place will net you, well, 350 championship points, but in fact, if you get first place, you just get an invite to the World Championship straight away. You don't even need to bother with the rest of the season. You got your invite locked up, you're good to go. But points trickle all the way down, and of course, they're very important. In the European region, you need to be in the top 125 in championship point rankings to get that World Championships invite.
And that is why that New Orleans North American International Championships are going to be so big. There are going to be players grabbing those last couple of spots. But Shay, championship points, they're good. Invites to Worlds, all well and good. But let's not pretend there aren't some other prizes on offer.
Yeah, we can get that cash as well. Who doesn't love a little bit of money going in the bank account? Let's go. So, one person here at this Lille Regional will be taking home that grand prize of 10,000 US dollars. That is a silly amount of dollars if you ask me. And they get 108 booster packs as well. If you get second place, you get 7,000. And one thing I really like about these last couple of seasons is that cash prize goes down a lot further now. That top 32 gets themselves $1,000. That's not bad. That'll pay for your travel to the next one, a couple ones, and maybe get some presents for your family as well.
It's not bad for a weekend's work. I've got to ask you, O'Shea. 108 boosters, how many boxes?
That's 3 boxes. Quick maths, come on.
And I will say, Shay got that first time in rehearsal as well. There was no awkward moment in rehearsal. First time, both times. I love, after a tournament, I've won my share of boosters over the years, going back to the hotel, cracking open some boosters, all very well and good. Maybe you open multiple Mega Ordino and we make you make a deck out of it, for argument's sake, Freya.
Yeah, definitely not referring to a specific example there. We opened a lot of Fates Collide, didn't we?
We opened a lot of Fates Collide back in the day.
Also important to note that the booster prizes actually trickle down further than they're on that chart. So even going down to, I think, what is it, top 64, you still get some booster packs, even if you don't get the cash prizing. So yeah, the booster packs trickle down quite a good bit.
I'm a man who likes my booster packs after a tournament. It makes me very, very happy. Now, we've been a little bit Maridon so far. We've been a little bit looking towards the future. I want us all to be a little more Coridon. I want to go to the past. I want to talk about the regional we had last weekend in Louisville, Kentucky, where, well, we had a lot of players. We had Stellar Crown Legal, and we had an extremely interesting regional event there. Let's have a quick look at a day one graphic. Barish, take us through this day one in Louisville.
I mean, we see the favorite of Raging Bull on top there with 14%, taking quite a big share of the metagame, of the decks out on the floor. Terrapagos on second place. One interesting part that stands out to me is that there's only one Stage 2 deck in this graphic right now with the Dragapult. And I mean, looking forward, like, I'm really interested to see if these Stage 2 decks have a chance in a metagame full of Dusknoir.
Yeah, there's a lot on there. Palkia being, you know, the 6th biggest deck after being a complete surprise deck in Dortmund. Like, we expected Palkia with Area 0 under that, but this new style of Palkia with Greninja and Dusknoir, we were not seeing that coming. The French players were the ones who seemed to actually originate this deck in Dortmund, and then it showed up in Louisville. But let's have a look at day 2, where things are a little bit different, aren't they, Shay?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest shout out, well, the biggest standout to me so far is that Charizard EX pops in, not even on the day one graphic, slides all up in at 4th place, and a deck that doesn't traditionally get as much airtime or talk now is still fantastically well doing good. Raging Bolt continues its dominance there at the top. Terrapagos doesn't move as well. Regidrago actually slides up a little bit as well. But one thing I want to keep a note on is that Lugia V-Star, who's got 2nd place at Dortmund, is still hanging around, and it's a deck that, if it sets up, perfectly capable of slapping anything out the way. But so one deck has done a big disappearing act there. The deck that actually won Dortmund, that Dragapult is just Dragapulted its way clean off that graph. Where's that gone?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, Dragapult, where's it gone? You know, I know we're doing our spooky regional here. You know, we've got spider webs everywhere. We've got a spooky theme going on. But I'm a little bit spooked out by the fact that Dragapult dropped off the list. And, I mean, I asked you all in rehearsal yesterday. Let's see who remembers. Highest placing Dragapult in Louisville. What position?
24th.
24th place. Jesse got 24th with Dragapult. That was the best we managed in Louisville. I still think Dragapult is absolutely a good deck. I think it's going to show up this weekend. But yeah, after a great showing in Dortmund, Ryuki Okada came from Japan all the way to Dortmund, won the regional championships, and then next weekend, everyone's lined up to Louisville, and that, well, I don't know, maybe players had no faith, maybe everybody's countering it, but Dragapult is gone. So let's flick forward to the top 8 then of the Louisville Regional Championships. Freya, talk us through the top 8.
Well, I mean, it's kind of just a reflection continuing from the day 1 and day 2, right? And I think especially of note, Lugia is the only deck that you see more than, being represented just once with 2 entries there for Yoko and for Kieran. But other than that, every single deck is different, and you have a pretty good spread of the day 2 metagame with a very interesting little sneaky sneak in there from Michael Davidson with the Lost Zone box, which you've not seen in a while.
I have no idea how Lost Zone box came out of nowhere. Well, I do, I kind of watched it. But the idea that Lost Zone box, which was a complete afterthought, nobody gave it any credit in this format, came and got second is wild to me. And I tell you what, right, the way I look at events as a caster and a player are very different. As a player, I adore when there's 2 or 3 good decks because I like making silly counter decks. As a caster, I love it when we can show a graphic like this with 7 different decks in the top. How do you even approach this, Shay, when you come into a tournament like this with, and that's not even everything, because Dragapult won in Dortmund.
Yeah, I think if you're a player looking at that, I'm thinking, clearly there's no realistic way of trying to counter everything. So what you do, you just pick a deck you like, that you're familiar with, and just roll with it. And that's what I like about these formats. You'll see players that will just play the same deck over and over and over again, and they will start to break through, right? I think Kieran Faraday has been playing Lugia V-Star for a while, so that's how I'd be approaching it. So, and let's see if that's what continues here.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of players playing inherently strong decks. Dragapult won in Dortmund, inherently strong deck. We see Raging Bolt, inherently strong deck. But did Raging Bolt even make it to the final in Louisville? Let's have a look at the graphic. Did it? We'll have a look in a second, won't we? Although I'm hoping a lot of people at home watched Louisville. Here we go. Of course it made the final. Didn't just make the final, it won the whole gosh darn thing. Were you surprised about this, Barish?
I mean, looking at that top 8 graphic just a second ago, most of these decks actually want to go first. And one of the few decks that can also really shine going second is that Raging Bolt deck. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's also the #1 deck going into this tournament in Lille. And to no surprise, by such a strong Pokemon trainer, Caleb taking that Raging Bolt all the way to the win.
Yeah, and it's just one thing I was alluding to earlier. In a format where there's so much variety, sometimes just being a deck that says, I'm all basic, and I hit hard and I hit fast is all you need. And I think that was a tail of the tape there for Louisville, and that's why I think Raging Bolt will continue to be a top deck, is that irrespective of what it's playing against, it just does the same thing, does it fast, and does it well.
That's the thing I was alluding to a moment ago, right? When there's 2 or 3 good decks in the format, you can look at their weaknesses, and a lot of the time, you can find a deck that preys on the weakness of those 3 decks. When there's, 11, 12 odd, real top-tier decks, and that really is where we are right now, you're in a much different position. And I think in a situation like that, decks like Dragapult and Raging Bolt, I don't think it's a coincidence that they're the first 2 winners we've seen in Europe and North America. They are decks that say, I don't really care what you're doing. I'm not countering your deck. I am going to set up consistently, I'm going to hit hard, and I'm going to have a decent matchup spread. It doesn't mean I win every game, but look at Raging Bolt. I'm basic, so I'm inherently a bit more consistent. I can hit infinite damage, so I don't care what kind of Pokemon you put up. And oh, by the way, 230 HP and no weakness on my main attacker. There's not an easy counter to that, and that's kind of the point I think we're seeing here. Players just going, my deck is inherently good, I'm going to place a wild array of decks. Let's not worry about everyone else. Let's just play the inherently strongest deck.
I just want to point out one adaptation that both Caleb and Sander brought into Louisville was the Bravery Charm.
Yes.
Increasing that HP, preventing KOs, and just further allowing you to succeed with your strategy.
Yeah, I mean, 240 HP is already huge on a basic 2 prize. Do you think bigger than 240? 290?
It's all about the numbers, because you look at Dust Noir, Dust Noir KOs itself with that Cursed Blast, drops 13 damage counters. So you can trade 2 Dust Noir for a Raging Bolt, and if you do that, say, for a bench Raging Bolt while you KO the active, get rid of both their Raging Bolt, take 4 prizes, that's a big swing turn. Bravery Charm goes, oh, you're dropping 260 damage. Be great if I didn't have 280 HP now, wouldn't it? And it's all about the maths, and that's what we see. Bravery Charm, it's not, hey, let's have some more HP. It's this ruins the numbers. How much does Terrapagos generally hit for, if everything goes well?
220.
240?
Usually with double turbo.
Oh, okay, fine, 220. Fine, I'll give you that. That
Bill's the most common there, because
yeah, you're right. Double turbo is the most common way to play it. Although we're seeing more and more decks playing basic energy.
That is true.
But my point is, 220 gets a lot of Pokemon, but when you get them, up to 250, or 270 with the extra 50, all of a sudden, that maths runs away. That's my point. So look, we like talking about the format. We like talking to you guys as well. We like hearing from you. We want to know your thoughts, your feelings, your opinions, your stories. And I actually, personally, I really like seeing where you're watching the stream. I love watching your home setup. I love watching all of that. Which plushies you got with you? You got any pets you want to show us you're watching the stream with? Let us know. Usual places, #PlayPokemon/Pokemon. Shay, if you were watching the stream from home, tell us about your setup.
Well, if I was watching the stream at home, well, I'd have the Twitch open on one side to make sure to go follow that down below. I'd have the YouTube open as well, because you know what? I am a YouTube person, right?
Agree.
I love a bit of YouTube. However, if you want to get involved on the votes and the community choice and all that fun stuff, you're going to have to be on Twitch. So make sure you follow them both down there so you don't miss out on any action, because one thing I love as a viewer when I'm at home is being able to influence what stream games we actually get on, and we might be doing that later, spoiler alert, so make sure to get involved on Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, people might know I'm a bit partial to a bit of YouTube, but you've got to have the Twitch. Look, if you want to watch on YouTube, watch on YouTube. Have Twitch open on your phone, on a laptop. I don't care where, but when we do those votes, the votes are only open on Twitch. Don't miss out. Freya, I'm going to go on a wild guess here and say, when you're watching the stream at home, I'm going to say white cat.
Yes, Zelda's watching along with us. Tyler and I recently become cat parents, and she's been a great company all around. So yeah, definitely part of our stream watching setup at home for sure.
Yeah, and I'm trying to fend off 3 children while watching the stream. It's a challenge. You know, I don't know, sometimes they watch with me, and you know, every so often I'm like gathering kids. I'm going to tell a tale of this new Terrapagos deck, and the 2-year-old, he looks like he's paying attention, but maybe not as much as I might like. So we are we're roaring towards our round 1 here. You see what I did there? But we've got a couple of things we need to show you before we get going. We're going to show you what the format looks like here in Dortmund, and then we're going to show you, no, we're not in Dortmund, we're in Lille. But then we're going to show you what happened in Dortmund, and it's going to be fun. So grab yourself a nice cold beverage, get up to speed, and we'll see you in like, I don't know, 3 minutes over on the desk.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Hi, I'm Shay Burton, and today we're going to have a run through of the Dortmund Regionals 2025. On the 28th of September, 1,815 players descended into Dortmund, Germany, ready to start their road to Anaheim. However, this was no normal regional championships, since not only was this the first EU event of the 2025 season, but it was also the first event where Stellar Crown was legal for event play. And with cards like Terrapagos EX, Briar and Sparkling Crystal, our metagame was set to change a great deal for this event. And immediately we saw the effects of Stellar Crown, as our round 4 feature match saw Philip Schultz piloting the new Terrapagos EX archetype to a 2-1 win on stream. Round 6 saw former Stuttgart regional champion Mateus take his Bayonet EX deck to a 6-0 record by successfully locking down Charizard EX with Everlasting Darkness. Even Shuppet managed to help out here too. We even saw Wellspring Ogerpon of all things KOing 4 Dreepy in 2 turns with Torrential Pump on round 7, securing Ethan Wild a day 2 slot. As we marched into day 2, however, our top 8 match featured a deck that no one was expecting, Golden Go. And Jelle van Kempen absolutely destroyed the competition, with this swift 2-0 victory and this amazing highlight. However, fresh off his top cut finish at Worlds and then Baltimore, Rahul Reddy was on a mission as he found himself here in the final in Dortmund without changing a single card from his deck since the World Championships. He clearly knows his way around the Lugia V-Star archetype, and he was eager to win his first regional championship. In his way though was Ryuki Okada, who had travelled all the way from Tokyo for this event with his trusty Dragapult EX deck. And in the end his travel was worth it as he was able to take down the Dortmund Regional Championships, beating Rahul 2-0 in the final and earning himself a world invitation in the process. So Ryuki will be phantom diving his way all the way to Anaheim. And wow, that was an event. If you want to see who will be lifting the Stellar Crown this weekend, make sure to keep your eyes locked on this stream.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I told you I'd see you in 3 minutes on the desk, and I pride myself on being a very honest person. I'm Ross Gilbert. I'm joined by the lovely Shea Burton. How you feeling? Spooky regional?
Yeah, I'm feeling excited. I'm always excited before a regional, but I said they've got their spooky theme going on. Got Gengar boys going on. We'll come back to that a little bit later. But yeah, I'm just excited just to see, like we were mentioning to on the desk, the metagame is so wide open, and when that happens, well, we can see anything do well. So that's the main thing I'm keeping my eye on.
Oh, I absolutely love it. Like I say, when I'm playing, my biggest successes have come from building counter decks to quite narrow metagames. As an analyst, as a caster, as somebody watching from afar, not having to try and win these things, yeah. I adore open metagames. You know, Louisville gave us a second place for Lost Zone, which we did not see that coming. That was not on anybody's radar. No. This Palkia deck did nothing in Japan when they had their metagame, which is like ours. It was not on the radar of anyone. It was a surprise in Dortmund, but it's now turned into a real legit deck doing very, very well. Dragapult won Dortmund, but just kind of crashed and burned in Louisville and did nothing. Yeah. So, and then Terrapagos, we didn't get to our bold predictions on the sofa, which makes me a little bit sad. I'm going to give you my bold prediction now. Terrapagos is not as good as everyone's saying it is.
Go on then. The floor is yours. Talk to people why. Okay. What makes you think that?
Well, if you look combined at Dortmund and Louisville, how many top 8 finishes for Terrapagos?
Is it 2?
No, it's 1.
It's 1.
One top 8 over both of those tournaments combined. Miraidon did that. Lost Zone Box did that. Palkia did better than that. I am not saying Terrapagos is not a good deck. We're going to see it in day 1. We're going to see it converting into day 2. I am not saying Terrapagos is not going to win a European or North American regional. Okay. I'm saying it's not ready now. I'm saying the lists aren't good enough. The play is probably not quite there. Players have not perfected the deck. I'm sure its time is coming. But look, we've got mountains of data right now, and that data tells us it's not good enough.
Let's have a look at some of that data then. I want to have a little quick look back at the Dortmund meta, because I think we have that lined up ready to go, because you're right. I mean, Terrapagos has been, you know, a deck that's been, you know, here, there, and everywhere. Actually, we've got the final here, looks like, and that was Ryuki with the Dragapult, and that really did just come out of nowhere, didn't it? I mean, it's a deck that we all, you know, it's a respectable card, respectable attacker, right? But to come out in the new format and just take it down very, very convincingly. I think undefeated in top cut as well, wasn't Ryuki? Like, yeah. What a performance. But then, you know, to go from the tippy tops of the metagame, winning a regional, undefeated in top cut, to then phantom diving all the way out of Louisville, that's just surprising to me.
Well, I have to correct one thing you said there, Shay. I don't like correcting you. You're a clever man, but I have to correct one thing you just said.
What did I say?
New format? Oh, not for Ryuki. Ryuki's been over in Japan playing this format for months. In fact, Ryuki has gone all the way through this format in Japan, come out the other side with sets like Paradise Dragona, and actually Ryuki has had so much more experience, and I do think that's relevant. Now, we don't actually have any Japanese players in the building in Lille this weekend. We had a look at the list. There aren't any Japanese players, but I do think as time goes by, that is something that is going to happen more and more, because getting an invite in Japan is incredibly difficult. And to come over here and have a chance, you know, I mean, look, our 2,000 player tournaments, they're pretty big. Yep. Tokyo Champions League, 5,000 players. That's
actually ridiculous.
I'm playing single game in Swiss as well. So I do think, you know, these regionals have become more and more international over the years. And I do think that is going to keep happening. And I do think if you've been playing in that format for months, to come over to a place where it's now new, I do think gives you a rather big advantage. And I need to mention,
Awesome.
Last regional won by
Ryuki,
who comes from
Japan.
And the regional before that was won by
What, in Europe?
in Europe.
That was Stockholm. That was Azul.
Yeah, who comes from?
The US of A.
Yeah, we've had 2 regionals in a row in Europe, not won by a European player. So challenge to all the European players out there, because right now we've got people coming from other territories, which what we like to see.
Yeah.
But the Europeans over the past couple of regionals have not been able to take it home. Didn't even have a European in the final in Dortmund.
No,
We have Rahul ready from the US against Ryuki Okada from Japan. Now we've gone over and taken some regionals over in the US. Let's be clear. You know, Stefan Ivanov from France has taken 2 North American International Championships back to back, and then made the final last year. And that was one of the best finals we've ever seen.
That was all over the place.
Came incredibly close to getting 3 North American Internationals. It goes both ways, but I'm just saying we are going truly international. A few years ago, somebody told me that, you know, they wanted regionals to start feeling like internationals.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we're there.
Yep.
And now internationals feel just so much more than they were. I've been out for all the internationals. I was casting when they started, and the level they've gotten to compared to where they were is immense. And it's a great time, frankly, especially when you're sitting behind a desk like us and you don't have to try and get your way past 2,000 players.
It's so much easier back here. But we mentioned it, that the EU players have managed to take down a regional over here in the last 2 events. But I do want to have a look at our top EU players right now and how that leaderboard is panning out. Because remember, you have to sit in this top place if you want your world's invitation at the end of the year. Shout out to Yellow Van Kampen, currently #1 with that Golden Go EX, aficionado. And then you've got Stefan Ivanov coming #2. You know, we just mentioned him, 2-time NAIC champion, couple turns away from being 3 times NAIC champion. Currently, is a French player. We are in France. Wouldn't be a terrible surprise if we saw Stefan, maybe try and move up to that first slot after this weekend, right?
Oh, I'm expecting Stefan. I think Stefan's going to have a great season. That is not a bold prediction. Stefan's one of the best players in the world. Had a great season last year. But it was kind of interesting. Last year, Stefan was really racking up points without any big finishes. And then when he got second at North American International, Stefan was rocking in the top 10 on the leaderboard all year without any real headline finishes, like top 64s and top 32s was really where Stefan was getting. Already with a top 4 in the first regional this year, I think Stefan is going to have a great year. But we need to remind you, this is 1 regional out of 9, or regional level event. Out of 9 we're looking at here. The longer we go in the season, the less each event will shake it up. But today, this weekend in Lille, there's going to be a gigantic shake-up to this leaderboard. So, players like Tord Reklev and Ethan Wild and Alberto Conti, you might be familiar with, they're doing great right now.
Yep.
But if they don't have a great weekend, and other people do, they could find themselves dropping off of this top 16 leaderboard very, very quickly. Top 125 is what you're aiming for.
Yep.
Couple of big regional results might well just get you there by themselves.
No, that is true. And that's one thing I really like about the new sort of season format is like, if you win the regional, get your invite. Don't have to worry about it. If you sort of have consistent finishes throughout the whole season, like you said, top 32s, top 64s, then all of a sudden you're there. You can spike a couple, do okay at a couple, and now you're sitting in the top 16 bracket as well. So it just means multiple avenues and ways you can get yourself to the World Championships. And there's a lot of criteria to have a successful season, and that just makes for entertaining Pokemon TCG action, which I'm a fan of.
Yeah, I would also consider myself a fan of entertaining Pokemon TCG action. Now, we've got some players to watch for you this weekend. And we've got a theme to the players to watch, because I didn't know this. I didn't realize. But I was chatting to my friend, the lovely Antoine Boulet, and they informed me that not only did we have 3 top 16 players from France in Dortmund, 3 players from France in the top 16, but it's 3 players who go to League Cups at the same venue in Paris with Antoine, who is also a phenomenal player. So one of the most competitive League Cup venues you will ever find in Paris, down the road here from Lille. And I think if we've got 3 French players from the same place, from the same suburb of Paris, all getting top 16 in Dortmund, they have got to be our players to watch. Stefan, Johan, and Matthias. Stefan, of course, got top 4 with Palkia, is currently sitting #3 in Europe. But Johan and Matthias also had great days over in Dortmund. And I'm just saying, French players had a great day in Germany. feels like we might have some more success in France this weekend.
Yeah, and then doing it with all with different decks as well. It says
Yes.
Stefan did play the Palkia. Yeah, I'm playing that Reggie Drago. Fantastic deck. Really good showing at Worlds and no reason not to play it now. And then we saw Gardevoir Banette as well, which we did manage to get on the stream, and we saw take some wins in convincing fashion. So that's a deck you can't really be too surprised to play against. So yeah, like you said, doing well in Germany. Now they're, you know, closer to home. Did get that home court advantage? You never know. You never know. So yeah, keep an eye out for them. We're gonna try our best to follow them throughout the day because already having 3 in top 16 from the same locals. That is wild. That's gonna be our French tour de force there. Love that. But do you think there's like, you know, is there a topic to say about like momentum in like a season, right? You know, fresh off a top 16, how do you think that affects your mental going into the next event?
I think it means that you feel really, really good. You feel confident. You play a bit better. You believe in yourself a little bit more. But also, I'm watching Stefan very closely this weekend because the thing is, Stefan, I believe, as far as I can figure out, Stefan is a player who really originated that Palkia deck. I was chatting to Antoine about this, and they were telling me that, you know, it was kind of Stefan's thing that Antoine jumped on and had a decent run as well. But it was really kind of Stefan that was originating this deck. Then we saw it do very well in Louisville. But here's the thing. I've generally found over the years that the person who comes out of a deck, originates it, and tests it the most tends to be the best at playing that deck.
Yep.
So you look at all the people in Louisville doing well with it, I don't think, and I could be wrong about this, I don't think they're going to be as good at playing the deck as Stefan is. I don't think they're going to know the tiny little intricacies quite as well as Stefan. So if Stefan has brought Palkia this weekend, and I've not actually checked if they have or not, but if they have, I am watching Stefan very closely. I think they're going to have a great run this weekend because it's still kind of a new deck, and I don't think most people are really attuned to that deck yet. I don't think a lot of players who are picking up Raging Bolt, Dragon Bolt, and all of that, I don't think they are real experts at playing against that new style of Palkia deck.
Yeah, you're right. It's got a lot of tips and tricks. You know, so many ways to manipulate damage and you know, manipulate prize cards, and you know, Dust Noir, Dust Clops even coming out of nowhere. Yep. Radiant Greninja is actually a card I want to keep an eye on myself because, you know, with Manaphy coming out of a lot of people's lists now, because Manaphy just isn't safe with Dust Clops and Dust Noir mostly. That means Manaphy's coming out, makes sense, to get your slot back to do extra things, but if Manaphy comes out, does that mean Radiant Greninja can come and start throwing some Moonlight Shurikens here, there, and everywhere? And Palkia is a deck that can do that. I mean, Palkia's been throwing Moonlight Shurikens in with Greninja since like World 2022, so or even before that actually. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see, you know, how the Palkia deck pans out because the stars could be aligning.
Yeah, we had that Melbourne Regionals over in Australia where the top 8 was all Palkia right after the release of Astral Radiance, which is a weird kind of tournament. That was fun. But yeah, really, you're right. It's an excellent point. And there are 2 decks right now, 2 decks that can really Moonlight Shuriken properly. And that is Palkia, using the V-Star power on Palkia, and then these Lost Zone decks using, you know, their item cards to accelerate energy and just go, hey, let's get a bunch of energy on the board and then actually use it. And they can actually chain it better than Palkia can.
Oh, for sure.
Palkia is often kind of a 1 Moonlight Shuriken per game kind of thing. Yeah. So, yeah, Manaphy's gone away. Greninja is way better. There are 2 decks that can really take advantage of that, and they've both had very good runs in the Stellar Crown format.
Right, to say, Lost Box, that just got that 2nd place, right? Yeah, so I would imagine some Moonlight Shurikens were getting flown around Louisville as it got to the final there. So, yeah, I'm intrigued to see how those storylines pan out for the weekend. However, you alluded to a little storyline back in the hosting segment earlier, our intro. You were saying about we were going to talk about these then.
I did.
Yeah, so we walked up. Obviously, it's spooky theme. We got told that we could dress up a little bit, and you know what? We had a little bit of inspiration. We did. From the North American casters, you know, Chip, Richie, and Skarzig. They did a really cool little 1-2 combo of Gengar Mimikyu. That was a very strong card back in the day. There it is. Look at that.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. Fancy dress.
They were even, you know, copying the card artwork there. Love to see that. So me and Ross got together and thought, you know what? We should do that. That's a good card. I played that card a lot. We should recreate exactly that. So shout outs to them. So we thought, okay, let's do it. But then we had a little bit of a problem, didn't we, Ross? We didn't decide who was going to be the Mimikyu. So we both turned up like, oh, hold on a minute. How has that happened?
I'm disappointed in you personally, Shay.
I'm disappointed in you, actually, because it was my idea. You know what? Maybe we should have communicated a little bit better. But you know what? if we haven't got our Mimikyu, that's fine, because at least we can both be, you know, Gengar today. Got the Ghastly pin on deck as well. I'm a fan of Gengar, but I just thought it was funny. We both rocked up no Mimikyu, just a bit like, whoops.
I mean, look, we're matching, we look adorable, we're dressed as Gengar on the spooky stream. I think that's all right by me. So, it's going to be an interesting one.
Right.
There's lots of relevant decks. Do we have predictions ready, do you think?
I hope we have predictions ready, because...
I think we made predictions, didn't we?
We did make some
I
predictions.
feel like I made some predictions.
Yeah, predictions are good. Predictions are good. Right, so let's have a look. I'll talk through mine first then. So, I'm convinced. Okay, I'm going to start off with the easy one. Raging Bolt, it was a deck that just won the last regional there in Louisville. It's a deck that done really well in Dortmund as well. Most played deck. I was a bit of a cop-out here. I just picked the deck that gets played the most and won the last regional. Fair enough. However, I've pushed the boat out a little bit more with my second pick, because I think Area Zero Underdex, I'm sure it gets played with Terrapagos, is a card that I still feel is underutilized right now. The card is silly, letting you have 8 bench Pokemon as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play. I'm convinced there is a deck that we haven't even seen yet that can utilize that. So that's why I've picked that. Ross, Wayne, talk to us about your picks.
I'm more worried that that's literally exactly what I said in the Dortmund intro, that there's an Area Zero Underdepth that's better than Terrapagos. I'm just saying, but no, I agree with you. I think it's going to be coming out there. Right, I didn't predict Miraidon this time, and I came in yesterday to rehearsals, and I looked at my predictions, and I'm just like, what have you done, Ross?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, look, Dragapult's a great deck. I stand by that. I'm not just predicting it won in Dortmund, because I also know it didn't do very well in Louisville. I think it's an inherently strong deck. I think it's got a lot of potential. I think it's great. Ancient Box, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, talk us through that one.
I'm not sure I can. I like Ancient Box as a deck.
Okay.
And it's one of my favorite decks to play. If I'm laddering on PTCG Live, I love me a little bit of Ancient Box, but I'm looking at that now, and I'm not even sure I've got faith that's going to do great this weekend. Oh, no. Nothing happened. But yeah, it's an interesting one, but I've predicted a couple of weird decks. I'm hoping like one of them does quite well and proves me right, but I'll be honest with you, that Roaring Moon's starting to look a bit of an anomaly. For the other casters, Freya there's gone full Terrapagos, but also gone Dusknoir, which you're going to see in other decks. And Barish there very much on the Palkia train, but of course, remember that Radiant Greninja may well end up popping up in some Lost Zone decks. So you all gone a little bit cheeky going for 2 top decks, and I've just gone, so if Terrapagos wins, you and Freya are both going to count it, right?
Yeah.
If Palkia wins, Freya and Barish are both going to go after it. So look, all I'm saying is, right now, if people at home are looking objectively at this, they're probably thinking, I have the worst predictions. Yeah. But I'm just telling you, if one of those decks spikes this tournament, because look, I predicted Miraidon back in Dortmund, and you all said, oh, it's Rossi, he always predicts Miraidon. Yeah, it made top 8 though, didn't it? Yes. Yeah. Yes, it did.
Yeah, I mean, if Ancient Box does well, I'd say you can have yourself a victory lap, my friend. I'll give you that. Unlikely to happen, sure, but, you know, it's a possibility. So, yeah, I like these picks, though. I think everyone's done pretty well. Barish could be a low-key, you know, dark horse here, you know. That Palkia we saw top 4 in Dortmund, and we said that Radiant Greninja. We just spoke about how the tables could be turning for that to be a much stronger card right now. So, I'd love to see that. So, I'm a big fan, and I guess it'd be interesting to see how that Terrapagos pans out. I know you're not the biggest fan of that.
I'm really not. And that's the thing, like, I think Terrapagos is a great card. I think it's got a huge amount of potential, but I look at an awful lot of data. The data over from Japan is, frankly, not telling us it's the best deck in the format. It's good, but not the best. The data from community tournaments is telling us it's a good deck, but it's not the best. And the data from Dortmund and Louisville Regionals is telling us it's a good deck, but not the... Hang on a second.
What?
I mean, Pikachu wants to make a little prediction.
Oh, what you got there?
He's got himself a little card. Pikachu wants to get in on the action. What's Pikachu gone and predicted?
What's he gone?
Oh, he's a man after my own heart. Pikachu thinks Miraidon is going to win. Lightning Pokemon, Electric Pokemon look after themselves here. There we go. Oh, he's a little bit blurry. We'll do what we can, but it's a full art Miraidon. There we go. Ah, thank you, Shay. There we go. Pikachu reckons Miraidon's here. So look, at least somebody still has faith, and I feel a little bit bad. I lost faith in Miraidon. I made some frankly questionable predictions. Pikachu's come through to save me. He's got a little invitation to the little invitation as well. I'm not getting it out. He will fall over and I won't be able to put him back, but he's got his invitation to the spooky party. And yeah, there's a lot of Halloween fun time going on. We've gone full spooky here. I saw Louisville described as the spookiest regional of the season, and I thought, you know what?
You took that to heart, didn't you?
Yeah.
You was not happy about that.
And look, I watched Louisville. Louisville was great, and Louisville was very spooky, but I did see that as a little bit of a challenge, Shay.
Bit of a challenge. Oh, so yeah, we really turn up the spooky dial here. And I just love the collection of Halloween-themed plushes here. And what's that music? Can you hear that?
It's gone a little bit spooky in here, Shay.
Oh, I don't know if I like that. But my favourite, get there on social media and tweet us what your favourite plushie is. Mine has to be. Look at this little Beware who's dressed up as a Dustclops right now. I love that. What's your favourite one, Ross?
Beware dressed as a Dustclops. I bought this at... It was European International, it might have been like 2017 or something.
Okay.
It was an early European Internationals. I picked this up because I love Beware, and it's one of the cutest things I've seen in my life. And every Halloween, Beware comes out to play at my house. He sits on my desk in my studio. I have a regular Beware on my desk. I wish this wasn't true, but it is. I have a regular Beware sitting on my desk, being my editing buddy all year round. He takes a break for spooky season. Beware Dressed as Dustclops comes out, but this weekend, he's on tour. He's coming in and helping us here. And also, you can't see it great, but Snorlax, he's having a grand old time. He's getting in with all of them cookies and treats and sweets that we all like very much indeed. But yeah, Beware Dressed as a Dustclops, come on.
Also want to give a shout out to old Driftblim there. You might be able to just about see him, but yeah, currently hiding. So, Ross, we're at a spooky regional, getting towards Halloween time. I've got a little fun game for us to play.
Okay,
We're going to look at some Pokedex entries, and I think we're going to try and work out what the Pokemon is. And I think some of these Pokedex entries might be on the spookier side, as it were. How's that sound to you?
I'd be disappointed, Shay, if they weren't spooky Pokedex entries. I want me some spooky Pokedex entries. We'll try and figure out what they are.
Okay, here we go. It changes into the forms of others to surprise them. Apparently, it often transforms into a silent child. I tell you what, that word silent just adds so much, it makes it so much more ominous, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Not just a child, a silent one. Just imagine you're just going about your day, and you turn around, and there's just a silent child there like...
Oh, that happens to me occasionally. I have 3 young kids at home, and every so often one of them's quiet. And when your child is quiet, something's happened. No child, or at least mine are 2, 4, and 6, right? No child of that age is ever quiet unless something has gone terribly wrong, and then you've got to figure out what they've broken. Always fun. Now, I think I actually do know this one. Chat, let me know in the chat. I'm gonna tell you a clue about this Pokemon without giving it away, right?
Oh, you think? So, oh, wow. Okay. You're confident. Okay.
I am confident about this one.
Okay.
Now, I'm playing through Legends Arceus. Enjoyed that game greatly. There we go.
Got there eventually.
This was the final Pokemon that I found in Legends Arceus, and it was in the snowy area. It was hiding in a cave. I refused to look it up and find out where it was. I wandered for hours in this snowy area. I finally stumbled upon a cave, and in that cave in the snowy area, I found this Pokemon, completed my Legends Arceus Pokedex.
Huh.
That's the clue I'm giving everyone at home. If you played that game, that might actually help you. If you haven't, then that was completely pointless.
Yeah, I played it a bit, but it doesn't help me. I'm actually not sure. I mean, there's a whole treasure trove of, ghost types. I mean, it could even be a psychic type, right? Could even be a dark type. Transformation is not something that we see it quite often in the Pokemon, the Pokemon franchise, I should say. So, yeah, I mean, could you maybe, if you're, so you like 100% sure then?
100% sure.
You're 100% sure?
100% sure.
How about you give us a little clue then? Why don't you give us a primary typing?
Well, one clue is I feel like if you watch the anime, you're going to be better at this one because you will have kind of seen this happening in the anime. Think very good. Think very good in the Pokemon TCG.
Oh, okay.
Numerous extremely playable cards.
Numerous extremely?
I'm talking about the evolution line as a whole.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, okay. Oh, Did you just let something slip there?
I did.
Evolutionary line.
I'll tell you, it is a basic Pokemon. I'm pretty sure it's a basic Pokemon. But then we've got, yeah, the evolution has been extremely good in the TCG a number of times.
A number of times.
And maybe at the World Championships, we got a little bit of a hint that it's coming back and might be good again. That's a gigantic clue.
Oh, okay. Now I think, wait, if it's the Pokemon I think it is, a silent child.
I'm going to look so silly if I'm wrong here.
Not the one I would be transforming into if I was that Pokemon, but yeah.
Sure, I've got this.
Fair enough, you got each to their own. Okay.
What are you thinking then, Shay?
Right, well, I'm thinking, purely off the clues you've been given, Worlds could be coming back, transforms, and had numerous good cards in the Pokemon TCG, and I think you said it was the basic, so I'm going to go with Zorua.
I mean, Zorua and Zorua, that evolution line is famous for transforming. We've seen that, you know, you find in the games, you're like, oh, I found, no, wait, it's a Zorua. So I'm pretty sure it is. Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, it was Hisuian Zorua that I was finding in Legends Arceus, all right, but that would have been too big a clue. I didn't want to give it away, so I still think my clue was pretty good.
Yeah.
I kid you not, Shay, it took me so long to stumble upon this random cave, which I think is like the only place it spawns in the entire game, but I found it, and I didn't have to use a guide, and I'm very proud of myself for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun, like you said, numerous good cards. Plan to get another one by the looks of it, you know. Zoroark GX.
Probably the best deck I ever made was the, well, it was a Flareon deck, kind of, but it was Flareon, Leafeon, with the black and white Zoroark that was an extremely good counter for Black Kyurem. Black Kyurem, giant, 200 HP, 2-prize Pokemon, needs like 4 energy to attack, and Zoroark just comes along like double colorless energy, 2 prizes. It was absurd. I adored that card. But we had the one from Breakthrough, which was a phenomenal card. Obviously, the GX was fantastic.
Mind Jack,
Yes, the Mind Jack one that could rush into the active as well. And we do know, of course, there is another one coming in the future, ends Zoroark. Okay.
Right.
Folklore has it that on moonless nights, this Pokemon will make people see horrific nightmares.
Goodness gracious.
I do not know this one.
Okay, right, let's break this down. There's a few things we can sort of, I think, use here. Folklore could be like an ancient-y kind of Pokemon, perhaps.
He ain't new.
Or an older... Oh, no, we've got another one now, apparently. Oh, no, we're back to that one. This Pokemon will see horrific nightmares. Again, these Pokedex entries, whoever write these, they can just use one word, like in the last one, what was it, silent, now it's horrific. It adds so much more, like, almost sinistery to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, whoever's writing these Pokedex entries knows what they're doing. It's got to be a ghost type. Has to be a ghost type. Yeah, I'm thinking ghost type here because of the nightmares. I mean, it could be Gengar.
Wait, you say ghost type, but we know that Darkrai loves to make people see nightmares. And it says moonless nights. Does Darkrai like moonless nights? Is that like a thing? I mean, it probably is. I mean, it might be. Let us know in the chat if Darkrai loves a moonless night. But we know Darkrai takes great pleasure in making people see nightmares for some reason. So that's my early guess, I think.
Oh, I think you're pretty good on Darkrai. I think that one's quite nice. I'm wondering whether it could be Munna.
Okay. We've gone completely opposite end of this. But talk to us, why Munna then?
What's Munna's evolution? I'm completely blanking.
Musharna.
Thank you, Musharna. Oh, the amount of times I tried to make a Musharna deck work, it did not. But Musharna, it plays asleep.
Yes.
And, it's got Dream Eater and all of that.
Yeah.
And Musharna, oh, there's no moon. I'm going to come and be the moon. Have fun with your horrific nightmares.
Have fun with your horrific nightmares.
I tell you what, actually, this is true. I had a nightmare, like a proper nightmare the other day. For the first time in years.
Okay.
I did not have fun. Nightmares are horrible, man.
I don't know if you call this a nightmare, but I had a nightmare the other day where I was meant to come, I was casting, and I came to the venue really late. I was meant to get to the venue at a certain time, and I woke up in the dream, and then I was late. I was running to the venue. Wasn't a fun time. Then I woke up like, goodness.
That's Alex, not you.
Shout out to Alex.
Hi, Alex.
Shout out to Alex.
So we've got Darkrai and Musharna, who are very different Pokemon.
Let us know in the chat what you're thinking as well. Let us know.
Right. And also, I'm sure I don't need to say this, chap. I'm going to say it anyway. No cheating. Don't be cheating.
Oh,
Don't be looking it up and putting it in chat. I don't think anybody would. I trust you guys.
Yeah.
I don't think you're those kind of people, but I'm just saying, don't be doing that. The guess is the best way here. See, I kind of feel I've got the weight lifted here. I got the first one right. I'm not going over.
Yeah,
so
true.
That's the most important thing here for me. But yeah, I don't know if I have any other guesses. I mean, it could be Haunter.
Could be Haunter.
That's what I remember Dream Eating back when I was playing on the Game Boy, so maybe.
Yeah. Well, Pokemon gets Dream Eater. Hypno loves a bit of a Dream Eater, but I don't think Hypno is more of a horrific nightmare. Hypno just does what Hypno does, to be honest with you. I don't know how you would define that. Who else gets Dream Eater? Does Gardevoir get it? But I don't think Gardevoir's not that way inclined, I think.
I don't think Gardevoir and the word horrific are going to go side by side that well, I'll be honest with you.
No.
I wonder how horrific Musharna is. I mean, do you trust Musharna?
That just seems a respectable, trustworthy Pokemon, if you ask me.
I mean, Munna's one of my favorite Gen 5 Pokemon, so all right, I think we've gone as far as we can here. Let's get the answer and see if we were even remotely close.
Show us the Darkrai. Yes! Come on!
Get in.
I got that so early as well.
Yeah, that was a good guess.
Okay, so...
That was the best guess. I was just like, can we get anything better? But no, you nailed it nice and early. I'm proud of you, buddy.
We'll take that. Come on. If you earn championship points by playing spooky Pokedex entries, we'll be doing quite well. I think we've got one more, actually. So, chat, if you've got them, let us know as well. We've got one more coming up, and I'm intrigued to see how this goes. Here we go. According to old tales, it creates friends for itself by controlling sleeping children on starry nights. It creates friends for itself by controlling sleeping children. Oh my goodness! What on earth is going on here?
I don't want to sound repetitive. I think it might be Musharna. Because you think about it, like Musharna's got the kind of, all the stuff coming out, the kind of controlling dreams and all of that.
Okay.
So this is more likely, I think, to be Musharna than the last one, which we know was obviously Darkrai. But you got Darkrai so early last time. Do you have like trying to get this one straight away?
No, this is controlling sleeping children on starry nights. So again, we've got something to do with weather, stuff in the sky, stars. Who loves stars? I don't know.
I feel like we're still going for dream-related Pokemon.
Yeah, it's still...
Like, if you think about Darkrai and the TCG, there was I want to say the level X, where it put you to sleep. And like, if you flipped double heads, you had woke up, but if you flipped double tails, you got knocked out. Something along those lines. It was a real good sleep-related Darkrai card. We're TCG, Touche.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, maybe we think about sleep-related Pokemon. Musharna, Hypno. Pokemon that put to sleep. Mareep.
Oh, Marie, Breloom does.
Definitely not
Breloom,
just to be clear.
Butterfree, Snorlax, he's on the recipient of the...
Snorlax just goes to sleep, he doesn't care.
See, why don't Darkrai just go after Snorlax all the time? Because, I mean, you're not going to have any problems. You know what I mean?
It does feel like Snorlax is just a sitting duck for Darkrai most of the time here.
I actually really haven't got a clue with this one. Creates a controlling sleeping child on starry night. I think my early guess was something like a Miss Magus, maybe.
Oh, that's not a bad. That's not bad. That one is.
Yeah, that's. I don't know why my head went over there, but yeah. So I think I'm gonna lock in that. A little bit of a Miss Magus, I think, is where I'm gonna go. Okay, so Hypno also kind of seems possible, but then I feel as if Hypno's Pokedex entries are normally much more, you can pluck them out, shall I say. And I'm not sure if Miss Magus is actually, I'm not sure if that is a Hypno one.
But see, here's the thing, like, we knew this was happening. I could have looked these up. I could have cheated well good. But I unfortunately did not. Wait a second, here we go.
Okay.
I'm looking up Darkrai level X just to make sure I had this correct.
Okay.
And it is 40 damage and sleep. Flip 2 coins between turns instead of 1 during Pokemon Checkup, as we would say nowadays. If either is tails, they're still asleep. They need to flip both to wake up. If both of them are tails, KO. I remember Darkrai level X, which I tried deck building with when it was actually recent. It did not go well, Shay. That was not a great deck. So we're thinking sleep, we're thinking Hypno, Musharna, Miss Magius, things along those lines. I'm not sure if I have any better guesses than that.
No, I don't think I do either, realistically. I'm gonna stay with my Miss Magius. Nothing else there's no, like, I don't feel as if there's many defining characteristics with this one. I feel as if it's just a Pokemon that just has nefarious plans by the looks of it, like, and that could be a whole host, unfortunately.
I do feel like there's probably an episode of the anime somewhere where this Pokemon's kind of like creating all these sleeping children friends. And so we're not going sinister here. We're not thinking sinister, we're thinking nice.
Oh, interesting.
Could it be Mimikyu?
I was just thinking Mimikyu. That's mad how we came to that conclusion.
Mimikyu, I mean, well, we got it earlier if you'd have, followed the design brief and dressed as Mimikyu. Mimikyu loves friends. Mimikyu just wants friends. Oh, we got a whole new avenue here. Right, I think it's time we found out. Show me Mimikyu, Mushana, Miss Magius, or someone else, beginning with M.
Okay, here we go. Goffrita.
Doesn't even have an M in it.
I mean, it doesn't. Interesting. Okay, so Goffrita.
I feel like we could have gone for like the next hour and we would not have.
No, we wouldn't have got that. We wouldn't have got that.
That wasn't happening, mate.
Not even a ghost type. So, right, well.
Makes sense.
That's going to wrap up our sort of spooky Pokédex. You might have some more of them later on come out today, to make sure stick around if you like that. But let's come all the way back to the tournament setting now. You know, I mean, we are here to do that.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's do some tournamenting.
Let's do our tournament. So, I believe our round 3 match is going to get started very soon. Players are just sitting down and shuffling. And what are you hoping to see here, Ross?
Well, there are 2 players I've got my eye on most. When we were talking to our lovely kind of SME backstage, I was saying, right, there are 2 players that are top of my list to see round 3.
Okay.
Assuming they're, 2-0 and in position to be on stream, of course. And that is it Constakalama who won in Lille last time?
Yep.
Always like seeing the previous champion on stream. And Stefan Ivanov with that Palkia deck. We've talked about them obviously a lot.
Yep.
Top 4 in Dortmund. Originated that Palkia deck. Local French player. So they're the 2 players I most want to see. But what I really want to see here is something weird and different. Like that new style of Lost Zone.
Yep.
Or something else we're not expecting. Dragapult coming and making a comeback after a disappointing Louisville regional. Something along those lines. I'm up for anything, frankly.
Yeah.
I like guessing Pokedex entries. What I really like is watching some Pokemon. And we should let all you lovely ladies and gentlemen at home know, when we're playing our little games, I assure you, you are not missing a second of the action. Soon as the game starts, we'll always go straight to the games. We got you guys. Yeah?
Oh, for sure.
We're going straight there when the game starts. The good news is I can see 2 pairs of hands shuffling up right now. We are moments away from round 3.
Round 3.
Round 3, that's where we are. Do you know the game?
I think I can recognize one set of hands there on the right. I don't want to confirm anything, just in case. I don't want to be wrong. But I think we might have alluded to one of our players already, Ross. You actually might have mentioned their name really recently. So they might be, I think they're a player that's traditionally done pretty well in Lille, you could say.
Well, interestingly enough, both Yuho and Constakalama brothers both sitting at 2-0 at the moment here. So they are players that we are watching. And I'm just going to check on Stefan Ivanov quickly here, see if they have also gotten off to a 2-0 start. I mean, yeah, obviously they are. Come on, it's Stefan Ivanov.
Dinner.
We're in Lille. Obviously, Stefan's 2-0. It's going to take more than the first couple of rounds to give Stefan a loss. Do I give away their deck yet? Or do we let people wait to see later?
I think we got to let them simmer a little bit. I want you guys at home to watch all over the stream, which I'm sure you're going to do anyway. So we'll reveal that later on. I mean, there's a good chance Stefan keeps doing well, get featured on here anyway, won't he, to be fair?
I mean, look, I'm not telling you what Stefan's playing. That's going to be a surprise for later. I'm saying if I got top 4 at Dortmund with a new Palkia deck, and then a bunch of other people went and did well in Louisville, I would probably bring Palkia to the next event. Yep. That's just me. We'll see later. So, do you recognise either of those players, Shay?
I recognise young Constakalama on the right, our last Lille Regional Champion. And yeah, fantastic player, done really well. Top 16 at World, I believe, as well, somewhere in that ballpark. Playing Lugia V-Star, and did really well at the last 2023 Worlds as well with Lugia V-Star. And I think he's playing Lugia V-Star again. A player, look at that resume. Goodness gracious me. Lille Regional Champion, just gone World Top 16, World Top 16 again. I was right, both with Lugia V-Star as well. And then Malmo Regional finalist. So Constakalama is our round 3 feature match player here on the right.
Can confirm they are playing Archeops Lugia again this round. They're going up against Jake Pearson, who is going to be playing Raging Bolt EX, our presumptive best deck in the format. Oh, we got a bunch of energy. Oh,
goodness.
2 gift, 2 double turbo.
And Luminion.
That's not ideal prizes there. I didn't see anything terrible from Jake, but those are prizes. If I'm Consta, I'm not delighted, frankly.
No, not the greatest, not the worst. Here we do see the fist bump. No, our round 3 feature match is getting started here at the Lille Regional Championships. Let's make some noise for that. So, Consta's going to start us off here. That Blood Moon Ursaluna in the active. Don't realistically want that there. Oh, this is big, actually. We know Consta's prized 1 copy of Luminion. Does play 2 copies, but looks like might be Ultra Balling it away here, perhaps. That would mean there'd be no copy of Luminion available. And there it goes.
Oh, and that is heartbreaking. You play 2 copies of Luminion in case one is prized. You see one in your opening hand and you think, look, I've got another one. That's okay. You don't have another one, Consta. I'm sorry to tell you. So let's have a quick run through the decks as we're doing this early search. Consta is playing this Lugia deck. It's nice and simple. You need to get 2 Archeops in the discard pile. You get Lugia V-Star going turn 2. Use Lugia's V-Star power to put both of those Archeops onto your bench. None of that evolution rubbish. And then you accelerate 2 special energy per Archeops per turn. Power up attackers and go and smash. Tell us about Raging Bolt.
Raging Bolt, you know what? It's kind of similar, to be fair, except to smash. You don't really have to get much going. All you have to do is just get some energy, as we do see Ultra Ball concluding for Consta and attach to the active and pass. So for Jake, Professor Sada's Vitality is a way to get energy attached to your Raging Bolt, because Raging Bolt has that Bellowing Thunder attack, letting you deal 70 damage for each energy you discard from your Pokemon in play. So we have Professor Sada to get those energy into play, and we also have Till Mask Ogerpon to use Till Dance, who can attach a grass energy to itself as well. So a multitude of ways to get energy in play for Jake. So Jake's actually in a pretty good position here, actually, Ross, because all Raging Bolt wants to do is take 2 prizes on your first turn, 2 prizes on your second turn, and spoiler alert, you want to get 2 prizes on your third turn. Jake can very easily do that. Just needs to get some basic energy in play, as we do see that Nest Ball concluding for that Squawkabilly EX.
And if you're Jake, just looking at this and you're going, hang on a second, I'm going second and my opponent's got a 2-prize Pokemon in the active. This is exactly where I want to be. But it does look like that was a Professor's research played there.
Was that Squawk and Seas?
Oh, Squawk and Seas, I did not see. That makes way more sense. Now we do get the Squawk and Seas. Thank you for the correction there. We've got Teal Mask Ogerpon on the bench. Oh, but we still don't have a Professor. We don't have a Professor Sada. We do have Earthen Vessel, which can get grass energy, which can attach to Ogerpon to draw a card, which might be Professor Sada. I think that's what we're hoping for the minute.
Yes, that is all we can do basically for the next couple of turns. Earthen Vessel, and you discard 1 card from your hand to grab 2 basic energy. So it's like Earthen Vessel, discarded Earthen Vessel to get basic lightning and basic grass. And then you can use that grass energy via Teal Dance to attach it to the Teal Mask Ogerpon and draw a card. This is going to be a really good card here for Jake to continue the turn. Professor Sada would be really nice, but let's just see what it is. Can Jake's turn continue?
Absolutely huge.
Oh.
No, it's a Bravery Charm, and here's why I keep saying it's going to be huge. You attach the Raging Bolt, you play Professor Sada, hang on a second, you've got Prime Catcher in hand, you KO the Lugia, your opponent does not get a turn 2 Lugia V-Star. Unfortunately, not able to pull that off this turn. No Professor Sada means no turn 1 attack.
Well, we could see a Burst Roar, discarding your hand to draw 6, but that would get rid of the Prime Catcher, which is now discarded. So a costly turn there for Jake. Consta can now start to get back into this game. He needs to get 2 Archeops in a discard pile and then try and find a Lugia V-Star to use Summoning Star. So Burst Roar has been used. Over to Consta now. Let's see what he can do.
Missing that Professor Sada's Vitality was absolutely huge. That would basically have won Jake the game. He puts Consta 2 turns away. Oh, here we go. We got the Megagosa. Does not get a Pokemon. But he would have put Consta 2 turns away from getting a Lugia V-Star, and then you're taking a prize every 2 prizes every turn. That would have been beyond huge, but we don't get Professor Sada. So now for Consta, you survive that first turn. Your Lugia is still on the board. Okay. Can you get your Archeops and Lugia V-Star?
This is going to be interesting. So we see the Jet Energy to get Lugia V in the active after Professor's research as well. So that means you can use Read the Wind. But you don't really want to leave Lugia V in the active because it can easily get KO'd. Now, do we see some Archeops in that hand? No. We see an Ultra Ball. I see one. Oh, there's 1 Ultra Ball and 1 Archeops, but no way to get them. No way to discard them both. Oh, no.
I've seen a lot of games of Lugia played on stream over the years since it became legal. I have never seen a player deliberately getting... Oh, sorry. I've never seen a player who got 1 Archeops when they wanted 2 who won the game. That doesn't happen. Yeah. I've seen a game against Control where a player deliberately got 1 and it worked out.
Yep.
But if you want 2 and you get 1, I have never seen a game on stream where you win that. You need double Archeops, and you're right. You can Ultra Ball for an Archeops, you then got 2 in hand, and no way to discard them.
Well, you can Ultra Ball this one out of your hand, maybe get rid of the Iron Hand, not traditionally very helpful in this matchup, to then grab a second, and then use Read the Wind to discard that. But obviously Read the Wind's an attack, so you can't use Summoning Star this turn. So you have to sort of just cross your fingers and hope that Jake cannot KO your Lugia V at the very least. So it could be tough. You could also grab a second Lugia V here as well, just to try and give yourself another Lugia on the, if you do get KO'd next turn. But
oh, you have to Lugia V here. What do you mean if you get KO'd, Shay?
You're already in a tough position. You might have to start trying to, you know.
Your opponent's got a new hand from your burst draw, and you don't even need Professor Sada next turn. Attach for turn, attach to Tiamat's Gogapon, and that is the KO. You don't even need Professor Sada's Vitality. And the thing is, if you're Consta, you can come back from this. You're playing a 2-2 Cinccino line, so you can, if your opponent whiffs their Gusting for a couple of turns, you can actually move the prize trade in your favor by leaving a single prizer to get KO'd, and then you're not just trading 2 prizes with your opponent having taken the first KO. That is what you're hoping for here. You slow the game down, you try and get the Archeops next turn, and then you try and use Cinccino to, you know, move the prize race back in your favor. But you have to play a Lugia this turn, or else you're not getting the V-Star next turn.
Oh, looks like Ultra Ball's going to conclude for the Mincino.
Unless I'm missing something here.
Okay.
There's a V-Star.
Oh, it's going to be a Summoning Star for 1.
Oh, okay. I mean, look, we got the Summoning Star, and you can get an attack with Lugia this turn. No, oh, yes, you can if you use double turbo.
Use double turbo.
So you get 200 damage on the board, but I mean, look, if I'm Jake here, I think, well, hang on a second. If I can KO Archeops and then Lugia, Consta's got no energy, and Lugia with no energy does not do very well. No. Cinccino can move the prize trade in your favor. However, it takes a lot of energy to do so.
So we do see the Tempest dive there, going to deal 200 damage with that double turbo energy and discard that Meza Goza as well. Like to see that, making sure Jake cannot use it. So, is over to Jake now. Let's see what happens.
There's no bench hitters in Consta's decks. It's not like you can use Raging Greninja to finish that off later. You are going to have to get another proper hit onto that Raging Bolt.
Jake's hand isn't very good. There's going to have to be some teal dancing to try and get out of this. Here we go.
Has he got a fighting energy?
Wait, why has that grass energy just been discarded? Yep, we'll take that back. Sorry, teal goes to the active, goes to the Pokemon. Raging Greninja. Ooh.
Oh no, but this is actually super annoying.
Why is that then?
Well, you want to put the fighting energy onto Raging Bolt to attack, but you also want to discard it with Greninja.
Just one energy. Right, yeah.
So you discard it, but now you don't have the requisite. Never punished.
There you go.
Draw into that fighting energy again, along with a lost vacuum. And okay, so now you can attach that, and you can at least get the KO. The KO is on the board now.
Yeah. So we are going to see Pokestop, getting rid of a Teal Mask Ogerpine, a basic energy, and actually, you don't mind energy being a discard pile, because you can just Professor Sada them straight back into play. Not the worst place in the world. I imagine this Ultra Ball might be going to go grab another Raging Bolt. Oh, yeah. Professor Sada, we want to try and get as many energy onto your Raging Bolt as possible. So that seems like a good plan to me.
And to be fair, yeah, I don't think you even want to attach the fighting energy. If you really want to use Professor Sada, you actually want to Sada onto both the Raging Bolt here.
Oh, of course.
So you could attach to the active and then just discard it. That would work, but you don't need to attach to the active here. I did not realize I had a Professor Sada in hand a moment ago.
I missed out as well. So
it's hard for us to know exactly what both players have got in hand at all times. We're following a lot here, Shay.
We're trying our best. Come on, everyone. Cut us. So here we do see the Professor Sada. So imagine it's going to be a minimum of fighting to the active.
Yep.
So we can use Bellowing Thunder and then
lightning or fighting to the bench.
Lightning or fighting to the bench.
Doesn't matter.
And it's going to be a big KO. Remember, Bellowing Thunder does 70 for each energy you choose to discard from your Pokemon. So you need 4 to get that big KO there. And there's plenty of energy there. We see another Teal Dance. Joins Professor Sada.
Like that, Shay. That's awesome.
We know that Lugia V-Star is a deck that traditionally doesn't play too much hand disruption. So having a Professor Sada in hand is very nice.
Yeah, see, here's the issue I'm seeing from Consta's side here. You've got the KO nice and easily with, say, your Cinccino. And then you've got your Blood Moon Ursaluna, which can take a next KO, but you need 3 KOs, and I'm only seeing 2 easy to get Pokemon, and here we see a Switch Cart bringing a new Raging Bolt into the active. It's got enough energy because of all the energy shenanigans this term, and this is very, very big. Now, you can still get a KO with Blood Moon Ursaluna, but you have to not use double turbo, but you would still be able to pull it off here.
Yes. So we're going to see Bellowing Thunder going to discard 1 grass, 2 grass, 3 grass energy, and then the fighting energy from the active by looks of it. That's a big bellowing thunder KO there as Jake takes 2 prize cards here. The first prize card here in our feature match here at the Lille Regional Championships. Gift energy does activate for Consta though, gets to draw up to 7.
Which isn't bad.
Which is very good, I'll take that. Promotes Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the turn starts.
Yeah, Blood Moon Ursaluna's got the KO. You attach 2 energy, make sure one of them isn't double turbo, hit 240, you get the KO. Job is a good one. It's only got 240. I said 230 in the intro, I obviously meant 240. Yeah. But my issue here is you can then finish off the bench Raging Bolt with a Cinccino.
Yes.
But then you need to take 1 more prize, and you've only got 1 Archeops out. It is possible, absolutely. Maybe it's a Weird Ear, maybe it's a second Cinccino. But with only 1 Archeops, accelerating the energy becomes awkward.
We do see Legacy Energy getting attached. I like that. Legacy Energy would reduce the amount of prize cards taken, but if the Pokemon is attached, it gets knocked out by 1. So that means if Jake was to KO the Blood Moon Ursaluna, it would actually, he would only take 1 prize card instead of 2. That's interesting, because Consta does need to try and, you know, alleviate this prize trade discrepancy, and Legacy Energy would help with that. Consta is now going to play a Great Ball. I love that card in Lugia V-Star decks. Then you look at the top 7 cards of your deck and grab any Pokemon you find there and pop it in your hand. So this is looking very good. We also see the stadium replacement, Ross Mezagoza.
We're going to flip again. Are we going to get a heads? I have no idea. I can't see. But he hasn't gone and picked up his deck, so I'm assuming that means it was a tails. Here comes Cinccino. Oh, it was a heads. He went and got the Cinccino. That was weird for a second. But we did get the Cinccino there, so that means that you've got your next 2 attackers. And for Consta, it is, can you get a 3rd attacker rolling? Attach for turn is nice. Here, every single energy attachment is huge.
So there we do see the Blood Moon Ursaluna going to take a big KO here by looks of it. Blood Moon going to deal 240. Remember, does have that season skill ability, reducing the attack cost by 1 curse energy for each prize card your opponent has taken. So Blood Moon is live, and Consta is going to even up the prize cards here. Now it's game on for Jake.
Yeah, here we go, and that Legacy Energy is going to be a pain because what Jake really wants to do is take 2 more 2-prize KOs, but look at Consta's board. Legacy Energy on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, that's a 1-prizer. Archeops, 1-prizer. Cinccino, 1-prizer. That means Jake is going to have to take more KOs than he's traditionally comfortable with. Here's the flip for Mezagoza. The real question is, does Consta have enough time to get enough energy onto his Pokemon? We have a heads from Mezagoza there, so Jake gets to go and grab a Pokemon.
And I think you alluded to something really interesting there, is that Consta doesn't have as much time to get energy into play. Like, if he wants to try and build a big special wall, hasn't got as much time to do that now. And like we said, maybe going to try and utilize a Weird Ear to maybe try and take these last 2 prize cards. Weird Ear needs a lot of energy for that to work. And I mean, you've only got 1 use of Primal Turbo a turn. Could be hard to do, as we do see the Mezagoza concluding, going to grab another Raging Bolt EX and pop it on the bench.
That's nice. Raging Bolt is how we roll here. Here's the thing, right? If you're Consta, you do not want to bench your 2-prize Pokemon anymore. No. It can be the final one. You know, if your opponent's got 1 prize remaining, yeah, go bench it, go nuts. But right now, if you're Consta, your best chance in this game is making sure that Jake has to take 1 prize a turn. And actually, cheekily, it's really annoying if you are playing Raging Bolt and you've got to go through all of this every turn just to take a single prize.
Is there a world? Jake has boss's orders in hand. Do you boss's orders the Archeops here?
100%.
I think he does have boss's orders in hand.
Oh, no.
But then...
I don't know. 100%'s not the right answer here, Shay. Because the problem is, if you do that, Blood Moon Ursaluna takes 2 prizes.
Yeah.
But then if it's taking 2 prizes off your heavily damaged Raging Bolt, which is an easy 2 prizes anyway, maybe it's worth it.
Maybe. Yeah, this is... Who knows? We see Trekking Shoe going to get rid of a Professor Sada. Going to draw into another copy of Trekking Shoes, I believe, by... Oh, no, the Tilmask Ogerpon. So Jake has been tearing through the deck.
Right, so I'm trying to do a bit of maths here.
Okay,
let's say
do some maths.
You KO the Archeops.
Yep.
Next turn, Consta puts 1 energy on Cinccino, KOs with Blood Moon Ursaluna. You then KO Blood Moon Ursaluna, Cinccino gets a 3rd energy, it hits for 210. That is enough to KO Ogerpon with Gusting, so that might still work out. But we do have Bravery Charm on each Ogerpon, so it might just work, but then again, it would still get Squawkabilly.
Yes, but we do see Professor Sada being played, so it looks like we're not going to see any boss orders for now. Interesting thought process, though, as we do see Professor Sada going to be played. Look at all the energy in play, bro. There's so much energy here. Hisuian Heavy Ball as well. Great card. Love to see that. I don't think, was there any basic Pokemon in Jake's prize card? I don't think there was, actually.
Not that I remember seeing. We're going to get a reminder now. No basic Pokemon there. There's nothing to grab. It's more just get a reminder of your prizes, know exactly what's there. But also, thin a card from your hand. If an Ino or something were to come down, you don't want to have that card being drawn into.
Yes.
So get rid of it. Lugia plays a couple of Ino. Just give yourself that protection.
Yeah, don't mind that. So yeah, I think Jake's in a good position. Going to take a nice big KO here by looks of it. Shame's going to be for one prize card, but there's nothing you can really do about that. And yeah, Chinchino is going to have to, well, do a lot, to be fair.
We talked through the boss's orders onto Archeops play, but really, with all the bravery, charm and stuff, it really does seem like Jake can just prize race here. It is not guaranteed by any stretch, but I think the most important thing here is getting rid of your opponent's main attacker. Get Blood Moon Ursaluna off the board and basically say to Consta, I don't think you're taking 4 prizes with Chinchino. You can have 2, I don't care. The active Raging Bolt is going to go down, and I just don't care.
You're going to see Bellowing Thunder there, big KO, and he's 4 energy again to KO that. Only takes 1 prize card this time, but still fantastic. There we go, 1 prize card being taken. Over to Consta, promotes to Chinchino, and let's see what he can do. Did actually take Luminion off the prize cards there. Now, doesn't really want to put that into play, but worth noting that is available. Mezagoza, Nazatails. Consta hasn't flipped heads in that Mezagoza yet. Oh, my goodness.
I think he flipped heads for the Chinchino, did he not?
I think no, the Chinchino was off the Great Ball.
Ah, that makes a lot more sense. Here's the thing. If I'm Consta, you attach an energy, you KO the Raging Bolt. You do 140, even with a Bravery Charm, you get the KO, it's fine.
Yeah.
My issue here is, where are those last 2 prizes coming from? Jake's still got to take 3 individual KOs in order to finish off this game.
Yes.
But you can basically, at that point, just pick and choose whatever's got energy on, and that's going to be a bit of a problem. You know, Chinchino next turn can hit 70 damage. You don't mind about that. Although the Archeops is helping out here, so maybe that one Archeops is going to get you over the line. It's going to hit 210. Consta might still be able to finish this off with that single Archeops.
I mean, that would be really nice to see. I love that little Mincino coming down there, pumps up with double jet energy. And you're right, it's actually really interesting. Let's see what Consta can do. I mean, only needs, what, 1 more energy to the active, yep.
That's easy. The energy to the active was fine. It's here.
So there we are going to see that big special roll KO. Love to see that. Consta takes 2 prize cards, go down to 2.
After all of that, after all the discussion, Shay, I think if Consta can find the second Chinchino, I think he might have. I have never seen a game where a Lugia player gets 1 Archeops when they want 2 and wins it. Could Consta be proving us wrong here? Or at least breaking that record?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, how can Jake get around? Could use the Sandy Shock to take a KO, right? Does that, well, wait, can Sandy Shock even get there? Because it doesn't hit for weakness. Would have to use the Power Gem. That would get there, but it actually has benched the Pheasantipity, so we won't be seeing his Sandy Shocks action. Pheasantipity is live, you know, flip the script, then you draw 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was KO'd.
Look. And that Chinchino can hit 350 next turn with an Archeops and then attachment for turn.
So let's have an energy retrieval going to be played. Going to grab about 2 basic energy from the discard pile. So let's see what can, and this is one of the downsides to the Raging Bolt deck, is that it's kind of one-dimensional. It can just swing with a 2 prize at every turn. It's very good at doing that. But that's all it can realistically do most of the time.
So what we kind of said in the open, it's not a deck that's really countering what you're doing. It's a deck that's saying, look at me, I hit hard. I don't care what your plan is, I've got my plan. And if the plan falls apart, it does. Now here we see the boss's orders on the Archeops. I like this, because here, it basically limits each Chinchino to 210 next turn. But see, even then, Gusting and Consta can win. Or if Consta can kind of sacrifice 1 Chinchino to get 2 turn attachments on the other one, and there's no Braving Charm on the Raging Bolt, then you'll hit 280, and that will be the win. Braving Charm will put up to 290 and be 10 out of range. So I would have liked this Archeops the previous turn. I think that would have hurt a lot more. You would have had to give up prizes, though, and that's a pain.
I think as long as there's boss's orders in hand and an energy.
There we go.
So boss's orders going to bring up the Pheasantipity or Squawkabilly special roll for game, and Consta will take our game 1 here in our round 3 feature match, and doing it with only 1 Archeops for us. Your streak of seeing Archeops only having 1 in play and players losing is now over.
I can never again say on stream that I've never seen a player with 1 Arceus when they wanted 2 winning because Consta has gone and proved us wrong. And that was an awkward back and forth game. Those questions of do you go after that lone Arceus or do you go after the attackers? But in the end, it was Consta doing what we said. It was using those single prize attackers and then Blood Moon Ursaluna as a pseudo single prize attacker. That was the big difference there. Making sure you're only giving up 1 prize per KO. It meant that, you know, Raging Bolt is taking a bunch of KOs, but not unfortunately getting close enough to winning. And because Consta's taking 2 prizes every turn and Raging Bolt's taking 1, that unfortunately does mean that Lugia ends up victorious. That was a weird game, Shay.
It really was. There's a lot of things to think about, right? You know, special role when you're only using energy attachments and 1 primal turbo, not the traditional, you know, get into play and it's just dealing 280 damage straight away. But yeah, real interesting to see that legacy energy was so huge.
Oh, yes.
Just being able to just stem that 2 prize loss and just get back in the game. And I think, to be fair, I'm not sure what else Jake could have realistically done. Maybe going after Arceus earlier was the play, but, you know. But anything can happen. You know, it just has to win 2 more games now. Is that a 2-0 record? So it's very possible. And let's see what can happen.
Yeah, see, the problem here is that Raging Bolt is basically coming along saying, I want to play against all these big 2-prize decks. Dragapult, Charizard. I want to be taking down 2 prizes. Bam, 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 I win the game. Some Lugia decks nowadays don't even play Cinccino, and it's really just the legacy energy. Those builds of Lugia, Raging Bolt is far better against. Here, when you can use Cinccino and you can use your legacy energy, you're going to be in a much better position. And here's the thing, like if I'm Jake, I'm like, he had 1 Arceus and I still lost. Does not make you feel great going into game 2 while Consta has 1 Arceus prized.
All right, is over to our game 2. Looks like Consta is going to be kicking us off. Now, it does have Ultra Ball and double Arceus in the hand, so Consta immediately goes off to the races. We'll get rid of those Arceus, grab himself a Lugia V, and do a little prize card check. However, Consta has led a 2-prize Pokemon again. Not something you really want to do against Raging Bolt. Did get away with it in the last game. Will he get away with it again?
And that's the thing, you know, I said last game was weird. There's a world in which, you know, if Jake just had Professor Sada turn 1, you KO the only Lugia, Consta never gets any Arceus until Jake's taken at least 4 prizes, and at which point Jake probably ends up winning game 1. But game 2, Consta goes straight into the Ultra Ball for double Arceus, the dream of every Lugia player to have in hand turn 1, but does pass again with 1 Lugia on the board. This is what happened in the last game. Consta didn't get punished. This is it for Jake. This is the turn where you try and punish. Problem is, the only real way to gust without using your supporter is Prime Catcher, and that's a one-of in your deck.
We do see a Pokegear being played. Oh, I was going to say, got excited there. Drew into the Prime Catcher. Obviously, can't take that off a Pokegear.
You cannot.
So we're going to have to grab the boss's orders instead. But yeah, it's interesting because some Raging Bolt lists like to play the Pokemon Catcher, which have been very good in this situation. But Jake opting not to. So let's see what he can do. Pokegear going to grab the boss's orders and bench a Tilmosk Ogerpon as well.
A big good theory here. You've got, you know, maybe a card or 2 off of your Teal Dance or your Teal Mask Ogerpon. You've got hopefully 3 cards off your Professor Sada's Vitality. You've got maybe 6 cards off of your Squawk and Seize. Oh. So there's still some digging to be done if you can get Professor Sada and Prime Catcher.
Wait a second. There's Professor Sada in hand, but there's no way of getting energy into the discard pile.
That is an unfortunate situation. We see another Pokegear here. But if you've already got both your... Well, I mean, the only thing you play like 1 Briar and 1 Iono, like...
Oh, that's a miss, actually. No supporters in that top 7.
What do you even want here? You've got Boss's Orders and Professor Sada in hand.
Either way, again, energy in the discard pile, but there's no options for that. I think... I guess you can manually attach the active and do a burst roar again, but I don't see a way in which Bellowing Thunder will be coming out. And if that's the case again, Consta will be feeling very lucky.
Yeah, we see Lugia players whiff the double Arceus in the discard turn 1 all the time. We don't see them whiffing finding Lugia V-Star on turn 2 very often at all. That is a much easier thing to pull off. So
there we do see the burst roar. But Consta's hand actually isn't very good. Boss's orders, Mr. Energy, Iron Hands, and what's that one called? Gift Energy. So Again, it's just going to be straight back over by the looks of it. Can't really read the wind. Wouldn't really want to read the wind, actually, because that would leave your Lugia V vulnerable. So it's got to just be attach energy and a pass. Maybe boss's order just to make life a bit more awkward, perhaps?
It's our spooky regional, and I've given them the caster curse. No longer, you know, I'm saying, oh, no one ever misses Lugia turn 2, and Constant's like, cheers, Ross. All of a sudden whiffs it. Now, this is huge for Jake. There is 1 Lugia on the board. There are 2 Archeops in the discard pile. Jake needs to KO that Lugia. You cannot rely on constant whiffing turn after turn. So, we do the Bravery Charm onto your Roaring Moon. Squawkabilly no longer an option, because it's no longer... Oh, thank you. Lugia, the Squawkabilly no longer an option. It's not turn 1 anymore. But you've got draws from thank you, Radiant Greninja. We got draws from Teal Mask, 2 of them, and
drew into the Professor Sada off that moon. Not like Shuriken, the concealed cards, I should say.
We don't even really need Sada this turn, truth be told. You can get there with manual attachments. What you do need to do is draw cards looking for that Prime Catcher. Or boss's orders, but you don't have boss's orders, you burst roared it away. You've got Pal Pad. I'm not seeing any other way to draw cards here.
Well, it has Earthen Vessel, so I can grab 2 copies of Basic Grass, or 1 copy of Basic Grass, and then you can draw off Teal Dance, but that's going to be it. So we do see the Pal Pad going to be used, shuffle in the boss, and I think was that Professor Sada as well.
Yeah, I think you get them both back here.
Yep, get them both back, shuffle up, and let's see what those Teal Dance moves can do.
It's really awkward. Do you draw 1 card and boss's orders is an option, or do you draw 2 knowing you've got to hit Prime Catcher? The odds say you draw 1 with boss's orders as an option, but I think that's got to be where you go here.
All these cards are good. There's an Earthen Vessels being eyed up. We're going to get rid of energy retrieval.
So I think what you do here is you attach to both your Teal Mask Ogapon. No, sorry, you attach to Teal Mask and you're active. You draw 1. You hope it's a Gusting. If it is a Gusting, you KO the Lugia, you're good to go.
Yep.
If it's not, then you play Professor Sada. You get to draw 3 more cards, but then it has to be Prime Catcher. So I'm pretty sure that's the way you maximize your outs here. You need to gust that Lugia. So here you just...
But then,
gotta hope.
If you was to use Prime Catcher, you'd have to then retreat something. You wouldn't then have enough energy in play, right?
Moot point now, we have not got Prime Catcher. So now you have to play Professor Sada.
Which, to be fair, Raging Bolt just wants to take the first 2 prize cards and keep doing that. It's like, getting rid of the Lugia V would have been Dreamer scenario. Taking 2 prize cards here is equally fun, but worth noting, actually, sneaky little gift energy there from Constant. We'll be able to draw up to 7 on this KO and might be able to try and get back in this game.
Have one on a Lugia as well for what it's worth.
Yep.
No Gusting. Well, we do have Trekking Shoes, though. We can keep digging for a moment. There goes Trekking Shoes.
Oh, no, this is actually a big decision. This is a big decision. We know how important Flip the Script is in a lot of matchups.
You do play 2 Night Stretchers, so it can come back.
Did opt to keep it, Jake. Did opt to keep it.
Yeah, I think the odds of getting it a solo, and like you say, you've got to muck around retreating and all of that. So I think here you do just KO the active. It's not ideal.
And worth noting, while that Raging Bolt has a Bravery Charm attached, it's going to be really hard for Constance to try and actually work towards where there's no Minchino on the bench. So I'm fairly confident saying that Roaring Moon isn't going to go... Roaring Moon, you've got me doing it now. Raging Bolt is going nowhere, but we do see the Bellowing Thunder. Big KO there. Gift Energy will activate. Consta gets to draw 4 cards. Oh, they didn't. I think I saw Professor's research, but I saw a ton of energy there. Let's see what Consta can do. Great Ball, Buster's Orders, a whole host of energy. And tell a lie, I do not see a Professor's research there now.
Hope you hit it off of this. Oh, first card.
There we go.
Literally the top card.
V-Star, come on.
Then you get your 2 Archeops, and here you are trying to... And now here's the thing. Lugia plays no Pokemon recovery.
No.
Doesn't play it in the deck. Blood Moon Ursaluna is now in the discard pile. That is a great attacker in this matchup.
Really
one that Constantly used brilliantly back in game 1. So off the board, it's not available. You've got a 2-2 Chinchino line. Again, you do not play recovery. So it's going to be a little bit awkward here.
I guess Boss's Orders is in hand. So we can actually, as long as you don't attach a double energy, you can actually Tempest Diver bench Teal Mask Ogapon for a KO.
Yeah,
that would work. Worth noting, funnily enough, can't do it now, but a little bit of trivia. You could actually, if you want to. Oh no, you can't Summoning Star to Ursaluna because they can't have a rule box, right, for summoning. Ah, okay. So I was gonna say you could Summoning Star back to Ursaluna, but
no one is gonna Summoning Star on Ursaluna, Shay.
Oh yeah, rule box. Yeah. You never know.
I feel like I know, Shay.
Well, you can't do it. Moot point, because you can't do it anyway.
No, it's not a legal play, unfortunately. Fun idea, though.
So it looks like Primal Turbo is being used. So I'll be intrigued to see. But what's all of this in hand? We haven't seen support yet. So you can at least take 2 prize cards here, going after a Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, you got plenty of energy in hand. You can use your 2 Archeops. So energy's not going to be a problem. You're hitting 220. You can get rid of a Teal Mask Ogerpon. One of the biggest issues here is you're going to run out of prizes. And you don't play, you play 4 Boss's Orders. Do you really want to have to rely on playing one of them for each of your KOs? Maybe you do. But it's awkward if you end up in that situation.
Yeah.
Having said that, why don't you just use Chinchino, whack a whole bunch of energy on there, and just KO your Raging Bolt with Bravery Charm, and just not even... You get 5 energy in a turn. That's 350 damage.
I mean, that'd be very helpful, but the problem is that there is no Minccino down. So while this turn is good, you're taking 2 prize cards, it kind of leaves Consta a bit vulnerable next turn, because there's nothing you can realistically do. Why are we oohing?
Well, I'm oohing because, yeah, what does Consta... there's no way that Lugia's still there next turn. Like, Raging Bolt is going to KO it. And, okay, it's only going to take 1 prize because Legacy Energy obviously has already come out. But there's no Minccino to evolve into. No Minccino to evolve into Chinchino.
Yeah.
Lobular Saloon in the discard, so that's not an option.
Yeah.
So, like, potential attackers, we've got Iron Hand and Weirdeer. And I don't think either of them are phenomenal, honestly.
Won't be able to use Iron Hands because Legacy Energy has been committed now as well.
Oh, that's a good point. So that's the only energy for Iron Hands. So literally the only viable attacker next turn is Weirdeer. And here's the thing, you put 5 energy on, which is the maximum you can get in 1 turn, and you do 200 damage. It's not even enough to KO a Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, if he's using a Weirdeer to do 200 damage, that'd be a bit of a... I was going to say, oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Weirdeer is not good. And that's one of the things I find. Now, Consta managed to navigate it last game, and that was awesome. But Consta's attackers here, unless you've got Chinchino with double Archeops, the attackers are a bit annoying. They're not. They've all got these big downsides.
Yeah, so let's see what Jake can do. They're going to play a Nest Ball to grab another Teal Mask Ogerpon. That's my favorite artwork there on that one on the right. So let's see what happens. We'll flip the script. Well, I'll say Pheasant Dipsy comes down. Flip the script is now get activated, letting you draw 3 cards if one of your Pokemon must go. Did draw into Professor Sada, for what it's worth.
5 energy on a Weirdeer will not KO Pheasant Dipsy. Does 200. Pheasant Dipsy has 210, so that's not an option. Squawkabilly is not down on the board. Here comes Professor Sada's Vitality. And if I'm Consta, I'm wondering what I'm doing next turn. You do not want to use a 2-prize Pokemon, but you kind of have to. Unless you just sacrifice an Archeops or a Minccino, neither of which you really want to just give up an easy prize on.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's going to be interesting. We see a turn attachment now as well, so the Raging Bolt army is getting created. Look at all that energy. That's a very scary place to be. We see Night Stretcher in the hand potentially being eyed up. There's no grass energy in the hand now, so Teal Dance isn't an option. Maybe you could use Night Stretcher to go grab yourself a grass energy if you like. But, I mean, it's not something I would do. So let's see. So we're going to see a big Bellowing Thunder there for 4 energy, 280 damage. Big KO. We're going to get that Lugia V-Star, and it's going to leave a fighting energy on the benched Raging Bolt. And let's see what Jake can do. Only takes 1 prize card, though, because that Legacy Energy, do not forget. Yeah. It's a very expensive 2-prize KO there, isn't it? For 280 for 1 prize card.
That's what I mean. Lugia doesn't like doing this. But what's Consta attacking with? You can evolve into Chinchino. You know, you can play weird here, and then Jake goes down to 1 prize remaining, which is not really what you want to do. You can attack with Archeops. Yeah. You know, it does have Speed Wing. You can do 120 damage. It doesn't even KO Radiant Greninja, annoyingly. No. But you can get some damage on the board, 100 if you use double turbo. And at least that gives you an easier KO. Maybe follow up with a Weirdeer later on or something along those lines. Use less energy on a Chinchino. But I mean, calling it a less than ideal turn would be somewhat of an understatement.
We do see Professor Research being played, discarding a whole lot of energy. It looks like Speedwing is being eyed up with double turbo energy to the active and a gift energy attached as well. Capturing Aroma, flip a coin if Feds, grab an evolution if Tails, grab a basic, and we see a heads.
Yeah, you
probably want to get the Tails there.
Yeah, you want to get the Tails there to go and get your Minccino. Chinchino's fine, but you kind of need something to evolve into it. You could have got them off with your Summoning Star. Yeah. You chose not to. Here comes Mezagoza. Hey, it's a heads.
Let's go.
So now we get Minccino coming down, and if I'm Jake, I'm like, hi, Minccino. Come play in the active. Plenty of room for you here. Come on, come play with the big boys.
Come play with the big
I'm definitely gusting at Minccino. That's what I'm getting at here, Shay. If I've got any, if my opponent really wants to use an Archeops to do 100 damage every turn, I am just gonna let them. That Minccino is on my list.
As we do see that speed wing. They don't get to announce that one very often. But
not even a 2-hit KO, it's a 3-hit KO.
Yeah, not very speedy, is it? It's a rather slow wing, if you ask me, if that's a 3-hit KO. But that's just me. Right, over to Jake then. Let's see what Jake can do. That hand's looking very big. Pokestop replacement, I should say.
He's got boss's orders in hand. Does he have enough? You would need lightning energy, some way to switch, and...
Well, switch card's there. Lightning energy is in hand.
Oh, that's literally it,
that's
actually.
It okay.
You need one energy discarded.
Yeah.
And boss's orders is in hand, so I'm sorry, Minccino. This ain't going to end well for you, buddy.
This isn't going to be the most bellowing of thunders, is it? It's going to be like, you know, what you know, quiet thunder is what it was. Like, oh, there you go. A little one energy tap.
Yeah. This is going to be the effort I used to blow out my 2-year-old's birthday candles, not my own. So many birthday candles, Shay.
So many birthday. What, for a 2-year-old? It's not 2 candles.
Not for him, for me, mate.
Oh, right. Okay. Do we want to see a concealed cards there? Going to draw in. Wow, good cards draw into there. Earthen Vessel and a Grass Energy. That's going to get attached via Till Dance. Draw a card. Another Grass Energy. Till Dance. Where Jake having a little Till Dance dance off over there. Look how big that hand is. That's the interesting thing about these Till Mask Ogerpon decks is that you might think the draw power is not that great. When you actually add it up, all the Till Dance, Flip the Script, Concealed cards, it adds up really fast. But there we do see Bellowing Thunder going after the active.
And this is perfectly viable as well. I would personally have gone after the Minccino, just take out all of those attacking options, especially with no Pokemon recovery. That only gives a 1-1 line potential there. But Jake's going, look, I got 2 prizes remaining. Constant's got 4 prizes remaining. Yeah. So I'm just going to let them use Minccino. I'm going to let them get the KO here because now there is a bravery charm. So yeah, so here's how the maths works out.
Okay.
You need both Archeops attachments and attachment from turn to go from 280 to 350 to get the KO now that bravery charm is on there.
Right.
Even if Consta benches a Minccino this turn, the most energy it can have on it next turn is 210, which forces Consta to have gusting in order to win the game next turn, which is actually an option, to be fair.
No, it really is.
Oh, here we get gusting with boss's orders. Now, this is the other way to do it. Wait, did we not? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the other way to do it here is essentially to do it this turn and then bench a Minccino and start attaching now, so you don't need gusting next turn. But
I think we didn't even see Primal Turbo activation.
Do we have a Minccino prized?
I think they got discarded, right, off the professor's research on like turn 2 or 3.
If there's no other Minccino available, this is looking bad for Consta, because I don't know what you're attacking with. Because you've lost your Blood Moon Ursaluna. You're going to be hitting a maximum of 120 with Weirdeer. And this goes back to what we were saying a couple of turns ago. Consta's running out of attackers here.
Yeah, it really is. Having that Blood Moon Ursaluna in the prize card, so unfortunate there. So Earthen Vessel's going to discard a Pokestop to grab a basic Grass Energy. But yeah, this is really looking interesting now. And Consta navigated his way out of this game 1, but this game 2 is looking a lot more harder.
Yeah, we're going to see the KO here with Raging Bolt against that Minccino, and Consta's just out of attackers. Blood Moon's not coming back. If that Minccino did go away early game, and I'm believing you that it did, then there's no Minccino option here. So that means literally the only possible attackers are Weirdeer hitting 120 or Archeops hitting 120. Here we bring the Archeops back up again.
Wait, but now you can lose to
Gusting with
boss's orders on the Presentipity, right? That's live with a turn attachment, is it not?
So
7, 14, 21, 28.
Oh, well, no, the double turbo are 50 each. So that's 170 at the moment, 240 max next turn.
He just goes after the Presentipity. So that is currently live.
Or the Teal Mask Ogerpon even.
Or Teal Mask Ogerpon, correct, actually.
That's assuming we get a turn attachment. It's currently hitting 170.
Yeah.
Hitting 240 with an attachment. That does give Consta an option with Gusting here.
So let's see.
Oh, no. Okay. Is he trying to trap it in the active? No, it accelerates energy to itself. That's not an option. Okay, so
let's
here we
see.
go.
Does Consta have an energy and a boss's order? I think boss is in hand, actually. But it's boss and
Boss
energy.
is in hand and energy, so there's an energy. And we're going to see a boss's orders here onto the Pheasantipity.
Wow.
We're going to hit for 240 damage. That's the KO. And Consta's going to take this 2 games to 0, I think.
Yeah, I think so. There we go.
There's the fist bump. That was 240 damage. Pheasantipity gets KO, and Consta takes the game. I did not see that going Consta's way.
Yeah.
After those first couple of turns, after the first couple of KOs, it did not look like Consta was coming back into that. But, you know, catches a break there with the Chinchino, and then Chinchino does what Chinchino does. Not the spookiest Pokemon ever, but good enough to go to 3-0 in our spooky regional here in Lille.
Yeah, Consta and Chinchino just rolling into the round 4 there with a victory. Absolutely love to see that. Wasn't expecting that, you know, had to navigate out of some tricky starts, and we kept on saying numerous times in that game too, this is looking like a very dangerous spot to be in there for your Consta. But hey, you know what? Current Lille champion.
I mean,
You know what I mean?
well, look, we just saw, you know, last year, Dortmund, Jelle van Kempen comes and was that a 2nd place finish?
Yep.
And then comes back this year and gets a top 4 finish.
Yep.
So I'm just saying there is history here. We take players that did well last year. We bring them back to the same. I say we bring them.
Yeah,
they come back to the same venue and having a good run. And sometimes there's something about particular cities and venues that players just do better in.
Yeah, and you know, Consta, like I said, been playing this Lugia V-Star archetype for a long time. 2 world top 16s actually, and yeah, doing really well this season. I want to sort of have a little gander at how this sort of match panned out, as it were, because it was a really interesting one. As we said, it wasn't the most easiest of games to navigate. Starting off there with this immediate bad prizing, prized the Luminion, and then actually discarded it immediately on that turn 1. But had to navigate out here, Ross. You said we've never seen a Lugia V-Star player win when they get 1 Arcops into play, but that's exactly what Consta did.
Yeah, Jake missed that turn 1 KO on the Lugia. It was very close, but wasn't able to pull it off. And then with Consta here, we see the KO with Chinchino, and it really was a game of, I only give up 1 prize per KO, and I am going to win the prize race. We get the KO onto Arceus, but it's too late at that point. Chinchino's got enough energy to finish out the game, and we see there the boss's orders onto the Pheasantipity to win game 1. And I'm going to say it was the Pheasantipity, not the Squawkabilly, just so we get symmetry in both of our games. Over to game 2, Jake again has a chance to win, and Consta's not loving that. Turn 1 was bad, turn 2 was bad, but then the Lugia gets double Archeops out.
Yeah, I would say Consta's turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all pretty bad, to be honest. Not really how you want to be navigating yourself here around. Jake, you know, did manage to get back in the game, no? Got down to this. Normally, if you get Lugia down to this board state, you should be in a happy place, but opted, you know, instead to sort of gust around the Chinchino, which was just able to slowly build up that special roll. And if you don't answer it, as we do see here, special roll can close the games out. You don't want to leave a Chinchino with energy on, because Chinchino has no problems in taking big, massive KOs. You can make an argument there that Chinchino was actually bellowing a lot louder than the Raging Bolt that game.
Yeah, you picture it in your head, you know, the little Chinchino coming up against that big Raging Bolt, and you're like, hang on a second. That big Paradox Pokemon, the ancient version of a legendary Pokemon coming up against, you know, little old Chinchino. But of course, sometimes it's who you know, and Chinchino's getting backed up by Lugia, and Lugia's, you know, he's got a bit of something to him. I'm
just imagining this Chinchino running up to the Raging Bolt with his energy. He's going, right then, have some of that. Have some of that, stashing them, and you know, it worked though. Like, it really did work, and it was an interesting play style there from Jake to opt to go around it all the time, and I think eventually just came back to catch him.
It did, but you know, we got Freya waiting in the lounge, and she's gone and caught Consta, so let's go and have a chat with Freya and Consta.
Thank you, Ross. Yes, indeed, I have caught Consta, brought him back here for an interview at the lounge. How are you feeling after that win, Consta?
You know, pretty good.
Yeah, so you're currently the reigning Lille Regional Champion, of course. I have to ask, so remember the story from last time where you guys had a massively long overnight drive to get here in time, and then you won the regional. Please tell me your journey this time was a little bit less tumultuous.
This time was all right. This one was better. We went, and you know, we saw this coming. We had to like prepare for it, so we flew on Thursday.
Oh,
so
okay.
There was nothing that could have happened. you know.
Very, very sensible. So let's talk a bit about the match specifically. So in game one, as Ross was mentioning during the cast, you actually were forced to go for only one Archeops, and he has never seen a game on stream where Lugia got out one Archeops and won, but this time he managed it. So how was that?
Yeah, well, I just was looking at the turn 2, my Ultra Ball, thinking about it really long. Like, should I go for the 1 or should I try to like Rid the Wind, get another Lugia? And then I just decided that, okay, I'm so likely to lose if I don't do anything now. I'm just gonna, because like even if I went for the Lugia, I'm not very likely to get the second Archeops next turn, so I just had to like go for it and see if it's enough. I technically do have enough energies if he just does not knock it out early enough. So, you know, and I had to go for it.
Yeah, and that's exactly how it played out, right? When you're playing with any one Archeops, you have to be a lot more careful of your energy attachments, right? Your manual attachment matters a lot more, and you have to manage a lot more carefully. But then we saw in game 2, you actually had 2 Archeops out, but then you end up falling behind a little bit. But then towards the end, we saw that Jake was targeting down both your Archeops, but then your Cinccino got built up enough to take the last KO. Were you surprised that Jake took that route?
Yeah, I was. Like, if he hadn't done that, I don't think I have, because I don't have even 4 energies left. I think I have to like Iono and try to Weirdier, but I 3-shot the guy, so it's like he has to wait for Sada off the Bellowing Thunder. Like, I thought, I was considering scooping the game, but I thought, like, I'm gonna take all my chances, you know, see if he has it.
Glad you didn't in the end.
Yeah.
So then, so whilst you're here, is there any shout-outs you want to give? Anyone you want to say thank you to, just whilst you're here at the lab?
You know, shout out to everyone from Finland. We have, like, 10 people again here today, so.
It's awesome.
Thank
and then,
you.
how confident do you feel after this to defend your title?
You know, I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Fair enough. Well, thank you very much, Consta. Best of luck for the rest of your rounds. We're going to throw back to the caster, so back to you guys.
Oh, thank you very much, Freya. Always nice to hear from a phenomenal player after what was a pretty phenomenal win. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, Shay. I've always been a little bit, and don't judge me for this, I've always been a little bit skeptical of Lugia. Now, maybe it's because I played too many games where I'm just like, where's my Archeops? Oh, I got my Archeops, where's my discard? Oh, I've already lost. But we see players like Consta, like Rahul Reddy, for instance, at Worlds and in Dortmund with the same 60-card deck, you know, in both of those events, coming along with this Lugia deck, you know, tournament after tournament after tournament and just doing phenomenally with it. How good do you think it is realistically right now?
I think, I'm going to go out on a limb here. Let me know, chat, if you agree. I think, right, if Lugia V-Star, right, has 2 Archeops on the bench, a Minccino or Cinccino in play, it is the best deck in format. Like, I think it's that simple. You're going to attach 4 special energy, let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4 from the deck, turn attach, that's 5, and you've got a whole host, a whole treasure trove, a whole cornucopia of attackers. You got Iron Hands now, thanks to Legacy Energy, and we actually saw the impacts of Legacy Energy there without even using Iron Hands, just being able to skew that prize trade. Well, I mean, Jake had to take a 1 prize, 280 damage KO. That right there is ridiculous. So I think Lugia V-Star, in my opinion, is a top, I'd say, 3-4 deck in format, in my opinion. I don't think it's ever really left that, to be honest, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it go all the way.
Yeah, if everything goes perfectly and it gets perfectly set up,
well, you say
Lugia's the best deck in the format.
Yeah, but you say that. Consta didn't perfectly set up that game.
No, and, well, like I say, I'm genuinely happy now that I have seen a player, you know, settle for 1 Archeops and actually end up winning the game. I'm going to make an addendum to what you just said. I agree to a point, but I think you need Cinccino.
Oh, yeah.
I think if you know, some of these lists go without Cinccino, go with 2 prize attackers, and I'm not sure the Legacy Energy alone is enough to skew the prize race to win.
Oh, no.
I think if you can be using Cinccino to be taking prizes on, you know, getting KOs on 2 prize Pokemon, most decks cannot deal with that. Either you're a single prize deck that is trading 1 for 1, you don't win trading 1 for 2.
No, but that is what I did actually say. If you have 2 Archeops and a Minccino or Cinccino down, it's the best deck.
Oh, I apologize.
I really love the Cinccino. It just, you know what Cinccino's really good at? It just says, I don't care what's in your active, it's gone. Like, it's just that simple. And we do look at this nice graphic here. Good matchups, Dragapult, Regidrago, V-Star, and Snorlax Control. Snorlax Control, you can just make a mockery of with your Jet Energy. However, there are some bad matchups. Apparently, Raging Bolt there was a bad matchup, but we did see that Consta was able to navigate around that. Miraidon on the deck close to your heart, and Pikachu's heart as well, apparently. Obviously, not a great matchup due to that lightning weakness. Not very fun. And then Iron Thorns EX as well, probably the worst matchup, because that initialization ability on the Iron Thorns basically literally says, oh, you see that whole V-Star Billy that your whole deck's built around? How about you just can never use it? And you know what's quite funny? At the World Championships, we saw some players opt to play the one copy of the Flutter main, so you can put Flutter main in the active, so you can still use something in style, the counter to the counter, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, when it works, it works. I'm having a little bit of cheeky look, Shay. This is not an exhaustive list by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay, talk to me.
I thought it might be fun to talk about some notable players you might have heard of who are sitting at 3-0 right now.
Okay.
Christian Fontenot, regional champion last year.
Yep.
Sitting at 3-0. Obviously, we got Consta.
Yep.
Joshua Van Overschild, very popular player, big content creator, sitting at 3-0.
Yep.
We got Nico Alabas, sitting at 3-0 right now. Demetrius Eaton, who I know, you know, at least a small friend of yours. You know, you've met them a few times.
My best friend, everyone. Currently at 3-0. Let's go.
Literally right here, but cheers for that. That didn't make me sad at all. A lot of good players currently sitting at 3-0, doing very, very well. I've not had a chance to check on the Maridon update right now. We'll have a go. Remember, Clorf did get a top 3 finish in the junior division in Dortmund. So I'm not saying Clorf is going to win.
I think he did well in the South American events as well, right? I think. But I can give you an update right now. You might update it if you want. It's going to be a quick one. I don't think it's doing particularly well. How's about that?
I mean, there was a 2-0 Clorf going into this round.
Oh, no, Clorf is fine. I remember Maridon, I said. I don't think...
Oh, Maridon. No, come on, Shay.
Have a look.
Have a look.
That's a loss. I can see that one. You're gonna have to scroll down a bit, aren't you?
Well, there's three Maridon. Okay, so there were 3 Maridon at 2-0 going into this round.
Oh, was there? Okay.
Yeah. They all lost.
And they all lost.
No, I'm lying to you.
Okay.
There's one, Leonard de Klerk is sitting at 201 with Maridon. They're a very good player.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not going great. I'll be honest with you. I'm looking down at the Maridon. It's making pretty grim reading right now. There's no undefeated Maridon. I do like to ask how many at 3-0, how many at 4-0. Just for the rest of the day, just say none. And you'll be absolutely fine, Shay. You'll get every answer right. But look, there's one at 201. There is still a Clorf at 2-0. That result has not yet been reported.
Ooh.
So we could have a Clorf at 3-0. And I'm just saying, maybe if there is a community vote, maybe we put Clorf in the community vote.
Oh, look at this.
Maybe you guys vote and we get some Clorf on stream. Have a little Clorf update for you.
Oh, I'm not 100% sure if there will be a community vote. I have to confirm that one. But I would love to see a bit of unhinged scissors on stream. But you know what I really like at these events is I like to sort of broadcast what other stuff you can do here that isn't just about playing. So I hear that we have Freya cutting about the event hall, maybe at the fan zone, I think. So let's throw down there and see what Freya has to show us.
Thank you, Shay. Yes, indeed, I am here at the fan zone. So at any Pokemon Regionals event, there's usually a lot more going on than just the main tournaments. Of course, you normally have the Pokemon trading card game going on, the video game, and Pokemon Go, sometimes Unite as well, depending on how big it is. But at any event, there's always more stuff going on. So here we are at the fan zone, where there's plenty to do. So as you can see here, there's a bunch of stacks of origami paper laid out. So if you want to do a little bit of a Pokemon origami, there's their instruction sheets there available in all sorts of different colors, so you can make some paper Pokemon. It's good fun. We also see over here on the other side, there's plenty of coloring sheets filled in. So you see, for people just it's basically a different Pokemon out and about, and you can just color them in however you want. Just coloring in sheets, good fun. It looks like, there's some really lovely drawings over here. But for the drawing competition, let's take a look at some of the artwork that some people have done. We see a very cute little family of mouse holds over there. Oh, that's absolutely wonderful stuff. You can even design your own Pokemon card if you want to as well. I think Ross has a story about that one. I'm sure he'll tell you later. Then, going over here as well, they've even, for Lille specifically, I don't think every regional has this, but we actually have a little area set up with games consoles. So we have a Nintendo 64 set up with Pokemon Stadium and can have fun with the mini games. I spent many an hour with that as a kid for sure, and even as an adult as well. And going further forward, there's even some Game Boy players set up, I believe, with some of the old Pokemon games. And we have a Pokken Tournament set up. We don't do tournaments for that anymore, but you can still have some fun playing Pokken Tournament. Now, I think there's one fun little thing I want to do. If you could just join me over here. I was going to say, can I borrow you two for a second? Yes, hi. What's your name?
Christopher.
And what about you?
Yanis.
Christopher and Yanis. Okay. I want to play a fun game with you two. It's called Guess the Pokedex Number. So I'm going to give you two the name of a Pokemon, and then you two have to guess the Pokedex number for it, and whoever gets it right gets a booster pack. How's that sound? Does that sound good?
Sounds good. Yeah, sounds good.
So, let's give it a good one. I want to give you Spiritomb. So, spooky regionals. What's the Pokedex of Spiritomb?
I think 340. 480.
Yeah, remember you get along at home as well, so just waiting for it to come in. So again, just make sure I got it right. So
340?
340, yeah.
480.
What is the actual Pokedex number for Spiritomb again? I should probably know this. Let me just look it up quickly. Yes. So we're just getting it through. I should know it's off by heart, really. I'm going to be asking it. So it's 442. So that's a pretty close, right? But I think what is it? 480 and 340. Yeah. So yeah, that goes to you then. Yes. Well done. Boost back for you. So let's do one more. Let's not do an obvious one because I think if I would say Pikachu, you both know what it is already, right? Yeah. So let's do. Okay, how about? Let's go for another Pokemon. Let's go Gengar. Yeah.
I think 90.
90 and
89.
90 and 89. Ooh, two very close guesses. Again, guess along at home if you guys know. Just yes. It is 94, so you get it again. Well done. That's so it looks like, unfortunately, you got 2-0'd in this instance. Yeah. Thank you both so much for playing. We hope you had a good time and hope you get some good pulls from your packs. We're going to go to a quick break now, guys. I hope you enjoyed our little tour here at the fan zone, but don't go anywhere. There'll be plenty of more Pokemon action to come.
Pokémon World Championship 2024. So excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon!
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's like really a dream.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps. Just getting as many battles in as I can.
Hello Pokemon fans, as we just take a small little step away from the action, we're going to have a little quick discussion around future versus ancient. I'm Alex, I'm here with Shay and Amy. Guys, in the current meta, we've seen from the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift, ancient and future different decks have come to the meta now. How are you guys seeing it in the current meta? What types of decks have we actually seen, Shay?
Well, from the ancient side, we had, Roaring Moon's probably the most biggest standout ancient card, I'd say. Frenzy Gouging, letting you KO anything in your opponent's active is just a bit silly, I think, all things considered. And that Calamity Storm, I think, is also a little bit underrated as well, providing good damage, for free energy. But one sneaky little ancient card has been seen playing quite a few decks outside of just ancient, and that's that Earthen Vessel. So shout out to Earthen Vessel for being universally used in decks like Chien-Pao as well.
Yeah, and not only that, we've seen from the future side of our lovely Pokemon friends, the Iron Valiant, which poses a huge threat to any deck with any small HP basic Pokemon. If you leave just one in the active spot, sometimes the game can be over before you've even known it.
Yeah, that's a really good insight into both the kind of archetypes right now that we see with ancient and future. But we do know on the horizon, there's a new set imminent with rotation as well, which means both of these types of decks will be starting to see different new tips and tricks coming into their decks as well. What are we going to be looking forward to from an ancient perspective?
Well, we've got that Flutter Mane. That's really interesting. When it's in active, turn off your opponent's active ability. It's just going to be really interesting to see how that pans out. There's the smaller Roaring Moon as well, doing more damage for each ancient card. Not Pokemon, card in your discard pile, means that can add up really fast as well. And we've also got that new supporter, which lets you discard the top 6 cards of your deck, and then you get to keep 2. Just fantastic for churning through your deck. So it's starting to look really good for ancient, I think.
And from the future side of our lovely Pokemon pals, we're looking at, I'm thinking Iron Crown, really nicely paired with Iron Hands, which we already have seen have so much success in the meta before now. So that's going to be really fundamental to boosting the damage output of our future pals. But also Iron Leaves is a huge contender, which is going to keep Charizard under check, finally being able to one-hit KO it, and you can put it in any deck that utilizes Grass-type energy.
Thank you very much, Amy. Really, really interesting points there, and it's going to be really exciting to see how the new meta will shape up with so many different little tricks that are going to be coming for both future and ancient. But I think that's just going to end it here as we, continue to look into the future. But there's plenty more for all of our players in the Western side to really kind of start to utilize all those tips and tricks. But for you guys at home, make sure you don't go anywhere as we go back to the action as soon as possible.
Hi, I'm Shea Burton, and today we're going to have a run through of the Dortmund Regionals 2025. On the 28th of September, 1,815 players descended into Dortmund, Germany, ready to start their road to Anaheim. However, this was no normal regional championships, since not only was this the first EU event of the 2025 season, but it was also the first event where Stellar Crown was legal for event play. And with cars like Terrapagos EX, Briar and Sparkling Crystal, our metagame was set to change a great deal for this event. And immediately we saw the effects of Stellar Crown, as our round 4 feature match saw Philip Schultz piloting the new Terrapagos EX archetype to a 2-1 win on stream. Round 6 saw former Stuttgart regional champion Mateus take his Bayonet EX deck to a 6-0 record by successfully locking down Charizard EX with Everlasting Darkness. Even Shuppet managed to help out here too. We even saw Wellspring Ogerpon of all things KOing 4 Dreepy in 2 turns with Torrential Pump on round 7, securing Ethan Wild a day 2 slot. As we marched into day 2, however, our top 8 match featured a deck that no one was expecting, Golden Go. And Yellow Van Kempen absolutely destroyed the competition with this swift 2-0 victory and this amazing highlight. However, fresh off his top cup finish at Worlds and then Baltimore, Rahul Reddy was on a mission as he found himself here in the final in Dortmund without changing a single card from his deck since the World Championships. He clearly knows his way around the Lugia V-Star archetype, and he was eager to win his first regional championship. In his way though was Ryuki Okada, who had travelled all the way from Tokyo for this event with his trusty Dragapult EX deck. And in the end his travel was worth it, as he was able to take down the Dortmund Regional Championships, beating Rahul 2-0 in the final, and earning himself a world invitation in the process. So Ryuki will be phantom diving his way all the way to Anaheim. And wow, that was an event. If you want to see who will be lifting the Stellar Crown this weekend, make sure to keep your eyes locked on this stream. Alright, welcome back viewers. Not gonna we have to wait too long for we get our round 4 action started here at the Lille Regional Championships. You could say we're getting through this stream little by little. Come on. I'm Shea Burton, Burt's PTCG, and I'm joined by the one and only Barris Billa VGC. How are you feeling, my friend?
Oh, I'm really excited to be joining you behind the desk. The man, the myth, the noise, Shea. Yeah. Really excited to be behind the desk. We had how do you feel after that first round we had on stream?
Oh, I feel amazing. Lugia V-Star is a deck that I like to play. Played it a little bit myself. So seeing it get a win, and from our reigning regional champion here in Lille, is really good to see. And how do you guys feel about that last fight? Make sure to use the socials down below, and make sure to follow the YouTube and Twitch here as well. Now, Barish, I'm going to be honest here, fella. You're turning up, right? Turn up here from the VGC side, coming over here, casting TCG region, and you're coming up here and showing me up. What's all this about? We said we had to dress up. I meant Halloween costumes, bro.
Yeah, I didn't get the purple memo either. Like, I saw you and Ross and Freya all with the purple. Yeah, and I was like, oh well. I got a little Halloween touch with my bow tie here. But yeah, I mean, we're still looking great behind the desk.
Oh, thank you, sir. We're looking dapper. Absolutely love to see it. Now, apart from us looking dapper, I want to have a look at our meta breakdown here that we have here at the Lille Regional Championships. Let's have a look. Raging Bolt, my prediction, 50. Lugia V-Star actually, I guess tied second place with Charizard EX. What jumps out at you here, Barris?
I mean, it looks like this might be the first time that 2 Stage 2 decks are in our day 1 top performing graphic here with both Charizard and the Dragapult. And I was thinking a little bit more about the Charizard EX deck and how it is kind of limited by the number of rare candies you can run, because you have that Charizard, you have the Pidgeot, and you also have that Dusknoir in the line as well, all requiring your rare candies. So if there was any option to run more, this deck would be the first one to pick more rare candies.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Charizard, you know, hasn't had the greatest of success in the Stellar Crown form. No reason not to. I mean, it has gained tools as well, right? So, not surprised to see that. Origin form power, probably 8%. I think that's the highest day one meta share it's had. 8%. I guess that's tied with Regidrago. Interesting. Regidrago sliding down a little bit, 8%. And then Dragapult EX was nowhere to be seen in Louisville, coming in here at the maybe the EU player race, just like Dragapult EX coming in there at the 5th slot. But however, I want to have a look at that best of the rest as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say that one big favorite we're missing here is that Terrapagos. It was for the first time no longer on that screen.
Wow.
And it's, I mean, it's leading the best of the rest here with 7%, so not too far off the top decks.
Yeah.
But still, like, it's a significant fall down.
You're right. That must be the first time since Stellar Crown's been legal where Terrapagos hasn't been in the day one meta check. Maybe people are realizing that maybe it's just not the way to go. Something that Ross has been saying. It might take a while just to find out, right, you know, 58 cards and the right play style. Interesting to see. I wonder if that Gardevoir EX there at 4%, does that include the Bayonet? I'm not 100% sure, but could we have seen that do pretty well? And Piper Lapine, I believe, was playing it over there in Louisville. Fantastic player. And also, one interesting thing to watch out for, with Lost Zone Box, currently getting the finals there at Louisville, only sitting here at 3%. Now, I thought a lot more people might have been encouraged by seeing that, but 44 people, Bash, doesn't look like people were.
Absolutely, but we'll have to find out throughout the weekend who these 3% are, because if you have those few top players who actually believe in that low stun box, they might take it all the way again into top 8, maybe into the finals. So really excited to see who actually picked up that deck and how far they can take it.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, actually. Sometimes it doesn't matter how many players,
correct,
as long as those players that do play it are that higher caliber. And I think with Lost Zone Box players, a lot of the time, it's not a deck you just pick up and play the night before a regional, right?
Correct.
A lot of the time, it's going to be something maybe a little bit more straightforward, maybe a Terrapagos or a Chempower EX for Spring to Mind, is that kind of a deck. You can't just pick up and play Lost Box. It's very, so many micro decisions over the course of the day. So, you know, you could make the argument for every one Lost Box player here who's played, like, I don't know, 1,000 games with the deck is worth, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 of other players' decks. You never know.
Absolutely. I had one of my co-casters from Pokemon Go asked me yesterday if I wanted to chime into the TCG right now, which deck is potentially the easiest to pick up, and my choice there was the Regidrago, the Raging Bolt.
Okay,
because I feel like it was straightforward, and that might also affect the choice that most players did when 15% of the field actually picked up that deck. It's straightforward. You have your attacks. You have your very straightforward supporter line with Professor Sada as well.
Yep.
And I think it's a little bit easy on the sequencing. However, as we've just seen in the last round, like, it doesn't guarantee you any wins either.
No, like, even though the deck has a pretty straightforward game plan, as we can see here on this graphic, you know, Better in Thunder just says whatever's in your active, it's no longer in your active, provided I have enough energy attached, because there's 70 for each one you discard. You now have Teal Dance that get those energies into play and draw cards, and worth noting, sneaky little addition, that Teal Musk Ogerpon can attack Myriad Leaf Shower, while 30 for each energy attached to both active Pokemon can also be an activator for that Briar supporter as well, so worth keeping that in mind. But as you say, even though it's the most played deck, very straightforward game plan, very strong at doing that game plan, because it is so linear, players, certain cards like Legacy Energy, the wrong boss's orders here, if you miss your turn 1 attack, all of a sudden, your 2/2/2 prize trade can get a little bit awkward. So even though it's a very strong deck, very linear, which can lead to people maneuvering around it.
Absolutely, and I would love to see if there will be some adaptations of the Raging Bolt EX deck, because through that Teal Mask Ogerpon, you also enable not only the Briar, but also the Jewel Seeker from that Noctowl.
Yeah,
so we've actually seen that Noctowl in Regidrago deck lists in Louisville just last weekend, and I would love to see if that maybe makes it into more decks as well.
That was a really interesting addition, actually. I'm intrigued to see. You could even push the boat really far out and go for Area 0 Underdepths if you want to have all the support Pokemon in play. That's something you could do. Now, one thing I want to have a look, I want to sort of check in on is our players to watch. We picked them, that French player base, all from that same area in Paris. There they are, Stefan, Johan, and Matthias, all made top 16 at our last regional there in Dortmund. And I think they're all doing quite well right now. So, could you imagine if you're all coming from the same local area, right? You all travel internationally to Dortmund. You all get top 16. You come home and you think, you know what, the next one, lads, it's a lot closer to us. How do you think that affects with their confidence or mental?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, playing on home turf, having that advantage of the shorter travel, also being familiar with the city and with the language, of course, can give you actually quite a huge advantage, or like just making you feel more comfortable playing that tournament, waking up in your own region there. So yeah, absolutely love to see the tough competition they have at their local scene and how they can actually take that practice from the local scene into the bigger tournaments and then perform as well. You might be thinking, at local tournaments, well, I kind of want to show up, play my league challenge, play my league cup, right? Get my points on the board. And then suddenly Stefan Ivanov is showing up as well. And you're like, oh, this is going to be a rough day.
Yeah, my eyes would roll. I'd be like, I was trying to have a fun Saturday here, Stefan, play my little fun deck. And all of a sudden, I got Origin 4 Palkia barreling down on me. Goodness gracious me, back-to-back NAIC champions. And there's another player I actually want to keep an eye on this tournament as well. Christian Fontenot, current a regional champion in his own right, currently 3-0, I believe. So I want to keep an eye on him. But there's also something else I want to keep my eye on.
Yeah.
And that's your social media post there at home. I believe we have some ready to look at. I love doing this, Barry.
Absolutely.
I like seeing what you guys are going to say at home, how you're watching, and just your thoughts on the event. So I'm intrigued about that. Here we go.
Starting off with time for the Lille Regional. Always enjoy this one. Already having fun catching up with friends. Can't wait to see everyone else. Safe travels and good luck to everyone. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, isn't it? That's what it's all about. Just having fun, traveling the world with your friends and playing Pokemon. Quite honestly, doesn't get much better. And I think, is that my friend Paul String in the back? It might be. Shout out to you, Paul. If it isn't, if it's not, I apologize. But it looks like you're having a fun time. Thumbs up there playing Pokemon as well.
It also shows that Pokemon is a family game.
Yes, great point.
Bring your siblings, travel with your kids, see the world, see Europe, maybe even further, go to Sao Paulo for our first IC or even NAIC in New Orleans. So that is just a huge benefit of traveling as a family.
Look at this. Looks like Palafin TCG got the Gengar memo, Barry. You didn't know. The Spooky Boys are ready for Lille. Setting up shortly. Good luck to all. Love that from Palafin TCG. I wonder if Palafin TCG is playing Palafin EX right now. I'd love that if you are. And I hope you're doing well if you are, because I love that card. But yeah, look at that. Got Duskull, Gengar, Plushie, Gengar bag. And the Bidoof hat. A little bit out of place there, actually.
Absolutely, and one thing I want to say, like I encourage everyone to rock that Pokemon merch, even like in your everyday life. I'm a teacher and I rock up to my school with my Pokemon backpack from Worlds, and the players be like, oh, Honolulu? What was going on in Honolulu? And then there's a great story to tell them. So like, of course, at these regional scenes, everyone is bringing out all their swag, all their Pokemon merch, everything. And I love to see like, not only where they're coming from, but what they're bringing to the event.
Yeah, the Pokemon Center merch and stuff has been getting absolutely really good recently, so make sure you get your hands on that if you can. Here you go, next one there. Palafin TCG again, shout out to you. Let's have a look. Made it to Lille. Judge call required whether Finn donked you before the pizzas arrived, making the match null and void. Surely I was saved by the pizzas that made us need to pack away. Oh, I see. So you're trying to get a game done before the pizzas are ready for lunchtime, and not 100% sure if he did it in time. But it looks like someone was at least playing Raging Bolt.
Absolutely.
That would be a quick game, you'd imagine.
I was just going to say, if you want to donk someone, Raging Bolt going second obviously has the tools to KO almost any Pokemon in the format.
Yeah, so Finn, not 100% sure if he got there in time, mate, but I mean, it must have been close if he did the judge call to work it out. So yeah, that's one thing actually, is that now with ties being less valuable, it's something to be said for decks that win games fast. You know, Raging Bolt can do that. If Lugia sets up, it can do that faster. And decks like Gardevoir, which does play a little bit slower, we're seeing drop off a little bit. So that's actually something to keep an eye on, actually.
I think at the beginning of the season, people actually thought that Gardevoir won't really stand a chance in this format. And then out of nowhere, it came and won the first regional.
Yeah.
Right? So it's back on track, I suppose. But yes, I get the point of it's a slower deck and ties less valuable. You want to make sure you go into that second day with ideally as many wins as possible. So risking ties and potentially losing your ability to go all the way to top 8 or even further might affect deck choices. At the same time, however, there's plenty of new innovations, new decks that actually make it harder for evolution decks to set up. That's why we only saw 2 stage 2 decks in our top graphic with that Charizard and the Dragapult still holding up. But for something like the Gardevoir. It's just hard to set up, I suppose.
Yeah, sort of just, it's like, not only is it a stage 2 deck, but it's a stage 2 deck that wants to go through the stage 1 as well. Right? That just adds a turn, well, extra that you really don't really want to have to be dealing with. Now, we did see it, you said Henry Charles list did play the rare candy. He called it the sort of turbo Gardevoir, so it does have that little bit of extra oomph in the early turns, but traditionally a pretty slow deck. However, we say that though, and you got really fast decks in format like the Terrapagos. That wasn't even in the top graphic.
Absolutely.
So maybe players thinking maybe it's not as fast as I thought. So Terrapagos is one of the fastest decks in format, right? You can take a 2-prize KO on your first turn, and if you're going first, you don't even have to put a 2-prizer down. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see how the rest of this metagame pans out.
Absolutely, and I think we'll have a quick look at the current standings, how players are doing.
Okay.
Throughout the first Swiss rounds. Here, this is Swiss round standings going into round 4, so after 3 rounds. And we have a couple, I mean, the full graphic is full of 3-0 players. Are there any names that are sticking out to you specifically?
Yeah, there's a few. But I'm going to have to give the first one. Shout out to 13th there, Dimitri, and that is my best friend. That is the bestie. We do a lot of testing together. Now, I'll be honest. When we test, it's very rare for me to win because you can see Demetrius is very, very good. I, however, am very, very average. A shout out to him. Yuho Kalama, LAIC champion and brother of Consta Kalama, who we just had on stream, currently both. So they're both 3-0 right now, both brothers 3-0. Love to see that. Jack Gregory Campbell got top 8 of regional not too long ago, currently 3-0. Luke Kirkham, a fan favorite. He was playing that Gouging Fire. Currently, I'm not 100% sure what he's playing here, but he did play it at Dortmund, got on stream. James Cox, Barish, top 4 Worlds 2022. Karen Kababe, 2 times top 8 at Worlds as well. So.
Oh yeah, we were just talking about Kaivan before the.
Yeah.
Before the tournament and how he got top 8 at Worlds twice, which is an amazing accomplishment. I always think top 8 at Worlds is the one round you don't want to lose because you're 1 win away from that Pikachu trophy, right, going into top 4.
Yes.
So top 8, losing in top 8 is probably the roughest round you can lose at Worlds, but nonetheless, huge accomplishment, not only once but twice going into that top 8.
All the way from Australia as well, so long way to go. And also number 14th there, Adam Hawkins, top 16 at 2022 Worlds with Arceus Agron VMAX of all things. So Adam knows his way around Arceus. Now Adam's actually a player that I know that plays Lost Box a lot. So I wonder if he's still on that. Only one way to find out, and that's by following the stream and seeing if he gets on there. But yeah, there are 3-0s. Obviously there's a lot more 3-0s, but these are top 16 there. And being 3-0 at a regional is such a nice place to be, right? Because you need as many wins as possible. So if you start off 3-0, just helps take the pressure off a little bit.
Absolutely, and especially with tiebreaker carrying on to the next day, the later you have your losses, the better for your tiebreaker. So starting with those 3 wins is a good buffer at the beginning. But of course, there's still a long way to go. We're playing 8 rounds in total.
Yep.
You require a record of 6 wins minimum, so 18 points. You can also go 5-0-3, I believe.
Yeah, you can.
Get to those 18 points. But yeah, 9 boards on the board. You're halfway there, basically.
Yeah, halfway there. And when you're only at round 3, that's a fantastic place to be. So yeah, love to see that there as well. So I just can't wait to see how the rest of this tournament's going to pan out, quite honestly, because see all those big names at the top. Some of those players are known for playing some off-the-wall kind of things. So I'm intrigued to see what we get on next. If you have any ideas about what decks you want to see, just leave them in the chat, get involved, and we can have a little gander and see what we can do.
Absolutely. We talked about players to watch, and one name that was sticking out was Stefan Ivanov. I actually went and picked up his deck that he piloted to top 4, brought it to some locals to, the first local, it's great, rocking up to the local, hitting a good matchup, but just not finding the right tools in the right place to finish it up. And then it always hurts when the friends of your opponent show up to the table and like, wait, you overcome this hard matchup? And then they look over at me, I was like, well.
Yeah.
But then I want to point out that I went to a league challenge afterwards, secured 2nd place, 12 championship points, which makes me number 1 on the caster leaderboard at this weekend.
That is true. That is true. You on 12, right?
I got 12.
Yeah, I'm on 10. So he's got me. I hold my hands up. He's got me. I'm currently 2nd place. Now, one thing I don't think we actually mentioned too much here is that to get to the World Championships, obviously finishing in the top 125, very good, very good. However, for the more risk takers, you can't just win a regional. How's about that? So we actually have, let's have a look at our current regional championship, both regions, EU and NA, because that's just a really nice place to be. Imagine having your invitation locked up as early as the first event. We do see Ryuki Okada playing that Dragapult EX archetype, and and he's from Japan. A lot different invite system over there. And me and Ross were actually chatting, and I think, funnily enough, it's going to be weird to say, I think that might be the easiest way to get a Japanese invite is to win a TPCI event, so shout out to him. Isn't that mad, Barry?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm wondering if this will bring more Japanese players to European and maybe North American events. Maybe this might have opened the floodgates and more Japanese people see that, well, hey, it looks like it's easy to win European regionals. That being said, the European regionals, the last two, both Dortmund and last season Stockholm, have gone to different regions, right? We had Azul winning in Stockholm, and then Ryuki now here in Dortmund. So I think, is it time for Europe to defend their own regionals again?
Okay, come on, lads, it's time to get involved a little bit. We can't just be letting this happen. We need our regional championships as well. Tell you what, one region that has no problem winning their own regionals, funnily enough, is the North American region. So let's have a little gander at their champions. I think they got one extra one, right? So yeah, Henry Trout, we mentioned that Turbo Gardevoir EX archetype. I tell you what, actually, when you look at this, you couldn't have two polarizing decks, right? You got Gardevoir on the left, Henry Chow, you know, stage 2, attach a lot of energy, violent ability. And you got Caleb Gadamer, who's playing that Raging Bolt, who's an all-basic deck, gets energy in play turn 1 and just starts, you know, KOing things left, right, and center. And it's interesting to see, isn't it, how two events run next to each other can have such different outcomes.
Absolutely. And I want to just point out how much I love these graphics that I've introduced last season.
Yes.
Especially for like these players winning early on.
Yeah.
Every following regional for the rest of the season, you will see these names, right?
Yeah.
I mean, winning a regional is great. Even if you win the last region of the season, that's amazing. But winning the first or second one, you're going to be on this graphic. Your name's going to be up there for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I know, right? If that was me, if I was Henry or Callum, that'd be a mighty fast screenshot, let me tell you. And that'd be plastered all over the social media. Unfortunately, though, viewers, I'm not good enough to win a regional. That's why I sit here behind the desk and talk about it. But yeah, shout out to them two there. And that's just, it's such a unique position, right, just to be in. Like, imagine for Henry, right, first event after Worlds, just getting your invitation. You could just, you know, you can just put your feet back like this. Right, that's me for the rest of the season. I'll see you in Anaheim. You guys can battle it out. Just such a cool place.
Absolutely. We have yet to find out what other incentives Pokemon will pull out for players to go beyond beyond the World's invite and maybe get some extra goodies on the way or anything. So it's going to be interesting to see how, is it actually, do you take that 350 points and maybe go for a high placement that might get you any other bonuses, or are you just sticking back, leaning back, watching the rest of the season play out and get ready eventually for Worlds?
Yeah, well, Owen Cameron last season won 2 regionals, didn't he? He was like, well, I got one, but you know what? I have another one. So he just came and done it as well. So shout out to him for that. It's a place I'd love to be.
Absolutely. And another point that I want to talk about is last season, around 300 European Masters qualified for Worlds.
Okay.
Now this number is down to 125.
Yeah.
Now you can argue that a lot of players, they got their 500 championship points and they were like, I'm qualified, I'm happy, going to Worlds, right? But now there's no, unless you win a regional or you do well at internationals, there's no way for you to lean back. You got to fight for those spots.
Yep.
So I'm really interested to see how that plays out, how many more events certain players will take to defend their position in the leaderboard.
No, that's a fantastic point. You can't really sit back and relax too much, as it were. So you just see how that season pans out. There's only one way for us to see how the season pans out, viewers at home. That's by watching all these streams. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to have our round 4 feature match coming at you live real soon. So, Varys, come on, talk to me now. First TCG event in a long time on TPCI streams, at the very least. What would you want to see for your first game here?
For my first game, I mean, the deck that I'm most familiar with after playing for a while is the Palkia V-Star deck. So I would love to cast over there and see how it can take on any deck in the format. Beyond that, I think we have such a great variety. I would love to see maybe some of the Stage 2 decks, maybe a Charizard deck, because in theory, right, Charizard's attack just comboing so well with that Dusknoir ability, letting your opponent take prizes and dealing more damage. I would love to see if, once you get that Charizard up, if you maybe have like a better chance at taking those prizes and win the prize trade.
Yeah, no, that would be really fun. And again, it's a Charizard deck that I think some of my friends are doing well with here this weekend. And it's a deck that hasn't really been getting that much airtime, hasn't get that much buzz on social media, but there's no reason not to. The deck, it hasn't lost anything. It's gained things, like you say, way to manipulate prize cards and deal damage via Dusknoir. You know, you can make your Radiant Charizard easier to use as well. Uh-oh, ask and you shall receive, everybody.
Well, the foreshadowing was real. I mean, we're literally talking about it. We featured him, asked to follow these players over this weekend. And Stefan, actually, starting with a 3-0 record, he was not on the standings overview. So he was one of the few players, one of the many players who actually went into round 4 with a 3-0 record and was not on our standings list.
Wow.
Nonetheless, he's ready to rock up, and it's going to be interesting to see if he's piloting that Palkia V-Star again.
Yeah.
We have seen how he has established that as such a strong deck, and ever since he played that in Dortmund, it has risen in popularity, taken over Louisville, was over there like in top 8 as well. And it's really interesting to see, hey, like, yes, he has a proof of concept, it works, but are you bringing it to the next regional again?
Yeah, well, only one way to find out. And let's go watching this. So we did see Leon there is his opponent, 2024 Dortmund top 32. That was the event just gone. So Leon is on a bit of a hot streak, and we all know Stefan's resume. NAIC champion 2 times in a row, and got a finalist last season as well. OCIC finalist, multiple regional finishes there as well. So Leon's going to be doing his best to make sure he can win this game. Looks like our dice roll is being done there. It was heads. And looks like Steph. Oh, now that's interesting. If you let your opponent go first, chances are you're playing a thing that wants to attack turn 2. Terapagos or Raging Bolt? That's my guesses.
Yep, no, absolutely, very fair guess. And I think as Stefan, if you're actually rocking that Palkia V-Star deck, you'll be more than happy to actually go into that first game as the first player.
Oh, 100% right. Oh, goodness gracious me. That couldn't have been further from the truth. Accompanying flutes. That means we're seeing some control action. I ain't saying that 3 of them are in the prize cards. So here we go. Stefan Ivanov versus Leon. There's the fist bump. Was it a Snorlax lead? No, it was the Cornerstone Ogerpon. Right, now we're going to have to take some time to explain what's going to go on here. So, I tell you, since you played this, well, we're not even sure if it is Palkia, actually.
No, it is Palkia. We saw it in the prizes.
Oh, it is Palkia? Okay, so why don't you talk to us about the Palkia deck, Paris?
Absolutely. So the idea of the Palkia deck is it combines Palkia as an attacker, but also with the V-Star ability, accelerates free energies from your discard pile onto any water Pokemon. That's very important. This basically allows you to early on discard water energies and then use that star portal to get those water energies either on your Palkia. You might have a second one on the bench that you can also start attaching energies to. You also have that Greninja EX, which, watch out, is a fighting type Pokemon once evolved. So you need to make sure that the Froakie we see on the screen right now, that you would use Star Portal onto that Froakie. So now these are your main attackers, the Greninja, the Palkia. You also have the Radiant Greninja as another attacker. However, I think in this particular matchup it might not be as useful. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, the idea is accelerate energy from your discard pile, set up your attackers, and then go into, like, you want to fill up your bench to do more damage with that Palkia V-Star as well. So these are the general ideas. Discard your energies, use your V-Star power, and then get those attacks off.
Worth noting, against the controlled archetype, which we will go into detail a little bit more in a second, that Greninja EX could be really helpful. That Shinobi Blade doing 170 damage, great number, but it lets you grab any card you like from your deck. So whatever answers Stefan will need, he will be able to get. As we do see Squawking Seas going to get rid of the A-Spec there. I think it was a Prime Catcher and the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So Squawking Seas, Stefan's going to discard his hand to draw 6. So we see Dust Skull in the hand, we see a Nest Ball. So yeah, it's going to be a really interesting game, actually. Not a matchup before about too often, to be honest with you.
Yeah, can you talk to me a little bit about the strategy of that control deck?
Okay, so Leon, this is what I like to call an alternate win condition deck. Because there are other ways to win in Pokemon. It's not just taking prizes or benching out your opponent. You can win if your opponent starts the turn and they haven't got a card to draw. Stefan does play that Nest Ball. Looks like it's going to grab a Radiant Greninja. So what Leon's going to opt to do not really take prize cards. He's going to try and run Stefan's deck out of resources. How is he going to do that, though? Because you can't just sit there and absorb damage all day. Well, we can see the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon in the active. That cannot take damage from Pokemon that have an ability. So Radio Greninja cannot target it via Moonlight Shuriken, as we do see a Buddy Buddy Poffin being played there for Stefan, and we see concealed cards there as well. So that's one way. So if Stefan was to only have Pokemon played that have ability, kill Cornerstone Ogerpon, could just sit there and win. However, Leon has a few other things he can do. Mimikyu has Safeguard, means it cannot take damage from EX Pokemon or V Pokemon. And then we also have the big bad Snorlax from Pokemon Go. Now, this is interesting. This has the block ability. So whilst in the active, your opponent's active cannot retreat. So let's say you was to lock in, let's say a Lumineon V, right? A Pokemon that isn't really going to attack. You could leave Snorlax in the active, lock in a Lumineon, and just keep announcing pass, and your opponent can't do anything about it. So that's what Leon's going to opt to do. Make life awkward for Stefan, as we do see a pay retreat into the throw key and pass with 3 Duskull. Now, I think the Duskull's going to be really interesting, but we'll get to that a little bit later. Let's see what Leon can do. Now, the weaknesses of these control decks are they traditionally can't draw a lot of cards. The only way they can do that is via the Rotom V, which lets you end the turn, instant charge, and then you can draw 3 cards to end your turn. So it looks like we're going to see the Nest Ball here from Leon, debating on what to grab. I'm going to do a little price check search as well.
Yeah, we talked about that block ability from the Snorlax. It can gust up one of the support Pokemon and just block them in the active spot. One interesting aspect here is that Stefan was like, before you get any of those Snorlax out, I want to get my Squawk ability off the active position.
Yes.
And typically you would see players keeping their main attackers or attackers that they want to set up eventually on the bench to keep them safe. However, against the control deck, you're not expecting any attacks, so you can easily put that Froakie in the active position, and then you have some time eventually to evolve. I think the control aspect here is also interesting because, of course, looking at the list or from previous events, we know that the only way to get the Greninja EX into play is by playing an rare candy.
Yes.
So now there's supporters that would discard potential items from Stefan's hand, and there's also supporters that would discard items off his deck.
Yep.
So the quest for Stefan will be to eventually find that rare candy and evolve that before the disruption gets too
speak
big.
of that support, there's an Eri. Is that going to discard 2 items from your opponent? Oh, goodness, but that is a miss. So Eri going to do a whole lot of nothing. But then Stefan's hand isn't really the greatest. We're going to see a Snorlax going to get benched. Rotom V, instant charge, draw 3 cards over to Stefan. Now, imagine if you top that rare candy. Wouldn't you love to see that? But we are going to see concealed cards, draw 2, 1, 2. Irida, rare candy would be amazing. Oh. Not
no
quite.
rare candy. One interesting part is that you might be thinking, hey...
And a pass.
And a pass. Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of time against
that's true.
decks,
That is
right?
true.
Eventually, you might draw into that Pokestop as well, which allows you to potentially get that rare candy that you need. You already have 1 piece in the Greninja in hand, so we're only waiting at this point for that rare candy to be pulled. On top of that, you see those 3, I mean, 1 evolved now, but you see those 3 Psychic Pokemon on the bench as well. They have the one big advantage that if you were to gust them in the active position, they can always use their ability, yes, allow your opponent to take a prize, but get out of that active position. So they will never be locked in. And on top of that, they will help to get those damage numbers up to KO the Pokemon.
Yeah, but worth noting, these control decks, they only get stronger as the game goes on, because they want to try and develop like a penny loop, they can heal and all that jazz. If you can, Misfortune says, look at the top 5 cards of your deck, opponent's deck, discard any items. We see a Night Stretcher so far, just a Night Stretcher, and the rest are going to get shuffled in. Not the greatest of hits there, but, you know, we'll take it.
Yeah, 2 times in a row, not the greatest hits, and this just plays into Stefan's slow start, but he hasn't really lost any resources beyond, and we talked a little bit about Snorlax's ability with the block. You would want to have some pivoting options to get out of that lock position, right? And we have seen that I think it was the prime catcher.
Yeah, that's been discarded already.
Hitting the discard pile very early on. So this is one less tool for Stefan to get out of a tricky situation should he find himself locked up with 1 Pokemon. There might be other options here. There might be a switch potentially.
Display 2 copies of Switch. We're going to see instant charge being used there. Concealed card there from Stefan. Going to draw 2 cards. There's the Switch, sorry, and an Iono. Not quite there, going to attach an energy. Can attack with that because it hasn't got an ability. So we are going to see the iron. Okay, this is interesting because the control decks really like to build up their hand over time with instant charge so they can pluck out what they need, well, whenever they want it. If you can reset your opponent's hand, they can get in trouble.
Absolutely, and Iono is also a great tool because we saw, I mean, there's a rare candy, but now we're missing the Greninja. One thing I want to say about the Iono is the cards are going to the bottom of the deck.
Oh, that's a triple hitter off the Pokestop. Not the items you realistically want, but, you know, we'll take them.
Yeah, but now your hand is stacking up with items that with another area could be discarded as well, especially rare candies. I think I saw 2 in his hand.
Yes.
So if that's another 2, and I mean, let's check the prizes there. There's no rare candy in the prize. We saw that at the beginning of the game. But yeah, you need your rare candy eventually. If you run out of them, if they get Arid and Miss Fortune Sisters, then it's going to be rough. But I would have loved to see more pieces getting Iono to the bottom of the deck, because the safest position to be in as an item against the control deck is at the bottom of the deck.
Yes, that is true. So it looks like we're going to see the Froakie attack. I think, is it try bouncing?
It's 30 damage if you hit a hats.
Hey, let's go, Froakie. Come on. Love to see that. Try bouncing from Froakie. Okay, over to Leon now. Let's see. Arwen in hand. Misfortune Sisters in hand, being eyed up. Nest Ball in hand as well. But you're perfectly right. Leon isn't under any massive pressure, right? Leon always wants the game to go long, so it doesn't really have to do anything too crazy. Here we do see Nest Ball being played. It's like eyeing up the Snorlax, and it's interesting. Now eyeing up the Snorlax, that definitely means Leon's going to opt to use that a lot in this matchup. It's a shame that Stefan did have to lead that Squawkabilly, because you're right, the Dust Clops and the Dust Skulls, that's fine. You bring them in the active, they can just Curse Bomb out of there. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Squawkabilly can't do that, so we need to try and leave that away.
However, keep in mind that these decks typically run 1 Dust Clops.
True.
So once that Dustclops, I mean,
true. Yeah.
You also need your rare candies to go into Dusknoir, right?
Yep,
so if Dustclops is on the bench, can't be used, or I mean, can't be gained back. So it might be possible to lock one of the Shuppets in the active position. On the other hand, you might be thinking, hey, Stefan is looking for that Greninja EX, right?
Here we go, Misfortune Sisters, though. There's a Nest Ball at the very least. And an Ultra. Oh, that Ultra was actually huge. That would have found a Greninja EX. That's been sent straight to the discard pile. Misfortune Sisters starting to have its way on the game. And this is the thing, right? These Disruption supporters, as the game goes on, the more likely they are to hit, as we do see an attached retreat. Oh, and that means that Froakie is now blocked in the active, won't be able to maneuver around.
Yeah, but keep in mind, like, you might be thinking Stefan is setting up his Greninja EX, in his case, hopefully at some point. And why is there no Mimikyu hitting the field, which would block that attacks? But we already have Dustclops on the field, and they would just pick up those KOs left, right, and center. So it's not really an answer to the stack going into your Mimikyus. And yeah, being blocked as a Froakie is no problem either. Keep in mind, as a fighting type, you will hit those Snorlax for super effective damage. So even if they were to attach any Bravery Charms or any other tools, that would not prevent you from being KO'd.
Pokestop. Oh, and there goes the Dust one. Now, worth noting, I believe, just play 4 copies of Night Stretcher. So Pokemon in the discard pile isn't the worst place to be, but, you know, not also ideal. Now, it looks like we're eyeing up an Ultra Ball. We know rare candies in hand, so we could at the very least, perhaps, see the Greninja EX come down. Irida's going to search first. Okay, letting you grab a Water-type Pokemon and an item. Let's see what this grabs.
Yeah, keep in mind that Greninja evolves from a Water Pokemon, but is not researchable by Irida itself here. So we might, I mean, you can pick up one of those Palkias into your hand, so it's just like off your deck, thin your deck a little bit, but there's no prime target that for a Water Pokemon. However, we saw that Ultra Ball in hand. And you might just pick up a Water Pokemon to discard it this way.
Yeah, just to have it at the very least. Worth noting, the Palkia V could actually be relevant in this matchup because it can hit for 200 damage and it hasn't got an ability, so it can actually grow through the Cornerstone Ogerpon. We do see it get discarded, but it is, I promise you it could have a use. So Earth and Vessel are going to grab 2 basic energy. Now, worth noting, we alluded to this earlier, Greninja EX is a fighting type. That means it would actually hit Rotom V for weakness, and it does have a damage spreading attack. Its second attack does 120 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. So there is a world, if Stefan can take a few prize cards with Shinobi Blade, very possible, might I say, then you can try and bring up Rotom V into the active, KO that for 2 prizes, spread some more to the bench, 3 prize turn on deck. So that is a line for Stefan to look to work towards.
Yeah, and he will have that support on the bench with the Dustclops, potentially Dusknows as well. Exactly. But it was only a matter of time, and the cards were in his favor. Greninja EX is finally in play and is able to take knockout after knockout from now on.
Oh, nice stretch. He's going to grab the Dusknoir. It is...
Ooh.
Just while you have the tools, you might as well evolve. Even if you don't use the ability yet, they will not get knocked out from your opponent anyway. Just have them ready on the bench. Don't risk losing your rare candies. Attach a second energy. I think you were just talking about the Mirage Barrage here, and just setting up for the long term there. So first knockout on the board.
Yep, first knockout Shinobi. We got there eventually. Now Shinobi Blade is, I can't understate this enough. Against the control deck, having Shinobi Blade as your attack turn after turn is so good. Letting you grab any card you like from your deck and put it into your hand. That basically says, right, if you're going to try and trap me, I'll grab this. You want to do this? I'll search for this. It's, as a control player, it's not what you want to have happening. So let's see if Leon tries to make life a little bit harder for Stefan. Does take one card from the deck. Didn't manage to see what it was, unfortunately. Does take one prize card. Now it is over to Leon.
Yeah, let's see. He's checking out that discard pile here, see which tools have already been used off the deck. I think I saw 3 rare candies in total. 1, 2, and there's the third one. Yep. So there's only one more rare candy in the deck or the prizes as far as Leon knows that part. So yeah, he could potentially take up that Choput and then say, well, unless you grab that rare candy eventually, that Pokemon is locked there and can't get off the active position.
Yeah, we do see Nespal going to grab a Snorlax. So we're going to see an Arven. Now, worth noting, I mentioned about trying to get Rotom V into the active, right? But with Prime Catcher gone, Stefan doesn't play Boss's Orders. The only other Gust he plays is Counter Catcher. Chances are you're not going to be behind on prizes against the control deck unless you use a whole lot of Dusclops, Dusknoir. Could be possible, I guess. But it's going to make maneuvering around Leon's active a little bit harder, actually.
Yeah, and another aspect of the game that we haven't talked enough about yet is how you actually use your bench as a resource, because especially against these control decks, we have seen in the prizes that 3 of these accompanying flutes are in the prizes, but Stefan doesn't know that. And the last thing you want is an extra supporter hitting your bench that you don't want to get locked up there. So filling up your bench early on just basically null avoids that item completely.
Yep. That's a great point. It's sort of like a catch-22 there. You want to fill your bench, but you don't want to have any bad Pokemon on the bench so you can lock them with Snorlax. Now, worth noting, Leon looks like is taking from the Arven a Counter Catcher and the handheld fan tool. I haven't used this one in a while. If the Pokemon this guy's attaches in the active spot and is damaged by an attack, you can move an energy from the attacking Pokemon to one of their bench Pokemon. That's going to make using Shinobi Blade or turn after turn a lot harder. But we do see a Counter Catcher in Squawkaby. Now remember, Block is currently live. That Squawkaby cannot retreat, even though it has got a retreat cost of 1. And we do see Hero's Cape getting committed to the bench Rotom V.
Yeah, you might be thinking, well, there's both Dusclops and Dusknoir on the field, and combined, they will take out the Snorlax. However, there's just a second Snorlax ready to go back into the active and prevent any retreating there.
So let's see what Stefan does here. I can't see a switch at the minute. I think there is an Irida, though. So Irida's very good at, well, grabbing switching cards. But that handheld fan's really interesting. That's going to make Stefan being able to use Mirage Barrage, love saying that, a lot harder. Because every time you attack into it, and then you're going to get returned to the hand. So worth noting. That's going to make life a little bit more hard. And that's what these control decks do. You know, they just make you they make you answer questions over the course of the game. It's like, well, you can do this, but I'm going to stop with that. Can you do that? And you thought, well, I can't. All of a sudden, the game can start to get out of hand.
Absolutely. And yeah, we talked about ways to retreat your Pokemon. And we saw that Prime Catcher hitting the discard very early on. Yep. And we saw one switch earlier in his hand as well. So there's a switch. However, keep in mind, one switch won't be enough to win the game. Typically, at least once you KO the active Snorlaxes, that's only one prize at a time. So you will have to wait and at the right time pick out those big knockouts. Another aspect I want to talk about here is that currently Stefan is at 5 prizes versus 6. He can't use that Counter Catcher.
No.
Now, whenever you use either Dusclops or Dusknoir's ability, you give up a prize. However, you kind of need to use those abilities while not taking a prize yourself, because only then, if you give up 2 prizes, it will then allow you to use that Counter Catcher.
Speaking of, is he eyeing up the Cursed Blast on the Dust, or was debating it? But you're right, you don't want to be taking prize. Such a weird way to play the game, right? Like, exactly. So I need you to take prizes, but I don't want to take them.
So you would have to spread that damage. That might be helpful, but once you spread that damage, you might get something into the active that then allows you to retreat. So that is one extra retreat option that you would have here. There's the first Cursed Blast activating. Let's see, 130 damage on which Pokemon? I guess you want to gust one of these 2 prizers, right?
So worth noting, Stefan does play Lost Vacuum, so you can get to 190 damage on the Rotom V.
and then Lost Vacuum it to take the prize cards. If you see Night Stretcher, now grab at Dust Noir, so you can evolve Dusclops. You have 2 uses of Cursed Blast now. Doesn't quite get to Rotom yet, though, without the Lost Vacuum.
Yep.
So here we do see...
But that's a very good point, because you didn't want to take out the knockouts now anyway, so you can use the counter catcher. So parking that damage that goes beyond the HP but is prevented by that tool would be amazing to then, once you grab that Lost Vacuum, but actually he decides to spread it even further.
If we can get to Mirage Blast here, that's a 4 prize. Oh, wait. Yep. Counter catcher into the Cornerstone. So now we can switch. So now we can retreat, I should say.
But then we don't have a second energy.
No, yeah, we
attach.
can't. Yeah, and an Iono. Okay, big, strong turn there. Love to see that. Now we mentioned that Iono is very devastating for control decks to play against. So they're gonna say, right, I'm giving you a hand of 4, and I'm now taking 2 prize cards with Shinobi Blade. I can bring up any card I like from my deck. You have to respond fast. Love this swing turn. Let's see what Stefan can do.
Absolutely here. Very great choice. Keep in mind, there's one more rare candy somewhere in the deck for the Shepherd not to get locked in the active position.
Yes.
And once these two, keep in mind, once these two prizes are off the board, he still has to pick up 1 prize while not having anything to like gust forward and ignore that block ability. So at that point, it will only be 2 Snorlax, like 1 active, 1 on the bench.
So worth noting, as we do see a Trek and Stews, they're going to grab a Night Stretcher. Stefan's deck doesn't look that big, you know.
No, it looks right. It almost looks like 2, maybe 3, 4 cards.
It might be like 7 to 10, I reckon. We're looking at it from vertical, it's really hard to gauge. But yeah, it's not the biggest, is what I'm trying to say here. We'll actually probably get a look after the Shinobi Blade, actually. But yeah, worth noting that Stefan's deck isn't the biggest. It looks like Greninja is going to be in the active now, thanks to that retreat. Not Teal Mask Ogre, I should say. Cornerstone Ogre is now in the active, no block. So we can see Shinobi Blade being used. We'll take a KO, take Stefan 2 prize cards, and then get to grab any card. Night Stretcher is going to be played here as well. Could this grab a Dusclops? Could grab a Dust Noir?
It's really interesting that 30 damage earlier from the Froakie almost played a role.
Yes, dangerously close, right?
Yeah, but through that Bravery Charm, it goes beyond the 210 HP anyway, so it didn't really matter. So we needed that extra damage to KO it through that.
Ooh, I think it was 4 cards in deck there. 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that much actually.
Do you have to search? Oh, you may search your deck. I was just wondering, can you fail to search off Shinobi if you like? It looks like Stefan's opting not to search, like that heads-up play.
Yeah, and he's down to 3 prizes at this point. So Iono would only have you draw 3 cards, so it's less likely you deck out through that.
Ooh, not the greatest of Pokestop there. Only going to grab a Pearl Pad. So I was just thinking, if Stefan's on 3 prize cards, right, that means you can Mirage Barrage any Snorlax plus Rotom, provided you can get rid of the Hero Escape and win the game.
Yep.
That is possible.
Unless, of course, you would have to first retreat again, find a tool, find an energy potentially to attach to that Squawkabilly again, and that would be 1 less energy you can attach.
If Leon gets into the active, though, right?
Absolutely.
So as it stands now, at the very least. But you are right. I'm sure Leon will be doing everything he can to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and of course, if you attack into that Snorlax,
that's also
before that, you would also lose an energy back to your bench.
Yes, yeah,
Makes it even harder, but of course at that point, you're 1 gust away from KOing the Rotom and taking the last 2 prizes. So let's see how that plays out. I also want to see the energy management. I see 1 energy in the discard, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
5 and 2 active, that's 7 energies. That might be all energies actually. Let me count.
Oh, it is? Oh, you're right, yeah.
Yeah, there's actually, I mean, again, I've seen some Pokédex run 8 energies, but it's typically 7. So if he plays with that information...
Sorry, big turn there. The Penny is going to remove that prior damage off the Rotom V, so there's no route to victory on this turn at the very least. The Snorlax army, as it were. Could even see the Rotom get benched again with the Hero's Cape. I guess it's worth noting as well. Stefan does play 4 copies of Night Stretcher. I think a few have been used, but Night Stretcher could get back an energy if he likes.
I also want to point out the handheld Felt might actually, if he has the option to play a second one, that would be huge, because if our count was correct and all the energies are in play or in the discard pile, right? The first handheld Felt puts 1 energy on the bench. The second one will put the second one on the bench, and then he wouldn't have left any attacking cost or any attacker, really.
Oh, Lost Vacuum. Okay. Off the Irida. So let's have a look. Rare Candy Dust Noir. Curse Blasters 130. Gonna shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Wait, is that game then? Because you Curse Blast onto Rotom. There's 130. Oh no, we're not quite. Yeah, we're not quite there. Still need the energy as well. Get a bit excited there, folks. I apologize.
No, it's absolutely, especially with these games. Like, one aspect I loved about this format is how the community took games off stream, right, from the stream, and made them into puzzle games for people who haven't watched the game themselves to just relive that moment and see if they can find the path to victory here. So from what it looks like, we're just one energy short of that Mirage Barrage anyway. So that's not a play, but it would, of course, be huge swing to take free prize at once.
Oh yeah,
but at the same time, I said that the handheld felt is really annoying to play around. And at least for now, he opts not to discard that, because only really the second one would be interesting. So there's a water energy hitting the Dust Noir, and that will just be discarded if he chooses to use that ability.
Yeah, having the energy on the Dust Noir is, well, very bad, as it were. Okay, accompanying flute. Any basic Pokemon?
See what the last two cards are, actually.
I think it was a Palkia V-Star and a Nest Ball.
Yeah, that's what he just showed us.
So Palkia V-Star, funny enough, can get his energies back. Not to Greninja, though, but can actually get energies back into play at the very least via Star Portal.
Yeah, but we would need 2 turns to evolve it into that first.
Eri. Okay, so what have we got? We've got Iono, Switch and Lost Vacuum. They're going to get discarded. They would, I think, been very good for Stefan to use. I think only plays 2 copies of Switch. No, 1 copy of Switch.
1 copy of
We've
Switch.
seen it already. It's gone. So that means now any sort of swapping into the active and block could be disastrous. Squawkabilly could be in trouble here.
Yeah, it was nice to use Squawk and Seize in the first turn. However, it's not the perfect starter against those control decks. You would probably prefer not to play it at all. It has 1 less Pokemon to be blocked in the active
This gets a counter catch. That's going to be huge. Oh, well, it doesn't get anything, actually. All sent straight to the discard pile. So instant charge. So we can still at the very least see an Iono from Stefan. It's going to reset the deck a little bit. And we see another Shinobi Blades go down to 1 prize card. This Iono could actually be really impactful, right? Because if this Iono sticks and Leon can't, stop Shinobi Blade again, could just win. I mean, Stefan can win just on prize cards, right? Takes 1 now off Shinobi Blade. Goodness.
And then there's only 1 attack away from winning the whole game.
Exactly. So this is a close one here. Here we go. Okay, there's the Iono. We had to see that, right? We can't be letting any Chi-Yu EX shenanigans come out and lose the game. So
especially because you draw into that Palkia V-Star.
Yep.
Your last card was an item, so that could have been discarded as well with Misfortune Sisters, and then you wouldn't have any card to draw into. So it was kind of required to use that support of Iono here to just get more cards back into your deck. And it also really helps with both the extra cards from the Rotom that he draws as well, because, however, do you see that counter catcher in Leon's hand?
Oh, did he draw into it off the Iono?
Yep, there it is.
Oh, it's a golden one as well. That could...
I think it's really hard to play around that. He also has a Misfortune Sisters here.
Okay, so let's look at the whole deck, I think. Whoop, there's that Ultra Ball. Get rid of that.
Yes.
Shuffle them up.
And I honestly, at this point, don't see any way around that counter-catcher play.
That's going to be tough. Okay, this Squawkabilly could be locked here thanks to that. Oh, and there's the concession.
Yep.
Wow, what a game there from Leon. That looked like that could go either way for so long, though, didn't it, Barry? Like, honestly, Stefan was just 1 attack away from winning. But Leon does take our game 1 here in our round 4 feature match here in Lille. And what a performance it was.
Absolutely. It was back and forth. You might be thinking, control decks on stream, really? It's like so linear, so straightforward, but it was such an exciting game. Back and forth, and Stefan used all the tools to his availability. He got actually the rare candies when he needed. He got his Ninja EX out eventually, but it just didn't help against the sheer power of like disruption by just discarding decks off your cards off your deck. We saw how thin his deck suddenly were. You pointed out to what, 2, 3, 4, 6 cards? Like it was down to 4 at that point.
Yeah.
Didn't buy him enough time, and it's also a great skill to at this point realize.
Yeah, we do see the replay here as, early on the supporters weren't really hitting, but, counter catcher brought a Squawkabilly. Leading that Squawkabilly was so dangerous because I said it's going to come round eventually, and eventually it did. Those supporter cards, big penny there, closing the door on his Shinobi Blades, but this was the turn. Eri getting rid of Lost Vacuum and the Switch basically said, right, at any point, if that Squawkabilly hits the active, you've lost, my friend, and there it was.
I do wonder if Leon is going into the second game knowing, I only saw 1 switch and one prime catcher, right? So it's only really 2 items that gets you out of the active position.
Yeah.
Because it could have been the play that there's maybe 2 switches and it would have an extra point. But now, going into that, of course, there's the rare chance that it might have been priced. But Leon has a better understanding that there might be only 1 switch and he can play around that. But it already looks a little bit better with a better starter. Leon once again says, hey, I want to use my supporter cards as early as possible. So I'm absolutely happy for you to go first. And it's really interesting to see how this plays out.
So we're going to lead the Origin for Palkia. We didn't see that in game 1. Had they gotten both down here and a pass. Okay, let's see what Leon can do. We didn't actually get to see those accompanying flutes in the last game because 3 of them were prized. We could see this is a prime time to use them here. We know all the Pokemon in the deck, right? So let's see what we can do. Heavy Ball here, actually.
His Heavy Ball is one of my favorite items.
Yeah, you can't really talk about that.
Yeah, not only gets you a basic Pokemon out of your prizes, but you see players taking note. It's like the easiest way to price check, right? You can check what is in my prizes, take note, and you know for the rest of the game, which tools do I have, which items do I have, which supporters do I have. So it's a really great item here, especially in the early turns. Even if it doesn't give you any value, any basic Pokemon, you still get the knowledge of what is priced, and it's way easier to look at your prizes and take note than going through your whole deck trying to figure out what is priced.
And worth noting as well, in a control deck, typically, you're not taking prize cards. So you need to know what they are because chances are, outside of any sneaky Dusknoir shenanigans, as we did see actually, funnily enough, you're not going to take them. So the Cornerstone Ogerpon did get liberated. I'm sure Leon probably won't be putting that down again. Not the most useful in this matchup, but...
Another aspect is like we saw Froakie not hitting the bench turn 1. I think that would have been a prime target here. It would be really nice to actually see Froakie getting into play so that eventually you can play that rare candy and evolve it. But it's not here yet, which basically gives Leon at least 1 extra turn to discard those rare candies and make it harder to evolve.
Yes, no, you're 100% correct. Stefan was really able to get those Dusclops, Dusknoirs, and Duskulls realistically in play really fast, and this gives Leon time to try and get rid of those resources before you get... Because let's not make no mistake about it. If game 1 went really well for Stefan, right? If this game doesn't go really well across that game plan, this might be a lot more of a, well, a bit more of an easier game for Leon there. Pokegear has been played. Look at top 7 cards of your deck and grab any supporter. Let's see. I didn't quite actually get to see what those 7 were. There's a Penny. I'm going to grab the Penny. Worth noting, did actually prize 2 copies of Penny. These Snorlax decks love to Penny loop over and over to remove damage. You saw how impactful it was in game 1. So only having access to 2 makes it a little bit harder.
Absolutely, especially with that Dusknoir ability, being able to spread damage, and we're just hyping up that potential Mirage Barrage, right?
Yeah.
But the only way it really works is if damage sticks for a longer time and sets up that turn, at least with like the slow pace of setting up those energies. And Penny is just there ready to pick up any damaged Pokemon. The other thing I want to say is that Rotom is an amazing Pokemon to have on the bench. You don't really want to have it active, give up prizes. And he doesn't really have a lot of options to retreat. He has free energies, but you need to draw into them to retreat that Rotom. So what might look like a desperation move using that Penny on a totally like full HP Rotom just helped him to get it out of the active and get that Snorlax ready as well.
Yep, and we do see as the instant charge was used, Stefan slammed that RNO and said those cards are going straight to the bottom. So first hand of 6 for both players. Stefan going to start the turn off, well, after the RNO with the Nest Ball. Now, if we are going to maybe see a Palkia V-Star action, we need to actually get some more bench Pokemon to actually start taking some big subspace Wilds KOs. We might not. We could actually see the Hydro Break being used. We saw this get used a lot back in the day against the Mewtwo V Unions. It does 200 damage flat, and it hasn't got an ability. So we could also see that. Nest Ball for now, though, is going to grab the Skull.
Yeah. Now, you might be thinking, how do I approach this matchup best? I don't want to have anything stuck in the active position. Yeah. How about I just don't bench anything that I don't want to have active? You might think, but then the accompanying fluid that we talked about earlier didn't play a huge role in the first game. But now, with so much bench space open, it's only a matter of time until Leon finds those items and can potentially find some of those supporting Pokemon. So if Stefan has a way to discard them early on, that would be amazing.
Yeah, so it looks like Stefan's going to end the turn there with a Rule the Region. Don't get to say that one too often. Then you search your deck for a Stadium and popping it in your hand. So you're right, 3 bench slots open. Accompanying Flute could be huge here. Then you look at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck, and then any... Oh, we're going to see an Eri first of all, though. I apologize. Look at your opponent's hand, discard 2 items. That's a miss, but we did see it miss in game 1 as well.
I have to say, like, Stefan just finds this way to keep his all the items off his hands. They were like, Eri missed twice now. We saw Misfortune Sisters, at the beginning of the game. Despite having so many like items in your deck, like it just managed to keep them all off and miss those early hits here especially. But yeah, for the control deck, it's just going to be another free course.
Yep, accompanying fan to the active as well. That accompanying fan is so huge, by the way. Here we are going to see Pokestop. Oh, nice stretcher, Dust Noir. Oh, not the greatest of Pokestop there. Well, actually, not a lot for Stefan to do. It has an energy, so we could see a Hydro Break, but that would move the energy off. That's the problem with that. So, could see a Water. I mean, you don't really want to see a Water. Nice stretch is being eyed up, so we could grab Dust Noir back. Curse Blast is, well, 130 damage. It isn't quite enough to get through a Snorlax on its own, which is unfortunate, but...
It's actually like use any item you can while you can, because they might eventually be gone. And yes, there's the target with the Dust Clubs. The energy won't be of any use really, so it just sticks there and it's gone. But yeah, that's 2 on the active, 1 on Dust Clubs, 1 in the discard pile. That is 4 energies. So there's 3 more energies that Stefan can play around with. Keep in mind, this time he might choose the route of going that with the Palkia, and the late game Palkia V-Star just start portaling free energies back into play might be huge, yeah.
Really could. So we are going to see, so there was a Hydro Break KO on the Snorlax, and then we are going to see Arven being played here. Then you grab an item and a tool card, that accompanying fan being... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Looks like Leon's going to get the flute out of his back pocket. So love to see this. Now, accompanying flute. Let you look at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. Any basic Pokemon finally you can put straight into play. Oh, Leon needs to get some more flute lessons there, my friend. That was a miss.
A few more flute lessons for sure, absolutely. Another miss, no basic Pokemon. Of course, for Leon, the best thing that could have happened was maybe a Squawkabilly, maybe that Pheasantipity, or even that Mew EX could also be very huge there to just lock it in the active position.
That would have been. And what's so unfair when you play against these Snorlax decks is you can think, right, I'm not going to put anything down, but they can go accompanying flute, let's say it was grab Squawkabilly again, or Pheasantipity or Mew, and then they counter catch you, and it's like, oh, there was not much I could have done about that, but this is where we are. But luckily, well, lucky for Stefan, unluckily for Leon, that accompanying flute was a miss.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, he just sets up his board. There's very little, like, he's not planning to attack. There's 1 energy, which might allow him to retreat if he ever needs to. The Hero's Cape as well for some extra HP. And we see another free cards.
Yep, the instant charge there from Rotom. So let's see what Stefan can do. Nest Ball being played. Okay, let's see what we can do here. That Pheasantipity at the bottom of the deck. That's where you want to be when your opponent's playing accompanying flutes. You stay right there, Fez. There's like Greninja. I mean, Greninja. Oh, I mean, you wish you could get Greninja and play for a Nest Ball. Froakie is going to get taken from the Nest Ball.
Yeah, at least not the Greninja EX. Radiant Greninja would have been 1 target, but it didn't really do too well in the first game.
Yeah.
It doesn't really hit hard enough against those decks, and they never really stick enough damage, so you can't take Pokemon out there either. So.
And it can be a block target as well, right? It's not the greatest Pokemon to have. Here we do see Pokestop, triple hitter! Let's go.
Yeah, but it's actually, you don't want the rare candy right now because you just showed your opponent.
Oh, true.
That you have a rare candy and he might use the area to discard. However, on the other hand, he managed to get Squawkabilly and Mew EX both discarded here, so they're no longer targets of accompanying flutes. And another Nest Ball, he just plays, as I said, play the items as you can because they might be discarded at any point throughout the game.
Yep, and like you say, you want to get your bench as many, well, good Pokemon as possible. So Froakie is good right now, can evolve up, can attack. Duskull can evolve up, Curse Blast out of there. Clops can do that. The only liability right now is that second Palkia V, I feel. You don't really want to have 2.
Yeah, and yeah, there's the information of the rare candy in hand, but now Leon has the hard decision, knowing that there's a rare candy, do I play the area, get rid of the one in hand? But that's the first appearance of a second energy.
Oh, that's so mean. So we do see the Subspace well for KO, 60 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon in play. Handheld fan there would activate. That's going to put 2 energy on that Dust Noir. Worth noting that attack requires 2 Psychic, so that's not going to get used anytime soon. But
absolutely, but that's, I mean, we talked about the interaction between using Palkia V-Star's attack versus Palkia V's attack, and that only really comes into effect against that Ogerpon, right?
Yes.
So
yeah, for sure.
you can, until the Ogerpon hits the field, you can just attack with the subspace well the whole time. And then you have your second Palkia ready on the bench, so you can use Star Portal, charge that right up. And yes, there's 2 energies on Duskcore, but just use the ability. They get discarded and they're ready for Star Portal, basically.
Yeah, you're right. And interesting, I just realized if you could use Dusk Noir, get Engine Disc up and play some damage, you can then Star Portal onto Froakie, evolve up. Mirage Barrage is now live, but the type Pokegear did hit a Misfortune Sisters. I want to see a Mirage Barrage this game.
That would be huge, yeah. I mean, to finish up the point I started earlier, is like, he knows that there's a rare candy in hand, right?
Yeah, you would love that to hit an Airy, right?
Yeah, exactly. Hit the Airy, but then at the same time, there's still 3 more in the deck. You have the Pokestop, you have more drawing tools as well. So he has the option here. Of course, it's always better to discard the one you know of, but if you don't have the Airy...
Ooh. Ultra Ball. Lost Vacuum's actually really big because we just played 2 copies, Stefan, but we saw Lost Vacuum could have removed Hero's Cape off the Rotom in the last game, wasn't able to. So that's 1 Lost Vacuum gone.
Yeah, but there's a Reckon in hand, and I guess if you're Leon, you just want to make sure that you just hope that he has a Rare Candy, but not the Gringer EX. I don't think in a while Leon had access to see which cards Stefan has in his hand here. No. So maybe this is just what we talked about a second ago, that now he can use Dusknoir's ability, get those water energies in discard pile, use Star Portal, and get that active attacker ready as well.
Could do
this time,
do that. You're going to say, could do that. It's perfectly fine. Counter, it's just, that's the problem with control decks. You can see what Stefan's trying to do, and Leon's like, no, can't do that. You can use your Star Portal to get Hydro Break going, but I know you don't want energy there. You want them to be on your Greninja, but I'm not letting you put them there.
I don't want to take too much away, but we just saw in his hand, he had the Rare Candy, he has the Greninja, and he also has the Prime Catcher.
Oh, goodness gracious
I already see 1 energy in the discard pile, 2 are on the Dusknoir, so maybe this is the free price turn we talked about.
Mirage Barrage is 120 though, right? So with the Hero's Cape, it's actually still outside of range. Yeah, the Hero's Cape gives it 290, and with the Lost Vacuum
is already gone.
So, I mean, the dream is still alive. If you can Lost Vacuum, Prime Catcher, Star Portal, it's still possible. Let's see what Pokestop switch. We will go with the Nestball and the Iono.
I think we also have to point out that Mist Energy would actually prevent effects of attacks, right? So that would also negate that damage onto the bench?
No, because it's still damage. It says no. Yeah, so it's still be placing. It's doing damage, not damage counters. So you should still be okay. Also, if it's in the active, it's definitely going to still take damage. So.
That's true. That's true.
So it looks like we saw Hisuian Heavy Ball. Going to grab Dusk Skull. We'll get there eventually. So worth noting now, a Compliant Flute, no longer a thing.
Oh yeah, I need to double check this one. Mist Energy prevent all effects of attacks. Mirage Barrage has no damage. It is an effect of the attack, right? That would place damage. It's not about whether it's damage counters or actual damage. So that would be interesting to know whether this would affect it or not and would prevent that damage onto the bench. But for now, we just see another Subspace Well and another KO.
So it looks like, yep, we're going to see a Subspace Well. Sort of switch to get there. That's the only copy of Switch, though. So that Switch is gone. All right, this is starting to look a bit. That's got another counter catcher though, so and that's the thing about these Starlight decks, right? It's like you can get out of the active once and play hot potato, but it's like, how often can you do that? I'm not sure.
Now, I hyped up the moment that there was both the Rare Candy and the Greninja EX in hand, and you might be thinking, why has he not evolved while he can? And I think the huge point that you brought up is he might want to use. Oh, Airy was just discarded?
Yeah, Airy was discarded off the Pokestop. Sorry, just to interrupt you there, but carry on.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to say, we pointed this out earlier. Star Portal only allows you to attach energies to your water Pokemon. So if you evolve it, you no longer have that option. And this only really comes into effect if you want to use Mirage Barrage. Because otherwise, like Shinobi Blade, you just need 1 water energy. You don't need like Star Portal to basically power that up. So this might be a play where he's like, it also gives your opponent a false sense of security where it's like, hey, my opponent has a Rare Candy, but he hasn't evolved it despite me having the option to Airy it away. So maybe that will actually let Leon think that it would not have a Greninja EX in hand.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting point, actually. It's really awkward, right? You'd love to be able to get the Greninja into play as soon as possible. But you're right, because then you stop the Star Portal shenanigans. So, Yeah, so worth noting that Arvin, they're going to grab the Night Stretcher and that Bravery Charm. Going to make a brave Snorlax, I would imagine. There's goodness gracious, not what you want to be seeing, all these Snorlaxes. They just won't go away, Barish. You've got a Counter Catcher. I told you, this Palkia V, you didn't need that, but that's the problem against these Snorlax decks. If you lead a Pokemon you don't want, chances are you can't get rid of it.
Absolutely here. And however, there's still the attack. You can use your Vista. I mean, you now have to pick your battles, right? Do you want to power up your Palkia V, or do you eventually want to power up that...
Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Did you say he had Prime Catcher in hand?
Yes.
So this is free prize turn here then, right? Because you can... Oh, hasn't got enough energy in the discard pile, actually, right? Hold on. So
he has one in the discard pile. He would have to use the Dust Noir to get 2 more.
Yeah, so if you can Dust Noir, Curse Blast, Rotom, get Rotom into the active, then Mirage Barrage, KO Rotom in the active, plus a Snorlax on the bench. That's 3 prize cards. Stefan actually has 3 prize cards remaining. That should get you there, right?
Wait, how do you get... Oh, okay, he puts
put him on a Snorlax anyway. Okay, let's see.
You can take out both.
So here's a Star Portal.
He's going into that Froakie, so he might evolve that, and we might finally see that Mirage Barrage that we talked about for so long.
Okay. There's Prime Catcher. Lost Vacuum. Night Stretcher. Ooh. Or you could use Curse Blast again to get the prior damage. Mirage Barrage would take 3 prize cards, an active Rotom and a bench Snorlax. And Stefan Ivanov takes game 2 here in our round 4 feature match. And we finally got to say it. Mirage Barrage for game, baby.
That was a long setup, long coming, but finally picking up the 3 knockouts. And Stefan Ivanov, seeing in the first game that he had no out, immediately packing together, getting ready into the second game, winning now, and now he has the chance. Of course, we saw it takes quite a while to actually take all the prizes, but at least he puts himself in a spot where maybe with the right setup, he might take that 3rd game before the time runs out.
Yeah, I mean, chances are for a control deck to win in let's just say 5 minutes or so, pretty low. The chances of a Palkia deck doing it a lot higher at the very least. So let's take a quick look at our game 2 replay here. Night Stretcher getting in that prior damage, so impactful.
I think that we're currently looking at game 1.
Oh, this is game 1. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, but here we did see the Shinobi Blade just... That Greninja EX is just doing so well. Searching out cards, spreading damage. It's just very nice. Shame it's not a water type, though. Although, if it was a water type, we wouldn't be hitting the Rotom for weakness, so maybe you do want it to be a fighting type.
Yeah. That fighting type and the extra damage was really helpful to get the Snorlax, get the Rotom, even through the Hero's Cave, right? Like, so much more HP, but you still pick it up thanks to that weakness.
Yeah.
It's suddenly like 320, or if you use 240, dependingly. But yeah, basically having your Duskulls ready to evolve.
Yeah, scary.
And then use them in the right moment. But at the same time, I guess Stefan also had luck on his side when neither of the accompanying flutes or early on Aries really hit anything.
And worth noting, Stefan did prize that Squawk bin. I'm sure he'd love to see that. Get that straight in the prize cards. Now, you can have 1 Palkia V in play. That's fine. We can do that. We saw Palkia V start being very helpful. You don't want to really have a couple more. So let's see. Earthen Vessel. On the discard, like Radiant Green Seek, you don't want that in play. That is that is a Snorlax target right there, so get that gone. And Earthen Vessel going to grab 2 copies of Basic Energy. Of course, it'll be water.
I mean, the fewer Pokemon Stefan has to go through before taking his prizes, or before Leon runs out of Pokemon, the faster he can actually seal up this game. So that could be really helpful. However, we see 1 Mimikyu active. And we see 1 Snorlax in hand, so that's at least 2 turns for Leon to pick up more Pokemon, make it really hard for Stefan to go through all the decks with the remaining time of roughly 6 minutes. And you see, especially in these game 3 scenarios, players pick up their pace a little bit more, play at a higher pace, get more cards into play.
Accompanying flute. Hey, I mean, to be fair, you might have actually done... Oh, he opted not to, but of course, yeah. Like, oh, you want them ones? No. Put them back in the deck. Love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, he really wanted to target those support Pokemon, but getting... just getting more helpful Pokemon for Stefan in the field? No, that's... We shuffle them right back into the deck. So now he gets his first deck search here. Looks into nest balling.
Yeah, so we're going to see nest ball. We're going to do a little prize check at the very least and just work out, how many Snorlax do I have available. Because worth noting that Mimikyu, I mean, to be fair, it does a good job against Palkia V, but not very good against Dust Clops or Dust Noir. Not very good against, well, just W2 really. That's the problem with Mimikyu now. You can't just, before with the Snorlax deck, you could use Mimikyu a lot more, but now that Dust Noir is involved, it's not the best of wars.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that. I mean, he has one Snorlax in hand, one Rotom hits the field as well, so he has Snorlax and Rotom ready. This is going to be really rough to actually go through, because you also need different attackers or different setups to go through this Snorlax, go through that Mimikyu and the Rotom to pick them up all equally. At the same time, however, I would love to see what Stefan goes for his second turn playoff here. And keep in mind, Subspace Well does more damage the more benched Pokemon you have. So Leon might actually opt not to fully bench early on to just prevent that damage and maybe prevent a KO on a Rotom early on.
So it looks like that Poke gear being played. They're going to up the Misfortune Sisters. Now, we've seen this hasn't been terribly successful here. Well, to be fair, it did get rid of the Switch and the Lost Vacuum in game one. So, but let's see what this does here. I don't think it has many options for other supporter cards. So, Misfortune Sisters, then you look at the top 5 cards of your deck, well, your opponent's deck, I should say, and discard any items you find there. So, if you dream a scenario, getting rid of Switch and Prime Catcher would be huge. Here we go. 1, 2, there's that Froakie again. Ooh, Night Stretcher, Nest Ball, and Buddy Buddy Puff. Ooh, particularly good cards that Stefan would want there, actually.
Yeah, 3 items, great hit, of course, thinning out the deck as well. However, we talked about how hard it is for a control deck to actually go through all of Stefan's deck in the remaining time.
Yes.
So it might not be as huge of a factor. It might just help him a little bit or make it harder for Stefan to seal up this game.
Nope, there's Lost Vacuum. There goes that hero escape. Not a very heroic Rotom V anymore. Okay.
Yeah, we've actually seen how it was picked up with Penny multiple times. So this way, it's actually gone. It can be completely out of the game.
Yeah, that's going to stay in that lost zone. There we go. Greninja's going to come down here as well via Night Stretcher. Draw 2 from concealed cards. So let's...
Another energy can be attached to Subspace Swell. However, Mimikyu won't care, right?
No, Mimikyu will not be taking any damage from that Subspace Well, that is for sure. But can retreat now, then use Star Portal to get attackers, well, get energy onto somewhere else. Here we do see the Pokestop, discard top 3, Nest Ball, Nair Candy, almost a triple hitter. But you could argue having Dusclops in the discard pile is nice because Night Stretcher just plucks it straight out when you want it, right? So.
There's the Nest Ball to potentially get the Froakie, but he decides, oh, okay, there's the Nest Ball. He could have alternatively also used the Ultra Ball to discard an extra water energy and have it ready in the discard pile. But we see the Nest Ball for
the Froakie.
Yep.
I'm just thinking, we saw Ultra Ball and Rare Candy, right? We could see Rare Candy, Dusk Noir, Cursed Blast, get rid of Mimikyu, and now Subspace Well has free reign to attack whatever it likes.
Yeah, if Stefan has a full bench, there would be 160 plus whatever Leon adds to that. Greninja actually discarded here.
Yeah, and we do see Dust Noir. Okay, so we are... Maybe Stefan's going to up a Cursed Blast this turn. I imagine it probably goes into the... Well, I assume it goes into the Mimikyu. But let's see what happens after that.
Yeah, he only has 3 bench Pokemon left after that, so Subspace Well's damage is limited.
True, that's a good point, yeah, because
you take out another Pokemon, so there's only 1 bench Pokemon on Leon's side. So quick math is 60 and a total of 4 benched, so 140, and I don't think that's enough for either of these 2 Pokemon. So he won't be able to take another knockout, and like sticking damage, I guess it forces Leon to use another Penny.
Yes, it forces them to start playing Penny, which means they're not playing Eri. They're not playing Misfortune Sisters, which is really nice. So you could argue, even though it's not the greatest, it at least forces them to play Penny, which means your resources should be safe. Are we going to see a Moonlight Shuriken? Oh, no, we're going to see Star Portal onto the Palkia. I don't mind that, actually, because that can be a liability. We know that. Oh, but we can see a retreat into the Hydro Break. That does 200, and that does KO Rotom V. All of a sudden, Leon has 1 Pokemon left in play.
Yeah, and I talked early on how like he needs more bench Pokemon to make sure, but there's just another Snorlax in hand. We saw another Nest Ball in hand, so he can fill up that bench right away and prevent at least losing all his Pokemon. So yeah, a Nest Ball, potentially get another Rotom into play, but keep in mind, Stefan already down to 3 prizes.
Really is, as time does keep ticking on. As we do see the Nest Ball being played, let's have a little quick discussion about the time rules in case you don't know. So let's say the timer does get called on Leon's side. There will then be 3 each player, there'll be 3 additional turns. If the game does not conclude naturally in those 3 turns, this game 3 does not class as finishing. So let's say this game was to go to time and there'd be no natural conclusion, this round would end in a tie because both players have 1-1 game.
Yeah, and in case you're wondering what does 3 more turns mean, it's actually, we talked about Leon being, it being Leon's turn, so that would be what we consider turn 0. So he finishes turn and then 3 more turns, which means it goes over to Stefan once, back to Leon, and then Stefan 1 more time.
Yes.
So with time being very close, I think the judges will confirm when the time is actually over.
Yep.
We see a dice with 2 on the board. I do wonder if time was already called and this is already the second turn. Potentially, usually players pick dices and then turn them around every single turn to indicate. However, that dice was not turned around, so maybe it is not the second turn yet.
It was just off a dice roll probably. So we'll get confirmation exactly when time has been called, but let's just assume the timer was correct. This could be Stefan turn 1. Okay, Mimikyu is in the active. Palkia V cannot get around that, unfortunately. So let's see what Stefan can do.
The question is, do you have any tool to get around that Mimikyu in the active position? You're already ahead in prizes, so you only have 3. You can't really use your counter catcher here. Have we seen the prime catcher?
No. There is still a route, right? What you'd have to do is Curse Blast the Mimikyu and then just Mirage Barrage to... Oh, it's going to be really hard to Mirage Barrage now, though, because...
And you also don't have any... You don't have any Curse Blast set up. You can't really use it this turn either.
Yeah, so you'd have to take the turn off to get that. I mean, Dust Knight is going to be essential for this, but actually, now that Mirage Barrage has been used, worth actually noting the text on Hydro Break, you don't get to see it too often on the Palkia. It actually can't attack this turn unless it switches around. So this Palkia can't even attack right now anyway, so that's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, good point. So it doesn't really matter too much if he gets rid of the Mimikyu this turn or not. Can buy himself another turn. Don't see any other attacker ready. I guess you could, if you find a route to evolve like Greninja, you could potentially attack with that this turn, or not into the Mimikyu, so you would need that. I mean, we've seen Irida. Do we see a supporter played this turn yet?
No,
we didn't. So you could Irida into that prime catcher actually, but he first chooses to draw 2 more cards with that concealed card ability.
So let's see what happens here. Do we see Duskwall? Would love to see that in play last turn. Irida there. Obviously counter catcher, that's not live. we won't be using that. So
there's the Irida, which can get you. I mean, I guess you want to keep that for 1 more turn potentially to use it when you can, but here get an extra water Pokemon and an item out of your deck. So this could access the prime catcher, but he's skipping through that. Oh, going back right there. So there's the prime catcher and maybe no target for the water Pokemon. Ooh, that's another option, of course.
Ooh,
if you evolve it, that effect of not being able to attack goes away, so you could use Subspace as well. But again, you still need to find a way around that Mimikyu.
Yeah, I mean, you can Subspace onto Mimikyu, doesn't mean it's going to do anything, but yeah, you're right. So, interesting. There is the prime catcher, though. I guess we could see maybe Rare Candy evolve Shinobi Blade as well. Take care of a Snorlax, go down to 2.
I don't think he has all the pieces in hand yet, though.
That's deck, isn't it? Yeah, that's the deck.
Yeah, that would be a nice hand to have, of course.
That would be.
Yeah, you also kind of, if you get the prime catcher out of deck, you make yourself vulnerable for another Airy play unless you use it this turn. So let's see what he has in mind here. And if the other problem is if he prime catches a Snorlax, right?
Yeah.
Right now, he doesn't really have a way to then go back into the active position. Nothing can really retreat.
Oh, well, there's a switch. That gets you there.
I spoke too soon, yes.
Okay.
So looking through the discard pile from Leon once more as well. And yeah, I guess now with Prime Catcher and Switch, you might have a way to attack this turn as well. However, you still need 2 prizes. You have, I guess if you pick out, if you knock out a Snorlax now, right? And then have Dusknoir ready to pick the Mimikyu up next turn. And then KO the Snorlax, you would get your 3 prizes that you need.
That is true. Okay, so let's see. This will give us a little bit of clarity. So we're going to see the retreat for 2. The Skull in the active. Prime Catcher into a Snorlax, of course. That's going to bring Palkia V back.
Evolve, attach energy.
Evolve, attach energy, Subspace well. And that will be a KO. Okay.
I mean, there was one way around not having to use both Prime Catcher and Switch, where you just manually retreat and then use the Switch. So you keep your Prime Catcher, you keep your Switch in hand this way and still get to attack. So yeah, now I think the route to victory here, and we see a second dice hit the field, and this might indicate that Leon is currently in the second turn, which gives Stefan one more turn, right? And that might be the route I talked about, where he takes the Mimikyu out. I guess one potential play could be get Mimikyu off the board with a penny.
Yep, that would work.
And
then put down the
Snorlax.
Yeah, any Pokemon that's got more than 30 HP, right? That's all we need. Yeah, because Mimikyu just gets Curse Blast. What's in that hand? Bravery Charm. Does Bravery Charm push the Snorlax outside of range of Subspace Swell? Probably does, right? Here we are going to see Pokestop. That's Accompanying Flute. Can't even play that right now.
Full.
Okay, so see Pokegear. Okay. Currently,
it all comes down to this moment. Like,
yeah,
we're
this
literally
is
in the last turns of the game, or the second penultimate turn here. I think if this was already the third turn, then there would be no point to play on. So we have to assume that there's one more turn for Stefan. And here you see him just sitting back, watching the action happening, and then ready to strike and potentially take the last 2 prizes.
Okay, so Pokegear. We see Boss Swords is not bad, but we know switches in hand actually, and Leon knows the switches in hand because it got Pokestopped into the hand, right? So you know that. It wasn't an Eri in that top 7 there, was there? Arven, Boss? No, just Arven and Boss. Okay. Yeah, so I think it's going to be Arven. So they'll grab a tool card and an item.
Which also means the switch in Stefan's hand is safe for this turn.
Yes, that is correct. So that switch isn't going to go anywhere.
Which items are you looking for?
I don't know, that's what I'm trying to work out. I mean, has a Bravery Charm in hand. Still is going to grab one by the looks of it. Hero's Cape's gone. Not Accompanying Flute. So Handheld Fan doesn't really do much. One's in hand anyway. So I think the item is probably the key thing here, right? Looks like
a Nest Ball to get an Ogerpon into play.
I mean, it's got the most HP, right? That's that's what it comes to. It only has 210, but is the tankiest thing. Because the thing is, with the Subspace Swell, it's capped, because if you don't bench any Pokemon, the damage of Subspace Swell is really capped right now, right?
Yeah. Currently, with 2 benched, you just about hit 200, so that's short of the damage you would need. So he gets the Bravery Charm and the Nest Ball, and is considering to play down the Ogerpon or not. But there we see it, Nest Ball played, Ogerpon on the bench. Let's see if Leon finds a way out of losing this game. I think it's basically it's Stefan's game to win.
Yes.
From this point on, it's either a tie or Stefan finds all the pieces and wins this game. So the question is, can Leon, I mean, running away with a tie against Stefan is amazing, right?
Yeah.
He would rather tie here than lose, of course. So the question is just, is this Stefan's game to win, and how does he find the remaining pieces to get there?
You have the Bravery Charm in hand as well. So that can, well, increase HP. We love that. We love to see that. Gonna go on a Snorlax. So yeah, this is it. I'll tell you, this is what I like. This has been a really good feature match so far. It hasn't been the normal control. There's been so many intricacies here. I think Bravery Charm on Ogerpon just feels safe, right? Like, yeah, I don't see a reason not to put it there. If we think this is Stefan's last turn, we're going to go on active. So that's got 120 HP, right? That's Mimikyu. Okay, let's see what Stefan can do. What do we see in that hand? We Ultra Ball, Counter Catcher.
I don't see a rare candy there.
No, Pokestop is still in play. Oh, not going to do it on a Pokestop, are we? Goodness gracious. Okay, let's have a look. What's that discard pile? A lot of energy. Starport has been used.
So the Ogerpon is actually quite interesting, right? Because now, if they take out the Mimikyu, you can just promote Ogerpon, and you're somewhat safe from the attack. So you would have to find a way to KO both the Mimikyu and find a Gusting Way, which I don't think he has left in the stack, because the Prime Catcher is gone. He doesn't play a boss, and Counter Catcher is not active either.
No.
So there's no way really to target that Snorlax once the Ogerpon is in the active position, and Leon might have just found a way to prevent that. And I wonder if 2 Curse Blasts could change the outcome here, but he's still short of rare candies. I mean, they're in the deck, and Pokestop will probably come into effect at the end of this game. So yeah, let's just watch how they play it out here, and if he finds a way to take those knockouts. At the same time, that's... Wait, there's... Ogerpon has 210 HP, right?
Yes.
2 Curse Blasts from Dusknoirs, enough to pick it up?
Yeah.
Get your last 2 prize cards?
That's also one way to get there.
Yeah. So if you find, I mean, you need 2 rare candies and both your Dusknoirs.
Yes.
And if you think about it, the tool the Bravery Charm didn't even change that math.
No,
it was
it
up to
doesn't.
260, which is still enough.
Ooh,
for
Ultra Ball, not rare candy. I think we
No rare
already
candy.
we need rare candy, right?
Doesn't have an energy in hand either to use
no.
concealed cards, so it gets tricky from this point on.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. There's a Lost Vacuum and a second Pokestop in hand, so you can discard his own stadium, play a stadium, and use that again.
Yes, and get two yeah, well,
Pokestops in play.
another roll. Yeah. Goodness gracious me! I think
there's also a Trekking Shoe.
Yeah, Trekking Shoes as well. So it looks like we are going to see Lost Vacuum. I imagine, like you said, it's going to try and get another roll of the Pokestop here. Let's see. I think, funnily enough, Swish, you don't see this very often against control deck, is actually the worst card right here, because Stefan needs to win exactly on this turn. So, Lost Vacuum's going to get rid of the stadium. There we go. Another Pokemon. We want to see rare candies here, realistically.
Any rare candies?
Here we go. Nest Ball. Rare candy!
Okay, that's one part of the puzzle.
Oh, we still have Trekking Shoes. Oh, boy. It's not going to be Trekking Shoes for game, is it, folks?
Wait, but he needs a second Dusknoir somewhere as well. He has the Ultra Ball in hand.
Oh, but we won't have enough cards to discard, actually, though, if he was to play the Trekking Shoes. Oh, we might be... Oh, oh goodness. Oh, goodness. Okay, so
he's going for that route. So he now needs to find a way. But what could Tracking Shoe possibly get you that gets you both pieces?
I wish I knew.
Is Mew EX still in play? Could he?
No, got discarded after Pokestop.
He has.
You could Night Stretcher for the Mew actually then. Oh, okay.
Another attacker.
Luna.
But needs one more in it.
That attacks for one.
No, Leon has still 4 prizes, and I don't.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was looking at Stefan. I apologize.
Yeah, I was looking there as well. I was like, nope.
Okay, well, here come the Trekking
deck,
Shoes.
I suppose.
Here comes the Trekking Shoes at the very least. Here we go. Oh, he took it. What was it?
What was it?
Oh, no, of course. Hasn't played support yet. The turn continues.
But it's 2 more cards. I mean,
yeah, it's only 2. Yeah, that's a good point.
Night Stretcher rare candy would be insane here. It would get him the exact 2 pieces.
Oh, but it was Pokestop and something. We see a discard pile. I don't think it was yet.
And that might be it.
That's going to be it. So both players' fist. It was an Iono and a Pokestop, as that one's going to end in a tie. Ridiculously close. Came down to it. You were right. Double Curse Blast would have been the way to go. Unfortunately, the cards didn't fall that way. But what a round 4 that was. It was here, there, and everywhere. And that was really exciting.
That was really exciting. I didn't think, I think as like control decks go, this was probably the most exciting control match we could have had on stream. Playing all the puzzle pieces, playing all the outs you have basically to get those missing cards. He got the Iono, right? But it was Iono for 2, so getting 2 more cards.
Yeah.
And the deck just wasn't fit enough yet, and he was just missing the pieces to close out the game. But there was a potential to get 2 Curse Blasts and take those 2 prizes, which also meant he needed to bench that Ogerpon. Otherwise,
yes, you're right.
Otherwise, 1 Curse Blast and Subspace Swell might have been enough to just run with the game. So that was really crucial there. But yeah, tying against Stefan Ivanov, great.
It's great. All right, let's have a look at the replay, and so we can sort of have the tail of the tape of how that panned out. So it looks like this is that game 1, as we do see that at the start of the game, the supporters for Leon weren't actually super impactful, and Stefan, I thought, was in the driver's seat. Shinobi Blade in here, Shinobi Blade in there, Shinobi Blade in everywhere, and Leon couldn't really do much. However, Stefan did lead that Squawkery to start the game, and that eventually came back to haunt him, as it just got counter-catched into the active over and over and over again.
He found a way to actually retreat it, but he needed to use 1 extra water energy, and that was the final water energy that was missing to use that Mirage Barrage in the first game. It eventually cost him the game. So starting with that Squawkabilly, getting him squeeze and seize, but then being an extra target for those counter catches throughout the game, which just would too much to overcome, and Stefan Ivanov eventually realizes, I'm not winning this game, so let's go straight into game 2.
And let's see, and this was how game 2 panned out, and this was really interesting. This could have honestly gone either way. Leon was a little bit slower out the gates. He did develop the Heroes Cape Mist Energy. He wasn't really too impactful though, and Stefan was able to just keep announcing Subspace. So we did get confirmation that Mist Energy wouldn't have stopped a Mirage Barrage, just in case you were wondering at home. But there we did get to see it though. Mirage Barrage did come up. There we go, and it all came down to the game 3 there, which quite honestly could have went either way. There was a Subspace Swell. I apologize there at the end.
I have to say, it was like considering there was 6 minutes on the clock going to game 3, you wouldn't have thought that it would come to literally like 1 card or like 2 cards missing to finish up the combo,
literally.
right? So it was really well played from Stefan, playing all his outs, getting the pieces, and seeing. You also have to see the path to victory for executing it with those puzzle pieces. Couldn't just get it there. So 1-1, tying up the series here, going into the next round with a 3-0-1 record. Still 10 out of 12 potential points. Amazing setup.
Yeah, you take that. As we do see, here was the last turn there of game 3. So close to 0-2, didn't quite fall Stefan's way. Need to see another curse blast, but unfortunately we did not. But like you say, I'd be very happy to take the tie there from Stefan. Even enough. Now, we did actually mention our players to watch. They all come from, you know, they all come from the same area in Paris. Stefan is part of that crew. So it's very important that playing at these locals can help you get better as a player and do well at these events. And I believe we actually have a quick video here to show you about playing at your local community and leagues.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Oh. Okay, so that was really fun. Getting involved on those local leagues. I go to my local league all the time. You mentioned you've been playing the Dragapult, was it, at your local leagues?
Oh, it was actually the deck we just have seen featured on stream as well. And one thing I really loved about the local tournaments is like sometimes you might be missing that 1 or 2 cards to finish up your deck. I just showed up like half an hour early, and I was like, I had so many friendly players there, having their trade binders, having just some extra spare cards ready, so I was able to complete my deck and actually play it to its full potential. So that was really. It was a great experience going back into TCG locals, and I really loved. And I can only like scan the QR code you see right now to see events near you. There's plenty of leagues all around the world, and you might just be a few miles away from your own Pokemon League.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're a newer player who maybe watch your stream and you want to get involved in, you know, Pokemon events, but you might not be ready to step your toe into a big event like this, local league is the place to go. You get to learn your local community, chat to all your friends, and it's just a fun time, isn't it? I know our local league, I know what everyone plays. He's got a turn. I'm known as the guy that brings ridiculous things. You know, I brought a little bit of Torterra not too long ago. Don't ask me why. I just had him around. I thought, you know what? Let's go. So yeah, big fan of the local leagues as well.
Yeah, but from what it looks like, our interview of the 2 players is actually ready. So I'd love to chime it over to the card segment for an interview with the.
Thank you very much, Barish, and might I say, Shay, your shirt is looking sound, my man. I am here with Leon and with Stefan, who just played an absolutely, I mean, that was a stressful game, and I was just sat backstage watching it. Leon, how did that game feel for you?
Yeah, I don't know, like, first game was of course, really good after he started with the Squawkabilly and then had to put the, I think, Prime Catcher and a Vacuum to the discard pile. And I thought after that one that my Hero's Cape was already safe because he only played a Vacuum in Dortmund where we actually also played against each other. So I was a bit surprised by that, but yeah, second game, yeah, I don't know, that wasn't so good. And in the third game, it was really close to the end, and I was really hoping that he wouldn't find 2 Dusknoirs in the end, and yeah, I got lucky and he didn't hit it, but
yeah,
really exciting.
It was an exciting game, Stefan, at the end, where you use that lost vacuum to get rid of your own Pokestop to replay it to get another go there. I mean, how do you approach games like that? Like, is Palkia built for that kind of matchup?
It's not built specifically for that kind of matchup, but it's definitely a matchup that I've played against and that I know is definitely winnable. Obviously, it can go wrong, like in game 1, if you start with a bad Pokemon and it's already puts you behind, but because of the power, you can keep Dusknoir for the right time, and so you can still have a lot of threats on board, and just manage your resource carefully and make sure that you just keep your options open until the end. And as you can see, in game 1, I wasn't I was just 1 card away from winning, even though I started Squawkabilly and had to discard Prime Catcher, which are both very non-ideal things. So yeah, it's a close matchup. I think I would say it's favored for me, but not by much.
I mean, that seems fair, and we saw all 3 games play out. Now, Leon, you brought control to a big 8-round tournament. How does it feel playing round after round of those long, stressful games?
I mean, it always depends on the matchup. Like there's some, if you play against Charizard, it's mostly not so long because that matchup is quite good. But yeah, if you get those matchups that are definitely close, and yeah, it gets tough. And if I would get like 8 rounds against him, like every round him, then okay, that would be awful. But yeah, it's fine. You still get some matchups that are quite good with the deck where you don't play all the time, so that's okay.
So you get a few rounds that are a little bit more kind of breathe out and
relax. Relax a bit. Hopefully next round I can relax also a bit after this round, but we will see.
I think you've earned it at this point. Now, Stefan, going into Dortmund, we all thought Palkia with Area 0 under that, super aggressive, could be good. Nobody outside of France, apparently, was thinking that Palkia with Dust Noir and Greninja EX was going to be a play. It wasn't seen play in Japan during their metagame that was like ours. Nobody was talking about it online. You did great in Dortmund. It was really popular in Louisville last weekend, had a good showing. Was it your deck originally, and how legit is this deck?
So I cannot truly take the credit for the deck because what happened is that like one day someone, one of my friends on Discord is like, whoa, I played against Palkia Dust Noir twice today, and then I start playing some games on TCG Live as well, and I'm like, I hit a couple of Palkia Dust Noir, and I'm like, what is going on? And so I start checking, and I try to look at results of online tournaments. I see no one playing that. I start to look at, I type Palkia Dust Noir in Japanese and on YouTube, see did a big Japanese player make a video about it? I find nothing, and then eventually it turns out that there was like one Japanese guy who had been inspired by Henry Brand's Banned Dust Noir at Worlds, and then he was like, I'm gonna try out, I want to try out something, but he needed, I think he wanted to test something on TCG Live, but for the next format, but because the new Japanese cards were not already on TCG Live, he used Palkia as kind of a proxy, and then he was like, actually this works pretty well, and then he played 100 games of this, and he wrote about the deck, and then, so yeah, and then I think that like, just Japanese people playing this, trying this on ladder. So I saw this, and other people saw that. So it started winning a couple of League Cups. I tried to pick up the deck. And I considered playing Lead for Baltimore. This was 1 month ago, a bit more, like 5-6 weeks ago.
Yes.
But I felt like this was not the right metagame for it, because too much really Draco and Shinbox and stuff like this. And so I just kept it for Dortmund, because in the new metagame, because of Terrapagos, because of the rise of Charizard, Dragapult, the field looked much better for it. And the deck has nothing new. I think it's just a legit deck. Obviously, it has strengths and weaknesses. It's very strong against some decks in the metagame. It's weak against some others, but I think overall it has a very good matchup spread. So I do think it's not just a gimmick, and I think that the fact that we see it still doing well in Louisville and played a lot this weekend again, hopefully they can show that it's actually a real and a strong deck.
I mean, I thank you so much. That explanation of where the deck came from, I did not know any of that. That was genuinely fascinating. I love stuff like that. I'm going to ask you one last question each. We're going to have to be quite quick. But Leon, do you play at local league, and how much fun do you have at local league?
Yeah, I have a lot of fun. I started there last April in a local league, and yeah, it's a really nice community there. They welcomed me super well, and yeah, I'm having a lot of fun at leagues, and now as well here at regionals as well.
And now, Stefan, I've got to ask you, our mutual friend Antoine, I went out to dinner with them after Dortmund, and they were telling me that 3 of the top 16 from Dortmund and Antoine all play at the same kind of area in Paris. What is it like when that's your locals?
Well, it's actually a good, it's still a good vibe, people are still friendly and everything. I like it because I'm very competitive spirit, because it raises the level. So even though League Cups and even League Challenges are very competitive and hard to win, it's a lot of fun. But yeah, I think it's just a very nice community overall, so I like playing there.
I've heard nothing but good things about the French Pokemon community. Well, thank you very much, both of you, for joining me for a more unusual interview. Had a lot of fun. And casters, let's throw it back to you.
Oh, I really loved hearing from the players after this intense game. It's not often that after a tie we see the great spirit of these trainers chatting actually about not only how much fun they had at their local leagues and how competitive it is, but also how they approached this tournament with like control going into 8 rounds in day 1, and also how Stefan actually managed to pick up that deck.
Yeah, and it's really, I love hearing backstories to decks being talking about how you saw up Henry Brand and started playing against them live, and that's how it all came out. And what did you think about hearing those sort of interviews? Let us know if you liked them. Get involved in the socials down there. Remember, we've already reacted to some of your posts there at home. If you want to get your post featured on the stream, there's only one way to do that, and that's by getting them down there. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, and there's every chance we'll get your tweet featured on stream. We like reacting to them, so go and do that. Also, make sure to subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch. You know, if we ever have any interaction throughout the weekend, which I think we might do, don't hold me to that, you'll have to be on Twitch to interact with that. So make sure to get involved down there. But you know what? After that big, long barnstorm of a game, we're going to have a little teeny tiny break, and then we'll get back to our round 5 coming up real soon. So don't go anywhere.
I'm Stéphane Ivanov from France. I've been playing Pokemon for a long time. I've always liked Pokemon as a game, and I had cards when I was a child, and then later on I had friends who played Pokemon TCG, so I just was interested. I was like, oh, hey, that's cool. Can I try? And then I tried it out, and I really liked the game and the community. So now here I am. I think the Lugia V, like there's the alt art Lugia V, pretty beautiful. I think I like a lot of the illustrations by Mitsuhito Arita. The favorite deck I have used in a competition would probably be Zoroark GX with Dugong, which I used to win NAIC in 2019. I really liked the deck. It had a lot of options, a lot of cool stuff, and like Zoroark was really cool as a player. The amount of stuff you could do with it was pretty cool, and I really like the innovation we brought to the deck with this specific version. My motivation to compete, I want to win. I want to be one of the best players in the world. I've won some pretty big tournaments in the past, and I want to show that I can do it again. I think if there's a player I look up to, it would be Sander Wojcik, who is one of the best control, if not the best control player of all time. Not because I am myself a control player, I never play the kind of deck he plays, but just because I really like his unique approach to the game, and I think he's done some very unique stuff over the game, and I really like the way he thinks about the game. So he's really one of my inspirations.
We came from far away to share a love of the game.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina, Upper Shield, the signature Pokemon of Inadequates, but it's not enough.
It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion. Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. It's starting in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. And this is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regidrago deck. Lost Impact, we're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking
just going to conclude that from Vessel.
And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion!
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper. And as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Cervelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day one, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界一取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo, se siente increíble.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Barash Aktosh, and I'm joined by Freya. How did you feel after this exciting long tie we had on stream?
It's not often that you walk away from watching a tie game thinking, wow, that was a really, really good series. I mean, especially right at the end there with Stefan just chasing the pieces to put together the Dustroar combo to steal the win in the last third of time, and unfortunately falling just a little bit short. But I was cheering message, go on, go for it.
But the good point for you viewers is because this game went to time and all the other games are already done, we're right ready to jump into the next round. Players are already on stage, and talk us through this.
Jack Chambers against Kaiwen Kababe. Kaiwen, no stranger to the stream, has for former World Championship second place under his belt. No, he won actually, didn't he, in senior division for 2013, I believe.
That might be right, in the seniors division, and then I think we had 2 top 8s as well. We talked about him earlier.
Yeah, very, very accomplished player. I'm sure the accomplishments list will come here to correct me. Okay, no, that one not even on there, but that's because he's had so many more other accomplishments that come to Masters. Who cares about the World Championship in seniors, apparently?
Absolutely.
But NAIC top 4, World's top 8, twice, and OCIT top 4. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff.
And we see actually quite a lot of players aging up from the seniors division, doing really well in the Masters division as well. So
Yeah, and then Jack as well actually was able to get top 32 at Lille last year. So perhaps this is his event. Back here again now on the stage, hoping to maybe perhaps match or even beat that this time.
And we actually get a sneak peek on which decks we're expecting here. We see the Sable Eye, which indicates this might be, or this will very likely be a Lost Zone box deck on one side, and there was a Regidrago V-Star on the other side. So these are the matchups we're facing here, and I don't think as a Lost Zone box, you really want to face that Regidrago, right?
No, as soon as these actors are flipped over, Jack is probably going to be thinking, well, okay, to be fair, Jack could be thinking, oh, maybe this is going to be a Raging Bolt. That's a little bit more, that's a lot more workable, but no, as soon as Jack sees Kaiwen put down that Regidrago V, he's going to be thinking, uh-oh, I'm in a spot of bother here.
Yeah, typically, like, it's interesting. Starting Pokemon don't always play a huge role. Like, yes, you could have maybe a starting Pokemon that is hard to retreat and is not really useful in the early game that is stuck there. But beyond that, this Teal Mask, as you have mentioned, might indicate two decks, Regidrago or the Raging Bolt. So keeping that information away by not benching a Regidrago while setting up, basically, just takes one little information away here.
Yeah.
On the other side, can you quickly talk us through what a Lost Zone box or Lost Zone deck is actually achieving or trying to do?
Yes, of course. So this was, in fact, this was the archetype that got second, of course, just recently in Louisville. And the way this archetype generally tends to work is you are really focused on this Comfey here that Jack just put in the active by retreating the Comfey, by retreating the Cramorant, rather. So once per turn, when Comfey is in the active, you can take the two cards from the top of your deck, you put one into your hand, and you put one into the Lost Zone. Now, the thing about the Lost Zone is that it's basically like almost like a second discard pile in a way when cards go in there, but you really, really can't get them back, so it is kind of separate in that sort of way. But what the Lost Zone deck plays is a lot of different items and trainers and other things that basically get more powerful the more cards you have in the Lost Zone. So there's Mirage Gate that lets you attach 2 energy from the deck when you have 7 in the Lost Zone, and that's really the key number you want to get to, 7, because then you can basically power up all these one-of tech attackers and you can pick the exact right attacker for the right matchup, hence Lost Zone box, because it's more like a toolbox deck.
Yeah, and Jack finished his turn, gave it back to Kaiwen, who has now shown as a Hoot Hoot here. I talked about this during the intro this morning, that Hoot Hoot is a great addition to both, basically any deck that plays Ogerpon Teal Mask, because that Terra feature of the Pokemon basically allows you to use the Jewel Seeker later on.
Hold on, Barrage, I need to point out something. So Kaiwen played an INO after doing a Teal Dance, and then got basically nothing. It was supposed to bench a Hoot Hoot attached to the active and then just pass. No Regidrago V.
Yeah, that is huge, actually. You want the Regidrago early. Let me talk about the Regidrago deck just quickly. You have your main attacker, which is the Regidrago V-Star.
Yes.
For 2 grass energy and 1 fire energy, you can copy any dragon attack that from a Pokemon in your discard pile. So the goal is get your dragon Pokemon in discard pile and then use Apex Dragon to basically copy any of those attacks. And similarly to Lost Zone box, where you can pick which attacker depending on the matchup, Regidrago V-Star allows you to pick, depending on the matchup, which attack you want to use.
Yeah, and the key attacker that you normally want to copy is Dragapult EX, which is, of course, its own deck in its own right. But this Regidrago V-Star deck opts to instead use that same Phantom Dive just by copying it with Regidrago V-Star from the discard pile instead. But then you also have Giratina V-Star, which lets you do 280 damage by just Lost Zoning 2 energy attached to yourself. And then to finish up, you have that Kyurem, of course, which has Trifrost, 110 damage to 3 different Pokemon.
Yeah, when I said earlier, as a Lost Box deck, you don't want to face those Regidragos, it's exactly because of this Kyurem.
Yeah, the Kyurem is absolutely devastating.
Plasma Base ability allows you basically to attack for 1 colorless if your opponent has any trainer card with the name Colress in his discard pile. And as we've seen, Colress was just used, so it's in the discard pile, so it basically allows the Kyurem to not only be it can be an attacker itself suddenly as well, because normally you don't have 5 energies ready, but in this
Speaking
case,
of which,
yep, it becomes active and it can shoot for free 110 damage. But there's some disagreement here.
Hold on.
Second.
It should be fine, right? Was that just no, I'm not sure what happened there, but I think there was just a debate over whether he could switch the energy that was being discarded. But yeah, exactly like you were saying, like against the Lost Zone decks, you get almost like double value, right? Because you can just attack with the Kyurem itself with that ability, as you mentioned. Suddenly it costs, because the normal attack cost of the Kyurem is 5 energy, and there's also, yeah, there you go, 2 waters, 2 metal, and a colorless. but
almost impossible to set up.
Yeah, but suddenly with that Plasma Bane ability, with the Chorus's experiment in Jack's discard pile, that is a card with Chorus in the name, and it costs 1 colorless energy, and you're suddenly doing a lot of damage. You're taking 3 prize cards for just 1 energy card.
Absolutely, and you might be thinking, well, yeah, you can also use that attack, of course, once actually that Kyurem gets knocked out. If, but in the meantime, you set up your Regidrago V-Star, you can use that attack over and over again. But keep in mind, the side effect of Triforce is that you have to discard all the energy attached. Yes. Now, as a Kyurem, with only the cost of 1 color's energy, you discard 1 single energy, and you can go again next turn. With Regidrago V-Star, it's a little bit more difficult because you need to basically discard all 3 energies.
Yeah, and that's why usually when you're playing against the other matchups, Kyurem is your finisher, right? You usually finish a game by doing a Triforce with the Apex Dragon on the Regidrago V-Star, knock out 3 things, job's good. But here, because Jack has played that Chorus's experiment, Kaiwin can just get that value really early from the Kyurem with just the 1 energy, and then just clean up by using it again, by, as you just mentioned, copying the attack with the Regidrago V-Star. So you're able to do it twice while still not really putting yourself behind, which is really, really strong, and is exactly why, if you're Jack, this is the last deck you want to face against.
Exactly, and I think it's a testament of how strong this matchup is, because like we saw at the start of the game, it was 1 Ogerpon and a Hoot, and we're like, oh my god, he has to pass, and it's like, it's gone there, right? But now it was just a single, he almost like lured him into playing that Chorus to be like, hey, how about you activate my Kyurem and I go from there.
And there's a good chance as well that based on what Kaiwin benched, Jack had no idea that Kyurem was even going to be a threat, because there wasn't anything too obviously in the, I guess, there was the fire energy attached, I guess.
Energy, yeah.
That might have given it away, but even so, you had to play Chorus Experiment. You need to get those cards in the Lost Zone. You need to activate your own power from your deck. So it's kind of like taking the bait, but you kind of always had to do it regardless.
Yeah, and of course, it was also lucky that Kaiwin had both Kyurem and an energy ready to just take that turn from there. Because otherwise, Jack could also thinking, hey, you're so far behind, how about I set up my board and then I get to attack early on.
But here we go, though. Trifrost, 110, 110, 110. That is 3-for-1 KO on 2 Comfeys and a Cramorant for Kaiwin to take an enormous lead early on in the game.
Yeah, on the other side, once you have used 1 Colorist, you might as well use the second one to increase your Lost Zone counter, because now it no longer matters, I suppose, and that's exactly what we're seeing here, which will get the Lost Zone count up to 6, one step away from basically activating the Mirage Gate, which is also just 1 card that he picked up here. Maybe he has a Lost Vacuum.
Yeah, there are a couple of Lost Vacuums in the deck, yeah.
That could help, because the Comfies are off the field.
Yeah, I think the bigger problem for Jack is that there isn't that really any number of like great attackers to respond with. I mean, there's these Lost Zone Toolbox decks usually play a variety of different attackers. They try to tailor their attacking, force for whatever they think is most likely to be present in the metagame. So Jack, for example, was playing Radiant Greninja, Roaring Moon, Iron Thorns EX, Blood Moonless Lunar EX, Sableye, and Cramorant, but only playing 1 of each. So it's about finding them at the right time with this disrupted setup. Now, of note, Jack, unlike we've seen some Lost Zone Toolbox decks being like a little bit brave and actually opting to go for not playing Manaphy. Jack is playing Manaphy, so it's just unfortunate that he wasn't able to find it before that Trifrost came in.
Absolutely, and I think at this point you might as well not play the Manaphy anymore, because it doesn't give you the value that you really need. I was wondering, some Lost Zone box also play Iron Hands, right?
Yes, but not this one.
Not this one. So that's a very interesting choice as well here, because that could have been a potential attacker that knocks out 1 prizers, like potentially that Kyurem or that Hoot, and take out 2 prizes at a time.
Yeah, I think it is obviously a great choice. One of the problems with Iron Hands is that it does have a very hefty attack cost. So you usually need 2 Mirage Gates in order to get it going. In theory, with Iron Thorns, you only need 1, because you can just attach, with the way the energy cost works, you can attach 1 from hand and then Mirage Gate the other time to get it going, and of course it shuts down a lot of different decks. We saw all the way back at the North American Internationals, Iron Thorns used to great success in the hands of Andrew Hedrick, and so similar kind of thing going on there.
Yeah, and we see 2 Mirage Gates being used here, powering up the Roaring Moon. How could I forget Roaring Moon, of course. And for 3 energies, it has 2 attacks. The first one, Frenzy Gouging, you probably wouldn't want to use that on a single prizer here, because you wouldn't need it, I suppose. On the other hand, you also have that Calamity Storm, which does
Oh, hold on, the Calamity Storm, but on that exact note, this is going to be a very, very strong turn from Jack because the Prime Catcher is in hand. There's only one Regidrago V on the bench. Prime Catcher comes in, switching into the Roaring Moon, and then Calamity Storm will be able to discard this Temple of Sinnoh and knock out the only Regidrago that Kaiwin has.
Yeah, I was just going to say Calamity Storm kind of depends on having a Stadium in play to do extra damage, but then the math just works out perfectly, 220 damage, pick up the one Regidrago V. There's a second one in hand that he will probably play down now, but it just postpones a little bit the Regidrago V-Star.
And with that, it makes sense that Jack did put down the Manaphy because he was able to find it, and if you're not going for the Kyurem, then you kind of do need to go for the Regidrago instead. Now that Kyurem has kind of been very much neutered. Of course, you can still do 110 to the active, but it's not really what you want to be doing, right? So that Manaphy putting in really good protection from any future Kyurem shenanigans.
Yeah, Manaphy has been a great card. We have recently seen less and less usage because of that Cursed Blast ability that just can pick it out and like completely negate that whole effect, basically. But that won't play a role here in this matchup. So Manaphy is kind of safe on the bench and will prevent any further snipes.
And I think that's exactly why Jack chose to play it, because yes, it isn't that useful in all the other matchups, but in the one matchup where you want it the most, where you're scared of Kyurem, it is useful because, I mean, unless there's some crazy technique going on, Regidrago lists don't usually tend to play the Dusknoir line, so you can be pretty confident that your Manaphy is going to be putting in the work to stop that Triforce triple knockout.
So we have seen the Prime Catcher for the first Gust effect, and the question is, could he, to any effect, maybe have a second, maybe a boss that could pick up the...
There is one boss's orders in the list, yeah.
Okay, that could be a potential play, of course, to pick out the second Regidrago, but that would depend on having a Stadium in place. So we'd have to find potentially that Pokestop or rely on Kaiwin to play another Stadium card here.
Oh, but hold on a second. I'm fairly sure if Kaiwin can put this together, Roaring Moon EX is weak to grass. So with the amount of energy on the Roaring Moon and with the amount that you need on the Ogerpon to power it up anyway, this would be a knockout on the Roaring Moon EX.
Yeah, I'm just double checking. Has he attached for turn yet? Do we have any energy?
Not according to our graphic at least, but it's yeah, no, I don't believe he has. I think he's just debating about how the best way to approach this is.
But of course, he also needs a grass energy, and I think I don't see any in hand.
No, yeah, that's the problem. It is, of course, that attack cost on the Teal Mask Ogerpon is free grass. You can't get away with like one colorless to power it up the last little bit of the way. So
see one on the active, sorry, two on the active, one on the bench, and one was discarded earlier with the with Kyurem's Triforce attack. So let's look through the deck. There's one grass energy, it's two grass energies left.
Yeah. Oh, this will be completely fine. You can get the Noctowl with the Ultra Ball, and of course with the, as you mentioned earlier, with that Teal Mask Ogerpon in play, it is of course a Terra Pokemon. That Jewel Seeker could come in and search the Earthen Vessel to search the grass energy to put it all together.
It's really interesting. With the Jewel Seeker, of course, it might also make sense to play. We've just seen the Cologne negating that ability as well. But however, it would mean that you would need to get Manaphy in the active position.
Yes, which is, I mean, that will probably be a little bit trickier because I'm not sure if there's any kind of... Oh, wait, the Prime Catcher is in hand, so you could do it in theory.
Yep.
If you wanted to, but it might be more worth it to just... Oh, no, he's going for it. Yeah,
exactly what he's doing, evolving, finding that Cologne, negating the ability.
Wow.
The only problem, I mean, you're still in great spot, is you only take out 2 knockouts here.
Yeah, but I think that's fine, right? You can just, what you can do here, which will work out really well, yeah, you play the Cologne, you take out the Manaphy, and this is, of course, the one thing that you're worried about, even if you are playing Manaphy in Lost Zone box, that, you know, the Regidrago decks can sometimes come prepared with this Counseling Cologne to make the Kyurem still work anyway. But what you can do is take care of the Manaphy and the Comfey, and you can put 110 on this Roaring Moon EX, and that neuters the Frenzied Gouging.
Yep, that is actually a very smart play because then he would do 200 damage to itself and basically knock itself out. On the same side, I really love how Kaiwin goes beyond, I'll have a great turn. He's already thinking ahead and setting up his next turn as well. You saw the energy switch, basically powering up that Ogerpon, and for any future turn, he will just be ready to attack going from there.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie, the fact that Kaiwin has set this all up, and bear in mind, there's not been a single Regidrago V-Star put into play. That's like the namesake of this deck. But Kaiwin has literally just put in all the work with this one Kyurem and then loading up the Teal Mask Ogerpon EXs on the bench to just get ready for the future. He's such a strong deck.
Yeah, against the Lost Zone box, it almost looks like a Kyurem deck, if you ask me. But yeah, 110. Checking that the Cologne was used.
It's and also checking the discard to decide what Kaiwin actually wants to target here, because yeah, if you probably want to take the double knockout, and yeah, just going to put the 110 on the Roaring Moon EX, and yeah, now, of course, you can't use that Frenzied Gouging attack. Frenzied Gouging is one of the biggest assets of Roaring Moon EX. The fact that it's a guaranteed, if you can get this active with the energy, it can knock anything out, is really, really good. But as you mentioned already, Barish, when it does that, it does do 200 damage to itself. So now with that 110 already on it, if you do Frenzied Gouging, you knock yourself out and lose the game.
Absolutely, and I'm trying to look for a way to Jack to come back into this game. Of course, his prime target would be that loaded up Ogerpon on the bench. Knock that out, and then the Kevin is left with one Ogerpon that only has one grass energy at the moment. However, he would then be one single energy retrieval away from winning the game, getting 2 grass energy back in hand, 1 from the ability, 1 manual, and he would have 3 grass energies again to KO that.
Yeah.
So we see that he actually pulls out a second attacker as well, which is especially good in the end game here.
Yes.
When your opponent is down to 1 price.
Yeah, the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, of course, so with the ability, does attack for 1 colorless energy less for every prize card. But there's the boss's orders just to bring up the Roaring Moon EX, take the KO with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, and we'll be going to game 2. Absolutely.
That was played in a great fashion, especially when you have the matchup and you can pull it out like this in the first game and just win. It's a great position to be for Kaiven, of course, winning the first game and being very confident going into this matchup for the next round as well. So now, I mean, obviously after this first game, Jack now has confirmation that this is a Regidrago V-Star, and maybe we'll see the mana fee a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, let's take a quick look back at that game just to see how not the Regidrago deck, the Kyurem deck just basically devastated Jack's field. All it took was Jack playing 1 Chorus Experiments, and then sure, Jack was able to use the Prime Catcher, was able to bring up the Regidrago V before it could evolve, so that you get the KO with the Calamity Storm, but then Kaiwen, just after piecing it all together, finds the means to just attack with the Kyurem again, with the Cancelling Cologne to shut off the mana fee and just completely devastate Jack's board. Honestly, it feels like Jack almost had no shot in that game. He tried his best, he played his absolute heart out, but this is such a tough matchup for the Lost Zone box deck.
I mean, yeah, Kaiwen had what looked like a bad start, but he has all cards ready to, once the Colress is played, to just play the Kyurem down and go from there. I think the game would have looked completely different if Kaiwen didn't have access to that attack, because he had no Regidrago ready, so he couldn't have copied that attack. He actually needed that card in his hand, right? So, I mean, yeah, with an Ultra Wall, he could have pulled it out potentially, but unless you actually have it ready in that turn, it would have been a more open game, I suppose.
Yeah, it really would have done. Now, the setup for game 2 is happening currently. Jack has put out his prizes. Kaiwen had a mulligan, so Jack will be able to start the game with an extra card. Let's see if Kaiwen's able to find his way into a basic Kia. Of course, so in the Pokemon trading card game, for those who don't know, if you don't have a basic Pokemon in your opening hand, you have to show your opponent your hand, shuffle it all back into the deck again, and then draw another fresh hand of 7 cards until you find a basic Pokemon.
Yeah, and we're ready to kick off game 2. Jack, as the loser of the first game, decided to go first here and uses that his Student Heavy Ball to actually go for his prizes, price check especially in this matchup. Doesn't see any basic Pokemon, so can't pick anything out. I don't think I saw any really important resource there either, so I think Jack isn't too upset by what he has seen in the prizes.
Yeah, 2 Super Rod isn't great. That's a very important card, especially because you cycle through the deck a lot and you want to get the energies back and you want to be able to Mirage Gate them, but no, nothing too crazy. And none of your one-of attackers either, which is something you've got to be feeling pretty happy about. Now, here is...
So now my question to you is, going into the second game, do you just try to set up without Colress?
I mean, in an ideal world, yeah, you would. And I think that's probably why Jack is going aggressive with the double Comfey here. No point in going for the mana fee right now. You know that Kaiwen won't be able to attack early with it unless you put a Chorus in a discard pile, and you can't even do that because you're going first. You can't play a supporter. So instead, just like in game 1, we see the retreat of the Cameron into the Comfey, Flower selecting, finds a Dark Energy, and I didn't quite see what the other card was. I'm sure we'll get a look at it in a bit.
Get a reveal in a second.
Yes, it was a Lost Vacuum, so does decide to keep the Dark Energy, which makes sense. We saw how vital attacking with Roaring Moon was, but also, yeah, that would have been a way to maybe get more cards in the Lost Zone about Chorus Experiment.
Absolutely. We saw how important the Roaring Moon was, so I loved keeping that darkness energy here, but let's look into the second turn.
Although that was an incredible Precious Research from Kaiwen. He was able to discard a Giratina V-Star and I think a Dragapult as well, so the attacks you want to copy all going away.
And you have a Regidrago in hand, you have Grass Energy, you have Fire Energy. You can basically set up your board quite well.
Another
second one as well. So you're not risking losing any of these in the next turn, basically.
Contrast here is stark. An amazing turn one here from Kaiwen as he's able to get 2 Regidrago down. So even if Jack has the absolutely insane turn and is able to put together a big knockout, still will have at least 1 Regidrago available. But look, Jack is going to go for the chorus again.
I guess at this point he has no other choice. He has to get his count up. And I guess what we could potentially expect to see here is that he might as well play a Manaphy down now that he has played a Comfy. So the Lost Zone count is up to 3. Pulls out more cards into his hand, has Flower Select ready as well.
But this is a big risk because Jack has no way to get Manaphy guaranteed. So if he doesn't find this off of this cover, there's the Buddy Puffin though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
If he didn't find that, he would be in very, very big trouble.
Especially if he doesn't find any other Pokemon, because then all 3 could have been knocked out.
It would have, just straight up lost the game.
Yeah, we don't see the Kyurem hitting the discard pile just yet. I'm looking at trying to figure out what exactly we have beyond the Giratina, what was discarded there.
It was a Dragapult, I saw that much, and I think it was a bunch of stuff. I think it was more just attackers to copy, actually.
Yep. So 2 more. We have the rescue board, which will allow you to... Wait. No, the manual retreat was last turn, so you can actually retreat here and go for a second Flower Select as well.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, the rescue board reduces the retreat cost of the Pokemon it's attached to by 1, or if it's on 30 HP remaining or less, it actually retreats for free. So if you, that's all the extra effect it gets. But most of the time, it's just used for the reduce by 1 effect on something like Comfey, so you can just retreat it for free.
But he actually chooses to go, because his Lost Zone count is up to 4, he chooses to attack here. I guess he doesn't have a second way to retreat, so beyond that prime catches, so he chooses to place 110 damage instead of trying to get a second.
And this is still completely fine, right? I mean, 110 twice, that will knock out a Teal Mask Gogapon EX, so this is your go-to early attacker in the Lost Zone box deck. Always has been, and it probably will be until it rotates, because being able to, with that emergency provisions ability, lost provisions ability, able to attack for no energy as long as you have 4 more cards in the Lost Zone, which Jack has, so yes.
Yeah, quick math here. If he attaches free grass energy, he would do 30 plus another 90. There would be 120 to pick out the knockout here, right?
Yeah, that will do it. I'm sure, though, that in an ideal world, Kaiwen...
That's not the attack you want to go for.
No, exactly. You want to be... if you can't go for the Kyurem, something else that really is good to copy still against Lost Zone box decks is, of course, that Dragapult's attack. The Phantom Dive, you carry the active, you put 60 somewhere, that sets up nice bench damage for later on.
Yep, so that's obvious and or an option here as well. I see that he picked out 2 grass energy, but yeah, even if you want to attack with Regidrago Vista, you already have the 1 fire energy you need. You can manually attach the second one. You can use Ogapon's ability to attach a 1, and you would have. It relies, however, on actually attacking with that. Sorry, to get a energy switch.
Yes.
To get the Regidrago Vista in play.
And I think for sure he wants to be able to do a bunch of teal dances here just to draw more cards. We do see there Temple of Sinnoh. Not really a relevant card in this matchup. Jack isn't playing any special energy, as far as I'm aware. I think just looking for the decks here. I mean,
it's 2 items. I mean, it's interesting. He had the Tool Jammer in hand earlier. Could have played that. The Gemma Stadium, basically, to prevent the retreat, I suppose, from the rescue board. But he chooses not to play that because it also doesn't activate, I suppose, the extra damage for that.
Oh, hold on. I do believe I see from that Ino that Kaiwen just played, there's the Kyurem.
The Kyurem is ready, of course. The question is, I mean, you would always in this matchup attack with it first, and then once it gets knocked out, you can then... The only problem is if you actually play it down, attack with it, and it's not in the discard pile, then you wouldn't be able to copy it with your
yeah, exactly. That's something you have to be a little bit careful of. So essentially, in a way, Jack could play around the Kyurem by not knocking it out. But then again, you wouldn't want to do that because then Kaiwen could just attach 1 energy to it and keep using it. So it's not a great feeling either way. Now, Kaiwen is very close to being able to pull off something pretty good here. Kyurem into the active. Is there an energy switch in hand?
I don't see one. Maybe he's just saying, you're not knocking me out this turn.
Yeah, because unfortunately Kaiwen did attach manually before going for this, so like there's no...
Attach to the Regidrago, the grass energy, right? So you might just think like, I might have to buy an extra turn and pass here.
Pass, okay.
You're currently looking at lost provisions 110 damage here.
Yeah.
That wouldn't knock it out yet, so you would have to get a second attacker ready to take out the Kyurem, and then it would be discarded. and you could evolve and go from there.
Yeah, but a bit of an unfortunate misstep for Kaiwen. There's one energy switch, and I do believe... Oh, no, I guess to be fair, you would have needed to bring up the mana fee as well, because the Canceling Cologne is in hand, but you don't have a way to bring the mana fee active to negate its ability with the Canceling Cologne. So, yeah, Kaiwen a few pieces short of being able to pull off a crazy turn, but let's go back over to Jack here and see what he can pull off. A couple more flower selectings happening. There goes a switch cart into the Lost Zone. 2 flower selectings used so far this turn. We're up to 6 in the Lost Zone right now, so just 1 more, and that Mirage Gate will be online. But can he get there? There is a switch in hand, I see. He's already retreated this turn, so it has to be more switching cards if he wants to get there.
Hard, I suppose.
He's got enough to do it. I think he's just debating how he wants to... He's trying to map out his turn. This is very, very key when you're playing the Lost Zone Toolbox deck, because your sort of map of options is so wide open, you need to know exactly the right way to go about it. But it looks like it's just going to be a switch into the Cramorant and spit innocently instead.
Yeah, he had the option to increase the Lost Zone counter, but then I don't think he had access to any extra. I see 1 Mirage Gate, but he just didn't have all the tools to get a second attack already. So yes, the 110 damage for free basically is really nice. It's sticking on the board, but also it doesn't really get you anywhere at this point. And I guess if it sticks like this, then eventually Sableye could come in and pick out those knockouts, but is that really what you go for?
I mean, if needs a must, right? That's what you you'll go for that. But looks like Kaiwen actually, drew into the energy switch, but had the ultra ready to go into hand, so does now have access to that Regidrago V-Star, and is that we're going to see the Legacy Star ability. This is the V-Star power on the Regidrago V-Star. Discard the top 7 cards of your deck, and then look through your whole discard pile and take any 2 cards you want. One of them is going to be that Boss's Orders that was just discarded from the Legacy Star, and then 1 more card to boot. So this is going to be a very, very devastating turn from Kaiwen.
Eyeing at a Super Rod to potentially get more energies back into his deck, I suppose, because there were quite some discarded there as well. So he's confirming which 2 cards he's picking. Taking the boss, has the Cologne in hand.
Yeah, so, and we know that there's an energy switch ready to switch the energy over to the Kyurem so that it can attack. Yeah, this is a phenomenal turn from Kaiwen, my goodness.
Another free prize and one. We love to talk about free prize turns. It typically doesn't involve Triforce, but here it's just too strong.
Too strong, they're devastating. And very note how Kaiwen did it here. Didn't actually knock out the mana fee, just knocked out the free Comfey instead, because Kaiwen knows that's how Jack is going to dig further into his deck and set up more. You don't mind that this mana fee is still in the active and it's still going to be around. Kyurem has done its job. You can just clean up the rest of the game with your Regidrago V-Star. Like, 1 Trifrost is more than enough.
Yeah, you might be thinking, is there any way to actually use the damage on the board and take knockouts? And I was looking at the Radiant Greninja, which could technically do 90 damage twice here, but it's just 10 damage short of picking up the Ogerpon on the bench.
110 damage on it already.
Yeah, and on top of that, before I forget, Terra Pokemon actually immune to damage while they're on the bench.
That as well,
That is not an option. That was a lesson that I had to learn while trying out Radiant Greninja myself, and I was like, wait a second, 2 Curse Blasts and like Moonlight Shuriken, 2 knockouts, and I was like, dup, 0 damage twice.
Well, that's a lesson you won't forget anytime soon. You do that mistake once, and then hopefully you don't do it again. So, like you mentioned last game, Barish, so there is another Chorus experiment in hand. At this point, there's one in the discard pile already, so you don't mind playing a second one. You won't trigger Plasma Bane any more than you already have. So let's dig further into that. Oh, I do see some vital cards here. We do see another Chorus experiment, but also that Prime Catcher and that Roaring Moon EX.
I think these are 2 like almost must picks here, and then the question is, what is your 3rd card? Can you afford to put more energies into the Lost Zone? However, I think the Lightning Energy, is that how relevant is the... I don't think you're attacking with Iron Forency either, so...
No, not in this matchup.
So you might be able to afford to...
I mean, it is kind of nice that you can shut off Teal Dance, but it's not the end of the world if you give your opponent that. There are better attackers to use for Jack in this matchup. But I think the tricky thing for Jack here is going to be just dealing with this Regidrago V-Star. So you can KO it with the Roaring Moon EX, but you would need to use Frenzy Gouging. And if you do that, if Jack can set up another Regidrago V-Star, you can just win the game by doing a Phantom Dive on something on the bench, if you can bring it to the active, and then 30 damage from the Phantom Dive onto the bench Roaring Moon EX to KO it.
Yeah, there could be options here, absolutely. He has used Flower Select, has used Greninja's ability as well. That's why the Lightning Energy was so important, because you could actually discard it, concealed cards, pick up 2 more cards. So maybe it was worth keeping that and discarding. I think it was Super Rod and Color's Experiment that he discarded off the last Color's Experiment.
To the Lost Zone, yeah.
To the Lost Zone, yeah. And now Super Rod is being played, 2 energies and a Comfey going back into the deck, and Nestball immediately played to bench that.
Yes. So really just showing how vital it was that Kaiwen targeted all 3 of the Comfeys. Jack needs more of these to just dig further into the deck, and also now you are only 1 Lost Zone card away from being able to use, of course, that Sableye with Lost Mine. Now, unlike with Radiant Greninja, Lost Mine with Sableye, you can actually get around the Terra effect because it places damage counters, it doesn't do damage, so that does work on bench Terra Pokemon.
And that would actually be a knockout, right? 110 plus 10 damage counters, that's 210, exactly enough to pick out the knockout. So that could actually come into play here.
Yeah, that work out very, very well.
Contact going up to 10 now. I think it's an easy pick for that Nest Ball, and you pick up the Darkness Energy.
Yeah, but it looks like it's going to be the Roaring Moon this time. So I think, yeah, it's going to be Mirage Gate, and then attaching 2 energies there. You got the Dark in hand, so you go Dark Lightning, Prime Catcher, I guess. So you don't have a Stadium in play, so if you want to take a knockout, you need to use Frenzied Gouging. Or, I guess you could also bring up the Teal Mask Ogerpon and just do 100 to it, the one with 110 damage on it. That would be an exact knockout as well. Be interesting to see where he goes for here, but I think,
I think it makes sense to take out the 2 remaining energies on the board as well. You do Frenzied Gouging, do 200 damage to yourself, or in the same point, if he manages to attack with the Ogerpon Teal Mask, it would be a knockout anyway, so that 200 damage doesn't matter too much.
So now it is just going to be, can Kaiwen put together another Regidrago V-Star along with the energy required and a Gusting card to bring up something from the bench and Phantom Dive for the win? Because if he can put it all together, he will win this game, but it is still quite a bit to ask for, so let's see if he can do it.
Now, it might actually haunt him that he didn't pick out the knockout of the Manaphy earlier. Now, you can say with the Super Rod and the Nest Balls, it would have been back in play anyway, but he has chosen to pick out 2 free Comfies, leave the Manaphy, so Manaphy is still on the bench now and would prevent the Triforce. So you would need another Gust and another Cologne to actually use Triforce to finish up this game.
Yeah, and if you hadn't used Legacy Star already, that could have been a way to get back the Cologne, but not going to happen here, unfortunately, for Kaiwen. Does have the Ultra Balls, and that's 1 piece there ready to go. Can find the Regidrago V-Star off of this, or even better, that Pheasant-Dipity EX, of course, can flip the script since Kaiwen did have a Pokemon knocked out during the last turn. We'll be able to draw 3 cards. Maybe this can find him the combo pieces that he needs.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen too much flip the script on stream yet, so yeah, for anyone, if in the previous opponent's turn a Pokemon was knocked out by damage of an attack, right?
Yes.
Then you actually get to pick 3 extra cards by activating.
Actually, no, it's just if a Pokemon was knocked out.
By an attack?
No, not by an attack. Like, if one of your things get knocked out by Dusknoir, you can still use Flip the Script.
What I was thinking of was one interaction that came up recently where if Poison takes out in between turns, then it doesn't count.
Because it specifically says if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn, and of course, Pokemon Checkup with effects is between turns. So yeah, that's probably what you're thinking of.
All right, all the energy off the board. So to actually pull off an attack, he needs a fire energy, he needs 2 grass energy, and he needs 2 energy switch.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask for. It's not impossible, but it's definitely these 3 cards from Flip the Script are going to be very vital. We do see though, yeah, there's some Teal Dances coming in first. Oh, there's a fire energy as well. That's a really good find. Oh, there's a Dragapult EX. Well, that doesn't matter. You already have in discard pile. Flip the Script, 3 cards. Is that a research? Wait, I think he's got it. There's an energy switch in hand. I think you just need 1 more energy switch and a way to bring something else to the active, I think.
I mean, worst case, even if you don't finish up the game right, you still have 1 manual attachment, and you can try first just to pick up the active Pokemon as well
absolutely.
And go down to 1 prize.
You're completely fine with that. It is going to be very, very hard for Jack to take a 4 prize turn. In fact, I'm not even sure it was even possible, especially because you can maybe do it with Radiant Greninja, but as you already mentioned, doesn't really work in terms of the Terra Pokemon or the Terra factor on the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. And also, even with Sableye, you won't quite get there. You can knock out the Kyurem and the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, but that will still make you a little bit short. You have 3 prizes. Jack needs 4.
Yeah, it's actually 12 damage counters, right?
Yes, it is.
10 you need for the Ogerpon, 2 extra to finish up that...
the Kyurem, yeah, it's exactly enough for the double knockout.
Yep. But that's only 3 prizes. So let's see how that...
Across the active. I like it.
And I feel like Kaiwen has all the tools to finish this up in the next turn, so he basically tells Jack, well, you need to actually pull out quite a combo to get back into this game.
And there needs to be some kind of disruption going on as well. Now, looking through Jack's list, there is 1 Roxanne, so if there's any turn where you want to play that, it's this turn. You really want to make sure that Kaiwen is working with as few cards as possible to put this together. But it's just going to be the
won't be happening this turn. We were still looking for 1 Psychic Energy, actually. There it is for to activate the Sableye. But that, without some disruption, that might not be enough. You take 3 prizes, but then he has 1 Regidrago with already... Interesting. How does he set up his attack on next turn? He has a fire energy in hand. He would need one more energy switch.
Yeah, you just need an energy switch. That's like literally the only card you're missing. And I think there is research in hand, so digging for it shouldn't be too much of a problem, but you only need one prize. So as long as you can get free energy onto the Regidrago V-Star, you will win the game. And yeah, the hand size being as it is for Kaiwin is very unfortunate for Jack because it makes it very, very hard to stop Kaiwin from being able to pull it off. It doesn't need a lot.
I feel like these games, in this format currently, it's so fast that Sableye doesn't really have a lot of time to actually shine and pick out knockouts. This might be the first time in a while that I actually see Sableye in action. It is a perfect setup here where it takes out 2 knockouts, but it might be a little bit too late.
Well, I mean, that's one of the exact reasons why we haven't seen the Lost Zone Toolbox deck see as much play. It was a big surprise to everyone when it got second at Louisville, but I think that was preying on a certain kind of a metagame and preying on specifically on the fact that Regidrago V-Star was being played less. But here we see why Regidrago V-Star makes the Lost Zone box be played less because, well, I mean, the matchup speaks for itself, but you've seen it here clear as crystal.
I mean, Kevin must be pumped. He's over in Lille. Been put on stream and then opens his hand and says, well, I'm playing a Lost Zone box deck. This is exactly what I want here. Yeah. It's of course not an auto win.
No, it's absolutely not. And like in game 1 as well, I think fair play to Jack. He has played his absolute heart out. He's done his best to set things up the way he can. It's just a tough matchup.
Yeah. And is there any way around is there any reason not to take both knockouts out? Because I see Jack considering.
So I guess it would be to force another card to switch out the Kyurem into the Regidrago. That would be the main reason why. But here we go. Card drawn for Kaiwin. Let's see. There is the Fire Energy in hand.
Energy switch
yeah, that will do it. Yeah, the energy switch is there in hand, so we can get all the energy onto the Regidrago V-Star, just KO anything on the Jack's bench, and Kaiwin takes game 2 and takes the match here at our feature match.
That was a huge last turn. We actually missed the energy switch in hand. We're thinking about the research to potentially grab that out of the deck, but Kaiwin already had all pieces, playing that up perfectly, showing his opponent, listen, I have everything I need. Here's the energy switch, and I have a prime catcher. I can KO anything on your bench. That's just game.
Yeah, that absolutely is game. And again, a fearsome demonstration of the power of Regidrago V-Star, and especially of that Kyurem with the Plasma Bane ability. Just those poor Complays never stood a chance.
Yeah, I mean, in prior formats, we saw Cologne used before, typically with raiding Greninja, where you gust up the mana fee and then use the Cologne, and then you can KO 2 like Comfies on the bench. It's really interesting to see that in this combination as well, with the Triforce and the Gust and then Cologne, you actually get 3 knockouts here as well.
Yeah, you do, and I think that's why as well the Regidrago decks have incorporated the cancelling Cologne, because they know that even against the favorable matchup like the Lost Zone usually is, if you don't have that cancelling Cologne available, Manaphy can put you in a spot of bother. So just have that one-off tech in there. It just makes that Kyurem so much more potentially devastating. Because I imagine that some Regidrago players might be thinking, you know what, Manaphy sees less play right now. Maybe I don't even need to bother with the cancelling Cologne. But Kaiwin has, and it's clearly paid off in spades here.
And you might be thinking it's a situational card, but it's just a testament of the drawing power that Regidrago has, right? With your researches, you can get access to those. With the V-Star power as well, discarding 7, getting it potentially out of the discards back into your hand. You have so much room and so much drawing power to get the cards you need when you need them.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look back at the game and just do a quick little replay to see sort of the key moments really of not just the game, but the whole match. So yeah, that first Kyurem coming in clutch as Kaiwin not working with much of anything, but just had the Kyurem, had the energy, and then was able to take 3 knockouts straight away. Jack was able to respond with the Roaring Moon, but then Kaiwin just able to Trifrost again. We had all the setup in hand to do the play with the cancelling Cologne and just with the energy in hand, and then yeah, KO the Manaphy and the Comfey. 110 on the Roaring Moon EX just to make sure that Frenzy Gouging can't do any shenanigans, and that was really all she wrote. Jack didn't really have a chance from there.
Yeah, it was kind of checkmate at that point. He tried to come back with the Blood Moon Luna, but it just wasn't enough. And in the second game, it was a similar story. We saw a little bit of more Manaphy action, but with the cancelling Cologne, he just managed to get those knockouts as well.
Yeah, so yeah, the Cramorant coming in does softening up both the Teal Mask Gogapon EX and the Kyurem, but then eventually Kaiwin able to piece it together. Found the boss's orders off the Legacy Star. That was the real key there, the dig from that Legacy Star ability. So had the boss orders and cancelling Cologne to do that devastating Triforce again. And from there, Jack was just never really able to recover. Like, it was just too much damage, too much board disruption too quickly. And yeah, another Triforce there. Just on the active, it was just enough to KO the already softened up Roaring Moon from the Frenzied Gouging. and then all it took right there at the end was sure Jack was able to mount the counterattack, was able to get the Sableye active, did get the double KO there, but then Kaiwen just had all the pieces ready in hand, had the fire energy, had the energy switch, had the flying catcher.
Now I see why we missed the energy switch. It was actually a top deck that he put on top of his cards that were face down.
Oh, it was a top deck?
Yeah, then turned around. It was the bottom card. That's why we missed it before that. It was actually a huge top deck. Okay.
Well, we missed the hype moment there.
Absolutely.
Sometimes the way you draw a card, right, it's not always obvious to the camera where you don't always get to see the fact that it was actually a top deck. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame that you missed that one. And we were, oh my goodness, he top decked the energy switch.
Absolutely, and I would love to hear it just from the player himself, and we're ready into the area. So let's hear it from Kaiwen. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Freya and Barish. What a game that was to watch. And now I'm joined with 2013 Senior World Champion, 2 times top 8 at Worlds as well, Kaiwen. First of all, my friend, how are you feeling in a strong position now, 5-0?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling pretty good. It's really nice to be in Lille, a different country to play Pokemon. Haven't been to a foreign regs before, so this is my first time. But you know, it feels a lot different to an IC. Very chill, but I love the atmosphere here. It's really great.
Hey, we'll take that. You know, if it feels like a good atmosphere, that just means we can do well and have a nice, relaxed way to 5-0. Hopefully, it continues that way for you. So you mentioned it's your first foreign regional. Have you attended any other events so far this season?
No, actually, this is my first. Australia's first regional is in December, so we don't have any events until then, but I'm lucky enough to be able to come all the way here, and I've got a few other events to attend along the way as well, which is great.
Oh, here we go. Let's talk about this then, because obviously, in case you don't know, viewers at home, coming all the way from Australia, come a long way over here. So I would imagine you're probably not going to come over to Lille, then go back home. What other events are you lining up?
Yeah, so I'm going to Gdansk after this, which is the next European regional, and then after that, I'll go to the Argentina special event, just right before Latin America Internationals, which will be awesome. And then I'm going to Sacramento Regionals before flying back home. Yeah.
Wow, that's going to be a nice little global tour. You can see our map here a little bit behind us. Kaiwen's going here, there, and everywhere all across the world. That's just Europe. Kaiwen is a globe trekker. So let's come back to this event.
Yep.
You're playing the Regidrago. Yep. You're a very popular deck. You're really well at Worlds. Kind of, I don't want to say fallen off a little bit, not as popular now. What's made you want to play that?
Yeah, so I just sort of test with a few other people. So Brent Tonneson, who's also here as well, and also Natalie Miller back in Australia.
Yep.
And we were just discussing like what decks are pretty good for the format. And a couple of weeks ago, James Cox, who's another European player, he just sort of told me that he thinks Drago's pretty strong at the moment, just really well placed in the meta. We felt like, you know, with Lost Box's resurgence last week at the regs last week, I forgot where Louisville? It was. Yeah, Louisville, yeah. We felt like potentially that also could be a really good matchup for us. We feel like we really knew the lines into a lot of things, and especially since we played it a lot at Worlds for our Worlds testing. The other thing that also really attracts us to Drago is the fact that it can win going first and going second, which is a really big thing. Whereas we feel like a lot of other decks take a lot of coin flips, where if you go second, you're severely disadvantaged into a lot of matchups. So that's the reason why we played it. Just all those factors together just meant that we felt really comfortable with it. And we've all brought the same 60 as well, which is great.
Yeah, that's really good. You mentioned your testing group there, star-studded, I tell you. There isn't many, you'll be hard-pressed to find a testing group that has so many heavy hitters as that one. Now, you mentioned that you think Lost Box have a bit of a resurgence after Louisville. That's a very fair assumption. Now, be honest, did you test much against Lost Box? Because it seems like Curum's very good.
Yeah. To be honest, we actually didn't test much against Lost Box, but we theoried it out. And I was talking to Brent actually just before the tournament about sort of what we could do in terms of the lines. But normally when my opponent plays Colorus, I'm usually anticipating them to also combat that, combine that with Palpad. So I was really surprised that I was able to get a very free Curum both games. But, you know, sometimes it's really hard to pull off those card combinations as Lost Box. So it's fair enough.
Yeah, you know, Lost Box, it has a lot of options, but it hasn't got the greatest of card draw, so it might be harder to piece together those sort of combinations. Now, I'm going to let you into little facts. I'm not sure if you know this. So, the last 2 European regionals we've had, Stockholm was won by Azul in America. And then we've just had Dortmund, was won by a Japanese player with Yuki Okada. Now, you're from Australia, and so is your testing group. Brent is here. Are you here to try and steal another European regional from us?
We'll do our very best. I know that Azul tweeted before, he said that Brent and I are his 2 top picks for the tournament, so shout out Azul. And I thought that is really nice, but there's a lot of great players here. So no disrespect to anyone, but you know, we'll do our best and see how far we can go.
Hey, I mean, there's no disrespect. You're here to win at the end of the day. We'll take that. And you're in a fantastic position, currently 5-0. Thank you so much for your time, Nicole. I'm going to let you head back now and get a little break for the next round. Casters, back to you.
You know what, Barish? I'm not entirely convinced that Shay might have had a little ear into our little discussion there, because we were just talking about the exact same thing. Is Kaiman going to continue the streak of non-European players winning European regionals?
There's just always this friendly banter between European and North American players, regardless of the game. If that's Pokemon Go, Pokemon video game, or trading card game, which region is the easiest to win in? And I think Europe is currently not making a great case for themselves, losing the last 2 regionals and having great performance here from players abroad as well. So
and I mean, this started as well all the way back. The first ever international championships, the 2016 to 2017 season Europe International Championships, won by Michael Pramawat from the US. And I think kind of the sort of the superstitions started from there.
Absolutely, a long time coming, and well, they're not stopping taking away these titles in Europe. So let's see how this weekend plays out, and if Europe can actually defend one regional for once, I kind of want to say. But beyond that, it was really nice to hear from the player himself about some of the plays that we haven't even featured or covered in our commentary. I really love the idea of using Colress and combining that with a Palpad to actually get the full effect, but Colress is no longer in the discard pile.
Yeah, it was something that when Kyron mentioned that, first of all I thought, oh shoot, I should have thought of that. But then I also thought, hold on, I was trying to like play back the turns in my mind and thinking, was he actually able to do that at some point? Because I knew he had Palpad in hand a couple of times, and I think he would have wanted to do that if he could, but I don't think there was ever actually the opportunity to do so, which kind of goes back to the point that Shay made about how, yeah, you want to do that, but because your draw is a little bit more limited, maybe you just couldn't find the Palpad, and you needed to play the Colress anyway, but that obviously leaves the opening for Kaiwan to Trifrost.
Yeah, no, but 5-0, one more win, and he has enough points to advance to the second day.
Yeah.
Still undefeated, of course, has a long path ahead of him, but it's a perfect situation to start this tournament into. I'm looking forward to seeing more action from that Regidrago as well.
Yeah, and me as well. Now, we were just talking a little bit about superstitions with regards to, you know, non-European players winning European regionals, but how about some superstitions around some Pokemon and Pokedex entries? Yeah, obviously, we did a few more of these, well, so not we, but just before I wasn't a part of this, so it's now my chance to guess some spooky Pokemon. So let's see this one here.
Okay,
it will use any means necessary to frighten people and absorb their life energy. It practices constantly to hone its skill in causing fear. Good grief.
Ooh, it's a difficult one. I was looking into some scary Pokemon, but I don't think anything really rings a bell here for me. Use any means. Let's go for this again.
It will use any means necessary to frighten people and absorb their life energy. I'm trying to think, like, it's got to be a ghost Pokemon of some kind, right?
Mm-hmm.
I actually think this might be one of the Gengar line, either Ghastly Haunter or Gengar.
It's a very good pick, very good pick.
But I'm not sure which one, because it could be any of those three. You know what? I'm going to go Gengar for this one. What about you?
Then I will take Haunter as a previous evolution. I like your shout, especially because of the second sentence saying it practices constantly to hone its skill to causing fear, and I think the Gengar line is a spooky boo Boo Pokemon.
If I think back to previous Pokedex entries, that sounds Gengar-esque or like Haunter-esque. So I'm fairly sure, like, I'm not necessarily remembering that exact Pokedex entries, but similar ones about that line I remember seeing. So that's, yeah, I'm going with that. So
all right,
I think answer coming out now. Oh, Mischief. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense as well. Yeah, no, I could have seen that.
That's very first skill. Yes. It doesn't. I have to say, yes, it's a ghost Pokemon, but it doesn't look super scary, right?
No,
Would you be
it doesn't.
Scared of a Mischievous?
No, I think it'd be like a cute little ghost friend, you know. But Miss Magius is also a low-key favorite of mine as well, so perhaps a little bit of bias there too. All right, let's see. So we're 0 for 1 for both of us. Let's try this next one here now.
Obviously, like, if you're following along, like, have your own guesses in chat. Let us know what you think this Pokemon might be. Don't look it up yet, just guess for yourself. So let's go into the second one. This Pokemon is sad to devour anyone daring to ravage the forest. To the creature dwelling in the forest, it offers great kindness.
Surely this has got to be Trevenant.
That was my first guess, like, with forest and curse and like, yeah, I mean,
Yes, I think, yeah, I tell you what, I don't know if you want to go...
obvious?
I don't think it is too obvious. I mean, let's move it this way. I'm going to go with Trevenant. If you want to, you can as well. If you want to pick a different one, just to hedge our bets. But I think, to me, it's too obvious to the point where it actually is worth going for. So yeah, I'm going to say Trevenant on this one.
Okay, I will just... any other Pokemon that comes to my mind that is...
Oh, like Forest.
It's like Pumpkaboo, maybe?
Either
or
that...
Vorgeist?
I guess you also have... it's not Ghost, but it's Dark. You have like the Grimmsnarl line that like kind of live in the forest a little bit, but that's kind of... I feel like the Pokedex entries there are a little bit different. It's a bit more like Fairy Tail-like, I think.
Yeah. No, I'll go with Gourgeist, actually.
Gourgeist? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good one as well. So let's see. What's the answer? Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, you were just too good. Quickly tell us, like, Trevenant has been a big force in Pokemon TCG as well. What was your favorite Trevenant card?
Well, I mean, Forest Cursed Trevenant from X and Y base set that was absolutely a menace on the format, especially when the Wally supporter came out that let you basically evolve into it straight away on the first turn. So if you could play it going first, because back then you could play supporters on your first turn even if you went first, you basically stop your opponent from ever playing a single item card. Absolutely devastating ability.
And I think people are scared of Trevenant returning, so maybe let's keep that away for now. Actually, we have over 1,300 Masters alone playing in the trading card game tournament this weekend. And if you're wondering, how is all of this managed? Who's tracking all the results? Who's making sure that you can actually check online how your favorite player is doing right now? Well, it's the Hive, and we have Shay over talking us through the Hive.
Thank you so much for that there, Barish. Yeah, the Hive, you can see just behind me there, that is like the beating heart of the event, the engine, as it were. Because you know when you're playing at these events, every match is recorded via a match slip. So you have both players on either side, and you have to sign win, loss, or tie, right? They're all their match slips. So think about how many players, what 1,300 Barish said, all those match slips have to go into that Hive behind me. And there's a whole treasure trove, a whole cornucopia of staff there whose job it is to make sure that all runs smoothly. So, like, let's say, so there's so much for them to realistically look after. They look after all the results, they look after the pairings as well. So in between rounds, the staff at the Hive are just busy, 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 busy. And quite honestly, if you look behind there, they're often obviously working printers, cutting up match slips, collecting match slips, entering results. I think about how many different tables there are. All those results need to get added. So I want everyone in the chat to give a massive thumbs up and thanks to the Hive staff, because quite honestly, without them, these events, they just wouldn't happen. I wouldn't be here, you wouldn't be there watching, and players wouldn't be here doing that. So massive shout out to the Hive. Well done to them over there. Now, I'm going to be honest. I want our round 6 to start very soon. So we're going to have a quick break here, right? So I want you guys to go home, get your snacks, get your drinks, all that good stuff, because when that round 6 starts, I don't want you going anywhere. So we'll be back really soon.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Starting at the bottom, and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome, and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions, they've joined the best. trainer. We give her respect. We all have a story. We pass the test. Yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally show the world today. Legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same.
There's a second energy
And
cycle
that's
we're
it.
waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tong'en is your Junior Division World Champion.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。我赢了后，对我的意义是我平常练习的努力没有白费，因为花疗环环陪我赢下非常多的比赛，我也喜欢放逐这个体系。我的策略是我全部会选择后攻。 但我也有想过是否可以选择先攻，但后来选择后攻的原因是后攻可以使用支援者，这样我会变得比较顺畅。我建议他们每天都要练习，且在想好自己要玩什么牌组时后的，Can I go again？ 我会建议他们要练习，要多多练习。可是，在想好自己要玩什么牌组后。 也要构筑好你的牌组。我想玩宝可梦卡牌的原因是我可以认识许多朋友，然后跟他们一起成长。我觉得我会再去下一次的世界赛，且再赢得一次冠军。
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help. And just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help. And, you know, find a friend that can play. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the #1.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Hi, I'm Shay Byrne, and today we'll be taking a quick look at the Kickoff Electrode deck. Kickoff from Paradox Rift has the Unhinged Scissors attack, which deals 30 damage plus an extra 160 damage if Kickoff is affected by a special condition. This might sound like it's hard to pull off, but the combination of Brute Bonnet's Toxic Powder ability and the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule card allows you to leave both active Pokemon poisoned with ease. This poison damage can even be boosted by having Radiant Sneasler in play, since its Poison Peak ability puts an extra 2 damage counters onto your opponent's poison Pokemon in between turns. Just in case Brute Bonnet doesn't show up though, Kickoff players have the option to use Spicy Season Curry too, which burns your active Pokemon but heals 40 damage from it too. With Kickoff's fighting typing, it is a terror for lightning types like Miraidon and Iron Hands to deal with. Arceus also doesn't have a fun time either. Charizard EX also has to fear this deck, but that's for a completely different reason. Hisuian Electrode V. Tantrum Blast for 0 energy deals 100 times each special condition Hisuian Electrode V is affected by. So if Hisuian Electrode is poisoned and burned by a Brute Bonnet and Spicy Season Curry, you deal 400 damage to a Charizard EX thanks to its weakness. This type coverage paired with high damage output makes Kickoff Electrode a very scary deck to deal with. But that's been our quick look at Kickoff Electrode, so now it's time to roll on over back to the stream.
Welcome back, everyone. Yes, that was a lovely deck graphic explaining the Kickoff deck, and for no accident, we have got word that there is currently a Kickoff at 5 wins and 0 losses here in Lille.
There is indeed. I'm Ross Gilbert, by the way. This is Freya Pierce. We should introduce ourselves. But yeah, there's a Kickoff at 4-1, and there's a Kickoff at 5-0. And I'm just telling you, I almost put Kickoff down as my prediction this weekend, Freya. And I thought, come on, Wassy, be sensible, use Roaring Moon. Like, that was a better prediction. Should have gone for Kickoff. And, you know, I'm having a little bit of a Miraidon update. There aren't any 5-0 Miraidon, but there's a 4-0-1 and 2-4-1 Miraidon. So, you know, Pikachu's little prediction here. Still potentially could be there.
I mean, full honesty, I think in my mind, the Kickoff association with you is so strong. I thought, you know, mentioning that Kickoff is 5-0 specifically is almost like enough of an introduction for you. Let's be real.
I mean, look, put it this way. I don't care that I didn't put Kickoff on my prediction. I'm going to get credit for it if it wins anyway, because I've been championing Kickoff since Stuttgart Regionals last year. Santa Claus came to town, and now Kickoff. I mean, look, it's even lost Spicy Season Curry. It should be weaker. But, you know, we've got things like the Petrarump with the extra poison, and we've got things like Secret Box, which tends to be the ace spec of choice nowadays. And I'm telling you, Kickoff is a little bit legit. And of the two people doing well with Kickoff this weekend, we've got a regional winner from last season and a former UK national champion. These aren't just random players turning up, having a go with Kickoff. We've got seasoned players who have a real history of success going, I've had a good think. Kickoff is the play this weekend, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, and I think it's a good meta call as well, because of course it does prey on a lot of the Raging Bolts that we know is quite a popular archetype now. But so scrapping the Kickoff update for now, I do believe we are ready for our community prediction bracket. So you guys know the drill by now, I'm sure, but for those of you who don't, we have a set of like 8 different cards or like things where we pit them against each other. Each one of us will try and make the case for why our pick from the bracket is better than the other. In this instance, we have 8 Terra Pokemon. So this community prediction bracket is what is the best Terra Pokemon currently in the format. So right now, for our first one, we're going to do Charizard EX against Greninja EX, and I do believe I'm going to be defending Charizard EX. So
yeah, good luck with that one, frankly.
What do you mean?
Good luck with that.
Good luck with that. Well, I don't need luck. I have Charizard, so
good luck with that.
I'm sensing a lot of animosity coming over.
I've turned into an NPC. Right, Freya, 3, 2, 1, go!
Go. Okay, so Charizard EX is, ever since it came out, one of the strongest Terra Pokemon, one of the strongest Stage 2s that has ever been released. So it gets stronger for the longer you go into the game because of its attack Burning Darkness does 180 damage plus 30 more for every single prize card your opponent's taken. That means your opponent is literally punished for winning the game. And you can set it up even more in your own way with Dusknoir as well. You can use the Curse Blast ability to put damage on your opponent's bench, and then they have forced to take a prize card, so it does even more damage. And then the Infernal Rain ability on it powers itself up with the...
and we're done! Sorry, Freya.
Fast talking wasn't enough that time. Need to speed it up, clearly.
I guess I'm going to have to defend this with actual results and facts. How am I going to win an argument with actual results and facts?
Is this like... I feel like you're already starting to make your argument here. You've not got your 30 seconds yet. This is... Oh, well, you know what? May the best defender win. I wish you all the luck with your argument. Because that's the kind of spirit of competition I have, Ross.
I'm just willing to be counted in. Count me in, Freya, count me in.
3, 2, 1, go.
Hey, how many Charizard were there in top 8 at Dortmund Regionals? What's that? None. How many Palkia with Greninja EX were in top cut at Dortmund? Oh, there was one. How about that? Palkia nowadays does not work without Greninja. Palkia right now is a better deck than Charizard. What's that you say? There was a Charizard that got 4th place at Louisville Regionals last weekend? Yeah, there was. That's almost as good as the Palkia Greninja that got 3rd place. It's got massive HP, it's a fighting type and a water type. Whoa, how does that go on? It takes multiple KOs in one attack. It's like any card with the other.
That's pretty good, actually. I feel like that was well timed.
Yeah.
Okay, but so we've made our arguments, but now it is up to you guys at home. We've talked multiple times about how if you want to vote, you can only do it on Twitch. So get over to the stream on Twitch and get your votes in for who you think made the best argument and which is the better Terra Pokemon. Obviously, it's going to be Charizard EX. Forget about Greninja EX. You know, recent results he plays as a one-of, whereas Charizard EX has been method-defining for so long. Sorry, I'm making more of an argument now, aren't I? But get voting on Twitch now.
I mean, you can go for an argument or you can go for actual facts and data. So, you know, I'm going to let you lovely ladies and gentlemen at home decide whether you want to go for an argument of, oh, maybe it'll be good again, you never know, or actual facts and data.
Hold on, actual facts and data, wasn't it?
Actual facts and data.
Wasn't it you who mentioned that Charizard made a comeback at Louisville?
I mean, yeah, from absolutely nothing to almost as good as Palkia Greninja. So, I mean, yeah, you know, a little bit of a comeback. But, you know, you start 0-3, you come back to 5-3.
I got to stop you there, Ross. I just got word in my ear. We have results now, so let's go and see who won out of Greninja and Charizard. It was close. It was pretty close, to be fair, but it looks like Charizard EX takes the cake here.
And I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask all the lovely people at home to just kind of remember facts are facts, and sometimes we need more facts. And frankly, Charizard borrowed time. And look, I know Charizard had a good start. We had Obsidian Flames come out, or, you know, Ruler of the Black Flame over in Japan as it was, and, you know, it's a good card. It's had its time. It's gone. Greninja just getting started. And I'll tell you this, you know, Charizard's pretty cool, but what is probably the #1 card in the Scarlet and Violet era right now? Well, it would be that special illustration rare Greninja now, wouldn't it? That is the most popular card in the Scarlet and Violet block so far. I mean, feels like that's something I could have said in my 30-second argument. Sorry
a bit late now.
I'm just saying, you know, 40% Greninja. Some people wouldn't have expected that. Yep. I would have voted Greninja. I should have voted Greninja. I've got my phone on me.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could just quickly go. I will say, though, to credit where credit's due, that artwork on the Greninja EX, a special illustration rare, it is gorgeous.
It is gorgeous. What else is gorgeous is the results of these players so far. Let's have a look at the current standings. Look at these. These are up to the minute. These are a lot of, not all of, but a lot of our 5-0s. We've got Luke Kirkham. I would say you won't believe what Luke Kirkham is playing, but actually, if you've been following Luke over the past couple of weeks, you absolutely would believe what Luke is playing. But Bert Walters, Joshua Van Overscheld, Alex Norvey, we've got Consta Kalama, and I'm going to give a shout out to someone who is not on that graphic. I'm going off script, Freya, because it needs to be said. Nina Eisenblatter had a great run over in Dortmund on another great run here. Am I missing her name on there?
No, you're not. No.
She's also sitting at 5-0. Great run in Dortmund. Nina is a player not enough people are talking about right now, and I'm telling you, over these first 2 regionals so far, there is a strong argument that she is one of the top 3 or 4 players in Europe just looking at these 2 regionals. Now, Stefan Ivanov got top 4 and is also, well, at 401 right now, but come on, that's a pretty good record. We got some other players there, but I'm telling you, Nina Eisenblatter, remember that name, she has had a phenomenal start to both the regionals so far.
I got to be honest, the main thing that I thought seeing that top 8 is that a lot of those names in that top 8 wouldn't be out of place in a top 8 like more than 10 years ago. Luke Kirkham, Alex Norvey, and Bert Walters as well. Yeah, the veterans are making their good showing here.
Yeah, we got a lot of veterans here. We got a lot of newer players as well. Like I say, Nina's a player I was not particularly aware of until kind of last week. Well, not last week, I mean, the last regional. And another fantastic start coming in. We've got a bit of a variety of decks as well. We've got some Reggie Drago, we've got some Control, we've got some Palkia, obviously. We've got some Cloth. Yeah, all right then. Bit weird, but yeah, Cloth. You know I love me some Cloth.
I know, yes. It's. I was disappointed they didn't join in on the Cloth dance over there. Just I had to carry the team for us on that one.
Unfortunately, you did. How many Charizard are at 5-0 right now, Freya?
From the tone of your delivery, I'm guessing 0.
Actually 2.
Oh, 2. Okay, fair enough.
There are 2 5-0 Charizard right now. So Charizard is aiming to make me look a little bit silly. But you give me a side to argue, I will make that argument. Oh, look, I recognize a player on the right. That is Alex Norvey. And given that they have their headsets on, I can tell you, Alex, the 2012 UK National Champion, is playing Cloth 5-0 at Lille Regionals.
Yeah. And it feels extra fitting that we're casting this game, especially because, 2012 UK National Championships, that was the tournament where we became friends.
That was basically where we met, which was kind of fun. So Alex there, we've got some more recent accomplishments. Stuttgart Regional Top 16, Liverpool Regional Top 128, EUIC Top 64. But add to that, UK National Champion 2012 with that electric deck with Zekrom and Terrakion and all those good things. That is completely unknown back in 2012. Caused a bit of a stir by winning nationals.
Yeah, he did. And then I know he kind of like slipped away a little bit. It didn't end up playing as much for a long time, but then, recently came back. And I remember at Stuttgart, we talked about, oh, wow, Alex Norvey, he's suddenly back all of a sudden. And clearly hasn't, not many cobwebs to dust off in that time away they took from the game. So, really great to see him doing so well.
And, oh, hello, Radicate. And I gotta say, Alex Norvey seems to be on a personal mission to make me happy because I've seen him at recent tournaments, always stop by and say hello, known him for years, often seen playing Miraidon, and now switched from Miraidon to Cloth. I'm just like, as a man who is taking all of the decks that I love and I'm frankly doing way better with them than I.
He's going for the Ross appeal here, clearly. There's no two ways about it.
I mean, I'm not saying it's the most important thing, but I'm not upset about this. I'm excited to see Cloth, though. Remember, we saw that video a minute ago, but the more recent Cloth, they do not play Spicy Season Curry. That card has rotated out. It's no longer legal for tournament play. So you really are just poisoning, hitting 1-9 to a Cloth. But we do have that new Binding Mochi card that lets you do an extra 40 damage if you're poisoned. And I think that is a big deal. So we've got Alex, we've got Tobias Gervin. We have got 2 players sitting at 5-0. And I think we're ready to start round 6 any second now, Freya.
Yeah, I think so as well. Now we didn't get quite a chance to look at their prize cards, so it would be good to have a look at that just so that we can get an idea of, because of course, especially in a deck like Cloth, you are running a lot of key cards. You need to make sure that they're not prized. And I don't think we didn't get a chance to look at Tobias's achievements either, did we? But yeah, I'm sure. I mean, he's 5-0 here, so it must be doing pretty well. But looking at the prizes there, there's that Squawkabilly prize for Alex. So that if Alex off to a slow start, doesn't have that bailout option there, could be a bit unfortunate.
It's a little bit sad, of course. It only works turn 1. It only works on your first turn. So if it's in the prizes, you are unfortunately never getting it out in a way that it's going to do very much of anything. Good news is for Alex that they've not prized any of their 4 double turbo energy. They've not prized their 1 of Radiant Hisuian Sneasler. They've not prized their 1 of Secret Box. They have prized 1 of their 3 Cloth, but there's 2 Cloth left in the deck. There's a bunch of Pokemon recovery. I think we're going to be fine. This new style of Cloth, it's a different kind of deck whereby, you've got things like Blood Moon Ursaluna, as an option. You've got one Hisuian Electrode as a little kind of extra, but most of the time here, you're looking for Clorf. Here we go. Clorf in the active against Raging Bolt. And of course, Freya, talk us through this Raging Bolt deck quickly.
Yeah, so Raging Bolt is the beats fast and hard deck. So you have that Raging Bolt there in the active. Of course, that Bellowing Thunder attack does 70 damage times the amount of basic energy you discard from your side of the field for the cost of 1 lightning and 1 fighting. So the idea being that you get your Roaring Moons out, you get your Raging Bolt out, and then with multiple of them, you can of course use the Professor Sarda's Vitality supporter card that lets you attach a basic energy to 2 different ancient Pokemon that you have out, and then draw 3 cards, and then you top that up with that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX that lets you, with that Teal Dance ability, attach grass energy from your hand to it and draw a card. So that draws you more cards, gets more energy onto the field, and you slam with Bellowing Thunder.
You do indeed. And one thing Raging Bolt is not keen on is single prize decks that can 2-hit KO or sometimes better. Now we see Squawkabilly going down. That is, of course, not an option for Alex. It is, however, an option to Gust and KO. Clorf, if poisoned, does do 190 damage. That will leave Squawkabilly, I believe, in range of being KO'd by it. Even with the 30 resistance, it actually works out perfectly.
Exactly enough, indeed.
Does exactly 160. So if I'm Alex, I'm thinking, yep, I'll cut down that burden a little bit.
Yeah. Now, I got to be honest, Ross, I have a little bit of extra insight here. So I was speaking to our fellow co-caster, Amy Wasley, who is also playing this deck, and mentioned to me that Alex is doing very, very well. This list was built to prey on Raging Bolt. So Alex is going to be very, very happy to be facing Raging Bolt right now.
Oh, yeah, and it seems like a very strong matchup for it. The fact that you're giving away 1 prize at a time, the fact that you can take out things like that, like that Teal Mask Ogerpon, and it just, you know, obviously Pheasantipity, which is weak to fighting, is also a 2-prize option to gust up and get a KO on. So Alex should be trading 1 prize for 2 for a lot of the game, and then trying to jump ahead by taking out those 2 prizes late. And I'm sorry, Unhinged Scissors makes me so happy. Stuttgart Regionals, people are like, oh, you know, Clorf had a good weekend, but come on, it's not going to happen again. Yeah, it's happening again.
Yeah, so here we go. Tobias, with a pretty decent turn 1 after that Squawkabilly, was able to find a Teal Mask Ogerpon, does do a Teal Dance there, finds that Sliverwing. This is a 1-prize attacking option that we do see a lot of these Raging Bolt decks going for, has a good typing, of course, and it's just a way of making that price rate a bit nicer. We do see a Pokemon Catcher. This could be very important. Oh, but it is a Tails. That would have been very nice to bring up. Of course, the Brute Bonnet would have prevented Alex from being able to attack quite as easily, but it is a Tails, unfortunately.
Yeah, Tobias there, not a great start. Did not only got 2 energy on the board, didn't get a KO on the Clorf, which would have been great for starting that prize race. Alex here doesn't really need very much. You need an Ancient Boost Energy Capsule to put onto the Brute Bonnet to activate the ability that poisons both active Pokemon, and then you need yourself a double turbo on Clorf. Now, ideally here, you go for a Binding Mochi for a bit of extra damage, Radiant Hisuian Sneasler to increase the poison damage, but all you need, Ancient Booster Energy Capsule and a double turbo.
Yeah. Although, if you have the Binding Mochi, that's actually really important because that would get you then to the exact amount they need for a knockout, because it would be 190 plus the 10 from Poison plus the extra 40 from it. That's an exact knockout on a Raging Bolt.
That is an exact knockout on a Raging Bolt. So that's what we mean. And you're not always trading 1 for 2 here. You are sometimes trading 1 for 1, but you get 2 prizes. Your opponent only gets 1. That is a bit of a wombo combo, but it will absolutely work sometimes. And I like Alex here if you're just 2-hit killing Raging Bolt. And then occasionally gusting a 2-prizer on the bench. If you can get everything and get a 1-hit KO on Raging Bolt,
yeah, then you are very much good to go. Now, unfortunately for Alex, it looks like he was stuck with a little bit of a spot of bother, was forced to bench that Luminion V. That is a 2-prizer that Tobias can prey on, but of course, if you need to use it to get a supporter to attack with, then you gotta do what you gotta do. And with this, oh, hold on a second, can Tobias, or rather, can Alex put it all together? We have the Town Store.
Well, the Town Store's going to go and get the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. So right now, we are talking about 200 damage. 190 plus the 10 for poison. We will need the Binding Mochi onto the Clorf here. Although, no, but of course, no, you haven't got it yet.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, the Radiant Sneasler, it does boost, of course, the damage between turns by 2, but that's not quite enough.
No, Radiant Hisuian Sneasler will put up to 220. Does actually mean Tobias has to get out the active or will be KO'd during Pokemon Checkup.
Oh, that's true, actually, yeah. So
I do feel quite confident that's something Tobias is going to do. But right now, we got 220 damage coming down. Turn 2 for this Clorf deck. And yeah, Raging Bolt not happy.
Wait, no, it won't quite be enough because it'll be 190 going to 210 and then to 230, so it'll still be 10 short actually.
Oh, I was thinking 20 plus.
Yeah, no, but it's good. The 1 turns into 2. So yeah, so it's actually only 10 extra poison per turn. So yeah, it won't be quite enough. So if Tobias wants to attack with his Raging Bolt in the active, it is okay. But
no, it is 2 extra. No, I was right. It is 2 extra.
Oh, it's 2 more. Oh,
yeah,
so you can put 3.
Yes.
Okay, so then never mind me.
190 plus the 30 for poison is 220.
No, so I thought Radiant Season was 2 instead of 1, not 2 more.
Oh, it's 2 more. And that's
okay.
Wonderful. Oh no, you've got to retreat here.
Yeah, you have to. Like, oh no,
I think Tobias might. Oh, we see the KO from Tobias, and you know what that means?
Between
poison
turns.
kicks in, Pokemon checkup happens.
I think Tobias does he not realize?
I think the judge, look in the player cam, judge is now informing Tobias that will be a KO.
Yeah, because it's 3 extra. Yeah, it's 2 more between turns. So yeah, then
that should be a KO.
Yeah, 190, then another 30, and another 30.
220. This puts up to 250.
Why is it's? Can that Raging Bolt go to the discard pile? Are we missing something?
There's 230 damage on it at the moment. It's got 10 HP remaining.
Because it's so... Okay, let's make sure we get it right here. So Clorf is... Oh, wait, no. With the double turbo, Clorf does 170, right?
Oh, Clorf does 170 with a double turbo. I always forget the double turbo, Freya. Silly of me. Okay.
Yeah, so
now
this is
Tobias
correct.
has to get out the active to avoid being KO'd. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. That took me a little bit longer than it should have done. Got too excited about Clorf.
I heard 190 for you, but then I thought... So when you said that, I thought you were factoring the double turbo.
I was not.
No. You're the Clorf expert, Ross. Come on, man.
I got too excited about Clorf, Freya, all right?
All right. Anyway, but enough about that. Let's get back to the game here. So this actually works out well for Tobias because although, yeah, sure, you will get KO'd between turns, it's something that Alex would be able to do the damage to take the knockout anyway. So it does mean that Alex can pass for a knockout, which is, I guess, could be kind of nice. But it also means that there isn't that worst-case scenario where you get KO'd by poison going into your opponent's turn. That's when you're really hurting.
Yeah, that's what you don't like. And also the passing for KO here I absolutely love because, of course, Clorf relies on that double turbo energy. And you only play 4 of them in the deck. So anytime you can not have to use another one, that is a huge advantage. So Professor's research comes down here, gets a new hand of 7 cards for Alex. And right now, in a very strong position, about to go up by a prize. So this is going to work rather nicely indeed.
So Rescue Board going onto the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler. I guess it's something that ideally you would like to keep. It's not really something that you want going down anytime soon. You want that extra poison damage to come in. So it looks like, a second Brute Bonnet going down. Maybe you just retreat into a Brute Bonnet and pass. That seems fine as well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There is also, there's a Spiritomb in the deck that you could use in this situation to just pop in the active. But I like using Brute Bonnet because it at least gives you some value.
Yes.
If it's sitting there on the board as well. So I like this. Retreat into Brute Bonnet. And then if Tobias KOs it, they get a prize, but they don't get too much.
Yeah.
So I like this.
If Alex wants to, he could announce the ability and then have it not do anything because the Ancient Boost Energy Capsule prevents poison or any special conditions on the Pokemon it's attached to, and the Raging Bolt is already poisoned.
Yeah, we do get the KO on the Raging Bolt there from Poison. Pass for a KO always feels good. And if you're Tobias here, you're not in a great situation because you need to keep refreshing and you need to keep resetting and getting the energy down and discarding 2 every turn. And you're only taking 1 prize for doing so. You know, even Brute Bonnet here has got 120 HP, so you need to discard 2 energy to get the KO. It is frankly not ideal.
No, it really isn't. And this is exactly why these Raging Bolt decks do tend to play a single prize option of some kind. So Sliverwing is a great option here because it ties in nicely with the energy types that you play, and it's got good type coverage. So I guess that could come in now for Tobias if he wants to try and get a KO with something that won't give up 2 prizes in return. But it will be a matter of whether he decides to go for that or not. It does make use of the town store that Alex Norvey put down, though, to search out that Bravery Charm.
Yeah, Bravery Charm could be quite big here for putting Pokemon really out of reach. And that kind of helps. Now, obviously, you can attack with your Teal Mask Ogerpon here. You can set up a Sliverwing, 2 fighting energy, 120. That would be enough to KO the Brute Bonnet here, which has 120 HP. But it looks like, for the moment, just setting up those 2-prize EX Pokemon and considering what to do with a Bravery Charm, popping it onto the Pheasantipity here, which still won't save it from a Claw because of weakness.
Yeah. And the problem with trying to attack with Teal Mask Ogopon is that you're unlike the Regidrago V-Star deck, you don't really play Energy Switch in here, so it's very hard to actually get it powered up and attacking. You'd have to do a manual attachment plus the Teal Dance with the energy already on there. And it looks like, unfortunately, it was actually a miss for Tobias. Would have really liked to get that third Grass Energy on, would have been able to get the knockout on the Brute Bonnet because, of course, it does have weakness to Grass, but not able to pull it off.
No, and that's the thing. Like, you're a prize down against a single prize deck, and then you go and miss a KO as well. Shall we say, less than ideal, Freya. So Alex here is just loving this game right now. This is pretty much a best-case scenario. You gave up a prize, but it was one, you know, it was early in the game, you didn't really mind. You've taken the first 2-prize KO, and then it's back to you with a 210 HP Pokemon in the active with Binding Mochi.
It's a knockout.
It is a knockout. Now it's 170 because of the double turbo. Nailed it.
Yep.
Binding Mochi adds 40, puts it up to 210. And then you've obviously got the poison coming in as well, which is an extra 30, which is honestly irrelevant at this point. It's going to go up to 240. That's going to help.
Yeah, that is. And that maths to getting to 240 is exactly how this deck plays so easily on Raging Bolt, because you can get the knockout on the huge 240 HP on a basic EX is massive. I think it's the biggest basic EX HP number we have right now, isn't it? I'm fairly sure.
In the game right now, probably.
Yeah, currently. There are previous, in the current standard format rotation at least. But
let's wait until a Wailord gets printed.
Yeah, but that'll be a stage 1.
Touche.
Yeah. But yeah, unlike previous EXs, which were basics, the current EXs, they're all actually their evolved forms. So yes, there's the Claw for KO there coming in. So back to Tobias now as he puts up another Raging Bolt. But again, it's like you were saying right at the beginning, Ross, it is so hard for Tobias to actually make progress here because, sure, there are 2 prizes that you can KO on the bench, but it means you need a Gusting card every single time. And Alex can very easily just clap back with the Claw and take the KO again anyway.
Yeah, well, you can't go after a 2-prize knockout here. Claw's hitting 240.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
So you literally cannot gust up a bench 2-prize Pokemon.
Then you just lose,
yeah. Because Alex has already got a Pokemon that can KO you right back. Yeah. Now, you could if you played, say, a Bravery Charm, but even then you lose to Gusting with the Claw, so you kind of have to take out the Claw because that's the threat. But then, even if you KO the Claw, you're still down by 2 prizes.
Yeah, so I guess then the option here for Tobias is just to, do... If he wants to go for a 2-prizer, you need the Bravery Charm, because then you can sort of almost take that risk, and it does force Alex to have a boss's orders or something like that. But failing that, yeah, you have to KO the Claw. And this is where single-prize decks shine at their greatest, when they can use 2-prize support Pokemon, because their single prizes are so threatening that your opponent can't really go for them because they have to knock out your attacking threat to not lose.
Yeah, it's always fun when you're like, go on, KO my 2-prize Pokemon on the bench. Genuinely, I would much rather you did that. That would be great for me on a personal level. So we have got a Professor Sada coming out here from the Pokegear. That's going to give Tobias enough energy with which to mount an attack, which is obviously your kind of, that's where you want to start with. But my issue here is you KO the Claw, and then you're basically saying to Alex, please don't get another Claw. And also, you've got a couple of turns to pull it off because I still need 2-prize KOs after I take down this Claw. So it'll give Alex 1 turn at least to try and reset. And that's what you're hoping for here.
Yeah.
KO the Claw, Alex whiffs, and then you get a 2-prize KO next turn to actually, and then Alex whiffs again, and then you get another 2-prize KO. It's a lot to ask for, Freya.
Yeah, it really, really is. And, I mean, so... Sliverwing can actually KO a Claw. The second attack there, Burning Turbo, it does 120 damage. You don't need any modifiers or any other shenanigans to get the KO on it, with Claw having 120 HP. There's a Pokemon catcher, though. There's a Heads. Okay.
We're going for the Pheasantipity here, so going after that 2-prizer. Are we going to get a...
I mean, there is a Bravery Charm in hand. We know that much. You just search off the town store. So, yeah, you have to attach it, right?
Not if you attack with a Sliverwing.
No, that's true, yes.
If Sliverwing attacks here, you will get a KO on the Pheasantipity.
Oh, because the fighting weakness, of course.
The fighting weakness. Yes. And then that will then leave you with a single-prize Pokemon in the active, so Alex would need some kind of Gusting to win the game the following turn.
Yeah, so this is definitely what Tobias is going to be going for. It's pretty much the ideal turn. You're trying to deny Alex as many outs as possible to taking these last 2 prizes. So yeah,
here we go with the energy.
Yeah, energy from the Night Stretcher gets attached to the Sliverwing, so now you can retreat, or just switch cart, so you can preserve the energy, even better.
Switch cart works nicely in a deck which is greedy for energy, and this is what you're going for here. You still need 2 turns. Alex has 2 turns to take the final KO. You are not winning next turn. Now, we do see the Bravery Charm onto Sliverwing, which, honestly, I don't think it really matters, because it puts it up to 170, which is what Claw fits naturally.
Yeah, it's a good point. And also, of course, with that burning...
Oh, no, what puts up to 190, but still the poison would get you over, so...
Yeah, and also, because with that burning turbulence attack, you do 90 damage to yourself
there's the boss's
as well.
orders.
Oh, no,
Onto
mine!
the Pheasant Dip Tea. Clorf was not KO'd, and I told you, Freya, you had to go after the Clorf. You didn't go after the Clorf, so Clorf now will KO the Pheasant Dip Tea. Alex wins game 1, and we're headed to game 2.
Yes, so fearsome demonstration there of the power of Clorf, and exactly why Alex made this call to play it during this tournament, knowing that Raging Bolt would be very popular, knowing that it just won and it would still have a big showing. Really a superb meta call from Alex.
Yeah, that was very nice. I think we need to see a little bit of a replay of game 1. I enjoyed that game 1. I'm sure people at home can tell. So let's go and have a look at the key moments from game 1 with Alex winning with Clorf. We start off here, 6 prizes apiece, but of course, Clorf goes and gets a big hit. Not quite a KO because of the double turbo, but that led to a KO in between turns during Pokemon Checkup, and that was a start of the Lugia prizes for Alex.
Yeah, pass for KO is a pretty good feeling, no matter which way you look at it, even if it's the not ideal way going into your opponent's turn rather than going into yours. But even so, just... The Clorf kept coming.
The Clorf did keep coming, and then we had that final KO on the Pheasant Dipty, which was kind of poetic a little bit. Pheasant Dipty going down on both sides. It is a 2-prize Pokemon.
It is.
It does get KO'd fairly easily for 2 prizes, but that's what we were saying. You know, you go after the 2-prizer on the bench, but then you don't go after Clorf, and that's the biggest issue when you're playing Clorf. You need to Clorf, you need to double turbo, you only play 4, they're a pain to search out, it's why you have to play Colrus, and then you also need the Brute Bonnet, and you need the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. You could do with a Hisuian Sneasler, and honestly, Binding Mochi wouldn't go amiss either.
No, exactly. Just all the stuff that comes in, and really, it gets Clorf to those key numbers, and that's why it's so good against Raging Bolt in the first place. Binding Mochi is really the kind of, almost like the powerhouse tool that really unlocks the full potential of Clorf.
Absolutely, but the point I'm making here is that, you know, Clorf needs all that stuff, right?
Yes.
So if you ignore Clorf and just got some random 2-prizer on the bench, you come back to your turn and you're like, oh, I need nothing.
Yes.
Maybe some gusting if I want to take a cheeky bench KO. Yeah. And that's what I love about this Clorf here. It's just that power and the 2, and it makes me want to go home and play Clorf again on TCG Live, and I might just do it.
A very important point to note, actually. I don't know if we got a chance to discuss this properly, but of course, Sliverwing, with its attack, Burning Turbulence, it does, I think it came in right at the end of the game there, it does do 90 damage to itself. So the Bravery Charm, like, even regardless of whether there's a Bravery Charm or not, even with the maths, like, Clorf is KOing that no matter what.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, I had the poison rolling anyway. Oh, that Hisuian Sneasler I do not like seeing in the prizes. That really helps fix the maths quite nicely. There is a Hisuian Heavy Ball in Alex's list.
Very good, and that wasn't prize we saw, right? So yeah, so we will be able to fish that out, and that will be very, very important to do. Now, it looks like Tobias will be going first here. Bit of an interesting choice. You would have think maybe you'd like to go second, stop Alex from playing a supporter, maybe get an attack going turn 1?
You would, but I think there's an element here of just kind of trying to set up and really hoping that Alex doesn't have a great turn 2. You know, getting some more Pokemon out, maybe getting that Sliverwing into play that little bit earlier. Just essentially giving yourself a few more options throughout the game. But you're right, Alex, you know, people keep saying Raging Bolt is the one deck in the format that really wants to go second. Well, you can add Clorf to that list. I love going second with Clorf.
I'm sure there's something that we're probably missing in terms of why Tobias thought going first would be best here, but either way, this is what he decided to do. We do see there's Trekking Shoes right after that Teal Dance. It looks like it's going to be discarding the Earthen Vessel, drawing an extra card, finds just a Fighting Energy, and I guess that can go onto the active. Alex has the potential to do a turn 2 KO here. As you were just talking about in the last replay, he does need a lot, but it's not impossible.
With Radiant Hisuian Sneeze the prize, though.
Well, I mean, if you get Heavy Ball.
Okay, fine.
It's a lot to ask for, yeah.
It is. I think I would gesture maybe too much to ask for, but you never know. You know, it'd be fun. Yeah. Nice cheeky turn. But like, I don't think Alex even needs a KO.
No, not really, because there's no 2 prizes out. for Alex's side. So you're happy just doing the first of the 2-hit KO with the Claw. Yeah, just do 170. You're feeling pretty good about things.
The biggest issue with Claw, if you're 2-hit KOing, is the double turbo.
Yes.
You don't want to be losing too many double turbo, but that's why Alex plays the Hisuian Electrode V, 0 energy 100, plus any poison. And then the Blood Moon Ursa Luna, which, when your opponent's taken enough prizes, essentially turns into a 0 energy 240 plus poison, and this is a deck where you can manipulate down to your opponent taking 5 prizes, and you finish the game with that Blood Moon Ursa Luna. So you can see, which is gone now, but there's plenty of Pokemon recovery.
Yeah.
But my point is, it's the energy which is the issue when you 2-hit KOing. This early in the game, I'm not worried about it. I'm getting a hit on it, and I'm feeling good about it.
Yeah. Now, it looks like, I was mentioning how there's no 2 prizes on the board. It looks like Alex will need to put one down. Gonna think about going for that Squawkabilly EX course with that Squawk and Seize ability. Lets you, on your first turn of the game, discard your hand and draw 6 cards. A really crucial supporting setup Pokemon to help you bail yourself out of a bad early hand.
And these Raging Bolt decks don't tend to play much gusting. Prime Catcher and 1 Boss's Orders is what we see from Tobias's list here. So it's not like you're thinking, oh, they're definite. It's not like those decks that play Prime Catcher and 4 Boss's Orders and a couple of Luminion and they're gonna have it if they want it. It is not always coming down. Double Claw, Freya, double Claw.
Double Claw, my goodness. Claw all the way.
I love me some Claw. Double Claw, Squawkabilly, Brute Bonnet.
There are 3 Pokemon catchers in Tobias' list. That's the other gusting that Raging Bolt does tend to rely on.
Okay,
but
fine.
again, no, but it is still a relevant point because ultimately it means that you're relying more on a coin flip, right?
Yes.
And so there is still, and you have to do it that way because Professor Sarda's Vitality is too important, so you can't afford to do Boss's Orders. That's why you end up going for this route, but it means that, yeah, you're reliant on the flips.
And that's the thing, like we saw in the last game. If you do that, then you are ignoring the Claw, and I'm totally okay with that most of the time. Set up that combo, and then once the combo's set up, you are hitting very, very nice damage, taking 2 prizes a turn, except if your opponent's going after your bench, they're trying to find gusting and everything else, and you're trying to find nothing.
Yeah, so here we go with the, after the Squawk and Seize. We found a good chunk of stuff. Looks like Nestball was one of them. Actually going to go ahead and bench that Pecharunt, the promo Pecharunt, where when it's in the active, it increases the amount of poison counters between turns if the opponent's Pokemon is poisoned by 4, I believe?
Actually 5.
By 5, my goodness.
And if we have a Hisuian Sneasel on the bench as well, that's 7. That's 8 damage counters between turns for poison. No Perilous Jungle in this list. But it means that rather than pass for a KO, just normally, you're passing for a KO while accelerating the poison. So if anything's kind of 80 damage away from being KO'd, you can actually pull it off by just leaving that Pecharunt in the active, letting the poison do its thing, not using any energy to take that KO, and really accelerating. It's a great card that will come in once or twice, few times a day, not much, but it will be relevant sometimes.
Now, Alex played there the Chorus's Tenacity, and I think got a bit mixed up with Arvin there. Tried to get a Special Energy and a Tool card with Binding Mochi. Of course, Chorus's Tenacity gets a Stadium card and a Special Energy. Does get a Double Turbo, but had the Jet Energy in hand, so he can use that to bring up that Pecharunt and bring in that Poison effect.
Yeah, loves it. It's also great. It seems to have missed the double turbo energy there for the Claw, so just get some poison rolling. It is worth noting we did see in the previous game Chorus for Town Store for Tool, so Alex was probably kind of thinking of that and jumping a little bit ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he didn't miss the double turbo because he got it off the Chorus's Tenacity, but he had no way to switch into the Claw at the same time, so had to make it, because there was no switching card, so had to use the Jet Energy instead. And, I mean, yeah, you're very content with just doing some softening up damage with this poison effect from the Pecharunt's ability, because now you have a much easier time doing the second attack with the Claw to finish it up and KO it.
Yeah, but it kind of feels like it would be a lot more fun if Radiant Hisuian Sneasler wasn't prized and you were doing 8 damage counters between turns rather than 6, or during Pokemon Checkup, as is the recent parlance.
Yes.
So we do see Radiant Greninja coming down here. That's going to give some extra draw options for Tobias, because actually hasn't taken a KO yet, would probably like to.
Yeah, I think so. And in this instance, because there's two Claw out, I don't mind going for the Squawkabilly in this instance, because there's 2 Claw out, so carrying 1 doesn't really do much. Neither of them have anything. So now is a good opportune moment to go for the Squawkabilly KO and take the 2 prizes whilst you're not doing that instead of dealing with a threat.
Yeah, agreed. We see the second energy coming down onto the Raging Bolt in the active, and it looks like just a little Pokegear. Try and find a supporter card. Keep that setup rolling quite nicely, but it's still in that situation where, like, you can KO the Pecharunt, but then Claw's going to come in and KO you next turn, and you've gone to all this effort to take one prize while giving up two, and it's exactly what Claw's looking for. You're playing into Claw's hands here, or Claw's, I should say, but is it... My big question here, if you're Tobias, is there even a better option? Your deck is not built to go toe-to-toe with single prize decks.
Well, I mean, no, right? I mean, that's why you played a Sliverwing, to try and have like a little bit of an option against it. But yeah, your deck just isn't built to do that. So it is one of those instances where I think you accept that the matchup's a bit rough. Maybe sometimes you win it by playing your heart out, but it won't always work out that way. There's the Prime Catcher. We did see that in Tobias' hand, so going to bring up that Squawkabilly EX. Like we were just talking about, if there's any turn to get the KO on it, it is this turn here. And of course, the way it works with... when you switch out to the bench, the poison is healed, so even if Alex brings up the Petron into the active now, it's not gonna, that extra poison effect isn't going to matter.
Yeah, we're just going to put a Claw in the active. You said yourself there is a double turbo in hand, so you don't really need anything here. Claw will be hitting 170, plus the poison is 180, plus the 6 damage counters on means the maths works perfectly here. Yep. Raging Bolt will go down with nothing else done. That is a KO on the board. And now for Alex, it's all right, let's worry about next turn.
Yeah, so, and to that exact point, going to make use of that Artisan to get another non-rulebox Pokemon down onto the bench. Artisan, a very useful setup card for these single prize decks and evolving decks for that exact reason. And just had the double turbo in hand. No access to Radiant Hisuian Sneasler yet. Has not been able to find that Hisuian Heavy Ball. We do see that there's also a Nest Ball in hand, as well as a Luminion V and a Pheasantipity EX. So got to be thinking that maybe that Pheasantipity is the other two prizes that's worth benching just to draw more cards, given that you just got knocked out.
Potentially there. And it's an awkward one, because you're right. I love benching it. I love getting more cards. You don't need it this turn, though. You don't need any extra cards this turn. And I don't want to give my opponent any easier way, especially because I'm evening up the prize trade here. I think Pheasantipity is one of those. I can worry about it later. You know your opponent's probably playing one Iono, but probably only one, and you look at their board with no energy on and you go, they have to play Professor Sada next turn.
Yes.
I know I'm not getting Ionode next turn. I've got Pheasantipity in hand. I don't need the cards right now. Keep Pheasantipity in hand. Don't give up the easy KO.
Yeah, just put it down when you need it. You don't need the extra cards right now, so just take the KO. Yeah, exactly like you said. You're feeling pretty good about your position here, so... There's the Claw knockout with that Unhinged Scissors. That's such a good attack name.
Great attack name.
Yeah. Gets the KO on the Raging Bolt EX. Up comes the Teal Mask Ogopon EX and over to Tobias as he starts off with a Trekking Shoes, discarding a Grass Energy, drawing something else. It's Lightning. So good to power up a Raging Bolt, but it's kind of hard to do that when there's no Raging Bolt on your side of the field.
A lot of work to be done here. If you want a KO, you're kind of going to need to go Raging Bolt, plus an energy, plus Professor Sada, and some kind of pivot option, because although Teal Mask Ogopon can be a decent attacker, it needs 3 energy minimum, so you attach for turn, use the ability, oh, that's not actually enough energy. You need 1 energy on when the turn begins, in this deck at least, to really consider it a viable attacking option.
Once again, very heads up from Tobias here, making use of Alex's Stadium to get Bravery Charm out of the deck. It's very important when you're playing against any opponent with their Stadium card especially, pay attention to what it does and see if you can make use of it as well, because it's there, you might as well make the most out of it, and that's going to thin the deck by 1 and make Tobias more likely to draw into something that he actually needs.
Yeah, love that play. There's the energy. Teal Dance draws a card, which is a Teal Mask Ogopon, and then that's going to get an energy, which draws a card, which is a Teal Mask. No,
yeah, bit late to make use of that, unfortunately. But we do have a concealed card from the Radiant Greninja, so can discard that Lightning Energy, draw 2 more. Hesitantly, it seems. Let's see, what does he find? A switch card. And there's a Professor Sada, but there's nothing to attach to.
Yeah, is there any way in hand of getting that Raging Bolt? We've got an Iron Bundle, which can be used to switch Alex's active. Oh, there is actually that one of Iono is actually in hand here.
Oh, okay.
That might have to be the play. Of course, you do that and you're not getting Professor Sada, but this might be the only option here.
Yeah, Iron Bundle, yeah, and with the Iron Bundle's ability being used, of course, it makes sense that you would just bring up the Petron. It's the thing that you mind being active the least, especially because it has a Jet Energy on it, so you can already retreat it pretty easily, and yeah, gonna fire off the Iono.
Now, I know this means that what I said wouldn't happen actually has happened. You have had your Pheasantipity put to the bottom of your deck with Iono. It's not available for you right now. I'm cool with this.
Well, I mean, yeah, because Tobias is very unlikely, perhaps even impossible to take a KO anyway, so you wouldn't be able to use the Serendipity.
Nope. And it means that your opponent's had a very bad turn, and if your worst case scenario is you've got to try a bit harder to get Serendipity later, and your opponent's not taking a prize, and you're about to jump ahead in the prize race, and bearing in mind the whole point of Kickoff is that you've got a favorable prize trade. If you go ahead this early in the game, this is exactly what Kickoff is looking for, and not a great turn from Tobias there. No Raging Bolt down, no attack.
Hold on a second. Alex just drew the secret box.
Oh, of course, we haven't talked about that much yet, Freya. We just acknowledged its existence, but that is, of course, the ace-spec of choice in Kickoff because it gets you everything.
Yes.
Or specifically, an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium card. And then, of course, that gets you basically everything you need. Supporter can get you special energy. Your stadium can get you a second tool. You often need 2 tools here. And it just gets you this card gets you everything.
It literally gets you one of every kind of trainer that exists in the Pokemon trading card game.
But it's even better than that because Colress gets you a Colress gets you a stadium, which gets you that second tool that you need. Or the stadium gets you the second tool, and the Colress gets you the special energy. So you can literally use this to get your your energy and your Binding Mochi and your Ancient Booster Energy Capsule all at the same time. Love it.
Yeah, and not only that, but here we see that because Alex already has a Kickoff ready to go attacking, because you can use the secret box and gonna grab the boss's orders, and we'll be able to take another 2-prize knockout.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Right now in the early game, it'll get you everything you need. You know, the item would be a Pokemon search card, obviously, to get the Pokemon you want. But at this point in the game, you're like, well, got Kickoff, got Double Turbo, got Brute Bonnet, got the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, got a way to get Petron out the active. Guess I'll have a boss's orders. And here we go.
Yeah, so interesting that Alex opted not to get an item off the secret box in the end. Could have maybe grabbed that Hisuian Heavy Ball to grab the Sneasler, but maybe thought, you know what, I don't want to do that right now. But either way, boss's orders is there from the secret box. In comes the Brute Bonnet with the ability, both actives poisoned and unhinged scissors. Gets the KO on the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
Yeah, 210 plus the poison goes to 220. More than enough to go and get the KO. Didn't even need the poison damage in the end.
No.
And now Alex is just 2 prizes away here from sewing up this game. And Tobias is still in a bad position. It's not just a prize race that's going against him right now. It's everything. There's no Raging Bolt on the board. There's a single Grass Energy on the Teal Mask Ogerpon. So you still need, just to KO this Kickoff, you need your Raging Bolt, Energy, or Sliverwing, Energy, and then your Professor Sada and a pivot option.
Yeah.
And Alex still has a reserve Kickoff to get ready to go with Binding Mochi.
Yeah, you have to attack the Sliverwing here, but ultimately it stops you from losing the game, but doesn't really help you to win, because if you have... I guess you can get a Raging Bolt down now. There is the Professor Sada in hand, so you could try and get the Raging Bolt powered up. But even if you're coming in now with this Sliverwing getting the KO, sure, you take a prize, Alex takes a prize, and then just needs one more prize to win the game anyway. It is so hard to put this prize trade back in your favor, because every single attacker that Alex puts out will be 1 prize, and there are no 2 prizes on Alex's side of the board either.
Yeah, it's less than ideal. This is why I was saying a couple of turns ago, do not bench the Serendipity. It would be nice, but you do not need it. And right now, Alex showing. Now, obviously, next turn, Boss's Orders is a win for Alex. Serendipity, drawing an extra 3 cards would be nice. But Alex is in a decent position here. You've got a Kickoff ready to go. You've got another Kickoff. Honestly, Hisuian Heavy Ball would also give you the win here, because that would allow you to KO a Raging Bolt if that ends up in the active. Right now, not terribly important. Alex can just chill. If Sliverwings comes up, KO it, and then finish off the following turn. You also... If you can assume Tobias is only playing 1 INO, which is about what we see from Raging.
Yeah, I think it's a fair assumption.
It's already been played.
Yeah.
So you don't mind going down to 1 prize remaining, because you know INO's not coming down.
Yeah, your hand feels very safe from disruption. I think it's a very fair assumption that there will be little to no disruption if you're playing against Raging Bolt. And I think that's also one of the other reasons why Kickoff can get away with what it can. Normally, the way these 2-prize decks try to make a comeback against these single-prize decks is by disrupting them, because they usually don't run as many draw spot options. But with Alex's situation here, he knows that's not going to be a worry. He can build up his hand, and even in a situation like this, he's not worried about a potential comeback.
And that is, yeah. It's a win for Clough. It's not great for Raging Bolt. And this is one of the problems. If you're playing one of these decks that is the big deck in the format that is, you know, on everybody's radar, you can be countered. And it's not the easiest deck to counter, but Clough is doing it quite nicely. Energy on the Teal Mask Ogapon. Draw a card. It is a Pokemon catcher. You might as well play it. Not entirely sure what we're going for here, though. It is a Tails anyway. It's a moot point. I suppose maybe go after the Brute Bonnet, make it awkward for Alex to activate Clough would probably be my choice.
Yeah, I think so, because it's not only that, but if you KO the Brute Bonnet, it heals the poison from the active Clough. So it's kind of, you're kind of, there's a lot that Alex then needs to be able to pull off the unhinged scissors again, but it was a Tails, unfortunately.
He's got Nest Ball in hand, so I think he's probably going to be able to reset it, but you're right, it's one of those, let's do whatever I can, let's give myself the best options here. You know, you're going, it's not an ideal scenario, but you take the KO with Slitherwing, you take that 90 damage, you go down to free prizes, and you say to Alex, don't have gusting.
Yes.
If there's any gusting here, Alex will win the game. Oh, no, he won't win the game because there is...
It's a Bravery Charm,
There is a Bravery Charm on that Teal Mask Ogapon.
And with that Radiant Hisuian Sneasel prize, you can't get to the 240 to KO the Raging Bolt EX, so...
You cannot, so maybe just take a 2-prize turn. It'll be fine. Take 2 turns to win.
Yeah.
Is the Sneasel still prized?
I believe, unless you took it from the... Oh, no, you probably took it from the prizes at this point, because...
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, because it was in the middle, roughly, wasn't it? I think
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So Pheasant Dipty comes down here. Now this is the time you play Pheasant Dipty.
Yes.
The bias needs 3 prizes to win, and they can only take 2 off of Pheasant Dipty. You need a few more pieces of the combo to try and win the game this turn. This is where Pheasant Dipty comes in beautifully. So here you draw 3 more cards with that Flip the Script ability. And...
It's a
Switchcart, Professor's Research.
An INO.
And an INO. So you've got the attack, you've got the KO on Slitherwing, you just don't really want it. Here comes Artisan.
Yeah, and yes, to confirm, there's the Radiant Sneasler in hand, so yeah, we can see it. I think that this turn, I think all that's going to happen is that Alex is going to use Brute Bonnet's ability and pass, get the KO on the Slitherwing using the Petron's ability.
That is exactly what I would do if I cannot Gust and KO, and then you say to Tobias, even if you've got Gusting and you KO my Pheasant Dipty here, I'm still just going to win next turn anyway. Here comes that rather lovely Radiant Hisuian Sneasler. So the question here is, can Alex Gust and win this turn? No, it's an INO putting Tobias down to a free card hand. I love this. Yeah. I think Alex is putting himself in a great position. And honestly, next turn, you know what Alex needs to get a KO on either the Teal Mask Ogapon or the Raging Bolt?
What?
Well, the Raging Bolt, Nout. The Teal Mask Ogapon, you would need to get rid of that Bravery Charm.
Yes. Absolutely right. But then again, of course, I mean, actually, does Alex play any tool removal? I'm not sure. There is a Lost Vacuum in the list. So
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. You need that Lost Vacuum to KO the Teal Mask Ogapon. I am liking Alex's position here. Confirmation that the only prize remaining is a single Binding Mochi. Here comes a Raging Bolt. This game is not over. Tobias will take a prize this turn, hopefully. And then it really is down to, can Alex get the KO next turn? Because if he can't, that's when the Gusting on the Pheasant Dipty comes in. Or maybe it's this turn. Oh, 2 in a row.
No, but I think at this point, you probably go back to the Brute Bonnet, right? I think that's probably a more valuable target at this point because it just stops you from... Oh, and there's a free Tails for the Pokemon Catcher.
Only plays free. They are all Tails here, unfortunately.
That's rough.
Yep.
Because if you go after the Brute Bonnet, you can go after the Pheasant Dipty later, and then it's more for Alex to dig for to try and put together the Clough attack.
It is, but you know your opponent's playing bunch of Pokemon Recovery. You know they're playing. It really depends on how many of the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule have been used. That's the bigger issue here.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do know Alex plays Town Store. Now, do you know they only play 1? Because that has been and gone, I believe.
Yeah, it has.
So, you're right. It's... Maybe get that this turn, but then it really depends on how much Gusting you've got remaining, because you have to go after the Pheasant Dipty.
Yeah. Now, something very important here for Tobias did find another Bravery Charm, so you can use this on the active Raging Bolt EX to make it a lot harder for Alex to KO it. Then he would need to find a Gusting card again to KO like the Radiant Greninja for an easy win instead.
Yeah, like this. Here we go with Professor Sada. Wait, was that? Yes, here we go.
Yeah,
so there's the energy on the active. So the KO isn't an issue here. Those catcher tails are absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think out of literally everything on Alex's side of the field, the Petrant is the thing you want to knock out the least. So the Pokemon catcher heads was very, very important there, but not able to flip the heads, unfortunately, for him. So it is just going to be Bellowing Thunder KOing this Petrant. Just one energy will be enough given the Petrant's current HP and the poison. Up comes the Clorf. Can Alex put together the win here? Can he get this last knockout to win the game and secure enough match points to advance to day 2?
Right now he doesn't have it, but here is a flip the script. I'm not seeing, there is an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, there is an Iono, it looks like, there is an Ultra Ball, getting rid of that Hisuian Heavy Ball and the Spiritomb.
Well, wait, hold on, is Luminion in deck still? Or wait, Hisuian Electrode?
He's going for a Hisuian Electrode here. It's unfortunately, it's not going to win yet, but here comes an Arven. There is the Lost Vacuum, so that should mean you get rid of the Bravery Charm here, and that means that you will be able to do 240 damage. Stop me if my maths is wrong here, Freya.
No, Binding Mochi comes in with the Radiant Hisuian Caesar again. That is the game, and that is the match. Alex Norvey advances to 6-0-0, and Clorf has enough match points to make it to day 2.
Oh, but we're not stopping here. We know how important it is to get the maximum number of match points in day 1 to try and give himself the best chance of top 8. Alex thinking he's very clever for bringing Clorf to this event. Me thinking I'm very silly for almost putting Clorf down as my prediction. But you know what? Anytime I get to see Clorf go to 6-0 on stream, Freya, I feel rather happy indeed. That was nice. That was a good, solid win. And here's the thing. In both the games, there were things that could have gone wrong for Alex.
Absolutely.
But it never really felt like he was in much danger. They felt like pretty straightforward wins, which goes back to what you were saying, which is this is a deck that is built to take down Raging Bolts.
Absolutely it is, and it took it down quite an effective demonstration, it must be said.
Yeah, that worked out very, very nicely. We had that Lost Vacuum at the end of the game there, hitting that 240, perfect maths onto the Raging Bolt, and that was beautiful. Alex Norvey won UK Nationals back in 2012, now looking to add Lille Regionals there, and honestly, you're sitting at 6-0, like we say, Christian Fontenot was coming into this round at 4-1 with Clorf. So Clorf is a legit deck.
It really is. Now, let's take a look back at the game as it currently was, just to really break down both how the match progressed, but also the key points that make this such a good matchup for Clorf. So going into this game 1 here we see a little bit of a fumble with the maths earlier on, but we got it worked out in the end, putting the Raging Bolt to not quite enough for a KO, but then eventually Tobias on his turn taking a KO on the Clorf, and then the poison ticking back, and then no, this is before the KO happened, so it went to just under a KO, but then Alex can come in and with the amount on there just passes for the knockout with the poison.
Yeah, always nice to get a KO from a pass. Tobias, of course, came in with KOs, but it wasn't enough. Alex gets a KO with that Clorf onto that Teal Mask Ogerpon. Sliverwing takes 2 prizes off of the Pheasant Dipty, puts Tobias down to half prizes remaining, but the problem there is that Alex has Clorf and Alex has Gusting, gusts up the Pheasant Dipty, and that's how game 1 finishes.
Yeah, boss's orders on the Pheasant Dipty to take the KO for the game, and then game 2 just kind of played out in a pretty similar fashion. Like you were saying, there were some moments where things could have gone wrong, but this play here with the Jet Energy to soften up the Raging Bolt by putting more poison counters on with the Petrant's ability, I love that so much.
Yeah, maths worked out perfectly. We did see the first KO from Tobias with that Raging Bolt onto the Squawkabilly, but unfortunately that Raging Bolt was in range of Clorf. It gets KO'd. Alex evens up the prizes here with that Clorf, and note the bench, building up all of those reserve Clorf ready to roll.
Truly putting down that Toxic Subjugation, that's the name of the Petrant's ability. And I think it's a pretty accurate description of with the demonstration that Alex put on against Raging Bolt in this match.
And we do see here Clorf getting a KO on that Teal Mask Ogerpon. Alex goes down to 2 prizes remaining. We do see Sliverwing getting a prize back, but for Alex the question was here, can you get rid of the Bravery Charm with that Lost Vacuum? Because of course Tobias here has protected both of his Pokemon. We see the Poison KO on the Sliverwing.
Again, twice actually that haven't just passed for KO.
We saw all of these Pokemon Catcher 3 in a row, all coming up tails, which was Not ideal, Tobias. Not happy about that. But there we see the Lost Vacuum onto that Bravery Charm. KO with the Claw, and Alex goes 2-0 in the match, 6-0 in the tournament. And yeah, it's not Santa Claus yet. We're a bit early in the year for Santa Claus, but I tell you what, it's going to be giving Tobias nightmares.
Yeah, it's like Stuttgart last year was when Santa Claus was coming to town, but not this time. We're a little bit early. Maybe will there be a resurgence? Will it come back again in Stuttgart?
I was going to say, aren't we doing Stuttgart in December? Like, Stuttgart is our December regional, is it not?
Yeah, it is, again.
Santa Claus could come back to Stuttgart in a couple of months, is all I'm saying on that one. So, real nice win there from Alex, showing exactly, you know, the way his deck works. And I think I just heard a little note in my ear that we're ready to have a chat with Alex, and he can tell us all about why Cloth is, in fact, the best deck in the format, and no one should be playing Raging Bolt anymore.
We're absolutely ready. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Barash Akhtash, and I'm joined by the winner of round 6, Alex Noffi. How are you feeling going 6-0 in your regional?
Shocked. I didn't think I'd get this far with Cloth, but I've had a great time playing the deck, so gonna keep going with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, talk me through that deck choice a little bit. You might have had a look at which decks have been doing well at the last few regionals. Has that impacted your choice?
So I originally played Zard at Dortmund, didn't make day 2 with it, but I found the deck to be very inconsistent, didn't enjoy it. Tried to model with a few other decks, still couldn't find anything I liked. So for a cup I thought I'd just play Cloth for a bit of fun, so it did. Suddenly it was winning everything, it had good matchups into all the top decks, and I was having a lot of fun with it, so I thought, well, why don't I just take it to this and see how it goes, and obviously it's done quite well.
And now you're here at 6-0, absolutely. I mean, talk me through that game. Your opponent reveals they're playing that Raging Bolt. How confident were you into this matchup specifically?
So I've already played 2 bolts today already, and I've done quite well into them already, so I was pretty confident going into this. As long as you don't bench a 2-prizer too early on or too many throughout the game, you can generally win because you're mostly a single prize deck versus a 2-prize deck. So once you get the ball rolling, you can generally stay ahead with the deck.
I mean, you're trading 1-prizers against their 2-prizers, so as long as you're absolutely correct, as long as you don't give up too many 2-prizers, you should come out positive on that prize trade. So now, for players watching at home and potentially being interested in the deck as well, you said it's a deck you picked up for this event specifically, and now you find yourself at 6-0. Is that a deck that you would also recommend anyone else to just pick up and try out?
I would. It's a very fun deck, and the poison mechanic adds a lot more depth to your game plan than a lot of other decks do, because you can get around Gift, you can get around Fez, you can get around things like Unfair Stamp, all popular cards in this meta. So actually, players I found can sometimes struggle because they don't know how to deal with it when they can't draw for their Fez, they can't draw for Unfair Stamp type of thing. Especially with a single prize of doing 210, 240 damage with poison, it adds up very quickly and can put on a lot of pressure.
Can you, for viewers at home who have seen Fezandipity being so popular throughout so many different decks, can you explain it specifically for new viewers how you go around that Fezandipity ability through the poison?
So it's a lot of maths, really, of working out just how you can do enough damage to where the poison ticks over and knocks them out. So, for example, in the Bolt matchup, 210 damage with Mochi plus 30 damage with the Radiant Sneasler is going to knock out a Bolt. You can vacuum away the Bravery Charms. There's even things like with Chin in the Lugia matchup, you can hit it with Electrode V for 100 damage. The poison ticks over, they take 10, they're knocked out, and they don't trigger Gift or Legacy. So it's those sort of numbers to work out with each matchup, and you can go far with it.
Yeah, to dive a little bit deeper into that argument, it's actually if the KO is in between turns through the poison, then that Legacy is not activating, and the Fezandipity is like the KO was not on your turn.
Yes.
It was actually in between turns.
Exactly.
Therefore, it doesn't activate those abilities or the energy taking 1 fewer prize, and that really plays into your advantage.
And you can catch some people off guard as well because the poison can change. If, for example, if they knock out your Claw and you promote the Petulant, suddenly they're taking 8 damage potentially with Petulant plus Sneasler, so it can often knock them out coming into your turn, which can give you a huge advantage.
Yeah, we saw that towards the end of the game as well, where you took 1 KO just through the poison, didn't even...
Yes, yeah.
So I guess it really gives you a benefit of in between turns, they will have to promote and you can pick the target there as well. So now, at 6-0, enough points to qualify for the next day as well. What is your goal for this weekend?
I'd like to win if possible. Keep the Cloth train going and try and do as best as I can with it.
Absolutely. I mean, Cloth is a fan favorite. People have loved watching it throughout other tournaments, and seeing it here at 6-0 now is an amazing accomplishment. Is there anyone you want to give shout-outs to? Is there anyone specifically you maybe practice with for this tournament?
Shout out to the friends I'm with here today, and the Team X a lot, who've supported me and helped me test with the deck. Bit of an odd testing deck to play with, but it's Cloth, so it's having a good time. And then just the family as well for supporting me and always rooting for me.
Always the family supporting out there. It was really nice hearing from you, and I wish you good luck in your next couple of rounds. Hope to see you dive deeper into this tournament and maybe make another appearance on stream tomorrow.
Thank you
so much. And for all viewers at home, we'll cut to a short break before we're ready with the next round.
Pokémon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokémon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokémon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion, Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokémon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you going to win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies. And I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikyu. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me. But we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance, and then instead of worrying about trying to figure out like what the best thing is that day, I'm just gonna get really good with whatever deck I chose, and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family, and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. Burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to the Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. You know, it's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just try to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good, but yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous, and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup. so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are heating up in Lille. We've just seen Kickoff go to 6-0. That has actually booked Alex Norvey into day 2, but we have 2 more rounds. A lot of players to get into day 2. My name is Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined for the first time on the stream by Barish. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm so excited. I know a happy man when I see one. That Kickoff taking that 6-0, that probably made your weekend all the way. But yeah, it's been such it's such an honor for me personally to be standing next to you. Oh. Such a veteran of the game, such a long-time caster. And for me to jump in and get the chance to cast with you is a privilege.
I like me some casting. I've had a quick little gander here. We have 11 players sitting at 6-0. And look, we've got some things we're expecting. But Luke Kirkham, I'm just giving it away. You'll know at this point, Luke's playing Gouging Fire. Luke played Gouging Fire in Dortmund. We talked about it a lot. It's not a surprise, okay? Luke is 6-0 with Gouging Fire. Alex Norvey is 6-0 with Kickoff. We've got 6-0 Gardevoir as well. But yeah, 2 UK players bringing weird decks to 6-0 right now is making me happy.
I mean, we all knew that he was using Gouging Fire before, and having the confidence to bring that, to run it back, to use that deck again, and then actually take it all the way to 6-0 result, that's amazing.
Yeah, of course, 6-0 means you are locked in for day 2. You have got enough match points to make it in there. You need 18. You have 18. So you have met the required number of match points to make it into day 2. And really then, those last couple of rounds, it is positioning. We know that, you know, things can get awkward with the maths at times. So let's not muck about here. Let's just go right. If I get more wins in day 1, I need fewer wins in day 2. Because day 2's fun, Barish. Come on. Top 8. That's the goal for a lot of players here.
Absolutely. Having secured your spot in the next day is amazing, but that positioning is so important. We have seen how going 10-2 was just barely not enough last weekend. Now we have fewer players this weekend, so things might turn out differently this weekend, but just having that one extra win during the first day might already change the complete outcome, and also your tiebreaker going into day 2.
Yeah, that makes a big difference. Well, I like you, Barish. You seem like a lovely dude, but right now, I want to have an argument with you.
All right.
Specifically about, not just generally, about the community choice bracket, because we've done a couple, you know, we started this. I had a bit of an argument with Freya a minute ago, and look, I got Greninja up to 40% against Charizard.
Oh, wait. That's pretty good. I
think that's pretty good. I also know...
So now the question is, can you get Galvantula up there as well?
Well, yeah, because like, I'm up here casting, you're backstage, we get, you know, pulling your little strings, going like, look, when we do this, make sure I have Dragapult. So you know what? You can have Dragapult. You know, nobody mentioned the fact that it was my prediction for this weekend, so making me argue against it is really mean. I'm going to let you go for Dragapult, and then I'm going to make such a good argument for Galvantula. I'm going to win the community choice anyway.
Okay, hear me out.
3, 2, are we ready? Can we go? Yes, 1, Dragapult.
Dragapult, all right, 30 seconds why Dragapult is the best Pokemon and why Dragapult in its Terra form is the best Terra form that we have in the format right now. First of all, it has its own dedicated deck, and if that wasn't enough, another deck just uses it as one of its primary targets for the attacks as well with that Regidrago Vista. So if it wasn't enough to already take the last European regional here, it's also one of the most common attackers in Regidrago Vista as well. So how about you have to beat it, you have to overcome it twice.
And stop! I'll be honest with you, stopped a little bit early. I think it's telling that you didn't use your whole 30 seconds, almost like you don't have enough faith. Right, I'm going to argue about Galvantula, and I'm going to tell you why. Even though I picked Dragapult, I should have picked Galvantula. Galvantula is awesome. Right, you count me in.
3, 2, 1.
Don't look at what is actually happening right now. Look at the potential. Do not take such a narrow view to just look at the results right now. Look at where we are. It has got an attack that stops you playing item cards. Item cards are good. Getting rid of item cards basically takes away about half of your opponent's deck. 2 energy, 220, 2 an EX or Pokemon V. That is pretty nice. Turning off items wrecks entire decks. Be the change you want to see. Galvantula is going to wreck the format. No items.
Pretty good. On point 30 seconds, but I don't think that was enough to convince anyone that Galvantula has a place. But I like the foreshadowing that maybe not right now, but in the future it might be a good pick.
Galvantula has some of the best potential of any card in the entire game right now. Well, we do need to remind you guys, remember, you have to vote on Twitch. You cannot be voting on YouTube. You want to watch on YouTube? Great, I love YouTube. Go watch on YouTube. But just have Twitch open on your laptop, on your phone, on your tablet, however you want to do it. The polls are open. Go and get your vote in. And look, we told you this a bunch. You should have Twitch open somewhere. Go and do your vote, then go back to YouTube. I like YouTube. Watch on there. Just get your vote in. Galvantula.
I mean, I would love to have you win one of these 2 rounds, but it might be a tough uphill battle here. At the same time, however, yeah, get your votes in. Polls are open right now. We'd love to see the outcome of this round if it got any closer. And keep in mind, the winner of this round will be facing Charizard EX next.
I mean, just imagine the heroic outcome if Galvantula takes down Dragapult. What was the top Dragapult in Louisville? 24th? Are we really getting that excited about a card that came 24th?
I do wonder if Galvantula has any results to its name right now, but I mean, yes, you're right. 24 is not the highest, but then it was just coming off a win, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm arguing on potential here, Barish. I'm not saying Galvantula's winning this tournament this weekend. It's not. I'm saying that one day Galvantula's going to be great, and the people at home, they can either wait for that to happen or they can get ahead of the curve. Do you want to be the person that says, oh, Galvantula's good now, or do you want to be the person that says, hey, back in October, of the Lille Regional Championships, I voted in the poll. I was one of the people that put Galvantula above Dragapult. That's the kind of person I want to be.
I'm just hearing the results are in. We can actually see how this played out here.
Oh my word. Okay.
Okay.
I'm proud of myself, frankly, because
this is your victory, if anything.
I feel like a winner right now because I had to argue Greninja against Charizard and Dragapult. Galvantula again. Wait, Galvantula won.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wait, Galvantula. Oh, I looked at that and I'm like, Galvantula got 43%. That's a win. I was celebrating because it was close. Oh, I am very proud of everyone at home right now.
It was my plan all along. I knew that the best defense that Galvantula has is Ross defending it. So I was handing that over to you, and Chad just played into that completely. Congratulations to Galvantula to overtaking Dragapult here.
Proud of you, chat. I am very proud of you. And like genuinely, look, I put Dragapult as my pick this weekend, okay? So having to argue against it was a little bit weird. And I do think Dragapult's good right now. But I mean what I say about Galvantula. I don't think the deck is ready right now. I don't think it's quite good enough now. But I am telling you that an attack that does decent damage while locking your opponent out of item cards is huge. It means no rare candy for stage 2 decks. It means no energy switch for stuff like Regidrago. It means no Pokemon search, no Pokemon recovery, no energy recovery, or at least item-based Pokemon and energy recovery. And I'm telling you, and I meant that sincerely when I said it, you look at all of the cards in the format right now, Galvantula has some of the highest potential of any card in the game right now, and I mean that sincerely.
Absolutely. Galvantula, I mean, let's see how this plays out and if it has any chance. I think if you defend Galvantula against Charizard, then it might have a solid chance to take it any further into this bracket here. Really interested to see how the rest of the bracket plays out once we get there. But for now, I think I heard we have some spooky Pokedex entries.
Ooh, I like a bit of, okay. Okay, right. Its shell is overflowing with its heightened otherworldly energy. The ectoplasm serves as protection for this Pokemon's core spirit. tell you what, this came up on the Go stream earlier. I was sitting in front of the monitor when this came up on the Go stream. And then I left without seeing the answer. So I actually don't know what this one is. If I'd have stayed in my seat for another 30 seconds, I would be able to cheat. I can't, but I do have a guess. I don't know how good it is.
What is the spooky Pokemon with the shell?
Shelder. Okay, actual guess, Spiritomb. Now, I don't know if it's shell enough, but we do have, you know, what was it even called? The container? The Spiritomb's in, and it does kind of, you know, is there a core spirit in Spiritomb?
We actually see it was quite resolved there already. It was the Cursula.
Oh, it was Oh, of course it's Cursula. Oh, of course it is.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. Okay, fine.
Well, let's see if we are provided with another one actually here. Let's go for the second one. This friendly Pokemon doesn't like being alone. Pay it even the slightest bit of attention and it will follow you forever.
Okay, now this one, I haven't seen this one. I think this might be Mimikyu. Because we had this argument earlier when it was actually Gothorita, which was the answer. Mimikyu wants friends. Mimikyu just wants friends. It's why it dresses up as Pikachu, I think. So, I don't know. I feel like this could be Mimikyu.
That's a very good guess. If I had to think about any spooky Pokemon that would also connect to being friendly, it would be Mimikyu. But could there any other option? Oh.
I mean, Beware. Now, like, just a bit of a warning to people at home, don't hug Beware. Do not let Beware hug you, okay? Go and look at Beware's Pokedex entry if you want to know why. But Beware's kind of friendly, so I don't think it's the answer here, but that could be it. I'm thinking Mimikyu. I'm trying to think of other Pokemon that are kind of, you know, well known for being friendly. I mean, obviously Gothorita. Could it be another Gothorita? I don't think so.
Would they double bluff and play it again?
I don't think
just another Pokedex entry from a different generation.
But also Gothorita kind of turns you into friends. This is the Pokemon that follows you round. So I think Mimikyu is the best answer I can give you here, Barish.
I'm happy to lock in Mimikyu and see what we have to reveal here.
Any chance it's Mimikyu? I'm not very good at this game. Oh my word, Graveyard! Or is that Houndstone? That's Graveyard. Of course it's Graveyard. Right, there is a deck, it's not a good deck, where you put a lot of Psychic Pokemon in the discard pile, and then you got the Graveyard, you got the Houndstone, and if you want the Houndstone EX, that all do more damage based on the number of Psychic Pokemon in your discard pile. You do not want to know how many games I played with that deck on Pokemon TCG Live. I tested that for weeks. It did not go well, Barry.
And there's quite a few of decks that interact with how many Pokemon, or specific Pokemon like Night March back in the day, or what's the current deck called with the United Wings deck?
United Wings is a big one, yep. We got Cerulege GX coming, which is energy in the discard pile. I mean, I played Vespiquen in the past. I mentioned the Flareon deck, which is my favorite deck probably I've ever made, which did a very similar thing there for Pokemon in the discard. I genuinely thought Graveyard Houndstone could be a good deck. I'm telling you guys at home, it's not. Trust me, I put way too much time and effort into testing this deck. You will get some cheeky wins because you play 4 Klefki, and some decks just don't set up, and you've got infinite time. Yeah, don't do it. It's not good. I tried.
Obviously, all the fans at home, you're absolutely invited to like guess along and give us your personal guess for these. And we actually have another one for you. It is when it finds humans or Pokemon it likes, it freezes them and takes them to its chilly den where they could become decorations. So
it's a little bit mean. So we're thinking, are there any Ice
Ghost? Yeah, there's one. Let me think about the English name. It evolves from this little orange triangular Pokemon.
Oh, Glalie.
Glalie.
Yeah, so Snorunt is a pre-evolution.
What's the other evolution of?
Frostlass. Oh, you're thinking Frostlass, of course, not Glalie.
Yeah.
Oh, Frostlass. That is strong here. I can't think of any other Ghost Ice Pokemon or Ghost Dark Ice Pokemon.
I think that's a pretty good guess.
Is there any way it could be Hisuian Zoroark? Hangs around in the ice on Legends Arceus, but absolutely. I don't think it is.
But it doesn't seem to be the Pokemon that would decorate its den or it would live in a den. So I think I'm happy to go in with Frostlass.
I think Frostlass is the best argument we've got here. Show me Frostlass. Oh, yes. Good work.
Let's go.
Nice.
Absolutely.
That was a real team effort, that was. I'm proud of us, Barry. That was cool.
Especially playing the games in different languages. Some of the early Pokemon, as like they're stored in German, and then I have to come up with the English name. Can be a challenge, but we got there together. Quite proud of us.
Go team. Do we have another one ready to go? Are we out? We only have so many of these. We've got to save them all weekend. Well, we can do one more, I'm told. Let's go and do one more of these. These Pokemon arose from the spirits of people interred in graves in past ages. Each retains memories of its former. This has got to be Spiritomb. This has got to be Spiritomb. Again, I don't want all of my answers to come from Legends Arceus, but I do remember in Legends Arceus, you run around, you find all of the spirits, and then you get them all into the, whatever it's called, the vessel, and then that is how you get Spiritomb in that game, which I still did before I found Hisuian Zorua. So
I think you're definitely onto something here. The wordplay with spirits of people, and also your experience playing Legend Arceus could be really in handy here.
But I'm thinking Graves, I'm thinking Cofagrigus here. So Cofagrigus or Spiritomb, which one are we going for?
Let's go with Spiritomb.
Let's go for Spiritomb. Oh, it was Yamask, who is, of course, the pre-evolution of Cofagrigus. So we were kind of there. I don't mind that one. We were in the ballpark, so I feel good about that.
All right. Yeah, I just heard that we'll have a little live segment for you as well. Obviously, we have the main event that we're covering here on stream, but if you ever made it to regional, you will know that there's a bunch of side events to cover as well, which as a spectator you can play as well. So let's hear it from our co-caster about side events.
Thank you, Barish. Yes, indeed. So it's not just the main event that's going on in a regionals. Earlier on, we showed you guys the fan zone where you can join in on all sorts of fun activities. But if you're coming to a regional championships and you don't want to play in the main event, or maybe if you've already decided to drop out in the main event, or if you didn't make it into day 2, there's side events going on as well. So the way it usually works is that you go over to this little side event registration area here and sign up for events. And there's usually different events going on. So it's usually either there's some which are scheduled and only happen once a day, and there's some that happen sort of on demand as you go. So if we walk over here, we can show you guys a little bit of what's going on. So one of the most common events that you'll find is a pick-a-pack event, where each player will get just one pack of cards, and they'll have to build a deck from that one pack, and then just play with and it's one basically single prize games, and if every win you get, you usually do it in a round robin style. So you'll have a pot of 4 people, everyone will play each other once, and then you get more points for each game that you win, and those points can then be redeemed at the prize wall for lots of lovely prizes. We also are now starting up expanded format side events as well. So the expanded format, it's not something we've had a chance to explore much in recent times. We've not had any majors in the expanded format for a while, so it's a great chance to get players that really does black and white cards and to have some really fun building those kinds of decks. Now, on the day 2 as well, there's usually a League Cup of some kind, so there's another chance to earn championship points if you didn't make it into the second day of events. It is a great fun, and it's a much more relaxed and casual way to still enjoy a competitive environment. So yeah, come on over. If you're at a regional, sign up for some side events, have a good time. I think we are ready now to maybe cover over the next round, so let's go head for the casters.
Thank you very much, Freya. I love a good pick and pack. One of my favorite side events. I've got a Regirock one time at a pick and pack a few years ago. Just ran through the competition, went undefeated, no big deal. Right now, we've got 2 players who are not undefeated. We have Thomas Galino and Frank Alexandra, but they are both at 5 wins. What happens if they get a 6th win, Barish?
Well, they have enough points to qualify for the next day, so that's exactly what they're playing for here. And these are also apparently 2 French players.
Yes.
Indeed. So they will be excited to play on home turf, on stream, battle it out. And we also had a little sneak peek where we don't want to take too much away yet. I think players about to set up and really exciting next game and find out who's going to be another player joining Alex that we had on stream earlier for the next day competition.
Yeah, the undefeated players are fun to track, and look, I promise you guys, when we get to tomorrow, we're going back to the undefeated players. Right now, we are worried about those players trying to get those last couple of spots in these last 2 rounds into day 2. So right now, we're looking at win and in scenario. You win, you are in day 2. If you don't win, that's not the end of the world. There is another round after this you can try and go for, but win now, and you are locked with 1 round to spare. And given that they've got headphones on, I can tell you we've got Palkia against Charizard. First partner Pokemon against Box Legendary.
Yeah, and I think this is, I mean, I love my Palkia V-Star decks, and I'm happy to see how this matchup actually plays out. I think, I would say, as far as this matchup goes, I would give the benefit to the Palkia V-Star, and we'll talk about that in a second. How about you quickly sum up how, I don't think we've seen Charizard on stream yet.
I don't think we have. So Charizard is nice and simple. Charizard by name, Charizard by nature. It is a deck revolving around Charizard. You evolve up into it. You have an ability that lets you attach free fire energy from your deck in any way you like. And you get your energy on the board that way. And then Burning Darkness does 180 base damage plus 30 more for each prize card your opponent's taken. So as the game goes on, you've got Iono plus this for big comebacks. But now we play it with Dusknoir. Dusknoir KOs itself to put 13 damage counts on your opponent's Pokemon, but it also then buffs Charizard's attack damage. So there's multiple different bonuses from that. And then, of course, we do have our Pidgeot to go and search out the perfect card for our turn. And even Briar, that if your opponent's got 2 prizes remaining, you play it, and then if you take a KO with a Terra Pokemon, you take an extra prize. So between Dusknoir and Briar, we've got prizes all over the place here. And yeah, that's going to be a challenge for us, but I think a fun one.
Absolutely, and on the other side, we have the Palkia V-Star combined with the Dusknoir, so we will have a lot of Curse Blasts going left, right, and center here. The most interesting part about the deck, and I want to quote Stefan Ivanov, who was on stream themselves this weekend, they have recognized that Moonlight Shuriken from Raiding Greninja is such a great attack in stopping these setups here, and decks might be running that Manaphy, but getting around that with the Curse Blast, then setting up your Raiding Greninja, taking those knockouts very early on, and basically eliminating all the Pidgeys and all the Charmanders early on before they evolve is a huge tool to have in this deck.
Yeah, Frank's going first here, and actually what you said is perfect there, because if Thomas goes first, he can potentially get a Moonlight Shuriken off before Frank gets a chance to evolve, which could be really disruptive. Frank does get to go first here, though, will get to evolve before there's any danger of Moonlight Shuriken. And you mentioned Manaphy, Barry, so I thought, you know what? I'll have a little bit of a look at the list. There's no Manaphy in here.
Oh.
Manaphy's not there. That means that Moonlight Shuriken, if Frank has even a slightly slow start here, that could be a huge swing in the game. If you can take out all the Charmander or all the Pidgey, all of a sudden you've locked one of those stage 2s out of the game.
Yeah, we see that he starts with 1 Charmander. Looks like he wants to go back into the deck with a potential another card. Nope, he seems to shuffle. I think one thing that actually holds Charizard from its full potential is the ability to only play 4 rare candy. In a deck that plays a stage 2 with Charizard, a stage 2 with Pidgeot, and potential stage 2s with the Dusknoir, you would want access to your rare candies as soon as possible and want to skip that stage 1 evolution.
Yeah, so it's awkward when you're playing a lot of stage 2s and you just need those rare candies. There is 1 Dusclops and 1 Charmeleon, but that's a little bit slow a lot of the time. Was that the turn for Frank?
It looks like the turn. No energies. I mean, not that you need them this early on, but only 1 Charmander. On the other side, I don't think there's any great attack that you can pull off in your first turn, even with that Palkia V-Star deck. It's a little bit slower. However, having 1 Charizard out is already very huge, because with its HP, it can basically withstand any possible attack there. So it will stick on the field for a while, and then potentially in the late game, you can get another one out. On the other side, we see a Buddy Poffin together, Guskull and
Froakie's coming out ready to evolve into Greninja. And yeah, this is the turn 2 deck, Palkia. Turn 1 is very much a setup turn. As soon as we hit turn 2, then your Origin Form Palkia V-Star can come out, use its V-Star power to accelerate energy, and then you're attacking with Palkia. You can be attacking with Greninja. But unfortunately, turn 1, you're not really putting any pressure on. So Irida comes down, searches out an item card and what looked like a Palkia there.
Yep.
And then we are just playing one of those item cards. It's a Nest Ball to grab a Squawkabilly. Squawk and Seize will let you discard your hand, draw a whole new hand of 6.
Yep, really interested to see if the player will choose to play down the Palkia before he discards this here. It is a very valuable attacker with that subspace swell as well, and of course, giving you access to Star Portal here. He has, however, the Prime Catcher in hand as well, which is very unfortunate to discard this early on. But yeah, once again, he can really take huge advantage of that early knock. Like, he has no way to punish that single Charmander in this turn just yet.
No, yeah, I still like this play. Like, I don't love discarding my Prime Catcher and a bunch of other cards, but you really want 2 water energy in the discard. You want Palkia V-Star next turn. You want to set yourself up here, so you're like, look, I'm not saying you're going to leave me with 2 good targets for Radiant Greninja, but I am saying if you do, I want to be able to take advantage of it as fast as humanly possible.
On the other side, of course, Subspace Well stacks damage with more benched Pokemon, so it could also be a conscious choice to limit your bench size to just deny possible KOs here, because Subspace Well, 160 if you have a full bench, plus extra damage for benched Pokemon. 1 benched Pokemon means 180, so you're missing the KO on the Rotom there.
I think what you've just done there, Barish, is basically hit the nail on the head of why Radiant Greninja is so punishing here. Because you want to keep your bench low to stop Palkia, but the lower you keep your bench, the more at risk you are of being punished by a Radiant Greninja. So you bench lots of Pokemon, so you're protected from Radiant Greninja, but then you're punished by Palkia, and no matter what you do, it goes badly. Speaking of going badly, that Pokestop was rubbish.
Yeah, discarded Pokestop, but mainly that Greninja EX as well, so he will have to rely on a Night Stretcher to get that back and then potentially evolve it. These decks typically only play 1 copy, so it being in the discard, you need to find a way to get that back. At the same time, I'm not quite sure how many energies have hit the discard ball. We definitely missed the attachment for turn here, which can be huge because it allows you to attack with the Palkia, with the Subspace Well in the next turn without having to use Star Portal. Now they will have to rely on potentially using Star Portal to get free energies once they hit the discard pile into play and then allow you to attack, which means you have to attach 2 of them potentially, or have to at least use the ability very early on in the game when you would rather keep it on to a specific time in the game where to use it.
Yeah, I agree there. You discarded an energy with the Squawk ability, but then didn't draw into another one. And if you're accelerating energy, but then you're also missing energy attachments, you're not really gaining an advantage. You're just cancelling out. It's not ideal. We got a Buddy Poffin coming down here.
I think I see an Arven being played.
Yeah, I think we're searching for a Buddy Poffin. And yeah, Hero's Cape, which is the A-spec of choice here.
Yeah, Buddy Poffin, of course, very valuable. He allows you to get away with that slow start and basically fill your bench. We see another Charmander hitting the field. Will we see a Pidgey as well? So that could be prime targets for what we discussed just a moment ago with that Moonlight Shuriken. However, we don't have enough energies in the discard pile yet, so that is not an option yet.
No, you need at least 1 more energy in the discard so you can get your so you can get 2 from Star Portal and then attach for the turn. Ideally, though, having missed an energy attachment turn 1, you really want to get maximum value out of Star Portal if you can. Speaking of V-Star powers, here comes Forest Seal Stone on that Rotom V, searching any card you like. Oh, he's eyeing up a Charizard. He's also eyeing up some fire energy, and you know what that means. I think he's got access to rare candy here. I think Charizard is coming out.
Yeah, let's see how that combo plays out. We see the Charizard, and there's a rare candy in hand, just as you said. He already lined up the fire energy to get out of the deck. He has the Rotom active, and yeah, let's see. I mean, he's limited to 180 damage this early on. He hasn't set up any Duskull himself in this turn, so he can't use that ability. You mentioned that. I really like that point. You have the ability to give your opponent prizes, but then increase the damage you would deal with that Charizard.
Yeah, no Duskull down yet, but look, Charizard's getting a KO on Radiant Greninja, and sure, it's only a 1 prizer, but it's actually a really useful Pokemon, and we keep talking about the fact this is a great attacker here. Could get a KO on the Pidgey and Charmander combined, so here, you take the Radiant Greninja away, you make your opponent recover it if they even want to play it, while putting a 430 HP Charizard in the active. And Frank here just coming out and being like, okay, Thomas, your move.
Yeah, and I mean, we just saw that the last Pokestop, this got a Greninja EX, so now another important piece here with the Radiant Greninja also hitting discard pile means he's relying on 2 Night Stretchers to get these really important tools back. We see Palkia V-Star being evolved here, we see an Iono in hand that could be really helpful, but we're still kind of struggling to find the energies this early on. What would be really great would be an Earthen Vessel to search out 2 energies and go from there. Obviously he has the Nest Ball in hand and the knockout was just taken, so that would enable the Fezandipity.
Yeah, Pheasant Dipty drawing 3 would be a big bonus right now. It is energy, energy, energy. There are 2 Earthen Vessel in the deck. They are not coming out right now. You nailed the Pheasant Dipty there, Barish. Here it comes. That flip the script, drawing 3 more cards, because right now, you didn't attach an energy turn 1. You don't have an energy in hand to attach this turn. Oh, and also, you got 1 energy in the discard for your, for your Palkia V-Star Power, and actually, you really want 3. Star Portal for 1 is not good. You need Star Portal for 3. Even 2 at this stage, I'm not loving.
Yeah. Another aspect of this deck that I really like is the Pokestop. Yes, you're aiming for those items, but if you manage to discard some water energies with the Pokestop, that really plays into your advantage as well. So
Yeah.
Iono played, yes, it is shuffle, and then opponent could technically cut your hand, but at this point, these cards are going below the deck, so neither of player chooses to do that. We see 1 energy, a Rare Candy, Suin Ball, Tracking Shoes as well.
We
but
see
nothing major.
Any chance we saw a Night Stretcher in hand there? Because we've got Rare Candy now. There's 4 in the deck, but did not draw any of them. We got a Trekking Shoes.
And Pokestop, I suppose.
Here's a Hisuian Heavy Ball here. So you get to look at your prize cards there, liberate a basic Pokemon, replace it with a Hisuian Heavy Ball, but also get real confirmation as to exactly what's prized. The only option is a Palkia V. Might as well take it here because the Hisuian Heavy Ball does nothing. At least Palkia V is a useful card.
Absolutely. It might be used later in the game or also just discarded as an extra Ultra Ball fodder if he chooses to play that along the game later on. But yeah, he's missing that Night Stretcher, missing that target to evolve either the Froakie or the Duskull.
Oh, and that was a good energy off the... Oh, perfect Trekking Shoes here. You get a water energy in the discard while drawing into that Night Stretcher. Now Pheasant Dipty flips
Another
the
Night
script.
Stretcher.
Yes, there's 4 in the deck. We got 2 in the hand now. So we could now Rare Candy into Greninja if we wanted to. But we're not ready yet. There's an energy, that's good. There's a Rare Candy that goes, oh, that was a perfect Pokestop. We've now got 3 energy in the discard, which is what we want. We got 2 Rare Candy in hand, which opens up the Dusknoir play as well as the Greninja play. And you've got those Night Stretcher, which we said we desperately needed here. It's a shame we don't have a bench spot for a potential Radiant Greninja play. But of course, you know what else can KO a Charmander or a Pidgey on the bench?
The Dusknoir with Curse Blast.
Dusknoir with Curse Blast. Okay, that Trekking Shoes Pokestop combo went very nicely for Thomas. We've got an energy to attach for turn. We do now have 3 energy in the discard pile, which is going to work beautifully. Oh, I love this. That turn turned around quickly.
It went really well. I'm wondering which attack he will actually use this turn, because yes, we have the tools. We see the Star Portal. 3 energies going to the Froakie before it evolves. Oh, actually, 2 energies to the Froakie. Set it up for later.
Love
and
it.
a second energy for the Subspace Swell activation here. Great. We have 5 on their bench and another 3 on the other side. That's 8 benched Pokemon. 8 times 20, 160. Add another 60, 220. So now if you add the Curse Blast, which is 350, and take 20 away again because you lose a bench Pokemon, you're still not quite there yet to take out the Charizard.
You're not, but you're getting there quite nicely. And there's a lovely little play there from Stefan, whereby you cannot use your Palkia V-Star Power onto a non-water Pokemon. So you use it to attach to Froakie and then evolve it up. We saw Stefan Ivanov do it in Dortmund. And look, I know this isn't perfect, but we get a bunch of damage onto the Charizard. And here's the thing. There is an argument to delay your prize taking against Charizard, because the more prizes you take, the stronger it gets. So give yourself a little bit of time, get some damage on the board, and then try and take prizes in batches. It's not always possible, but where it is, you can hurt your opponent's damage output.
Yeah, one possible play that could come into handy here is Professor Tour scenario, which basically allows you to pick up one of your Pokemon, including all the energy and the tool attached here. So if the Luminion, for example, would give you access to that, that could be a play, get the damage off the Charizard. However, you have wasted one of your rare candies to evolve it. Don't want to say wasted, you got a prize out of it, but
And you would have to discard your hero's cape as well, which is not always something you want to do, but if it saves 2 prizes, might be worth it. Here we see the Pidgeot coming down. There is no, we don't have a rare candy in hand quite yet, so we're going to have to wait for a second. But this is the issue when you're not able to take those early prizes. That does come back to haunt you. Here comes Luminion, and it is for an Arven, which will, of course, guarantee that rare candy. What tool do we want? Do we even want a tool?
We have another tool?
I mean, really, Arven, it's for rare candy, and then you go and grab your Forest Seal Stone, which we saw used earlier on the Rotom. So, oh yeah, we have Defiance Band, but you're not behind on prizes, so it does nothing right now.
Yeah, so that rare candy allows you to evolve into a Pidgeot, and now this is set up for the rest of the game. As long as this Pokemon is on your bench, you can basically use every single turn to search for one. So, like, it's a universal search. You can pick any card out of your deck, and that's such a huge, huge, huge effect. I don't think, I mean, the metagame is so fast at the moment that it hasn't come into proper play yet, but just the ability every turn to search for any card you want, like, what else would you want?
Yeah, I mean, you look at it and you're like, your opponent doesn't go, oh, I hope they don't have, that boss's orders. Of course they do. Of course they got boss's orders. They got Pidgeot down. We even get an Insurance Charmander hitting the bench here. And Frank really has got set up beautifully here. You've got your Charizard, you've got your Pidgeot, and you're going to be going up. Well, you're not actually KOing the Palkia yet, but of course there is always an option to maybe finish it off with Dusknoir later once you've built, freed some bench space and got it rolling.
Yeah, but now the bench is full on both sides as well, which does more damage on the subspace as well in following turns as well. I would love to see with currently, what is that, 220 damage on the Charizard. Yes. If we can activate a Curse Blast and then potentially find there might be one Lost Vacuum that could remove the tool and then take the knockout. That's one of my favorite taking knockouts with items is an amazing mechanic to me.
Yeah, and you called it. There is one Lost Vacuum in the list. That is what we expect. Now, did we see Stefan play 2 earlier?
I'm not quite sure.
I'm going to double check that in a minute. I've got his list here. I'll have a look. Point is, you'd kind of expect them to be playing 1. If Lost Vacuum does come down, you're right. That is a 2-prize KO with Dusknoir, and then you hit with Palkia.
Actually, we see Collapse Stadium come into play here, and it says that neither player can have more than 4 benched Pokemon. We're just talking about how both benches are full. They are once again still full, but reduced to 4 each, which also lowers the damage from that subspace as well. So.
Yeah, that's minus 40 damage. Now, both players actually got rid of a Pokemon that was an easy 2-prize. Frank got rid of Luminion, and Thomas got rid of Squawkabilly, taking some easy prizes off the board for both players. But that, Frank, is a nice little counter to decks like Palkia. But, I'm seeing energy coming on Greninja here.
Yeah, there's a huge potential here with the Greninja taking out 2 knockouts on both the Charmanders here. Unfortunately, he's just shy of that Lost Vacuum, which would give him an insane turn where he takes out the active Charizard and both Charmander. However, safe from that amazing play, we'll probably see, I guess, KOing the active and then having a Greninja ready for the next turn. But keep in mind, your opponent has Pidgeot ready. If he's missing one single piece to evolve a Charizard, they will have access to it.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the thing. Pidgeot is going to make it far easier. Yeah, that would have been such a nice turn, taking out all the Charizard off the board. Thing is, though, if you take out the 2 Charmander, well, Charizard's still on the board, but now it's got plus 60 damage. And then you run into some potential issues. Plus, you then go ahead on prizes, so Defiance Bands, which you saw your opponent search last turn, all of a sudden turned on. There's an extra 30 damage, and things start getting a little bit out of hand.
I love how I just said if you're missing one single piece, you can get that out with the Pidgeot. And of course, the top bag was a Charizard EX, and the one missing piece is the rare candy. So Zack, within a simple turn, is back to Charizard, gets another free energy out of his deck, which they just put back with the Super Rod a moment ago. So there's just another Charizard ready. And then it took a second, really, right? Just a turn, get that quick surge, and you're ready to basically attack. And keep in mind, Thomas has taken prizes, 2 prizes, so there's extra damage coming off. Not that it matters with the Palkia Vista already damaged, but yeah, you have enabled Charizard to deal more damage. Another Charizard with 330 HP, not easy to take out, and is even stronger now.
Yeah, it is absolutely that little bit stronger. So now We have that Charizard, completely fresh, no damage on it whatsoever. KOs the Palkia, takes 2 prizes. Frank now jumps ahead by 1 prize. And that's the thing, when these Charizard decks get rolling, Barish, you're just getting every card you want from your Pidgeot, and you've got Charizard. And remember, as the game goes on, Charizard gets better and better and better. And it's a deck that plays a bunch of I&O here. There's 2 in the deck, because the combination of I&O plus a late-game Charizard is sometimes this is too much for decks to deal with.
Yeah, but I mean, we're in this late-game puzzle game scenario where with Dusknoir, almost anything is possible. You can take multiple prizes. One play that could be here, Gust or get the Rotom into the active spot, get your Greninja, and with that Mirage Barrage, you can actually take the knockout on the Rotom and on a benched Charmander, but that's only 3 prizes. You would still need find a way a 4th prize, and it's really smart from Frank to not bench another easy pickup for the Curse Blast here, actually.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the maths here on the Mirage Barrage. Great name. Unfortunately, it does 120. Add the 13, 130 from your Dusknoir, and it's not quite Pidgeot range there. So, I mean, look, 3 prizes fine, but you're not going to be taking 4 prizes this turn.
Exactly. I think there might also be a resistance on the Pidgeot against fighting types, so that's even less damage. But yeah, let's see how...
Well, that's not going to matter on the bench, though.
That's true.
You want to hit it on the bench. But you're right, it's still short. It's a moot point. It cannot get it. But do we have any gusting here? Do you even need gusting? Like, just hit the active Charizard. I'm assuming we KO the Charmander? Or no?
No, they only use Shinobi Blade and pull out another card out of their deck, setting up for a 4-prize turn in the next turn. Frank will also have difficulty picking up 3 prizes just in this turn, and it's really hard to go for the 310 HP Greninja EX. So yes, he might gust something from the bench, take 2 prizes, but he's not knocking out that Greninja, and that might be a really nice setup for the next turn.
And I love this play. Mirage Barrage is on the board. You're saving it for next turn, because of course you've got Mirage Barrage plus Dusknoir. Frank has got 3 prizes remaining, so you could potentially go Dusknoir this turn, turn that option off, and then maybe go for 2 prizes next turn. But I love the idea here of you're not taking prizes, so you're not overpowering Charizard. Charizard is currently hitting for 240. It is miles away from KOing Greninja. And Frank is ahead on prizes, so Defiance Band doesn't work. There's no Dusknoir or anything else that known as pre-evolutions on the bench, so that's not an option. So Thomas here really playing in a very careful way, saying, I know what you're trying to do, Charizard. Not a fan, not letting you do it.
Yeah, just playing through that next possible turn for Thomas. He needs, I mean, one possible way would be Curse Blast plus Mirage Barrage. Once you pick up the Rotom to the active spot, that would allow it to give you 2 knockouts. 1 on the Rotom and the Charizard on the bench together with the Curse Blast. Now, you need to find a way to get to the Rotom to the active spot, and we talked about early on in the game how the Prime Catcher was discarded. However, because he is behind in prizes, that activates the Counter Catcher.
Yeah, there's no boss's orders in the deck. There is 1 counter catcher, and that really needs to be the option. You're pointing at the screen, Barish, because, of course, it's already in hand. So Thomas here, we saw it early on in the game, and we've seen it again now, deliberately not taking prizes, because apparently right now the best-case scenario for Thomas is not taking prizes.
Yeah, sometimes setting up for a longer end game can actually be very beneficial. We see the boss, and I talked about this, yes, he can get 2 prizes off the bench, setting himself down to 1 prize. However, we missed a crucial point. He's down to 1 prize, so Curse Blast is no longer an option.
Oh, that is a little bit annoying. You can KO the Dusknoir, or just put your opponent down, put yourself down to 1 prize remaining, at which point that Curse Blast is unfortunately not an option. Now we can take 3 prizes here. Again, the Charmeleon can go down and the Rotom can go down, but I'm not seeing, Charizard's on 170. So you do 120, it goes to 290. That is not, unfortunately, enough.
You would have to use Shinobi Blade here.
Yes.
And I really like that that Charmander is already, Charmeleon is already set up, which allows it to evolve into another Charizard without having to use a rare candy. And on top of that, oh yeah, you're pointing at the Iono.
I'm pointing at the Iono.
But it doesn't matter if you have quick search. You have access to any card. If that is like getting the remaining Charizard out of your deck, but they're only playing 2, and I think one already went down.
But here's the thing, you need gusting. You're still not going through. Now, what's 4 prizes taken? That's 120 plus 180, 300. You're 10 damage short, and Defiance Band won't work. Now, this is a point where Defiance Band would be amazing if you were behind on prizes, but you're not. Charizard's hitting 300 damage. That will not get. So you need Charizard, and you need enough energy in the deck, which I'm not sure is there right now, and you need gusting. So Thomas is basically saying, look, I'm going to give you 1 card, you'll draw for turn, and you'll have Pidgeot. That's 3 cards, one of which you've chosen. I'm just betting at this stage you're not getting what you need from those cards.
Yeah, I'm wondering, they could use Quick Search to get any card and then use a Great Ball. Or get the Pheasantipity immediately, I suppose, with Quick Search and draw another 3 prizes here. That could help you out. I'm wondering, what other options do we have? What can we get with that Quick Search? Keep in mind, we also have the Radiant Charizard, but 250 is not enough against the Greninja EX either, so that's not really an option.
You need gusting plus an attack. Whether that's Radiant Charizard, energy gusting, that would work. Whether that is Charizard, there's 2 energy left in the deck, plus gusting, that would work. Doesn't matter even what attack it is. Those are basically your 2 options. No, there's no Blood Moon Ursa Luna here, because that would also just be single energy attack. So it's really simple. You need something with which to attack and some kind of gusting. If you don't have that, now, Thomas, it is worth noting, did put that counter catcher to the bottom of their deck. So you could try and play Keep Away here with Pidgeot EX, and that would potentially still give you another turn here.
Yeah, we see that Frank is taking the time to figure out which card to actually get out of the deck. Arven seems to be the choice here, the card of choice. He will go back into the deck with the Arven, so no point in shuffling. Playing the card out gives you 1 item and 1 tool. We see Defiance Band. I mean, you might as well get it out of the deck to thin it out, and the Super Rod to give you energies and Charizards back into your deck. And then we have, interesting, we have the Ultra Ball. So if you shuffle back a Charizard, you can access it with the Ultra Ball here. But you're absolutely right. Without a gusting effect, you're not finishing this game. I
mean, the math's the way I see it. Charizard does 180 naturally, plus 30 for each prize card taken. That puts you up to 120, plus the 180 is 300. Defiance Band isn't turned on. Now, this would be a great scenario to give your opponent a prize with a Dusclops so that Charizard then went up to 330 and got the KO, but that's not on the board right now. That's not an option. So we do see the Charizard as you predicted. We know there is enough energy there, but we need Gust. Now, the other thing is, Charizard in the active, you're playing Keep Away like you could with Pidgeot. You're not getting KO'd, so you're still saying to Thomas, if you've got Gusting, you win. Otherwise, I just win next turn instead.
Yeah, I mean, you were absolutely right early on when you said, late game, you need any 1 card to finish the game. Pidgeot is your friend and will take care of that. He was missing too many pieces, so Pidgeot couldn't just finish this game this turn. But yeah, unless it's basically, Thomas, listen, you get 1 more turn. If you don't finish it...
Oh, it's prime, it's counter catcher, brings up the Rotom, takes the final 2 prizes, and Thomas there will win the first game, goes up 1-0 in this winning in round 7 in Lille. And that's what we said. Do you have the counter catcher? Well, unfortunately, did have the counter catcher. I say unfortunately, pretty fortunate for Thomas there. So really exciting end to that game. And it's like we said, Pidgeot gets you any card. But if you need more than 1 card, and that was the issue, you needed a bit too much. Next turn, Frank had the win. There was no way Frank missed it that turn. Thomas had exactly 1 turn to get the counter catcher to get the win. Got the counter catcher, got the win. We're going to game 2.
Yeah, and let's look at some of the replays from this first game and how this actually played out. It's funny, like, if you had asked me how is this going to turn out, I would have said Raiding Greninja is going to be huge, but it didn't really come into effect. And despite a slow start, with this Pokestop, double Rare Candy, double Night Stretcher in hand, getting all these evolutions, Dusknoir never actually played a role, but you had the threat of Dusknoir on the field, and there was a lot of pressure for Frank. And it was a back and forth, taking up prizes. Frank down to 1, but just couldn't close it out before the eventual Night Stretcher, the counter catcher in hand, didn't even wait for a second. Was like, listen, I have game. There it is, counter catcher, GG.
Very nice. Played that counter catcher, grabbed up the Rotom, took those final 2 prizes. And, you know, you said Greninja, but Greninja really came in handy at the end of that game. End of that game, that Greninja EX went Oh, you were talking about Radiant Greninja.
Yes.
Well, Radiant Greninja was a turn too slow. It was very sad. It couldn't work. But Greninja EX came in to, really carry on that great Greninja name. And the 310 HP, searching for any card, hitting good damage, that all added up to a very important card. So, what we got prize-wise? One of the two Dust Noir.
The one-off Squawkabilly, I suppose.
The one-off counter catcher from Frank could actually end up being big, depending on how the prize trade goes. We got Duskull against Duskull. Frank is going first here, and of course lost game one. And this is what we said in the last game. Thomas here really wants to go, you know what? I'd have a turn, you have a turn but can't evolve. Radiant Greninja! Hopefully, from Frank's point of view, not an option this game.
Yeah, I mean, Frank is going first a second time, basically. Thomas, despite going second, I mean, this deck really loves to go first and getting access to evolutions as soon as possible. So does Charizard with the Pidgey, of course. And you get the Buddy Puffin, get your Charmander on the board, get your Pidgey on the board, you have another Nest Ball. That is quite a few Pokemon already on the bench. And I'd love to see some Curse Blast action from Frank as well. Like, we see the Duskull on the field already, potentially a second one hitting there, but Rotom is just a really great card, especially this early on. Just drawing 3 extra cards with Instant Charge can give you those pieces that you need to evolve your Charmander before it gets knocked out.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on your head there. Get the pieces before they evolve. Because here's the thing, and this is a very general rule. General rule in Pokemon is, if you need to set up, you want to go first. If you can get a big attack going, turn one going second, you want to go second. Both of these are decks that do basically nothing on turn one. They are terrible turn one decks, but from turn two onwards, if they can set up, they become extremely powerful. So Frank here going first, big advantage. Question is, can you get those evolutions? Rotom is going to help.
Yeah, and I have one, before we dive into this next turn from Thomas, I have one hypothetical question for you. You play the set, you go second but still win, right? And your deck really wants to go first. Is there ever a world where early on in game 2 you realize, it's going to be a really long battle to actually win this game. Listen, I feel more comfortable going first. Would you ever concede a quick game 2, saying, I'd rather go into game 3 and win this?
Oh, I have done that. Not only would I have done that. And especially look at these records here, right? You know, we're looking at 5 and 1. If you tie, that tie does nothing really other than give you extra positioning. If your goal is day 2, you need a win in this game or the next. Get it now and you can fight positioning in the next round. But a tie here puts both players on a winning in next round. A win puts you, on the right number of match points with then fighting for positioning. So yes, absolutely. If I can, concede, it really depends on the clock and it depends on the game. And if I think I can stretch it out and then the time will run out, if I think this game isn't finishing, I'm going to play nice, I'm going to play my normal game, but it's not going to finish, then maybe I'll try doing it. If I think I've got a decent chance there's going to be a long game, I keep playing. If I think I'm going to lose this game and not have time for a game 3, I have conceded early in that situation. It is often the right thing to do.
Yeah, I'm happy to see how this actually plays out. Looking at the clock, there was about 20 minutes going into this game, so the first game was actually about half an hour.
Yes.
It's going to be difficult to finish this plus another game, but of course, you still have a lot of outs even early on, but I would love to see how this plays out. And if they potentially realize early on, hey, this is not going to get me anywhere, I would rather win on my own terms going first.
Yeah, it's generally if you've had a bad start and your opponent's had a good start, you want extra time for that game 3. Right now, we are not yet in that position. So here we go with the Pokestop. And when we can use that to grab a bunch of item cards potentially, maybe get some water energy in the discard pile. But right now, looks like we're going to Suian. No, we're not going a Suian Heavy Ball. Not yet. We're going Pokestop. That was not great. You lost 2 Pokemon that could end up being good later on down the line.
Yeah. You have access through them with the Night Stretcher, but that is another target of Night Stretcher that you have to do. Yes. However, what I really like, what went really well for Thomas here, is how he was able to discard so many water energies so early on.
Yeah, getting those water energy in the discard is absolutely huge because that Star Portal can then attach them with your Palkia, really accelerate some energy, get those attacks rolling. And look, there's no guarantee that Frank is going to have a great turn 2 here. If Frank doesn't have a great turn 2, then Radiant Greninja plus Star Portal will KO the Charmander and the Pidgey and put Thomas in a very commanding position. it's less likely to work because you went second, but you've got to leave that option open.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the instant charge actually got. It looked like there was one Pokemon Go
at least
rare
an
candy
Arven in hand.
And an Arven in hand, so you have plenty of tools to actually set up at least one of your stage 2s. Pidgeot probably the preference to give you access to more tools to evolve that Charizard as well. So yeah, I mean, with that instant charge, 3 extra cards and draw for turn, you have so many. And yeah, of course, you also have access to the Pokestop.
But we're seeing a repeat of game 1 here where Thomas does not get an energy on turn 1. And if you're accelerating energy, you really don't want to miss energy attachments. Now here comes the Arven, eyeing up that rare candy nice and quickly. And of course, the tool early game, it's always Forest Seal Stone. Put it on Rotom V, use your V-Star power that you don't need for anything else. Search yourself any card you like.
Yeah, it's really taking advantage of the current format with its V-Star abilities. This deck doesn't need any V-Star abilities, so it can use the Forest Seal Stone. And if you thought Pidgeot gives me a free card every turn, Forest Seal Stone early on gives you also one-time effect, but gives you any card you need. Combine that with Pidgeot, you have 2 extra cards for this one turn specifically. Gives us so many options to set up, and that's what I meant.
What could 2 cards give us in this situation?
I mean, I would like to see a rare candy and a Charizard, line up your energies, evolve, and you're ready to attack. If we saw the Arven, so there's no boss this turn. Otherwise, you could take out the 2-prizer as well on top of all of that. Yeah. And we saw the Hero's Cape, so there's no prime catcher either.
No, and that was the thing, you know, you go for the general rule is Pidgeot is better, but because you need to start attacking, sometimes you go Charizard first. But here, because you had Forest Seal Stone, you get Pidgeot, and then you got Pidgeot and Forest Seal Stone. That is search any 2 cards, which is your rare candy Charizard. Charizard gets its own energy, and then of course you can even attach for the turn to pivot your Duskull out the active. So we should be getting a KO here from your Charizard without too much effort.
What's the current goal on how to retreat that?
Just attach for turn and man your retreat. Okay. You haven't attached for the turn yet. You've got the energy from Charizard. You could even potentially have used Charizard's ability.
That's what I'm asking. Why was it not used? But I guess you would rather keep your energies in the deck.
Yes, and we see this. We saw it in the last game. We see this in Charizard players a lot, trying to keep the energy in the deck. And of course, then we just used a special energy, and that leaves a fire energy in the deck. And remember, Charizard is 2 fire energy for that Burning Darkness attack. That is essentially why you didn't do that. KO on the Duskull, and very much like in the previous game, Frank takes the initiative.
Yeah, so let's do some math here. We have the V-Star portal active. You can get yourself free energies with the Star Portal. And then Subspace as well. We have 4 bench plus 4. It's 8. I think you need a Dusknoir as well to potentially pick up that Charizard knockout here.
You do. And here's the thing, right? And this is one of the awkward things about playing against Charizard. I look at this board and I'm like, hang on a second. There's a Charmander and there's a Duskull. That's pretty tasty for maybe using my Radiant Greninja. Problem is, you do that, you take 2 prizes, you buff Charizard by 60 damage, is now hitting 240, and you've not done any damage to a Charizard, which frankly is a Pokemon you really struggle to one-hit KO. There is a potential to do that if you think you can Dusknoir and Subspace Wow for the KO next turn, given that Charizard will hit 240, 270 with Defiance Band, Palkia will still be out of range, but it's risky no matter which way you do it. There are a bunch of options here.
And this is where it comes in handy to have discarded so many water energy this early on.
Yes.
Palkia only needs 2, so you have a free choice where the 3rd energy goes. Froakie, of course, a prime target there as well. And they decide to go for Subspace as well. And this early on with 9, it just should be 240 damage.
Yes, I agree. 180 plus the 60 is 240. And, you know, now we are in potentially Dusknoir range, so that could be a potential KO, you know, mid-game, which would be nice mid-turn. And, you know, that Radiant Greninja is good, but a lot of the time, you know, you just need to get set up. And one of the things that's on my radar here for Thomas, right? He's accelerated free energy using Star Portal and missed energy attachment turn 1 and turn 2. He's only actually +1 energy having used his V-Star power. It's not been going great this game in terms of getting extra energy on the board. It's been kind of replacing energy attachments, not where you want to be.
Yeah, I guess with the damage output that Frank currently has on the field, you're not worried, or this early on, not worried about losing your Polka V-Star yet, and you have the Froakie. If you manage to evolve that, you would have a second attacker ready, and then you have potentially next turn evolve attack with Greninja if you can, and then attach manually to the Palkia on the board. So yes, I agree. There's actually a net negative here. You discarded free energies, never manually attached one for 3 turns, got them through your V-Star ability, but you could have had at the same time free energies on the board as well. Not as freely, and your setup could have been interrupted in between. But yeah, I agree. It would have been nice to see more attachments for turn as well.
Yeah, better than having no energy down, better than missing your attachments and not having a V-Star power to replace them. So we do see Frank here with that damaged Charizard in the active. No reserve Charizard on the bench yet. We got a Charmeleon ready to evolve. Always nice when you can spare yourself a rare candy in a deck playing so many stage 2s. Here is the boss's orders on the Mew. And this is one of the cool things about the Charizard deck. Because it gets more powerful as you go along, you can just go, right now I'm going to KO Mew, because Mew is in range. I'm going to leave the Palkia until you've taken a couple more prizes, and Palkia is in range, because my deck gets more powerful as I go along.
Yep.
Don't mind that at all.
I also think that Frank now is so far ahead that Defiance Band will never actually activate. It's hard to go back in. Yeah. But that would have been nice if early on you allow them to KO your Pokemon, they take prizes and you have the Defiance Band, then it even stacks further and would allow potential KOs. So let's see. I think I see a rare candy in hand, but we're missing Axis. Was that an Ultra Ball plate? Yes, that's an Ultra Ball. Okay, so you can get Greninja or Dusknoir out here. That was a Greninja, but Dusknoir is actually the target. You talked about this early on. Currently 240 damage on the board, so 90 left.
Yep.
And mid-turn KOs actually allow you to attack afterwards as well, which means that potentially, I guess what would you promote? Potentially the Pidgeot, because they can't be knocked out yet. Anything else would be knocked out from subspace as well, I believe.
Pidgeot potentially to tank a hit. If I'm Thomas here, I'm thinking, come on, Counter Catcher or Prime Catcher. Either would be fine. You will still be behind on prizes even after KOing the Charizard. And I'm not saying my opponent won't have rare candy Charizard. They might. But I want to force them to have it. I want to take 3 prizes. What have we seen?
What I've remembered is I think the bottom 2 prizes were actually, one of them was the one of Counter Catcher.
Oh, it was.
So if you take the knockout and take your prizes from the bottom upwards, I don't think we have seen a Hisuian Heavy Ball. So this might actually be a Counter Catcher that you talked about just a second ago.
I think we did actually see Palkia of a Hisuian Heavy Ball earlier in the game. No, we do have a Counter Catcher, and you're still behind on prizes. You don't have to go and get the Charmeleon here. That would be my personal preference. I want my opponent to not have an option next turn unless they get really... And I know we've got the Pidgeot, but still.
So you would prefer to KO the Charmeleon here?
I mean, you could all go after the Rotom to get, go up by a couple of prizes. That would also be an option. There's other things you can do. You can even just take out the Charmander, but... What I really want to do here is I want to try and slow my opponent down. It's a deck that, if I take 3 prizes, the other thing is that Radiant Charizard becomes a 2-energy attacker, which means that Frank cannot use it to attack. So if I take out Charmeleon here, my opponent has to hit Candy Charizard in order to launch an attack.
Yeah,
maybe they can.
They can, absolutely, but I don't see Candy or Charizard in hand at the moment, so that's 2 pieces left. Of course, you can pull out that Charizard with the...
Here we go. Here comes the Charmeleon. And I do think this is absolutely the play. Say to your opponent, look, I know you've got Pidgeot, you've got a decent hand of cards, but you better have Candy Charizard. Oh, we have Candy in hand.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah. It was hard to see the Pokemon Go. Rare Candy a little bit harder to see, but yeah, there's the Rare Candy, and we're just 1 quick search away from evolving another Charizard. Now, Tomas has taken 3 prizes, so that's 180 plus
90, which is 270 total. So it's actually 10 damage short, and you're not behind on prizes, so Defiant Band will not get the KO. So another thing I like about this play, by taking 3 prizes, not 4, that means that you stay out of range of a Charizard.
Yeah, we see the Super Rod, such a huge impact in this game. Just being able to recycle your energies and your Charizard back into the deck. Charizard gets you the energies anyway, so you just need quick search for the Charizard. So we probably see the quick search. Charizard being picked up, 2 energies being picked up, and Pidgeot, not only does it have quick search, but also free retreat.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage because a lot of the time in a situation like this, you also need a pivot option. No, Pidgeot is its own pivot option. So here we go with the Charizard and the energy, which was left conveniently on top of the deck by Frank. And now we are in a good position to launch an attack. But I do believe it's going to be 10 damage away from a KO as it stands.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I talked about. It looked like a difficult battle.
Oh, it's a boss's orders onto the Palkia V. That, however, is in range, and Frank will win game 2. We're going to a game 3, Barish.
Yeah, absolutely on us to not picking up that boss's order earlier. We talked about the Charizard and how it's short of picking up the KO, but boss was already in hand. We could have seen that and foreseen the damage. And this is exactly the situation I talked about. Frank going first, I think, has a slight advantage. And if he plays that into his cards here, manages to take the win, and now there's like 5-6 minutes left on the clock. It's really, really difficult to win that third game. And that's why I said, yes, you have outs. You have been behind in the first game, and you've taken it back and win that game. But I would have loved to talk to Thomas after this game to figure out if there was ever an option that went through his head.
Yeah, we go into the replay here, and we'll just have a look at this game 2. Of course, Tamar won game 1, and then we saw the early KO on the Duskull. Frank starting off that prize trade for the second game in a row. Actually, that counter catch was at the top. It got put to the bottom by that Hisuian heavy ball. Here comes another Charizard here. This is very late in the game, and here we see boss's orders onto the Palkia, takes the KO, and we are heading to a game 3. But like you said, we've not got a lot of time left here.
Yeah, about 5-6 minutes. I mean, both these decks, if one of them has a really slow start and maybe only 1 or 2 Pokemon active and on the bench, then there's a way. But I think it's really hard for either of these decks. They have been really consistent to brick completely. So I would be surprised, but it's always an option. It's always an out to play for.
I mean, okay, let's have a quick look at the prizes here. See if there's anything that's going to really scupper plans. Nothing terrible there from either player. 1 Pidgey, but there's another one in the deck. We'll be fine. If I'm Thomas here, I'm thinking hyper-aggressive Greninja. Radiant Greninja. If I can get an energy on it turn 1, and then Subspace Well, 3 energy or even 2, and then attach. If I can get like 4 energy on it turn 2, I can use it 2 turns in a row. You need to get the energy in the discard. You need to hit your energy attachments. There's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes. I get it, but you could potentially get a turn 2 and turn 3 Moonlight Shuriken, and that could get you a lot of prizes quickly. You mop up with Palkia, you win a very quick game 3.
So now I'm really interested. There's no point really to start with Facility unless you have to. So it would be, there's an option, there's a potential that the hand from Frank just really looks really sad and doesn't have any further Pokemon. Of course, going second, you will be able to use Supporter, and typically it's very unlikely that you don't have any further Pokemon, don't have any items cut that will help you out, or don't have any supports that you could play out. Let's have a quick look there. I see a double Oven, Fire Energy, and 4 Steelstone. So we have plenty of options here to actually play for the next turn. It won't be as easy as you would like it to be. We see Squawkabilly, and we see Radiant Greninja. It's a pretty good start.
Went and searched that out straight away. Now, the thing to remember is we get those +3 turns. So, essentially, if you need to have enough prizes taken by the time that time is called in order to then potentially finish off in your last couple of turns. An attachment we do have onto the Greninja, but instead it's going to be a concealed card. We don't get a replacement energy. We do get a Night Stretcher. I would really like to see an attachment to the Greninja this turn. That would make me very happy. You're not going to have a long game. Your Night Stretcher are not as precious as they would be in other games.
Yeah, and sometimes you might think, discarding your energy and then getting you back with a Night Stretcher. But in this case, even in following turns, you still have concealed cards. You still have other options to discard energy. So I'm totally with you there. Would love to see the Night Stretcher to attach for turn as well. We see another Pokestop.
Prime Catcher, and we get rid of a couple of Pokemon. The Palkia V-Star's a little sad, but again, we do have that Night Stretcher as an option here. But you see Tamar there, he's going to be playing fast. He needs to play fast. I would like to see an attachment on Greninja. But then again, if you attach to Greninja from the discard using your Night Stretcher, then that makes your Star Portal weaker next turn, which... yeah, kind of...
I see that dilemma. It's really hard to decide. And in this case, Thomas has actually chosen to leave the energies in the discard pile and find another way to attach and use Star Portal next turn. There's the Arven play that we talked about. It gives you access to one item and a tool. We talked about this plenty during this game. Nestball seems to be the choice here. However, I really like Buddy Puffin as well, which there are plenty of in the deck. But I guess Nestball gives you any Pokemon even with further than 70 HP. There's 3 on top of the deck. But we see it looks like aiming for that Nestball. Is that a potential Rotom target you're looking for, or is there any other Pokemon that you would want to get out that isn't accessible with the Buddy Puffin?
General rule here is if you've got a decent hand, you can go after a bunch of your little basics. If you don't have a really good hand, you want that Rotom. Those extra free cards early doors, you saw it used in game 1, you saw it used in game 2. Those extra free cards early in the game are so important for a deck that is really relying on having rare candy and the stage 2. Yeah, here comes the Rotom, and I think you have to here. The only exception where you don't go for the Rotom is where your hand is awesome. But Rotom also is the only option you've got for your Forest Seal Stone. So again, if your hand isn't awesome, no, I'm lying to you, Luminion as well. But yeah, unless your hand's awesome, you always go Rotom.
Yeah, and of course you wouldn't want to use Nest Ball on Luminion because it then would completely negate that ability. So Rotom is the choice here. I would be surprised. Yeah, there's a double Charmander, and I would be surprised if this isn't one of the Buddy Puffins at the bottom. Yeah, there we go. Buddy Puffin being taken into hand. Sequencing is correct there. Playing the item, then getting 2 Pokemon from your deck onto the bench, 2 Charmanders. However, we talked about this, there's no Manaphy in the deck list. There's already 2 Waters in the discard pile, but the Hero's Cape is coming huge in here.
And that's, you generally don't want to put a Hero's Cape on a Charmander, but Frank sees what's going on here, leaves that Rotom in the active and just goes, look, maybe you even KO it with Palkia, but I've got to protect my Charmander. Now, there is a Pokestop in play. There is a Lost Vacuum in Thomas's deck. It is, in fact, is it in his hand? Was that back card of his hand a Lost Vacuum, or am I seeing things? I'll go on, Thomas, show me your hand a little bit. Am I seeing, that was a rare candy. Okay, because a Lost Vacuum here would be huge.
Absolutely huge. Of course, the play we're aiming at or eyeing here is for the Moonlight Shuriken, 90 damage on 2 Pokemon that could potentially...
Oh, wait a second. We've got rare candy Dusknoir. Now that Charizard's got 170, but this would potentially be an option as well. Actually, you've got Prime Catcher. You could Prime Catcher the one that's got the cape on and then use Dusknoir to KO the benched one, and you don't even need to use Radiant Greninja here.
Absolutely correct, and then you don't need Moonlight Shuriken either. You can just use Subspace as well. And I think both Charmander are actually weak to water as well. Not that it matters, but that is definitely going to be KO. However, I spoke too soon. Actually, Greninja and the active.
This does a very similar kind of thing where because of the weakness to water, you do 180 to the active Charmander, which will get through the Hero's Cape while doing 90 to the bench Charmander, and then all of a sudden you do get both of them. But we will need an energy here. I think there's 2 in the discard, you said.
Yeah, Iono's being played, so, and we still have the Pokestop to potentially discard another one.
No. Ooh, whiffs the energy completely. So we Buddy Puffin, and now we have to hit an energy off of the Pokestop to then accelerate it using Star Portal, or we're going to be an energy short.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to play out, and I do wonder... Could you have used Prime Catcher into your Dusknoir, which then gives you more flexibility afterwards to switch into any attacker of your choice? Because, yes, Moonlight Shuriken would be amazing, but at the same time, if you have that Dusknoir, 2 energies would have been enough to use Subspace well and KO the active.
Yeah, and here, that was an option. It's something we said about, and it could be relevant. Oh, okay, there we go. So we got an energy from there. That fixes that, plus a couple of items. Problem is, I'm pretty sure time's been called. So Thomas here has this turn and 1 more. Frank has 2 turns. I think Thomas can take 4 prizes quite nicely here. I'm not sure we can take 6.
Yeah, I was going to say 4 prizes, that might work. 6, I don't really see from either player here. So that time that we, don't want to say we lost in game 2, but that time we spent for day 2, for game 2, really cost us this 3rd game to finish. So let's see. I mean, yes, Moonlight Shuriken, KO the active. No, but in a long, drawn-out game, taking 2 knockouts on the Charmander, amazing. If this is turn 0,
This was never going to be a long, drawn-out game. This is going to be a quick win for Tomas. It was going to be a very quick win. The problem is it wasn't going to be a free-turn win, and that's all Tomas actually has here. So, yeah, we do have confirmation there on the board. You can see that die with a number 1. Frank is going to be turn 1 here, which means Tomas has exactly 1 more turn, and... yeah, I can even see no.
Yeah, the problem is they can't even use subspace well.
Nope.
Because they have no energy. They're never attached for turn. I think this is one of the key factors that you pointed on very early on. You would have loved to see attachment for turn. It didn't happen almost throughout the whole set, and Star Portal alone is just not enough.
No, we've had 3 energy attached in this 3rd game. All 3 have been from that Star Portal. We've just not had any attachments. We didn't have many in game 2 either. And like I say, you're not really adding attachments, you're replacing them. And just 1 extra energy on the board here would have been really big. But I don't think it matters at this point. We got 3 Charmander down now from Frank. He's managed to recover. And then Buddy Poffin, he's gone from 2 Charmander. They both got knocked out. Now he's got 3 Charmander. But I don't think I don't think there can be a conclusion to this game. Frank would need 6 prizes in 2 turns. Tomas would need 4 prizes in 1 turn. So we do see a gets this onto the Froakie. But
I think at this point, Frank just eliminates any slim chance for any miracle here and just basically eliminating any option for a win from Tomas. And I think it's only a matter of time until players will come to the same conclusion.
Oh, actually just pointing out that Frank did bench that Pidgey with a collapsed stadium in play. So Pidgey goes back to the hand. Now, no, I'm just wondering if there's going to be a penalty applied here. I can't imagine there would be. Not anything that's going to impact the game substantially anyway.
I think if Pidgey was in hand and wasn't searched out for the deck with an S-ball, then I don't really see a huge issue there.
No, we bench it, we put it back in hand. Looks like we are just straight back into the game with Rotom drawing 3 cards. And Tomas here is on turn 2, his final turn of the match, needing to take 4 prizes. Now, we can even I can even see 3 this turn if there was any energy there.
Wait. No. I was thinking 2 Curse Blasts. But then you're still missing an attack, really, right?
We don't have an attack on the board.
Yeah, no attack on the board.
There's just not enough energy to do. You know, Froakie can do like 20, but here we can double Curse Blast.
Wait. There's one chance. Get the Greninja evolve. You have the KO with 1.
Oh, hang on a second. No, we're there. We get the energy onto the Radiant Greninja. That KOs the active Rotom. Double Curse Blast onto the Fezandipiti. And Tomas here does take an unlikely victory on the very final turn of the game. That was, a lot needed. We needed 2 Rare Candy. We needed both the stage 2s. We needed a lot in that final turn, and Tomas does actually come and put it all together right at the end. That was beautiful. And, I could see 3 prizes, but I did not count on that Greninja EX coming out here. KO in that Rotom. And that was...
We'll probably see it in the replays in a second, but the Froakie was bossed to the active.
There was a lot of... And I think the Rotom was actually left active as well. Yeah. I think Frank left the Rotom active and gusted up the Froakie. So it was not just that we didn't think the Greninja was coming out. I don't think Frank thought that the Greninja was a realistic possibility. And, needing to get double Rare Candy, double Stage 2, and have the right Pokemon in the right places, that is asking for a lot. But Tomas did it. 2 games to 1, 18 match points, and that is enough to move into day 2. And the good news for Frank is there is still 1 round remaining, does still have 1 last chance to pull this off.
I went into this weekend and was really excited for some Curse Blast puzzles, but even this was completely above my head and was really well played. We fought this game, at this point we should have asked ourselves, why these players keep playing on? They surely they see a potential slim chance to win this, actually. And I think the right circumstances, bossing the Froakie to the active, leaving Rotom in the active, that was the only possible scenario where you could double Curse Blast, take the Fezandipiti out on the bench, 2 prizes, and then Shinobi Blade for another 330, take that knockout, 4 prizes. respect.
Absolutely. Let's see how that all played out. The replay is ready and raring to go. So here we go back to game one. We've got that Charizard with a big Heroes Cape taking out that Radiant Greninja for the first prize of the game. We see Palkia coming back with a big KO on that Charizard EX, which was, you know, put him ahead in the game, but we weren't done yet. We've got that Shinobi Blade from Greninja. Doesn't KO the Charizard, but puts it in an awkward situation where it's very close to being KO'd. Charizard then comes back, not able to KO the Greninja, and a counter catcher on the Rotom gives Thomas game one.
That was so back and forth, especially the prize on both sides down to 2 and 1 prize that enabled the counter catcher to close out this game. In game 2, however, I was like, Frank is a little bit ahead and this is a long drawn out game. Will this give enough time for game 3? But Frank sealed this game with eventually 5 minutes left on the clock, despite best efforts from Thomas, taking out that Charmeleon. I loved how you saw that play coming into effect and said he would need so much more to come back. He found the pieces, found the Charizards, found the candy, attacked, had the boss in hand that we missed completely, and just took to game 2. And with only 5 minutes left on the clock, none of us thought that it would be possible to close out this game, right? Bench was full of Pokemon, but the double Curse Blast into the Shinobi Blade, knocking those out, that was amazing.
Yeah, that was beautiful. We do see the Greninja there taking that double KO at the start of game 3. We then see, now here is the boss's orders on the Froakie, having left the Rotom in the active. It took double Rare Candy, double Stage 2, but then we saw the double Curse Blast onto the onto the Pheasant Dipty. Could have been onto the 2 Charmander, wouldn't have mattered. Shinobi Blade onto the Rotom, and 4 prizes on the very final chance that Thomas had on that final turn to take, like I say, an unlikely, improbable victory. I did not think had enough time in that game 3. Really did not look like it, having taken 0 prizes when time was called, but apparently 6 prizes in 2 turns because of Dusknoir, and a little bit of fortune there in terms of which Pokemon ended up in the active actually, you know, led to that victory.
I mean, and I think, well-deserved leaning back into that chair after that, like, nail-biting game 3 finish in the last turn, taking the 6th prize there. Well played, really well played, and I would love to see more of this Palkia V-Star action here. We've seen 2, I think, covered on stream so far, and this, I think, showed you why it has picked up in popularity so much, why once Stefan took it to a top 4, while it then was in Louisville, and why it came back so strong here this weekend.
Yeah, it's a good deck, having a lot of success. But you know where you sort these decks out? Well, you really figure out your favorite deck at your local league.
Absolutely.
Let's find out a bit more about that, shall we?
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Yeah, if you haven't been to your local Pokemon League, I can recommend it very highly indeed. Many an evening have I spent at my local Pokemon League, testing some decks that were good and some decks which were, shall we say, not so good. And I know, Barish, this is your first casting gig since we, went proper TPCI official on these regional streams here in Europe. And I know you've done a lot of your prep at your local league over the past couple of weeks.
Absolutely. I've used the opportunity to play in league challenges and league cups to prepare, not only as a player, but also as a caster for those events. And I can tell you, I was welcomed with open hands. I was given cards that I was missing from my decks to compete. I got experience against a variety of decks. And the beauty of these locals is like, yes, there's still some championship points on the line, but it's this very friendly, competitive environment that invites everyone to just play. You have the option to get some extra prize packs with very playable cards, extra stamps, Galaxy Holos. I loved competing in those, and I can only invite you to check out Pokemon.com/events to find out where events are near you.
Yeah, and you never know. You go to your locals, you win a few games, you come to a regional, you win a few more games, you find yourself on 18 match points, which is enough for game 2, and then you get interviewed over in the lounge.
Yes, you do indeed. Thank you, Ross. I'm here with our feature match winner, Thomas Goulinot. Congratulations. First of all, what an ending to that last game.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. It was like amazing. When the time was out, I wasn't thinking I could win again. And the game gave me like 4 prizes. It was like wonderful.
So, I mean, that's the thing with Dust Noir, right? It's a card that enables you to do these absolutely crazy turns where you're in time and suddenly you can pull a win out of absolutely nowhere. Is that one of the reasons why you picked this deck?
Yeah, of course. I was playing Charizard for a long time, but I would like to play something more aggressive. And when you can take more prizes more faster, because for now, this year, it's better to have a win or a lose than the tie, so it's more important to have fast games. So I picked because of that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now, of course, we were talking about, or rather Ross and Barish talking about, local leagues and all that. We were talking a little bit before. You said that you play in local leagues. Last year, you came to Lille Regionals. It didn't make day 2, but this is now your first, the first time you've gotten enough match points to make day 2, right?
Yeah, of course. And it's amazing. It's the first regional I day 2. It's in my country. I went with some friends. I trained with them all the week with this deck, and I'm so happy to be here.
I bet. And I see you carrying that little red Registeel. We were talking, that's your favorite Pokemon, right?
Yeah, with Registeel.
Amazing. So what does this mean to you then, given that it's your first time making a day 2, you're here, like you said, with all your friends here, and just what is it? What does it mean to you? As in, like, how does it? How important does it feel? Like, do you feel like you've kind of broken a big milestone in terms of like a big accomplishment?
Yes, for me it's a big accomplishment. I feel so grateful for all my family and my friends who train with me. And I feel very happy because it's the result of all the year of training with playing at locals with friends, and it's so funny, so I like a lot.
Yes, it makes total sense. Now, of course, there is one more round still left today, so I'm guessing your plan is to try and win that one as well. Because making day 2 is one thing, but of course, top 8 is also a potential. I mean, when you think about that, how do you feel about your chances of making top 8?
Yeah, why not?
I know, right? Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Yeah, it's right. I have one round, but like with no pressure, so a lot of fun.
Yeah, it really is. So just before we wrap up, one last very important question. Is there anyone you'd like to say specifically thank you to, or to give a shout out or anything like that?
Yeah, I would like to thank my girlfriend. She came with me today, and I'm so happy. It's a big support for me, so thanks.
Oh, that's absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for giving your time to come speak with us. Congratulations once again. We have one more round left of action here at the Lille Regionals for day 1. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break, but then we'll be back with our final round of Swiss.
Thanks.
I got into Pokemon in 2011 when I was just starting in seniors. Honestly, I would just remember playing in a flower shop with my friends. My best friend at the time actually introduced me to Pokemon. And I remember we would go just grind games after school, play, and then actually the store owner ran the league and she told me about this guy that was coaching and stuff like that. So I was able to contact him and he basically taught me how to play.
Former world champion Andrew Estrada. If anyone can put a stop to the Lugia mayhem, it could be him.
Trading card game finals, World Championships 2014.
I'll never forget when I actually won the World Championships in 2014. I was 15 at the time and his first year of Master. I was up against the #1 player in the world, Igor Costa. He was a legend in the game when he was still around.
What? If you told me 5 turns ago that Igor was losing this game, I would have never believed you.
Winning that was just nuts.
That means a red signal onto the Genesect. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the game. Andrew Estrada is your new world champion.
That was probably one of the best days of my life. I've learned that you can never be really the best unless you want to keep getting better. There's always more, and I find that your practicing reflects on your tournament. If you're just grinding it out last minute, I find that your decks are not ready to go or you're mentally not ready to go, and you really have to have the second nature when you play, especially against good players.
You've seen how Estrada's been playing right now. He is on fire. He had a turn 1 attack with a Raikou V.
I really like the game. I really like the competitive atmosphere. It's a very social game. It forces people to sort of step out of their character in a way. So it kind of reflects a lot of light on so many different personalities being able to be merged in the room.
Asking if we can play face up.
Sableye.
What we have.
Mirage Gate. Sableye. Super. Oh, wow. Punching his ticket to Honolulu.
To be honest, I'm actually retired because I just started my career. So I can't really dedicate as much time to Pokemon anymore. But it looks like we're going to Hawaii. I'm actually enjoying more to teach and coach. I really like to give back kind of what I've learned over the years, especially to kids in my area. I find that when people come to me, it's sort of a responsibility that I feel okay with undertaking. And then it makes me feel great because honestly, watching my students succeed makes me feel better than actually winning myself. Like, even though I feel great, just because I already have Worlds, you know, I've been playing for a long time, right? And I just want to see the people I teach that look up to me succeed.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, you know, be courteous of their state of mind and, you know, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help about in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Hi, I'm Shay Byrne, and today we're going to have a quick look at some EU players who did well at Worlds 2024 in Honolulu. 5-time international champion Tord Redcliffe had a dramatic Worlds run. He was piloting his trusty Charizard EX archetype, which we saw putting in a strong performance for him in round 6 on stream, with a quick 2-0 victory. Fast forward a few rounds and Tord ended up with 10th place, very narrowly missing the asymmetrical top cut. Owen Cameron, who won 2 regionals earlier in the season, had a terrific World story. Originally, he was testing a few decks, but he really wasn't sold on any of them. In the run-up to the event, he sleeved up 7 different Arceus V-Star decks, 3 different Dust Noir decks, Chien-Pao, Regidrago, Charizard EX, and even Golden Go. However, disaster the night before the event, he still didn't have a deck he was happy with. It was then he decided to play Iron Thorns EX, and other high caliber EU players like Benji Pham, Edwin Mesman, and Owen's brother Brennan were already playing Iron Thorns. He quickly managed to get all the cards, and even got a game win on stream round 3. And to be fair, he made the right meta call since Iron Thorns went to win the whole event. Jonathan Sharpling, who topped 32 Stockholm regionals with Arceus Armor Rouge, managed to find himself in a winning-in scenario for day 2 with an impressive 5-1-1 record. He was playing Gardevoir EX. This deck would look to attach a ton of Psych Energy via Psychic Embrace to power up attackers like Screamtail and Drifloon for massive damage. However, it wouldn't be easy for Jonathan, as he matched the reigning world champion at the time in his winning in, Vance Kelly, who managed to win and advance into day 2. Lille 2023 regional champion Costa Kalama had a fantastic showing with his Lugia V-Star deck that would use Primal Turbo from Archeops to power up a myriad of different attackers like Chincino, Iron Hands EX and Weirdeer. He matched his previous terrific run in Yokohama by securing another top 16 finish this year. Who will be making their way towards Anaheim Worlds this weekend though? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
Pokemon TCG fans, we are back, getting ready for some round 8 action coming up soon. Some winning in action for day 2. I'm Shay Burton, Burt's PTCG, and I'm joined, the one and only lovely Freya Pierce, for the return of the caster duo Shay. It's been a long time coming.
It's been a long time coming. Not since Liverpool 2 years ago, I think it was.
Liverpool 2 years ago.
Goodness me.
That's how long it's been. How are we feeling though after that? After seeing some absolute barnstorming action here, what's your thoughts going into this next round?
Well, I mean, just like I was talking about with Thomas in that interview, right? Dust Noir, I'm feeling very vindicated in my caster prediction right now. That card is, I think, the most format-defining card currently in the whole metagame. It is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and just who would have thought an ability that can put 130 damage into play? Who would have thought that would have been good?
Yeah, I know, right?
And the stage 1 can also chip in. I haven't seen it as much yet, but the stage 1 chipping in as well is also equally as meta-defining. And I wonder if we'll see some in our next round.
I would be very, I'd be very surprised if I didn't. Of course, there are many decks out there that don't make use of Dust Noir, but I think it's safe to say that the Dust Noir decks are slowly, spookily, you know, crawling away up to the top.
Yep, they are crawling their way up to the top. Let's also see what players have been crawling their way up to the top, because we have ourselves some standings to look at going into this next round. Swiss A got 7-0 Bert Walters, 2-7-0, 3-7-0. I apologise, Kywin Kababe coming all the way over from Australia, going undefeated while doing so. And Daniel, what other names jump out to you there, Freya?
So you mentioned Kywin, but also I think Luke Kirkham there at 6-0-1, very known for piloting the Spice at every regionals he comes to. Going to be pretty happy about that. Stefan Ivanov over on the other side has made his way up into the top 16 at 6-0-1 as well. Yeah. Also Ethan Wild, I imagine Amy's going to be very happy about that, of course, seeing him at 6-0-1 as well.
Yep.
And a former world champion, Andrei Skubal as well.
Oh yeah, true. Stefan Ivanov as well, double NAIC champion. Nico Alabas IC champion, or OCIC champion, I believe, and Utrecht special champion as well. Rune Hermans as well, doing well.
Very
5th seed.
Star-studded top 16 here, isn't it?
Yeah, love to see that. So all those players, you know, for the most part, should be in day 2. Not guaranteed by any means, but doing a very good job.
Doing a very, very good job. And, you know, it's kind of, we always talk about new players, but like the new up-and-coming players versus the old veterans, right? And there are a few names in there that I think to myself, like just Thomas, who we just interviewed, right? Making day 2 at a regionals for the first time.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah, but it does go to show as well that experience does pay dividends in big tournaments like this.
It really does, but you know, to make day 2 for the first time, you're gonna have to do it for the first time at some point. So it doesn't matter if you're sort of in that top bracket and you're one of the more, you know, underknown names, let's go with. There's no reason why you can't go and do it all, take it all home. I think we saw it last season, but player for the first ever regionals in the final, both players was their first ever regional. So it definitely can happen. Now, we've been telling you viewers at home to get involved on the social media posts and people here as well at the venue. Let's take a look at this one, Freya.
I'd say so. This is from Tristan Northover. Good luck to everyone in Lille today. Back at home, though, though it's my boy's first ever league challenge today. We're talking about locals earlier, right? Playing Ancient Box, and he feels very comfortable with the deck. I hope he does really well. I'm proud of him and how far he has come. Hashtag play Pokemon. What a lovely, lovely message there.
Love that. Tristan, if you're listening, let's see if we can get a follow-up tweet tomorrow. I want to know how your son got on there, as it were, because Ancient Box, love that very well. Yeah, just get the Ancient Pokemon in the discard pile and see what happens. Shout out Tristan there. Okay, we got Professor Richie, 1,300 masters here at Lille Regional today. Hashtag play Pokemon. Now, what I love about this, that the staff, we're getting a shout out here. Without the staff, we wouldn't be having these events. We wouldn't be here talking about it, and you guys at home wouldn't be watching. So shout out to the staff there, Dr. Prof. Richie.
Yeah, it's really nice that we've been able to do some segments today featuring, like, you know, the Hive and some of the other areas, because, yeah, these guys... Wait, hold on a second. That's my husband!
Wait,
that's my cat!
That's your... Oh, goodness. Also me as well.
Oh, hi, Zelda. Hi, oh, my goodness.
Okay, well, you can read this one out. Come on, then.
Watching the hashtag play Pokemon Regional TCG stream at home, Zelda seems to be invested as well. Well, you know what? I'm really glad, Zelda, that you're interested in watching the stream as well. All the family can get in. Oh, my, that's so lovely to see. Hi, love.
Love that. Look at the setup as well. You can see the games on the bottom shelf, the Switch, all getting off there.
That's my living room. That's
what I'm saying. I'm getting a little peek at your setup here.
Yeah.
Loving that. I got the hefty router there as well. Hope it does some good Wi-Fi speed.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. I gotta say, but yeah, it's so lovely having like an extra like family member in the house. I think I mentioned earlier, Tyler and I became cat parents recently, but here we go, another one.
Not look happy now.
Oh no! Goodness, Shay, what's going on there?
All right, Rebecca, you caught me lacking there. Let's have a look. Good luck to my hobby at Chris at the Lille Regionals. Proudly watching from the home in the UK. If you listen closely, you might hear my cheers from across the channel. I hope you're cheering loud then, Rebecca. Let's get a follow-up tweet for tomorrow. Let me know how your hobby did, Chris, there as well. Got all the husbands getting on the Twitter post there, but goodness, that face, I am not looking. I'm deep in thought. I don't know what Ross was saying, but apparently I was not a fan.
No, not deep in thought. Obviously, you were channeling your inner Spooky.
Yeah. So if you want to get your tweets on stream, make sure to get involved on the socials using hashtag #PlayPokemon. There's no reason why you can't get your post featured, so get involved. I want to see what your thoughts are, whether you're at home watching, whether you're here watching the stream back, or to be fair, I don't care where you are. I want to see your post, so make sure to get involved.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. We've got a bit of the purple coordination going on. I mentioned it to Ross as well. I know Barish kind of missed the memo a little bit, but we've got a little bit of the thing going on.
We'll take a purple, nice spooky colour there. Got all the plushies there. Actually, if you're in the chat, let us know what your favourite plushie is. Mine has to be Beware dressing up as Dusclops. Not only is that a really funny idea, Pokemon just up as other Pokemon, but also Dusclops is really meta relevant right now, so I like that. What's your favourite one?
I would have said that one as well, but if I had to pick a different one, I do really love that little drift blim hanging out over there. That's absolutely adorable there.
Just slightly hiding, but there was a little drift blim hiding in there. Had some good cards, drift blim as well.
Everyone Explode now is the most recent one.
Yeah, due to pre-release Titan. Yeah, you can do silly amount of damage. Dragon's Exotic one was pretty good as well, right?
Yeah, it was.
Dragon's Exotic had the derail attack, I believe, and did more damage for special energy discard impulse. But anyway, that's a long way away. Let's get back here in the venue. Now, winning in action, Freya, what do you think is going through our players' heads right now?
This is my last chance to make day 2, so I better make the most of it. I imagine that's what I'd be thinking at least. So yeah, the nerves have got to be high, but I imagine also they're thinking, right, this is my opportunity to make my name and to get either my first day 2, or in the case of someone like Adam Hawkins, my next of like many day 2s that I've already had. Yeah,
Adam Hawkins, I feel, is a player that doesn't quite get the talking about with a career as he has. You know, top 16 worlds, there it is, 2022. Did it with Arceus Agron VMAX, of all things. Malmo regional champion as well, Bristol regional top 4, NAIC top 4. Now, I'm fairly certain, don't hold me to this, Adam, you can confirm this. He's been playing so long, his player ID, I think, is 3 digits.
Yeah, you can't beat me to it. I was thinking the exact same thing. He's one that I've been playing for a long time, I know you have as well, but he is one of the few people who can like get the jump even on us.
Yeah.
But now going over to Arthur's side, yeah, not very much on, again, new versus old players, right? We were discussing that. The accomplishments list, it's there. You got top 256 at Dortmund Regionals just this year, so, you know, with a good set, perhaps even do better than that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That achievement was from event just gone.
Yeah.
You could argue Arthur is on a bit of a trailblaze right now, so already probably has that beaten and wants to, 2-5-6 last time. Let's try and get maybe a 1-2-4.
Beat that, you know.
Top 64, top 32, top 16, top 8, top 4. Could he take it all home? If he does, he's going to have to win this one right here. So this is going to be a real good match here. Adam versus Arthur. Here we do see a dice roll. Looks like Adam wasn't too happy about that. Adam on the left.
Yes.
So let's see how this pans out. Winning in action, folks, in case you don't know at home. If one of our players here wants to progress into the second day of competition to get some big prizing, they have to win this game. This is a win or go home scenario for both our players, Adam and Arthur. Let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, we have to talk about the format a little bit before for the tournaments, but as a quick refresher, you need a certain amount of match points in order to make it to day 2. You get match points by winning matches or getting ties, and it is 18 that you need to make it through to day 2. So each win is 3 points. So 6 times 3, 18, that gets you there.
There we go, because none of these players have ties, so no match points coming from there. So just got to turn that 5 into a 6. Only one player will do that though.
Yep.
So let's see how this pans out. Adam Hawkins on the left versus Arthur. Also got yourself some mulligan action here. And that's not something you really want to do, is give your opponent in a winning scenario extra cards.
Yeah, of course, because every time you try to start a game of Pokemon and you don't have any basic Pokemon in your opening hand, you got to shovel your hand back to the deck and draw again. And every time you do that without finding a basic Pokemon, your opponent gets to draw a card.
Yep, that's not ideal. But it looks like Adam has got himself starting Pokemon now. We had a little glimpse at Adam's hand. Playing that Regidrago archetype. Let's consult these prize cards, though. There's one Regidrago. There's a Cleffa Energy Switch Ultra Ball. All for Arthur, though, has prized a Prime Catcher and a Rare Candy. And a DTE as well.
Yeah. Actually, we haven't specifically talked about what these two are playing yet, have we?
Let's have a little go. Let's see. Looks like Arthur is going to take the mulligan. Let's see who's going to get started. And then tell you what we'll do. Whoever's started, we're in action, we'll go. We'll have a quick run through their deck. The suspense is killing me. Come on, let's go. We're in action starting. Come on.
keep us in suspense here, you two.
Literally keeping me in a lot of suspense right now. Here we go. But it looks like Adam is playing the Regidrago, and we can sort of see with the Terrapagos EX on the side there.
Oh, yes.
Arthur is playing the Terrapagos EX archetype, a deck you've actually been playing recently, right?
Yeah, very much so. And we've not really featured it on stream yet, so this is actually the first chance I've had to feature it. The deck very close to my heart, the one that I've been piloting a lot. As we've talked about kind of very early on in the day, not seen as much success outside of really South America, so really looking to get first big result. But here we are kicking it off, and Adam is going first.
Okay, so Adam is playing that Regidrago archetype as he does lead that Teal Mask Ogerpon. So, Regidrago V-Star has the Apex Dragon attack, letting you use any one of your Dragon-type Pokemon in the discard pile attack as the effect of this one. So, you can play a whole treasure trove of attackers, such as Giratina V-Star, Lost Impact does 280, great number. You can do Kyurem, Triforce, we've seen that a couple times, as we do see Ultra Ball discarding Fetatura, Scenario, and Energy Switch. Can also copy Noivern to make itself immune to all basic. Wait a second, that would completely lock out damage from Terrapagos.
Yes. But it does something even better against Terrapagos. Of course, that second attack, the Dominating Echo, stops your opponent from being able to play special energy cards or stadiums. And most Terrapagos lists, they're only playing double turbo energy. That would just lock you out the game entirely.
Interesting. So here's a little mini game for you viewers at home. Adam Hawkins' flowchart's going to look like this. Let's get a Regidrago V down. Let's get it into a V-Star. Let's get 3 energy on it, and let's start announcing Dominating Echo. That could be Adam's game plan. So once again, Regidrago V-Star powered up, and over to Arthur. As we do see Regidrago V hit the bench with a fire energy attached, and there is that Noivern. Both attacks are really good in this matchup. We said that Dominating Echo could be disastrous. Right. Over to Arthur. Why don't you take us through the Terrapagos deck?
Okay.
It's a deck you've played.
It is, very much so. So, the Terrapagos deck is very much a deck that tries to put your opponent in a checkmate situation. It's kind of almost the most streamlined way to play Dusknoir. So, with the Terrapagos EX, you do 30 damage for each Pokemon on your bench. Very similar to the Mega Rayquaza, another deck very close to my heart, but it's on a basic. Although you can't use it. Even if you're going second, you can't use the attack on the first turn. So there's a little bit of a restriction there. So you're not attacking on turn 1 no matter what. But then the idea is you use that in combination with Area 0 Under Depths, the new stadium that allows you, if you have a Terra Pokemon in play, to have up to 8 Pokemon on the bench instead of 5. So you get to 8 on the bench, and then with the double turbo attachment, you do 220 damage. It's a very good number, knocks out a lot of stuff. And then to complement the rest of the damage, you go ahead and you play this Dust Noir line, so you can use Curse Blast with the Dusclops and Dust Noir to get yourself the rest of the way. And then you make use of a bunch of cards that work well when you're behind, such as maybe the Defiance Band, especially Counter Catcher and things like that, to get the rest of the way. And the engine that fuels all this is this Fan Rotom combined with the Hutus and Noctowl. Talk us through that, Shay.
Okay, so that Fan Rotom, as you're going to see it there, grabbed off the nest ball and an activation. Only use it on your first turn. But when you activate it, you can search your deck for 3 colorless Pokemon out of 100 HP or less. So all these support Pokemon, as we see there, Hoot Hoot, that's a Pidgey, another Hoot Hoot we can grab. Fantastic, as you said, you do want to have your bench filled as much as possible, so Unified Beatdown, what an attack name, can swing for big damage, and that Noctowl, when you evolve into it, Jewel Seeker, if you have a Terra Pokemon in play when you evolve it, you can grab any 2 trainer cards and pop them into your hand. What an ability that is.
Yeah, phenomenal ability, Jewel Seeker. But of course, you do need the Terapagos EX down in order to enable anything, to enable the Noctowl and to enable your Area 0 Under Depth. So you have to be careful now to not use your last bench slot on anything other than a Terapagos, otherwise you will bench lock yourself.
Yep, that is a fantastic point. So I would imagine this Ultra Ball, I mean, you could be grabbing a Noctowl or a Pidgeot for next turn, but I would imagine it's going to have to be a Terapagos, like you said.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Because otherwise, it could get a little bit dicey.
Yes. So, very interesting choice here. Arthur actually opting to play the Manaphy. So not a card that all the Terapagos lists are playing. Some are opting to go for that Bouffalont combo. There is I don't believe this is playing it, but there is a Bouffalont that when you have 2 of them in play, the Curly Wall ability, so it makes your basic colorless Pokemon take 6 less damage from attacks. I played it for a brief period, not so much now, but very strong against Charizard especially.
Yeah.
But no, not playing this, just going for the Manaphy instead, just to offer that bench protection against stuff like Trifrost and Kyurem or from the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, great card to have, but I think they did take it to Terapagos, put it in the hand. I don't think they're going to bench it. Looks like they're debating it.
I mean, I think you have to, right? I mean, the thing is, say you get Iron Ode, if you bench the Terapagos, any Noctowl becomes an out to, like, a bad hand. So
true.
I think you definitely want to put it down now, especially because you have the Chorus's Tenacity here. You know that there's a good chance. Oh, maybe not. Okay.
I guess if you were to put it down, it gives Adam a chance to get the first 2 prize KO. But here we do see Regidrago V-Star, the Noctowl from the Self-Jewel Seeker activation. That's allowed because of that Teal Mask Ogerpon. So Adam can grab any 2 trainer cards he likes from his deck. And tell you what, Noctowl, I mean, it's an amazing card. I'm not surprised to see it in other decks, but what an ability that Jewel Seeker. In a deck like Regidrago, we really need to find, Earthen Vessel, Energy Switch. Noctowl just says, I'll have it all.
Yeah, this could be a very dangerous turn. So the reason I was about to say maybe Arthur does need to put down the Terapagos and attach an energy to it is because if Adam has an insane turn here and can get off, that's the attack for the Noivern, Echo.
Dominating
Echo, thank you. If he can get the Noivern in a discard pile and get the Regidrago powered up, how does Arthur do any? I'm seeing scooping motion.
You can't see him behind the camera, but if that happens, it could be time to scoop him up. Professor's research being played. Now, did Noivern, I don't think Noivern's hit the discard pile.
No, not yet. So
we still have the Legacy Star, so much big potential.
Yes. Looks like it's not quite there yet, but yeah, with the Legacy Star, you can definitely get there. And you don't need a lot, really. You will want to get Earthen Vessel as part of it. You need to get another energy down with a Teal Mask Ogerpon, so you can do another Teal Dance, so that you have an energy both to retreat and to energy switch onto the Regidrago.
Yep.
You're not that far off,
No, I mean, Dominating Echo is the dreamer scenario, right? But let's be honest, just taking 2 prize KO here is also vitally fine.
Yes.
You want to try and get another Regidrago V down if you aren't going to go for a Dominating Echo.
The only problem with that, there's actually no Dragon-type attackers to copy right now. Like, forget Noivern, there's just none at all. So, going to be an important Teal Dance here. Let's see.
Teal Dance? What was that?
It's a Temple of Sinnoh. Oh, that's still good.
That's also pretty good. Now, Legacy Star. Discard the top 7 cards of your deck. Then you can grab any 2 cards you like from your discard pile. Let's see what this hits.
There's
Noivern! Goodness, wait, Energy Switch? We Energy Switch still?
No, wait, there is no Energy Switch. That's what he's missing.
Yeah, so we still need that.
Yes, but...
there's one in discard pile already.
Oh, never mind. He's got
Oh, my goodness. So let's think about this. You can Energy Switch off Ben's Ogerpon to Regidrago V-Star, pay retreat, Dominating Echo. That's a little bit tough.
He's only gone and done it.
Turn 2. Goodness gracious me. So, let's see. Energy Switch being taken and Professor Churro.
I think it's a stop because the only way that Arthur can play around something like this is if you bring something to the active and stall it, and Professor Churro prevents that. So that's very, very heads up from Adam. It kind of it stops the only lose condition for him if he announces this attack.
So there we go. Energy Switch. Your Apex Dragon is currently live, letting you use the attack of any one of your Dragon types in the discard pile. Noivern, now I imagine it's going to be Dominant Echo. I guess you can tell how much damage gets put on. Will stop Arthur from attaching any special energy or stadium.
You see Arthur nodding there. He knows.
Oh, wait. It does. Excuse me? It does what? And that's a good two-shot as well. So, Arthur cannot attach any double turbo energy or stadiums. Now, some lists do play some basic energy to make use of Crown Opal. However, we had a quick look. Arthur does not play any of those.
No, it is... Okay, to be fair, no, there is one other thing that Arthur can do.
What is that?
Dust Noir. You can try and build up some kind of damage with Dust Noir, but you need 3 Curse Blasts to knock out the Regidrago, though.
Yeah, and that's not going to be good. We just see Featherball here. What does Featherball search?
Pidgeot EX.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So
it's been a while since we've seen that card.
Yeah. It's something that you kind of need to play as a one-of because it's a way to search for Pidgeot without playing an Ultra Ball and discarding cards. So off of a Dual Seeker, you can grab Rare Candy Featherball, and that's an instant Pidgeot EX.
Now, we could be seeing the sort of downsides of not benching at Terrapagos last turn, because now Noctowl, you said, aren't going to be live. We'll have to go and find it. But there is Rare Candy Pidgeot, that quick search ability, in case you don't know. Basically says, whatever I want this turn, I'm going to get it. It lets you grab any card you like from your deck once per turn.
I mean, it's not just about the Terrapagos not being live, but if last turn, you see he was considering going for the Chorus's Tenacity to grab the double turbo, he could have preemptively put down the Terrapagos and then put the double turbo on it. Adam did not find an enhanced hammer, so at least if he had done that, he would have been able to do an attack this turn.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. And but I can sort of see why you don't. You don't want to give your opponent a chance to take the first 2 prize KO, but sort of like, catch-22 in that scenario. So here we do see Quick Search being activated, though. That's going to give us a clue into what Arthur's going to want to do here. But you're right, it's going to have to be a sort of gust and stall strategy. Say gust, boss's orders, prime catch, any of those business, or some extra Cursed Blast from Dusclops or Dust Noir.
Yeah, the fact that you need 3 to KO Regidrago is so awful, because it means essentially you're trading 3 for 2 prize cards-wise, which is really not where you want to be.
You know what I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see, and I tell you what as well, worth noting, the Triforce is currently very live with these little low HP Pokemon. Obviously, that's not going to be used next turn, but something to keep an eye on.
Oh my god! I mean that's your game ender right there, right? And
he's Noctowl, only has 100, so keep an eye on that.
That's why Arthur. That's one of the reasons why Arthur's playing a Manaphy, because you don't want to get. I've lost that way before. That exact way, like Trifrost just blitzing 3 of my weaker Pokemon on the bench. So very, very smart use of Manaphy there. And Arthur's bench locked himself.
Yep, bench locked, benched at Duskull and passed over. So Adam's going to start to turn off over Teal Dance, then you attach. Well, we said that Dusclops is the way out of this. So Adam's going to just wag the finger and say boss's orders. And I tell you what's even more insulting about a Dominating Echo is when it's also taking a prize card at the same time.
140 damage. That's a good number, yeah.
That's a number. You can't just sit there and absorb that all day.
No, you really can't. I think what Arthur needs to do here is to put down the Terrapagos with the Area 0 Underdepths if you can find it, and then bench 2 Duskull, so at least maybe one of them can survive. Yeah. Because otherwise, Adam can, in theory, I mean, he might not necessarily get it every single turn, but at least then you have some protection against the boss's orders.
Wow, I'm just lining up. Having that prior damage on the Serendipity makes a Triforce so much more, because that's...
Oh, you're right as well.
2 prize cards there, and another 2 on the Hoot and or Fanrotum. So currently, Triforce is taking 4 prize cards as it stands. Arthur's going to have to do something. Here we do see Quick Search, though. What can you imagine Arthur could be looking for?
It's tough to say. There is... what was I going to say? So there are Noctowls on hand. Yes. So Arthur, in theory, could try and do some searching with Jewel Seeker if you can get a Terrapagos down, but it looks like it's going to be Quick Search, actually just revealing it straight away. Quick Search for that Professor's Research, just to try and dig into the deck a little bit more.
I don't mind it. If you're going to try and get out of a sticky situation, having 7 new cards is a great place to start. So that is going to be taken. Chorus Tenacity, like you said, not all. We're going to get rid of 2 Terrapagos, though.
Yeah, the Tenacity's already in hand, right? It was in the hand once beginning. And actually, not going to play down the Terrapagos.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder what Arthur is eyeing up here. 2 Terrapagos, a Dust Noir, I should say. Chorus Tenacity hitting the discard pile. Okay.
Yeah, this seems... so I'm guessing that there's probably something that I'm missing here. So obviously, with you unable to attach double turbo energy, you can't attack with the Terapagos, but surely you still want one down so you can enable your Noctiles at least, try and find something to work with. It's I think he's just trying to take the strategy of putting down one single Duskull every single time and just hoping it survives, but it doesn't feel great.
We're going to see the 1 for 70 off the fact. Oh no, there's no stadium in play. You can't even do that, right? Yeah. You need to have a stadium in play.
And you also need an energy, which you can't attach.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I can't do that, silly me. Well, I'll tell you what as well, a little interesting wrinkle. Professor Chura are going to pick up the Noctowl. Love that, so you can reuse it. Bench lock, no mana fee. Trifrost right now currently is live. Now chances are, goodness gracious me. If you somehow manage to get a double energy in play, it's only going to count as one colorless. Okay, so going to see a Teal dance first of all.
Yeah, there's the Kyurem.
Yeah, there's the Kyurem. Yeah, Scoop Up Cyclone's currently in hand as well. We're going to see an energy onto the Hoot Hoot. That's just going to be able to pay retreat if needed. But I think realistically, yeah, doesn't need to do a great deal. It's going to dominate Echo again. That's going to KO. So there is a bench slot currently live. But I tell you what, though, as Adam's on 4 prize cards, if Arthur doesn't end the turn with Mana Fee in play, Trifrost will close this game out. Doing 110 damage to any 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. That would KO Pheasantipity, and then whatever you like at that point. Well, the Hoot Hoot does collapse or Hoot Hoot. Even if the Hoot Hoot evolve, they still only have 100. So they actually pick up there. So that's something we need Arthur to put down a Mana Fee.
Yeah, we do. And but the thing is, again, if you put down Mana Fee, then you do bench lock yourself again.
Yeah, it's such a, I mean, I don't lose immediately, but then how do you win without an attacker? Can't even use Blustery Wind either.
No.
I mean, that would only do 100 after the double energy anyway, production, so this is a tough scenario.
You literally have only 4 energy cards in your deck and you can't attach any of them. Without energy, you can't attack. If you can't attack, you can't win.
Yeah, so everything can retreat from Adam's side of the board as well. Yeah, so you're not going to see any bosses or the shenanigans.
Like, Adam knows what his lose condition is. He knows like the small avenues through which Arthur could in theory make a comeback from this very bad position, but he's already accounted for them because he knows exactly how to do it.
And there we do see, well, I'm assuming we're going to see a concession here by the looks of it. Yeah,
that's it.
Arthur's going to concede the game there. Says, well, if you're going to keep dominating Echo and me, let's see if you've got enough time for a game 2 and 3. And Adam Hawkins, in our round 8, game 1 feature match winner here at the Lille Regional Championships. Only 1 win away from securing a slot in day 2.
Where's Pokemon Ranger when you need it?
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, it's
the basic energy.
Yeah, basic energy. Yeah, with one of these alternative Terapagos builds that focus around that.
Yeah.
But no, it seems like the double turbo ones have been the ones seeing the most success. But there's just a very easily exploitable vulnerability here, and we see it played out as we take a look back at the replay.
This was a big turn here. If it wasn't for this Legacy Star hitting that Noivern, we wouldn't have been able to get that Dominant Echo turn 2. Dominant Echo turn 2, by the way, not an easy thing in the world to do.
No.
But Adam was able to do it, and then Arthur said, well, if I'm going to get out of this mess, I'm going to need Dusknoir. So Adam said, how about that then? Let me get rid of that Duskull immediately. Arthur said, whoa, that was a good turn there, wasn't it? And it was all just business as usual from this point. Dominating Echo, having its fingerprints all over this game. Noivern wasn't even in play in a discard pile, was able to completely manipulate that, and Arthur had no choice but to concede nice and early there as we get on for game 2.
Yeah. Now, so going into game 2, let's talk strategy here. So
okay, let's do that.
Yeah. If you're Arthur, what are we thinking in terms of adapting for the next game? If it's me, I'm thinking that core resist tenacity or just getting the double turbo down early, right?
Yeah, you want to get that double turbo energy down as early as possible, so at least you can start firing off some attacks, because that Dominating Echo, as we do see it in the mulligan, doesn't do a lot of damage. It actually 2-shots an active Terapagos. So if you can get double turbo energy down early, you can try and start applying pressure. Force Adam to maybe not have to use Dominating Echo. Also, if Adam misses Dominating Echo, because it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, right? Now, if you get a nice early double turbo energy, you can then try and get another one established, and at that point, Dominating Echo is no longer an option. Yeah. You've already got too many energy down, so that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and also, Arthur won't necessarily know this, but if you look at Adam's list, he's actually not playing Enhanced Hammer. So there isn't like an option, because that could have been maybe something that Arthur was concerned about. Maybe. But if but he has to take the risk, right? Because even if it gets Enhanced Hammer and then you're dominating Echo, you still lose regardless. So it's not really, I think, yeah, you just have to get down that double turbo as early as possible.
Yeah. You know, when you 1-0 down, you kind of have to start playing a little bit risky. Yes, consult these prize cards. Kyurem currently in the prize cards. 2 copies of basic grass, and for Arthur, 1 Terapagos and Area 0 only. That's not the worst prize cards in the world for both players, but it looks like Arthur is going to start us off, has led that Terrapagos, so we won't have to worry about activating Noctowl now, because that Terrapagos is in play.
Yeah, and going first as well for Arthur means that he will get guaranteed at least one turn of being able to attach an energy, maybe even two. Oh,
none in hand, though.
Oh, but
there's none in hand.
Okay, but that's fine because he's going first. So Adam,
you get another turn.
Yeah. If you're going second, this would be terrible. But if going first is totally okay.
Here we do see that fan. Is it fan call that ability?
Fan call, yeah.
Yep, lovely ability. That.
Yes.
So not only do you get to look at your deck and work out your prize cards, but you get the added benefit of getting 3 colors Pokemon 100 HP or less as well.
Actually, thinking about it more, since Arthur is going first, this hand is insanely strong.
Yeah.
Like, because you have enough Noctowls and other stuff in hand that you can basically search for everything you want from your deck.
Whatever you like. That Chorus Nasty is a really good inclusion because you can basically turn a Noctowl into an energy card, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is really good. And it finds your Area 0 as well.
Yeah, so yeah, really, really strong start from Arthur. He's going to be very happy about both going first and the fact that he's gone first with such a strong setup as this, with the Terrapagos in the active too. So both the Area 0 Underdepths and the Jewel Seeker from the Noctowl will be available to him. He's going to be very happy about that.
And this is the main difference about going first is if you get the double turbo energy and you start swinging, as strong as Dominating Echo is, you can't afford to do that. You're absorbing too much damage. So Adam might not even have the chance, provided Arthur can turn up the pressure dial, which it looks like with it. He has double Dust Skull in hand as well.
Oh my goodness, yeah. If he has the Area 0 Underdepths already in hand, that would be great, because then he can go very, very wide early on.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's debating on what to use this last bench slot on. There are... I mean, you got the two. Yeah, I think that's fine. You got the 2 Hoots there. You got the Pidgey down, 1 Dust Skull just to get that extra push for damage if you need it. Yeah, seems totally fine to me.
Okay, over to Adam Hawkins then. Did have an absolute barnstormer last turn 1. Let's see what we can do. Okay.
That's
not great equalizer.
Yeah, the great equalizer. Actually, that's really not ideal. Arthur had 2 Noctowl ready to go in hand, so with that Iron Node, just go to the bottom of the deck.
Going straight to the bottom. No chance of drawing into them. So both players get a fresh new hand of 6. Let's see what Adam needs to do a little bit of work here, because there's a world in which this game's over if it doesn't find at least a basic Pokemon. Goodness, a bit dangerously close there, Adam. Okay, flying a little bit close to the sun there. Wait, no grass energy though.
No grass energy, and also no second Regidrago V either. So there could be a world where Arthur reaches for a KO, and then you can't Dominating Echo, you can't Apex Dragon copying an Noivern if you don't have a Regidrago V star to copy with.
Oh yeah, there's no Noibat, so that's the only way we're seeing Dominating Echo. So advantage, I think, swings over to Arthur's side of the board. Okay. Let's see what Arthur does. But first, gonna get rid of the Prime Catcher, but I think we're in this scenario. Well, none of those cards are actually playable.
Okay,
get them gone, draw 7. Double turbo energy would be huge.
Could have played the Hisuian Heavy Ball, I guess, so maybe for, no, don't need it.
Maybe he already knows what's in the prize cards, right? Okay, let's have a gander. Area 0 Underdepths, Noctowl, double turbo energy. All would be fantastic. What do we see? I see a double turbo energy. I see a rare candy. I see a dust.
Feather Ball.
Here we go. Feather Ball.
Rare candy, Feather Ball will get the Pidgeot. The Pidgeot can then get a Noctowl and such everything. Can such Area 0 the extra Pokemon. Yeah. Arthur's eating good this turn.
When you get the Pidgeot out, all manner of things can happen. Here's the Feather Ball. That's going to grab Pidgeot. It also shuffles the deck as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's Noctowl from the bottle back in the from the bottom, I should say, back in the mix. So there's Rare Candy, there's Pidgeot, Quick Search. Then you grab any card you like from your deck. Oh, also has Ultra Ball to grab Noctowl as well. Oh, goodness.
I mean, this is where the Terrapagos deck gets very complicated. There's a lot of different orders in which you can do this turn. You can maybe you could quick search for the Noctowl so that you don't have to ultra for it, and then grab 2 trainers, and then you can maybe. I mean, I'm imagining it as if I was playing this turn to see how I can do it. So you can maybe quick search for the Noctowl, and then Noctowl to grab the Area 0 Underdepths and a Nest Ball, so that you can then go for the Nest Ball for a second Terrapagos, and play the Buddy Poffin in your hand to fill out your bench to 8. Then you're doing 220 damage that knocks out the Regidrago V, and it puts you in a very good position.
Yep, that's sounds pretty good to me, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Quick search to grab Noctowl. That's going to activate Jewel Seeker. Any 2 trainer cards, Area 0 Underdepths would be nice. That will unlock the bench, letting you have 8 bench Pokemon, as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play, which Terrapagos, of course, is.
Yeah, is he literally playing it exactly like I said it?
That would be very nice. That would be very good. Let's be honest now. It looks like that could be what's happening here. Jewel Seeker gets 2 trainer cards. So it looks like Nest Ball is being eyed up.
Yeah, and the other one has to be the Area 0, right?
Well, yeah, well, you wouldn't be able to play Nest Ball without it.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Let's just going to try and find it there.
Yeah. Is it definitely in the deck? He's gone past it a couple of times.
Maybe he's trying to... Was there a gold one? Maybe he wants to grab the gold one, maybe?
No, there's a gold candy, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
He's just... Maybe he's just trying to have a real good... Oh, boss's orders. Hold on a second. Oh, wait, hold on. There is an Ultra Ball in hand, so you could Noctowl again, I guess.
Yeah, that's definitely... Whoa, can't do that, Arthur. Can't. You have to pick that Nest Ball's going to go back into your hand. Hasn't got the stadium in play yet. But it's like you said, you can still get out of this mess because you've got Ultra Ball to grab another Noctowl, so it's not quite... It's salvageable.
Yeah, it's salvageable, but yeah, not ideal really. I think he assumed that he already had the stadium in play.
So.
Oh dear.
This can easily be done, by the way.
Yeah.
Assume like, oh yeah, that's the easy part of the puzzle, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll have to use this Ultra Ball at least. I mean, I've been in a scenario where I thought I've had things in play and I haven't been able to get out of this mess. But looks like Noctowl can get there.
But then I wonder what he was thinking about going for the boss's orders, because surely, I mean, you can't even play it this turn because you went for a research. But surely, like, there's no universe in which you came anything except this Regidrago V-Star, right? I guess, or Regidrago V. I guess it's to follow up for next turn, maybe?
Yeah, just to make sure if one Regidrago V comes down, I can just immediately go after it. But I'll be able to navigate out of there. Ultra Ball going to get rid of the Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and I have one other card, I think. Let's see what it was. And a Dust Noir to grab the other Noctowl, activates Jewel Seeker, that grabbed the Area 0 under depths, and grab another one as well.
Yeah, and let's say, debating on the second one, Night Stretcher, good choice. Like, it's Night Stretcher honestly feels like one of the strongest cards in this deck because, like, getting back either Noctowl or Dust Noir at the opportune moment just feels so good.
So in case you're wondering what's going on there, why can he now play Buddy Buddy Puffin when he couldn't play Nest Ball earlier? That's because Area 0 under depths is a stadium. That says as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play, which Terrapagos is, you can now have up to 8 bench Pokemon in play. A ridiculous number. And that means that Unified Beatdown can swing for 220 if you have the full 8.
Yeah. I like the mix. Nest Ball for the Terrapagos, and then Buddy Puffin for... I didn't say specifically what to Buddy Puffin for, but especially now that you have like both the Hootoots on the bench used, definitely get a third one so you can Jewel Seeker next turn, and a second Duskull for good measure.
So you did call it pretty much.
Yeah.
There we go.
Just call it, but just we're missing the step of, oh, whoops, I forgot to get my Area 0 under depths.
But there's a Unified Beatdown, 220 damage, 30 for each bench Pokemon you have in play. Minus 20 is a good, crisp, clean KO on Regidrago V. Okay, over to Adam now. Needs to get, well, ideally 2 Regidrago V down, at minimum 1.
Yeah. If you only get down 1, though, I mean, this is one of the scary things about the Terrapagos deck.
Yeah.
There's 2 Duskull in play right now. There's a universe where we see, very similar to the last feature match, 4 prizes in 1 turn with double Dust Noir and then a KO with Terrapagos in this instance instead of Greninja, but similar concept.
No, yeah, you're right. We did Professor's Research being played, discarding Dragapult EX, Regidrago V, Basic Fire, and a Professor's Research. Oh, Temple of Sinnoh.
Okay, yeah, that's a good stopgap.
Yep.
So that'll do double duty because that'll also reduce that'll knock back the Area 0 under depth, so it will force Arthur to discard 3 Pokemon on the bench.
Yep.
But there are 3 easy targets to choose for that.
Yeah. What would that be? Fountain Rotom double Noctowl?
Yeah.
Makes sense to me. They've done their business.
Yes.
Now they can go to this card file.
And it's a good double duty again because now it also means that Night Stretcher is live to get back a Noctowl to do Jewel Seeker again.
Exactly. It looks like Adam's going to play that Earthen Vessel. Going to get that Noivern EX straight in the discard pile. Love to see that. Yeah. And going to grab a Basic Fire and a Basic Grass. So Teal Dance is currently live. Gets to attach energy to itself. Draw 1 card. Love that.
Yes, and I believe there's 1 Regidrago V on the there ready to go. So that's good. And yeah, debating whether to play the Sinnoh now. I mean, there's no reason not to, right? You got to try and stop your opponent at least in some way.
Yeah. So here we do. So now what happens is when you have 8 bench Pokemon in play and your opponent replaces the stadium, you have to discard 2. You have 5 cards on your bench. And as we look at us go, there goes the Fountain Rotom and double Noctowl. Yeah. There's a Teal Dance activation onto the active as well.
Yeah. I like to think, generally speaking, we know what we're talking about, don't we, Shay?
It just helps. Yeah, it just helps. You're going to see bench Regidrago V with a Fire Energy Hoot as well. Love the sort of Hoot standoff here, as it were. Such a. I was stunned when I saw it Noctowl for the first time. I was like, you can do what?
Yes.
Like, oh, goodness gracious.
You used to be Vintelion, you had to evolve to a stage 2 to do that. But Noctowl Note stage 1 searches 2 trainers. And yeah, with the Terra condition, obviously it's not completely free, but it's not too bad to get there.
Yeah, well, when there's basic Terra Pokemon that exist, right? Like this Teal Musk Ogapon, especially if you can weave that Terra Pokemon into your deck strategy already.
Yes.
All of a sudden, it's like, well, I was going to have a Terra Pokemon in play anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we do see here the Holucha, not all Regidrago Regidrago lists opt for this, but it is quite a handy inclusion. Does with that flying entry ability, put 1 damage counter on 2 of each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. This can help math fix with Phantom Dive.
Right, of course. I was just thinking, what is the math that fixes? But you're right, Phantom Dive. So let's have it. So we're going to see a pay retreat, and then also, it's a nice 1 prize that's leaving the active as well.
Yeah, so definitely double strong duty there. So this makes it a lot harder to pull off that crazy turn. Wait.
Boss's Order's already in hand, and an Area 0 Underdepth, and a Night Stretcher as well.
Oh, hold on.
Goodness gracious.
So, okay.
Oh, no. That's going to get the Regidrago V. Yeah, we'll have to refill the bench, though. But chances are we can probably get there, right?
So the main hard bit to piece together here will be because you need 2 rare candies and 2 Dusclops. If you can do that, then you're good to go. But that's like the main piece that you're missing, because you had the Boss's Orders, you use that to bring up 1 of the 2 prizes. You can bring up the Mew so that you need 1 less on the bench in order to do you do 190 with that, so you need only 7 on the bench instead of 8. So yeah, double Dust Noir to...
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you're basically saying you can win this turn.
Yeah, literally.
Oh, goodness gracious.
That's what I'm saying. You can put it together, but you need 2 rare candy and 2 Dust Noir, and that's going to be the tricky bit to put together.
Wow, I was just thinking going Boss's Order after the Regidrago V is good enough, but you're right. We could end the game right here, right now.
Yeah. It's, to be fair, it is still a very important point, because if you do miss the win this turn, knocking out Regidrago V is still pretty good. Like it probably wins you the game anyway. So even if you don't win this turn, you're still feeling very fine.
I mean, I guess there's no reason not to go for it, right?
No.
At the very least, you just leave some Dust Noir in play. Okay, so Dual Seeker activation. Area 0 Underdepth is now live. So what these Buddy Poffins, it basically says, right, I'm getting back to 8 bench very, very quickly.
Yes.
So there we go, Buddy Poffin. Grab any 2 basic Pokemon with, is it 70 HP or less, and pop them on your bench. There we go, there's 2. And then Queen play the second one to grab another one as well.
Yes.
And there it is.
Yeah, I hope he checked his deck to make sure that he has enough left. I'm sure he did.
Just thinking,
oh, Manaphy, yeah.
I was literally just worried about that. Yeah, but there we go.
Yeah, and yeah, honestly, although winning this turn would be cool, the more I think about it, you just don't need to. If you just Boss's Orders as Regidrago V, that's probably as good as as good as the game one anyway, right?
I'd say it would be one stream highlight if we got it, but yeah, right. Getting rid of Regidrago V is perfectly fine, because you know, we have seen some Regidrago lists play the Thornton, but yeah, I think Arthur's seen a lot of the deck at this point. Chances are our opponent doesn't play it. We'd need to grab another 3 energy via a manual attachment, turn attachment, energy switch. So just going after that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, and even has the other double turbo as well to power up the bench Terrapagos, just in case some crazy turn happens that Arthur doesn't know is possible, and Adam is able to knock out the Terrapagos in the active, still has it all together. And I think Adam just concedes.
Yep, Adam concedes. Arthur evens it up here. We still have plenty of time for a game 3. So what we are going to watch here moving forward, the winner of this game will advance into day 2 here at the Lille Regional Championships. Arthur did everything he could there to stay in this one, and now it's essentially a best of 1.
Yeah, so I think an important takeaway from that game is something that we didn't specifically mention, because we were talking about how, if Arthur is on the back foot, how can you make sure that Dominating Echo doesn't do as much damage as you usually would in terms of stopping him from playing the game. Winning the coin flip and just going first is also really, really good.
That's a very good point. Let's see how that game 2 panned out there via this replay. And like you said, just going first. Look at this. When you're going first, you can attach your energy, get the phone, roam down, set up all your Pokemon, and just immediately put the pressure on.
Look at his face.
No, what's that? See? When I'm going first, look what can happen. And Adam was just immediately on the back. I love to see both players in good spirits.
Yeah, it's always lovely to see. I think that's one of the things I love about the Pokemon trading card game, especially. Like, so much of the time, even these really high-level players, they know how to, have a good time on the stream. There's a lot of, levity, even though there's a lot on the line. It's always lovely to see that. But yeah, just Terrapagos really putting in the work. Maybe
just look at this board.
Yeah.
How would you come back from that? And Arthur was able to just dissect those Regidrago V. Because as good as the Regidrago V-Star deck is, Freya, if you ain't got the Regidrago V down, you ain't going to get the Regidrago V-Star out, are you?
Yeah, and in that instance, because there was only one Regidrago V down, just going for the Boss's Orders to KO it was fine. Yes. I think there might have been a bit more of a temptation to go for the big 4-prize win if there were 2 Regidrago V down.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Game 3 then, let's have a look. Kyurem currently in the prizes, worth knowing that Blood Moon Ursaluna as well for Arthur. Both very good prize cards there, so let's have a look. Here we go. I imagine Adam will be going first. There's the fist bump. Hoot Hoot versus Manaphy in the active. Adam, what can we do? Because energy. Wait. Oh, is there ball search in that hand? Oh, goodness. Just me. What does Hoot do? I'm going to have to look. Triple stab. Flip a coin. Flip 3 coins, sorry. This attack does 10 damage for each head. I just said how good the Regidrago V-Star deck is. If you get Regidrago V-Star out, and we saw in Game 2, you need to get Regidrago V down and Freya. I don't see any.
So with this, Arthur's essentially going first again.
Yes, exactly.
That's terrible for news for Adam. Don't play the scoop up cyclone.
Wait. Fan Rotom does 70, right?
Double turbo, it reduces the damage.
Oh, I got excited there. You're right. Okay.
Some lists do play Jet Energy. If this list did that, then that would have been an option, but this one doesn't. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Who against the world right now? Okay, over to Arthur's side. So we've established there is no way for Arthur to win this term. So what are you going to do at this point then? Just set up like normal, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, I mean, even with like, wait, hold on a second. Does Adam even have any way to draw more cards?
Nope. Oh, we're living on a top deck.
Oh dear, oh dear.
We're in top deck city, unfortunately, for Adam. Adam's been transported from the Lille Regional Championships and is now on the train to top deck city, unfortunately. And Arthur, I mean, yeah, if you're Arthur, you said I'm basically going first now, right? I got a turn to get my energy down. I can just set up my board as I wanted to last game.
Top deck city where the draws are rough and the board state's not pretty. And the board's not pretty.
The board state's not pretty. Let's go. Love that. Okay, so that Puddy Puffin has grabbed Fan Rotom and Duskull. Fan Call activate, and this is you could be mistaken. We're not watching a replay here, folks. This is not game 2 again. This is game 1 for Arthur. Game 3, I should say, doing really well.
Yeah, and I gotta be honest. Yeah, if Adam doesn't top deck either a way to draw more cards or another Pokemon, I'm fairly sure Arthur can just guarantee the win with Noctowl and Terapagos shenanigans. Like, I don't think, especially when Hoot has that low amount of HP, I'm fairly sure you can just get, like, what, a switch or something? Yeah, you just get a switch and a Chorus Tenacity, switch to the Terapagos with attack and win.
Wouldn't even need Area 0 at that.
No.
Area Hoot, don't need that.
You can even just search for a Dusknoir and do Curse Blast as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Multiple ways for Arthur to get out of there. So like Fan Call's going to conclude. Was it double Hoot Toot and a Pidgey?
Yeah. So
can't bench them all though.
No.
That would bench like.
Yeah. Probably want to go for one of each. I imagine one Pidgey, one Hoot Toot seems like the way to go. Yeah. Unless hold on, there's the Terapagos already in hand. If there was,
there's 2 in hand actually.
If you had Area 0 under depths, then you could go wide early on. That'd be amazing. But it looks like that's not on the cards, unfortunately. But yeah, get the Terapagos down now. No reason not to, just in case Adam finds an INO, for example.
Yeah.
Then there it is. So top deck. What's the top deck for Adam?
Top deck city.
No, Adam, don't hide it from us.
Rod, basic energy knocked out. What?
Wait, it's an energy switch.
Oh no.
I think that's it.
No. Boss's orders. I mean, you could boss. Everyone's got a 1 retreat cost, though.
Yeah, what would you boss? The Fan Road? Like, the Manaphy is already, like, the worst thing active.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's a great point, actually.
Wait. Oh, it is...
Oh, you can't even Dual Seeker, right?
No, there's no Teal Mask Ogerpon in play.
Evolving doesn't really get you out of this. What does Noctowl's attack do? Speed Wings 60. Okay, so we're not going to be bothering with that business. Okay, we are bothering with that business.
Goodness me. Oh, you can boss his orders and KO the Duskull if you want to.
You could. Yeah, you actually could. Go on, let's see a Noctowl KO. Come on. Speed Wing. So we've seen Speed Wing of Lugia as well from Archeops earlier.
Yeah,
right?
Same attack name, yeah.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Oh, yeah, he's thinking about it.
I mean, you could if you really wanted to scoop up Cyclone and go out on your own terms.
That is true.
Obviously, you're not going to do that, though, but okay. So let's establish what... Oh, this is so bad. Speedwing does 60, so it can't KO active. Could KO Duskull. That would prevent any Curse Blasts.
Or you KO Pidgey, actually.
KO Pidgey, actually. I was just about to say probably the way to go.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
Yeah, Speed Wing.
It's very, very marginal. You know that you're really, really on the back foot, but you have to like try and take any chance that you can get. So this is absolutely right for Adam to take his time on this.
We always say play into your outs, right? So that's a phrase we use in the community. Basically, right, even when you're in a bad position, what's my route to victory and how do I navigate it? Removing the potential quick search is one way of doing that. What was that prize card?
yeah, but I think Arthur's pointed to the Duskull. He knows there's double
turbo energy off the top. Unified beatdown for Arthur will get him into day 2 Lille Regional Championships.
And Terapagos makes it through. Huge commiserations to Adam. That is such a rough start on that game, but congratulations, Arthur. You've made it. You've done it. You've gotten the match points you need.
Wow. The unified beatdown for Arthur was able to take it all home there, and Wow, Noctowl. Anytime Noctowl's in the active into energy, you're going to be an uphill struggle. But Arthur still had to close that game out and was able to do so.
Yeah, and you can see by the look at Arthur's face as well, like he's probably, it's mixed feelings, right, sometimes when you're in a situation like that, because you want to win, of course, but you also want to, like, quote unquote, feel like you earned it, and you absolutely have. The game's played out the way it has, but there's a part of you that thinks, I wish it could have been a bit more of a game, and but that just happens in Pokemon sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're going to be really happy to get yourself in that day 2, but I often think when I'm in that scenario, I think if I was the other player, I'm going to be really, I don't mind losing games where both players are going out. If a opponent doesn't really get to do a lot, then that's how it is. But I always also say as well, you don't get bonus points for winning hard games. A win
that's true,
is a win, and Arthur secures himself a slot there in the day 2 here at Lille Regional Championships. And wow, what a back and forth that was. Game 1, we saw the Noivern doing its thing, dominating Echo. Game 2, we saw the Unified beatdown. And in Game 3, we saw Noctowl, of all things, trying to get out of there with a speed wing.
And we can play that all back for you visually as well. Let's take a look back at the game with the replay and just see just how that panned out. So yeah, all the way back to Game 1, so it was really just showing how, if you set up with Regidrago, it is almost impossible for you to lose if you can just get that Noivern going.
Yeah, I mean, it did actually teeter on that Legacy start to get out of there, but it did. And then Dominating Echo was, the tail of the tape here. Yeah. And we saw immediately Adam closing the door down on that Duskull, said, no, none of that business. Yep. Get that in the discard pile. And I was like, oh, yeah, that was a good boss's orders right there.
and very heads up, because Adam, again, recognizing that that's the only way that Arthur would have even like a marginal chance to go back in that game. So just eliminate all of your lose conditions, and Adam did that masterfully and convincingly took that game on that basis.
Yeah, but massive shout out to Arthur. It could be very easy losing a game 1 in that scenario, thinking, it's going to be an uphill struggle, but Arthur managed to get the headspace back in this Game 2 and was able to secure himself. What a clip that is. Yes. Absolutely love that.
Again, you go first.
Go first.
Arthur's setup was absolutely phenomenal. And then also, again, with that phenomenal setup, he played it perfectly as well. Yep. He knew to target down the Regidrago, just clear the Regidrago being the active, and then when Adam tried to set things back up again, get himself going, just targeted straight down that Regidrago V again, just to make sure that Adam couldn't get into the game. Arthur played it absolutely perfectly.
Really, really did, and goodness.
There it is.
And there's that boss's orders closing it all down in that Game 2. Adam really wasn't able, I don't think we even saw an Apex Dragon in that game, did we? Arthur was able to just completely deny that Regidrago V-Star. And here we saw Game 3, and it should have been an advantage Adam, but whenever you see what we're about to look at here, Noctowl with 2 energy and a speed wing, it's going to be hard to get back in there.
Is that the first Noctowl speed wing we've seen on stream? I think it might actually be.
I think it might, and this is what it does to you when you have to announce speed wing, the look on Adam's face. Still had to decide what to attack into there. But
I guess Adam gets the consolation prize of being one of probably the only person to take a knockout on stream on a Pokemon with the Noctowl's attack with Speed Wing.
Oh no, it's just, and there it was, but there was double turbo energy off the top. That's all she wrote. Unified beatdown, getting Arthur into day 2. But I tell you what, Freya, we've been doing a lot of talking about that game, a lot of analysing. You were saying how Arthur had to pilot that Game 2 and 3, well, mostly Game 2.
Yeah, mostly Game 2, yeah.
Well, so how about we stop analysing and we can go hear from Arthur, because Barris has him down there for his winner's interview. Down to you, Barris.
Thank you so much, Shay. I'm thrilled to be joined by Arthur, our round 8 winner from today. How are you feeling after that match?
To be honest, kind of stressed. I don't feel like I deserved that win, but I'll take it.
Absolutely. We saw that amazing combo in Game 1 from Adam, from your opponent. He actually pulled off that Noivern in turn 2, and it looked like a really uphill battle from there. And you eventually realized, I don't think I have a chance in this game.
Yeah, once the Noivern was in play, I don't think I had any chance. Also just completely forgot to attach the energy, I think. I'm pretty sure, because I feel like I just had it, but didn't think of Noivern. Just didn't expect it.
Absolutely fair. We have seen a lot of Regidrago V-Star decks over the course of this weekend, and not all of them actually feature the Noivern. I've seen some discussions. What is your overall take on a one-off Noivern? Is that, like, if you know your opponent is playing that one-off, like, what would you think about the matchup going into that?
if I know he's playing Noivern, I think I just hope that he doesn't find it. I just hope that he doesn't find it, attach my energy quickly, and try to get as many Duskulls off, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, 2 Duskulls could have changed the game there and take some prizes early on. I was looking into that game and I was like, oh. Especially after the first game, getting off that Noivern, I was like, that might be a quick 2-0 here if he pulls that off again. How are you feeling after scooping that first game, going to game 2? Like, how did you approach it? What was your changes in terms of your game plan?
Well, I just saw I couldn't win anything anymore because I also only had 1 candy left, if I'm not mistaken. So there was no way I would take that back. I needed at least 3 Dusk Noirs to take out Regidrago, yeah, and couldn't trap anything anymore with all the energies on the bench. Just hoped he wouldn't find it, and if going first, if I would be able to take out the Drago fast enough, I felt like I would maybe win.
Yeah. But then in game 2, you actually managed to take out that Regidrago back-to-back, making sure he can't even set it up. And eventually Adam was like, "Ma, I don't think I have a good foot into this game either." He was like, "Let's go into that game 3." And then it almost looked like you were going first, even though you were not going first.
Yes, extreme luck. I feel like I played very well the rest of my games, but it was my first time on stream. I've no experience whatsoever with Terrapagos. I didn't really know what to play. I tried something with Bronzong, which stops Pokemon from evolving, which is amazing. But I switched to Terrapagos, I think at 1 a.m., like midnight today. Yeah, it seemed fun and very powerful, which it is.
That actually leads into my next question. I was looking up your prior results, and in Dortmund, you were rocking that Snorlax deck. So it's actually a big change into that Terrapagos.
Yeah, definitely. Same thing happened over there. Didn't know what to play. My friend was playing Snorlax, and he was like, "Yeah, play it with me, play it with me." I eventually did, and I was feeling pretty good. The deck runs itself. The only mistake I made back then was I think I had game in hand my last game in day 1, which didn't see. Made day 2, and then in day 2 I met Gardevoir, who immediately benched a Spiritomb, couldn't win from that. I got donked by a Banette. I literally only had a Snorlax, KO'd me afterwards, and then yeah, the rest of my games went smoothly, I guess, but big change, but I'm glad I changed.
Absolutely. I mean, congratulations, your second day 2 in a row, I suppose, coming from Dortmund. I wish you best of luck in your games tomorrow. My last question to you is, any more shout-outs or any shout-outs towards the friend group that you were building with?
Shout out to Mauro, who is definitely gonna hate me for misplaying. Shout out to the Spelfanaat, where I always play in Belgium. And yeah, I hope he doesn't hate on me too much for this place.
I mean, you have plenty of rounds left tomorrow to go even deeper into this tournament and see how far you can take that Terrapagos. I wish you best of luck for tomorrow. For all viewers at home, we'll be right back with the outro with the rest of my crew.
History from Duisburg!
Show them what you got! Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got! Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got! Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Put your hands up!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lille Regional Championships for the Pokemon TCG. For the final time today, I'm Ross Gilbert, joined by the lovely Freya Pierce, Barish Akos, and of course, Shea Burton. We've had a fun week, we've had a fun day of games here. I want very quick highlights from everybody. Freya, start us off.
It's got to be that one just there, Noctowl Speedwing KO on a Pidgey. Just almost like an anti-highlight in a way, but just, yeah, I feel vindicated in my caster prediction choice with that Terapagos win at the end.
Sounds good to me. Barish, give us a highlight.
I absolutely loved all the Poké Vista games, the puzzle games towards the end, and it was just amazing to try that deck out myself the last 2 weeks and then see it being played at a completely different level here on stage.
Well, I'm in trouble because both of my ones have been taken, so I'm gonna double down and go with Speedwing to KO a Pidgey. Absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, if anyone had said Clough, they would not have been back on the stream tomorrow. My, of course, highlight, seeing Clough go to 6-0 on the stream. That was wonderful to see. And now that as we sit here, Alex Norvey finished 6-2. Christian Fontenot on Clough, currently 5-1. That game is still, 5-2, sorry. That game is still ongoing. In fact, a lot of games are still ongoing, but we do have the standings going into the final round. So let's take a look at them. This is the pre-final round standings, and we can see 3 undefeated players: Daniel Magda, Kaiwan Kababe, and Bert Walters. Shay, any names jump out to you there?
Yeah, quite a few, you know. We've got Luke Kirkham, 601, recently known for playing Galgian Fire Archetype. Might be playing that still, we don't know.
I already said he was.
Oh, you already said he was? Okay, well, he is then, okay. Ethan Wilder, you know, shout out to Amy. I'm sure she'll be fancying that. Did really well on stream in Dortmund. That Wellspring Ogre Bomb has put it in the finest of works. I wonder if he's still playing it there. What about any other shout outs?
I mean, Andrej Škabal, I feel like that's a name that might have... I feel like they won something at one point. Like they had some big finish.
Play B-Barrel?
Play B-Barrel, yeah, you know, London 2022 World Champion, sitting at 601. That is pretty gosh darn nice. It's not all about those top 16 players, though. We have a lot of players. You know, the goal in day one is to get to day 2. Obviously, you want to have the most match points possible to give yourself the best chance of converting that day 2 into a top 8. Right. But maybe we can have a look at some other players who have qualified for day 2. Freya, pick some names out for us, would you?
I mean, Stefan Ivanov seems like an obvious one, right? One of our one of our players to watch at the beginning of the day, and has justified that inclusion very much. I'm trying to see, did our other 2? Yeah, Johan as well also made it. So 2 out of 3 is not bad, right?
2 out of 3 ain't bad, so go the rumors. Our Consta Kalama there, another name that we have mentioned on the stream this weekend, will be going forward to day 2. And of course, Kaiwan Kababe there, you know, Australian player. Apparently, Australian players come over here and do quite well.
Yeah, he's not the only Australian. We see Brent Tonneson there qualify for day 2 as well. And from the previous slide, I want to give special shout-outs to Nico Alaba. She was one of the few Limitless players who actually introduced me to the trading card game a little bit more in depth, and seeming former international champion from OCIC, making it into day 2 here is amazing as well.
I'm going to be honest with you guys, right? It kind of sounds like day 2 might be stacked. That is the case at every regional nowadays, but we've got international champions, regional champions, world champions over in day 2. But here's the thing. Today is not the only day. No. There is a tomorrow, and tomorrow I'm gonna need you guys to come back and watch all of the action. This is important. It starts at 10 a.m. Central Time, 1 a.m. Pacific. Look, the internet's been invented. You can use that to figure out what it is in your time zone. But frankly, the 4 of us are gonna be a little bit upset if you don't come and join us tomorrow. What's that you say? 2 days of action, not enough? How about an entire season? We have a whole schedule of regionals and regional level events here. So Barish, why don't you take us through a few of these?
I mean, if you like what you saw this weekend and you want to give it a shot yourself, we have still so many events in Europe coming up. Gdansk in November, Stuttgart in December, so many to pick from, and even in current upcoming formats, Birmingham, Stockholm and Utrecht, there's plenty to pick from. I would really love people. If you want to have your first steps at locals, that's absolutely fine, but come even as a spectator to one of these European regionals.
Yeah, big recommendation there. We actually have one European event a month, including London, the European International Championships in February. So every month we get one more event going all the way through to Bologna in June, which, you know, I'm going to be there. I'm going to try the food. It's going to be amazing. Hit me up if you need any recommendations. I've been a few times. I feel like I know a few things at this stage. So, a lot of events coming up in the near future. But you know what? We give a lot of our opinions. You know what might be quite fun? Hearing the opinions of other people. That's you guys. #PlayPokemon/Pokemon. Give me some food recommendations. Tell us where you're watching the stream. And of course, you know that they have featured tweets. We showed some this weekend. There was a cat in one of them, I think. And, you know, we'll share the best ones on the stream as we go through the weekend. But you know what?
What?
We do other stuff on Twitch as well. It's not just these things. So, Freya, what stands out to you there?
So, I mean, the European internationals from last year, if you want to catch up on some of the goings on from previous events, that'd be great to catch there on the Wednesday. We also have the day before on Tuesday, the 22nd of October, we have Pokeween Frills and Chills. Not quite sure what's going on there. Imagine it'll be a mixture of Halloween stuff. Sounds like a fun time. And then, as always, we're having some reruns of previous, Pokemon animated series. So we have Sinnoh League Victors and also Kyurem and the Sword of Justice. So some animated series and some film goodies for you two.
I was going to say, that ain't no series. That's a full-on movie, Kyurem and the Sword of Justice. I'm going to be honest with you, quite enjoy that one. I'm a bit of a sucker for Gen 5.
Anyway, I am not going to sing the theme again because I don't know the theme for Sinnoh League Victors, I'm sorry to say.
I'm a little bit upset about that. I like hearing a bit of singing. So, not much more to say except make sure you're following those channels. YouTube/Pokemon, Twitch/Pokemon, although, of course, /Pokemon TCG, if you specifically want our channel where we talk about the card. People are waving at us. I can't wave back. We're in the middle of our outro. In fact, I say that, I think we might have reached the end of our outro, so the only thing left to say is have yourselves a wonderful evening. Make sure you come back tomorrow in whatever time it is in your time zone. Join us for a lovely day of wonderful action in Lille. From Freya, from Barish, from Shay, and from myself, look after yourselves till next time, which is tomorrow.